Chapter 1. Past Lives and Present. In the vast expanse of the Douluo world, there lies a secluded island amidst the boundless ocean. This island, though not overly large, spans approximately several kilometers in both length and width. In the central region, a variety of island flora flourishes, while the beaches along the periphery are adorned with numerous coconut palms. At this very moment, on the sandy shores of the island, a diminutive figure lies, face down, sprawled on the beach. Bare feet are intermittently caressed by the gentle waves, rendering the child reminiscent of a stranded fish. Suddenly, the small figure's fingers twitched before slowly rising to a seated position. With eyes as blue as the sea and hands pressed against a throbbing head, the child murmured in a daze, "Who am I? Dai Mubai? Or perhaps Hemingway?" At this instant, two streams of memories intertwined and melded within his mind, not as a case of possession or reincarnation, but rather as an awakening of past life recollections. The memories of his previous life belonged to a young man in his 20s named Hemingway, hailing from a water-blue planet. It was a realm dominated by technology, devoid of flamboyant magic or the peak of martial arts. It consisted solely of unremarkable advancements in science. In contrast, the memories of this life belonged to a 6-year-old child named Dai Mubai, who possessed a distinguished lineage and noble blood. As the two streams of memories continued to converge, he gradually realized, "I am Hemingway." His bewildered gaze began to crystallize. Although his physical form was merely that of a 6-year-old, the depth of his eyes suggested that this child was anything but ordinary. Ultimately, it was the memories from modern society that took precedence, which was entirely understandable. After all, Hemingway's previous age of over 20 significantly overshadowed the mere 6 years of Dai Mubai, endowing him with a wealth of life experiences. The explosion of information in his former world equipped him with knowledge and insights far beyond what the natives of this realm could fathom. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Hemingway's consciousness emerged as the dominant force. "To think I found myself in the world of Douluo continent," he reflected with a wry smile, "and this identity as Dai Mubai, the elder brother of Dai Mubai, by 4 years. Is there even a character named Dai Mubai in the original work?" Of course, despite sharing the name Dai Mubai, he was not the same individual known as Huogua from Douluo 2. After all, there remained a full 10,000 years before the events of Douluo 2, and it was merely a coincidence that their names were alike. In this life, Hemingway's identity was exceptionally unique. He was the second son of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, with an elder brother, Davis, who was 2 years his senior, and a younger brother, Dai Mubai, who had just been born, making him 4 years younger. While this situation might not seem particularly concerning at first glance, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that his biological mother was not the emperor's rightful queen, but rather a princess sent from the Heaven Dou Empire for a political marriage. The Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dou Empire were historical adversaries, having engaged in years of warfare. In recent years, the Star Luo Empire had gained the upper hand. However, after prolonged conflict, both nations had suffered tremendous losses. If this continued, even if the Star Luo Empire were to annihilate the Heaven Dou Empire, the spoils would only be a desolate wasteland. Moreover, the Spirit Hall loomed as a formidable threat. Neither nation could afford to continue the war. Yet after so many years of conflict, it would not suffice to simply declare a truce without justification. Thus, the Heaven Dou Empire, under the guise of reconciliation, dispatched a princess to wed the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, temporarily halting hostilities. However, this was merely a transient solution. The long-standing enmity between the two empires could not be quelled by a single marriage. The so-called political alliance provided merely a pretext for a ceasefire. Once both great empires had recuperated, war would inevitably reignite. In such a context, Dai Mubai, who bore the blood of both imperial lineages, found himself in a precarious position. Possessing the royal blood of the Heaven Dou Empire, he was naturally unwelcome in the Star Luo Empire, and any potential claim to the throne was beyond his reach. No one would support a candidate with the blood of a rival nation to ascend the throne. While this might have been bearable, considering he still possessed the royal blood of the Star Luo Empire, it was expected that he would not meet a dire fate at the hands of the emperor. However, everything changed when, at the tender age of 6, he awakened his martial soul and astonishingly manifested dual martial souls, both of which were endowed with innate full soul power. Such a combination of talents would render any ordinary individual a genius, and possessing both made him a prodigy among prodigies. If allowed to mature, his future prospects were indeed boundless. Had he been merely a commoner or an ordinary noble, this might not have been an issue. However, as the second prince of the Star Luo Empire and the son of a Heaven Dou princess, his exceptional abilities rendered him more vulnerable. Countless figures within the Star Luo Empire wished to see him falter, and chief among them were the Empress and her influential family, the Zhu clan. After all, Dai Mubai too was a son of the Star Luo Emperor. The more remarkable he became, the greater the threat he posed to her son's position. Even if the blood of an enemy nation rendered it unlikely for Dai Mubai to inherit the throne, she would endeavor to extinguish even the slightest possibility in its infancy. Thus commenced an assassination plot orchestrated by the Star Luo Empress. The Star Luo Emperor was, of course, aware of this, but for the sake of stability within the empire, he refrained from offending the Empress and her family, even as he turned a blind eye to the assassins sent to pursue the mother and child. At this juncture, one might wonder why the Emperor would allow his son, endowed with dual martial souls and innate full soul power, a child of such exceptional talento, be slain by the Empress. Had he lost his wits? In truth, the Emperor's indifference stemmed from his perception that this son did not hold sufficient value to warrant risking a rift with the Empress. It is crucial to understand that during this era in Douluo, dual martial souls were exceedingly rare. Historical records of dual martial souls were few, but they shared a common fate. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, the two martial souls would clash, leading to catastrophic consequences. Almost all documented cases of dual martial souls ended in tragedy due to the violent conflict between the two. Thus, despite the widespread acknowledgement of dual martial souls as a formidable talent, with the potential for monumental achievements if one could surmount the conflict, the people of Douluo continent at this time could not fully grasp what it meant to succeed in such a venture. Consequently, the protagonist's worth was diminished in the eyes of the Star Luo Emperor. As for the existence of the dual martial soul, Pope Dong, this was yet unknown to the world. To the Star Luo Emperor, even if the protagonist were to miraculously overcome the conflict and cultivate successfully, he would merely become a titled Douluo possessing two martial souls. The probability of failure was far greater, with the risk of perishing from martial soul conflict potentially arising as early as the 30s or 40s of his level. Therefore, for such a son, whose life hung by a thread, to oppose his own consort was deemed untenable by the Emperor. Ironically, had the protagonist been simply endowed with innate full soul power, his value in the Emperor's eyes would have been considerably greater. This would imply that, should he follow a steady path of cultivation, he could likely ascend to the status of a titled Douluo without the peril of dying from martial soul conflict. As for the Empress' relentless pursuit of the protagonist's demise, it was not solely due to the potential heights of his future achievements. Rather, it was the combination of his dual martial souls and innate full soul power that posed a threat to her son's chances of inheriting the throne. Thus, she resolved to eliminate this bastard once and for all. Royal intrigue is a cruel affair. Even the faintest possibility cannot be tolerated. Fortunately, as soon as Dai Mubai awakened his dual martial souls, his mother had foreseen the impending danger. She swiftly summoned several loyal retainers, all at the Soul King level, who had accompanied her from the Heaven Dou Empire, gathering their belongings to flee with her son under the cover of night. Destination: the sea. Once they reached the ocean, all they needed was to find a small island to conceal themselves. The Star Luo Empire would undoubtedly be unable to locate them, for the sea was the realm of sea soul masters. As land soul masters, the Star Luo Empire's influence could not extend into the ocean. Thus, seeking refuge at sea was undoubtedly the safest option. Regrettably, the mother and son were intercepted by assassins along the way. A fierce battle ensued. In the ensuing pursuit, several retainers fell in sacrifice. Ultimately, Dai Mubai's mother gave her life, choosing to perish alongside her enemies to secure a path of escape for her son. Mother. Reflecting on the gentle, nurturing woman, Hemingway clenched his eyes shut in anguish, feeling a surge of pent-up sorrow constricting his chest, rendering him breathless. He was neither a usurper nor a reincarnation. He had truly been reborn, genuinely becoming an infant, lovingly nurtured and protected as Dai Mubai. Though merely a brief span of 6 years, during this time devoid of awakened memories, he was nurtured and cherished as an ordinary child, and this affection is anything but feigned. Even now, with the resurgence of his memories, that bond remains unbroken, firmly rooted deep within his heart. Accompanying is an overwhelming tide of hatred. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Dai Mubai in this world. The 6-year-old boy gazed skyward, as if making a solemn vow, and declared, "Only Hemingway." The flames of hatred blazed fiercely within his heart. Whether it be the Star Luo Empress or the cold-hearted father, he vowed never to spare either. Thus, he relinquished his name for this lifetime, bidding a complete farewell to the past. From this moment on, the Star Luo royal family would be seen as his adversaries' entities that must be utterly eradicated. Chapter 2. The Butterfly Effect. Under the blazing sun, the scorching rays of sunlight poured down upon the beach, even with the salty sea breeze caressing the shore. Having lain unconscious here for an indeterminate length of time, Hemingway felt utterly overwhelmed by the heat. Thus, even though his body remained feeble and weary, the newly awakened Hemingway mustered all his strength to crawl onto the beach, leaving behind 2 long trails in the sand, eventually resting against the trunk of a coconut tree. This tree provided a refuge from the sun's glare, a sanctuary beyond the reach of the waves, perfect for a moment of respite. As he basked in the shade, he exhaled deeply, finally allowing himself to relax. He could not shake off the parched feeling in his throat, wishing for a refreshing drink. Ding! At that moment, accompanied by a melodious chime, the supreme ruler system is initializing. A mechanized voice resonated in Hemingway's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to process the information. Is this a system? After a considerable pause, Hemingway finally grasped the situation. Wasn't this the very system popularized in web novels? Could be real. However, given that he had traversed into the realm of novel, the existence of such an auxiliary system seemed rather plausible. Generating attribute panel. At that moment, a system interface materialized before him. Supreme ruler system. Name: Hemingway. Cultivation: level 10 soul power, innate full soul power. Martial soul. Mermaid, unattached soul, rings a prior note for the impatient. As an emperor with numerous consorts and many offspring, it is impractical for each to inherit the swan martial soul. His mother, despite being a princess of the Tiandou, reasonably did not inherit the swan martial soul. The protagonist's mermaid martial soul is inherited from his mother. Martial soul, white tiger unattached soul rings. Main quest: become the sole true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodlines of 2 great imperial families coursing through you, it is only fitting that you become the world's sovereign. Quest reward: unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? The interface was decidedly simplistic, the attributes appearing woefully meager. Yet, Hemingway's gaze fixated on the final entry, the beginner's gift pack. Undoubtedly, the contents of this pack would prove beneficial to his current predicament. With eager anticipation, he exclaimed, "Open the beginner's gift pack." Ding! Initiating beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 martial soul upgrade card, 1 devil fruit, and 1 gravity adjustment ring. Devil fruit? Hemingway was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the Douluo world? How could his beginner's pack contain something from One Piece? Wait, I am currently at sea, so perhaps the devil fruit is actually more suitable for my present circumstances. He pondered and quickly came to terms with it. As for the gravity adjustment ring, its function was quite self-explanatory. What is the purpose of the martial soul upgrade card? He inquired. Ding! The martial soul upgrade card can assist the host in upgrading the quality of their dual martial souls, with a certain probability of acquiring abilities from characters of other worlds. acquiring abilities from characters of other worlds? Hemingway found this notion somewhat perplexing, yet adhering to the belief that an auxiliary tool would never harm him, he decided to use the Martial Soul Upgrade card. Ding! Using Martial Soul Upgrade card. In the next instant, Hemingway felt his weary body being nourished by a mysterious energy, as if he were immersed in warm water, so comfortable that he nearly succumbed to slumber. In a state of half-consciousness, he underwent a profound transformation. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. When he awoke once more, the moment he opened his eyes, he immediately perceived that the entire world had transformed. The sky was an exquisite shade of blue, and the ocean appeared so gentle. The sea breeze that brushed against him felt as though it could cleanse his very soul. Hemingway noticed that the outlines of the surrounding objects had become more pronounced, and the colors were vibrantly vivid, as if he had previously been nearsighted. Now, with clarity restored, he could finally behold the world's true visage. He gently rose to his feet and felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his previously fatigued body, as if he could effortlessly strike down a bull with a single punch. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. As Hemingway quietly savored his transformation, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing a strand of hair to fall across his forehead, as pure and white as snow. Upon seizing a strand of white hair, he rummaged through his scalp for a moment, only to discover that what was once a short hairstyle had now cascaded down to his waist. Even the golden strands that once adorned his head had transformed into a hue as pale as snow. How do I appear? Hemingway hurriedly approached the water's edge. Gazing through the azure sea and sky at his own reflection in the water, there appeared a 6-year-old child with hair as white as snow, delicate and fair features, and eyes as deep blue as the ocean, exuding an aura of gentle grace. Enchantingly beautiful, if adorned in feminine attire, one would scarcely doubt her identity as a girl. Hemingway was startled. His right hand instinctively reached toward his groin, and upon grasping his little companion, which not only had not vanished but had grown significantly larger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no unfortunate transformation had occurred. Next, he turned his attention to discerning any changes in his martial soul. Aside from the superficial alterations, merfolk martial soul, manifest. Hemingway uttered a low exclamation, then unleashed the mermaid soul inherited from his mother. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy radiated from the small island where he stood, spreading across the vast ocean in all directions. The sea roared and churned, with countless oceanic spirit beasts erupting from the depths, howling towards the heavens. In a frenzy, they surged towards the island, many of them ancient soul beasts over 100,000 years old. At that moment, nearly everyone across the vast sea was stirred, particularly the ocean soul masters. Those whose martial spirits were linked to marine life, be it sea serpents, turtles, fish, or even seabirds, found themselves instinctively bowing to the ground under the weight of this overwhelming presence, as if paying homage to an exalted sovereign. And at the center of it all, the one responsible for this cataclysmic event. Hemingway was startled by the suddenly tumultuous sea before him, acutely sensing that this phenomenon was undoubtedly connected to his soul weapon. As he gazed upon the sea spirit beast charging towards him with unwavering intensity, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Fortunately, with the emergence of his mermaid soul weapon, the subtle turbulence dissipated. All the frenzied sea spirit beast gradually calmed, casting bewildered glances around before retreating into the depths of the water. The once tumultuous ocean returned to its tranquil state. However, the repercussions of the sea spirit beast's upheaval lingered, provoking contemplation among the observant. What could have caused the entire marine populace to revolt? Was there a treasure surfacing, or perhaps the sea god had manifested? Chapter 3. The True Sea God. On a desolate island, Hemingway gazed silently at the upgraded mermaid spirit before him. Before his eyes loomed an immense figure, towering at approximately several dozen meters. The upper half resembled that of a human woman, while the lower half transformed into a colossal pink fishtail. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinarily gigantic mermaid. The reason Hemingway inherited the mermaid spirit from his mother, rather than the swan spirit of the Tiandou royal lineage, lay in the fact that although his mother was a princess of the Dou Empire, she did not inherit the royal swan spirit. Instead, she inherited the mermaid spirit from her mother, who hailed from a lineage of sea spirit masters. Thus, as the son of his mother, it was only natural that his own mermaid spirit was a hereditary gift from her. Initially, his mermaid spirit was of a size akin to that of an ordinary person, and it could never have attained such grandeur as it did now. However, it was evident that the transformation was a consequence of the spirit upgrade card, which had caused this remarkable mutation. Only, Hemingway furrowed his brows as he gazed upon the magnificent mermaid before him. She possessed cascading, ethereal pink locks, elegantly styled into an ancient flying fairy bon. Adorning her head was a hairpiece shaped like a taiyaki, and her earlobes were embellished with shell-shaped earrings. Her eyes, reminiscent of the deep blue sea, sparkled with an unparalleled beauty. Below, her figure boasted an extraordinarily voluptuous upper body, while her lower half was adorned with a fishtail and gradients of pink. The Mermaid Princess, by Xing, he uttered slowly. The Mermaid Princess, by Xing, is a pivotal character from the anime One Piece, a princess of the merfolk and the legendary sea deity Poseidon, endowed with the power to command all sea kings. Now, after the evolution of Hemingway's mermaid spirit, it had assumed the likeness of the Mermaid Princess, by Xing. At last, he comprehended the system's indication of a certain probability of acquiring abilities from characters of other realms. Upon the transformation of his spirit into that of the Mermaid Princess, by Xing, her powers had adapted to this world, shifting from commanding sea kings to governing all entities connected to the ocean. The recent turmoil among the sea spirit beasts had been triggered by his initial summoning of the spirit, during which Poseidon made his first earthly appearance, emanating a unique resonance that led all sea spirit beasts to mistakenly believe that the sea god had descended. Such an occurrence would not repeat in future summons. Truly, the spirit enhancement card provided by the system proved to be formidable. He marveled at the colossal mermaid spirit before him, acknowledging that even without considering its ability to command sea spirit beasts, the sheer size of the current spirit was incomparably stronger than its predecessor, towering at dozens of meters. One could only imagine the destructive potential it possessed. What form had the other spirit taken? Hemingway pondered for a moment, and with a mere flicker of thought, the colossal mermaid spirit transformed into a radiant beam of light, vanishing from sight. In its place emerged an imposing figure. A thunderous roar, fierce and ferocious, suddenly reverberated throughout the surrounding waters. A gigantic white tiger, adorned with magnificent wings, tilted its head to the sky and roared. The tiger's fur was a pristine white, intricately patterned with deep black stripes, and its eyes gleamed a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of inexplicable darkness and foreboding. The creature's form had grown immensely, now boasting an additional pair of wings. Hemingway gazed upon the regal white tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. For the evolved white tiger was undeniably superior to its former self in every conceivable manner. Most notably, the addition of wings signified a remarkable evolution, enabling flight, a truly extraordinary advancement for the king of land beasts. Ah, but let me inspect its attributes. He smacked his forehead, silently summoning the attribute panel. Supreme Sovereign System Name, Hemingway Cultivation Level, Level 10, Innate Full Soul Power. Spirit, Mermaid Princess, Soul Rings Not Yet Attached. Spirit, Netherworld White Tiger, Soul Rings Not Yet Attached. Main Quest, Become the sole true king of the Douluo world. As one who bears the bloodlines of 2 imperial dynasties, it is your destiny to reign as the world's sovereign. Quest Reward, Unlock the function to traverse worlds. The transformation of the mermaid spirit into the mermaid princess and the white tiger spirit into the netherworld white tiger evidently indicated an increase in strength. Yet, Hemingway pondered where exactly this newfound power lay. He gazed at the simplistic attributes on the panel, murmuring to himself, a swell of anticipation stirring within him. Particularly intriguing was the mermaid spirit's ability to command sea creatures. He wondered just how far this power could extend. Could he directly summon marine beings for sacrificial offerings? Perhaps it was time to put this to the test. The waves lapped continuously against the shore, and the briny sea breeze wafted by, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. Perhaps it was the influence of the mermaid spirit, but he found that the closer he drew to the ocean, the more invigorated he felt, as though the sea were his true home. Hemingway walked barefoot along the shoreline, continuing forward until the waves lapped over his ankles, at which point he paused. Gently closing his eyes, he felt the evolution of his mermaid spirit into that of a sea princess, endowing him with numerous abilities. Among these was a remarkable sense of the ocean. Upon contact with the seawater, he could perceive the happenings within a certain radius of the sea. In that moment, his sensations were extraordinary, as if he stood in the perspective of a deity. He could view the underwater realm in a complete 360-degree panorama, the scope of which was immense, instantly covering a 1,000-mile expanse of ocean. It was utterly awe-inspiring. Yet, this was to be expected, for his spirit was indeed the sovereign of the sea. Possessing such formidable sensitivity to the ocean was hardly surprising. Soon, within the vast expanse of 1,000 miles of water, Hemingway sensed the presence of numerous spirit beasts, and based on the radiant aura of soul power emanating from them, he discerned that most of these creatures were of a decade, century, or millennium in age, with those of 10 millennia being exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, at this stage in his journey, the soul rings of a century or millennium would suffice. Even if there were spirit beasts of 10 millennia, his current strength may not be sufficient to command them. As for this particular spirit beast, Hemingway set his sights on a millennia-old shark, promptly issuing a command to it. Instantly, the shark obediently swam to the shore, becoming stranded upon the sands. Hemingway gazed at the formidable shark, its eyes filled with resistance yet compelled to obey, and for the first time, he felt the terrifying power of his martial soul. It was an absolute dominion over all marine life. Could she be the goddess of the sea? With a low command, his martial soul manifested. Behind Hemingway, the grand form of the mermaid princess emerged. Towering at several meters high, the mermaid princess raised a slender, immense jade hand and gently brought it down. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the stranded shark on the beach offered no resistance whatsoever and was flattened into a mere paste by the colossal jade hand. A violet thousand-year spirit ring slowly ascended. The mermaid princess, the sovereign of the ocean, commanded that all marine creatures must heed her call. However, while the body may comply, the spirit remained unyielding. Thus, compelling the soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself was an unattainable feat otherwise. Hemingway's first spirit ring would not have been 1,000 years. It would have commenced at 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Come. With a beckoning of his soul power, the violet spirit ring soared toward him, merging with the body of the mermaid princess. Instantly, Hemingway felt a surge of power coursing through him, and under the nurturing of this force, his physique began to rapidly strengthen. Hemingway was not unaware that the optimal first soul ring for a soul master is a yellow soul ring of several hundred years. However, ever since he utilized the soul weapon upgrade card to enhance his martial soul, despite no increase in soul power, the augmentation provided by the two martial souls to his physique was nothing short of extraordinary. It is well understood that the primary reason a soul master absorbs soul rings is that their body and spirit must be resilient enough to withstand the pressure. As long as one can endure, even a 10,000-year soul ring for the first ring poses no issue whatsoever. This is precisely why Hemingway dared to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as his first. The outcome affirmed his conviction. The process of absorbing the soul ring was remarkably smooth, and Hemingway felt that he could withstand even a soul ring 1,000 or 2,000 years higher. From this, he initially estimated that his current physique was equivalent to that of a soul master at levels 30 to 40. However, the true strength of a soul master lies primarily in the myriad of unique soul skills, making the strength of the physique secondary. Thus, it does not imply that he is now capable of matching a soul master of levels 30 to 40. Now, let us see what soul skills I have acquired. Hemingway closed his eyes, sensing in silence. Then, as if by instinct, he understood the nature of the soul skill he had acquired after merging with his soul ring. It was astonishing. He suddenly opened his eyes and extended his right hand, exclaiming with authority. Instantly, a layer of golden light surged forth, enveloping his entire arm, transforming it into a golden appendage. Undoubtedly, this was the haki from the world of One Piece. Haki is a unique ability in the One Piece universe, categorized into three types: observation haki, armament haki, and the exceedingly rare conqueror's haki. In Chapter 4, titled The Considerate System, after obtaining his first soul ring, Hemingway immediately awakened two forms of haki from the three types, namely armament haki and observation haki. At present, he was wielding armament haki. The essence of this power is akin to enveloping the body in a layer of armor, rendering it impervious. It can also be transformed into offensive strength, producing various effects. Observation haki functions similarly to radar or the spiritual awareness depicted in cultivation novels, allowing him to perceive everything within a certain range with utmost clarity, including sensing the emotions of others. Some who have mastered observation haki to its pinnacle can even hear the thoughts of others, listen to the voices of all things, or foresee the future. As for the final form, conqueror's haki, it embodies the might of a powerful ruler, but with even greater dominance. Once unleashed, it can instill fear in all beings, eradicating any thoughts of resistance. It is an essential ability for clearing minions and showcasing the majesty of a king. Hence, it is aptly named conqueror's haki. However, regrettably, for reasons unknown, Hemingway had not awakened conqueror's haki. Perhaps he lacked the innate regal spirit within his heart. Thus, he had only awakened armament and observation haki, leaving him uncertain if he would ever have the chance to awaken Conqueror's haki in the future. Having initially acquired the first soul ring, Hemingway directly awakened 2 forms of haki, which can be regarded as his soul skills. Naturally, with gains come losses. The mermaid princess soul has its advantages, yet it also bears disadvantages. Specifically, the additional soul rings cannot grant him a plethora of soul skills, meaning that no matter which soul rings he acquires in the future, his mermaid princess soul will not gain any new soul skills. At most, it will only enhance the 2 forms of haki he possesses. Consequently, the role of soul rings, apart from allowing him to level up, augmenting his physical and mental prowess and increasing the potency of his haki, will no longer provide him with any additional soul skills. These insights naturally came to Hemingway after careful contemplation. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment regarding this, given the allure of those fantastical soul skills, he recognized that one must not be overly greedy. In his view, the mere mastery of armament and observation haki, if wielded skillfully, would suffice for him to navigate the Douluo world with confidence. Moreover, he possessed another soul, the White Tiger. Beyond haki, the One Piece world is replete with myriad combat techniques that he should also be able to mimic and execute. For instance, the renowned Marine 6 styles, which, with his current physicality and diligent practice, he would soon master with ease. In summary, he would not lack for offensive capabilities. In the time to come, he decided to acclimate to the changes in his soul on this small island, while also training in the Marine 6 styles. Once he attained a level of self-defense and gathered sufficient resources to navigate the seas, he would begin recruiting allies and establishing his own faction. Hemingway pondered silently, feeling that before he became the sole true king of the Douluo continent, he should first start by becoming the king of the sea. I am destined to become the Sea King. System overview. Name, Hemingway level. Level 15 Soul Master Soul. Mermaid Princess, Purple. Soul, Ethereal White Tiger. Unattached Soul Ring. Main quest. Become the only true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodline of 2 imperial monarchs, you are destined to dominate the world. Quest reward. Unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Level 15 is commendable. Hemingway nodded at his level, realizing that absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring could propel him up 5 levels, which was quite remarkable. Next came another reward. Hemingway silently murmured, System. Claim the Devil Fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, the Paw Fruit, from the world of One Piece. As the system's notification echoed, a fruit materialized from the void, gently descending. Hemingway instinctively reached out to take the oddly shaped fruit before him, reflecting on the information regarding it from the original text. The superhuman-type Devil Fruit, the Paw Fruit. This remarkable devil fruit made an appearance in One Piece, allowing its user to manifest paw-like pads in their palms, enabling them to repel anything, solids, liquids, gases, damage, heat, slashes, shockwaves, and more. Even intangible concepts like fatigue and pain could be cast away. When fully developed, this ability would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. However, despite the advantages of the Devil Fruit, Hemingway furrowed his brow at its significant drawbacks, its fear of seawater and sea prism stone, especially since he found himself adrift at sea. Furthermore, with the soul of arms capable of commanding sea beasts, he would inevitably have to engage with the ocean. How could he allow such a grave flaw to linger? Ding. A gentle reminder, this fruit has no side effects. It is a system-optimized version. After consumption, there is no fear of seawater. Please use it with confidence. The mechanical prompt resonated in Hemingway's ears like a celestial melody. It was only then that he began to scrutinize the devil fruit in his hand, noticing the unique patterns and a luminous aura emanating from both ends. It even exuded a tantalizing fruity fragrance. Optimized? Could it be true? This golden opportunity was remarkably considerate. Glancing at the system's notification, Hemingway hesitated for a moment before ultimately taking a bite of the fragrant devil fruit. In this world, who else could he trust if not the system? Upon taking a mouthful, Hemingway discovered that not only had the fruit's fear of seawater vanished, but the reportedly foul taste had transformed into that of a common fruit, reminiscent of watermelon. In no time, he devoured the entire devil fruit. An extraordinary sensation enveloped his being. Hemingway involuntarily closed his eyes, silently savoring the transcendent sensation akin to the elevation of the soul. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, scrutinizing his unchanged hands. With a flicker of thought, he observed the palms of his hands swell abruptly, transforming into something reminiscent of a cat's paw pads. Though the meatball fruit belongs to the Paramecia class, its power is anything but simple. In truth, no devil fruit is devoid of complexity, When developed to its utmost potential, it may indeed possess the ability to repel all. He gazed at his palms, unable to restrain a murmured reflection. In the original narrative, the fruit's ability could dispel concepts such as fatigue and suffering. How could such a power be trivial? If it can repel the notions of fatigue and suffering, might it also dispel other concepts? If one could dismiss the concept of aging, would humanity not attain eternal youth and immortality? Should the concept of death be repelled, could one not be resurrected? If the essence of life were to be discarded, would that individual cease to exist? If the 7 emotions and 6 desires could be expelled, would one devoid of these sentiments become a mere puppet, stripped of desire? If one could extract love from one person and transplant it to another, would that individual not fall in love anew? In this world where every individual possesses a martial spirit, is it conceivable to extract another's martial spirit and graft it onto someone else? To create dual martial spirits, triple martial spirits, or even in martial spirits? Upon deep contemplation, Hemingway realized that if the enhanced version of this system's meatball fruit could truly achieve such capabilities, it would be utterly invincible. Chapter 5. The Essence of Fitness. The 6 styles of the Navy refer to 6 techniques: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale kick, and finger gun. These techniques are a form of physical skill in the anime One Piece, designed to transcend the limits of human physicality. Their power is immense. Mastering them grants even those endowed with devil fruit abilities the capability to engage in combat. To wield the 6 styles of the Navy, one must undoubtedly possess a formidable physique. After experiencing an upgrade in his martial spirit, Hemingway's physique has been terrifyingly enhanced in terms of physicality alone. He now stands at least at the level of a 30-ranked soul master. It is precisely for this reason that he was able to absorb a millennium-old soul ring as his first. Initially, he believed that, given his current physical strength, learning the 6 styles would be a straightforward endeavor. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh lesson. In practice, he discovered that he was utterly incapable of executing the 6 styles, for his soul master level constitution still fell short of the requisite standards to employ them. What could he do? The only course was to train vigorously and enhance his physical form. Fortunately, among the 3 items awarded in his novice gift pack, the last one proved exceedingly beneficial for his current predicament: the gravity adjustment bracelet. This bracelet was nothing short of a miraculous tool for physical training. As Hemingway gazed at the silver bracelet adorning his arm, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. The bracelet, crafted from a metallic silver material, appeared to be an ordinary accessory at first glance. However, it was intricately inscribed with peculiar runes and possessed the ability to automatically adjust its size. Once he slipped it onto his wrist, the bracelet, initially suited for an adult, instantly resized to fit him perfectly. Simultaneously, a stream of information surged into his mind, revealing the bracelet's purpose and functionality. The gravity adjustment bracelet allows its wearer to modulate the gravitational force of the planet they are on, with no upper limit to this adjustment. How formidable! The alteration of gravity by this bracelet is far more complex than mere weight training. Conventional weight training targets only specific parts of the body and inevitably leaves certain areas unaddressed. However, this gravity bracelet is truly exceptional. It fundamentally alters the gravitational force experienced by the wearer, effectively increasing the weight of every cell in their body without exception. Regular weight training may strengthen muscles and bones, but how can it achieve such comprehensive enhancement? Perhaps it would be prudent to start by testing it at double gravity. Hemingway contemplated as he stroked the metallic gravity bracelet on his right hand, cautiously issuing the command for double gravity. Instantly, the bracelet, having received the command, dutifully executed its function. Silently, whoosh, Hemingway suddenly exhaled deeply, his body bending slightly at the waist, drenched in perspiration. He began to breathe laboriously, feeling an indescribable heaviness compressing him from all sides, an overwhelming sensation enveloping his entire being. Indeed, it was terrifying. He struggled to support himself, realizing that even standing upright was a tremendous ordeal, and breathing became an arduous task. Adjusting to gravity differs significantly from conventional weight training. The latter merely involves external pressure that primarily strengthens bones and muscles. In contrast, gravity exerts its influence throughout the entire body, encompassing internal organs and even the tiniest muscles, making the burden on the body immensely daunting. Under the weight of double gravity, Hemingway gasped for breath, finding that merely maintaining his stance was already a formidable exercise. After some time, he gradually acclimated to the oppressive force and began to take cautious steps forward. However, not long into his endeavor, he halted, panting heavily. After a brief respite, He resumed his journey, alternating between walking and pausing. During this period, he refrained from utilizing his spiritual energy to enhance his physical capabilities, as this was a training regimen, not a battle. Employing spiritual energy would have been a shortcut, offering no benefits to his conditioning. After an entire day, Hemingway managed to encircle the small island. Upon completing the task, he sensed that his body had reached its limits and, with a thought, he released the double gravity. Instantly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Freed from the oppressive force, he felt as though he might float away, his entire being light as a feather, as if a gentle breeze could lift him skyward. Of course, he understood that this was merely an illusion, a fleeting sensation resulting from his body having adapted to the double gravity, now suddenly relieved of its weight. Hemingway swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, adopting a meditative pose. He silently channeled the spiritual energy within him, allowing it to circulate throughout his body, easing his muscles and invigorating his vitality. It is well known that after physical exertion, the human body secretes a significant amount of lactic acid, leading to discomfort and soreness. If he did not promptly guide this spiritual energy to soothe and invigorate his blood flow, he would undoubtedly awaken in the morning, unable to move due to the pain. After a period of meditation, during which he directed the flow of his spiritual energy, Hemingway exhaled deeply and opened his azure eyes, sensing a slight alleviation of his fatigue. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of hunger surged through him. Grumble Hemingway gently rubbed his stomach, aware that he needed to replenish his nourishment. With great effort, he rose to his feet, his legs feeling somewhat unsteady as he strolled towards the woods at the center of the small island. There lay the provisions he had meticulously prepared along with his humble abode. A cluster of towering trees stood in close proximity, where Hemingway had constructed a rudimentary wooden shelter using branches and vines. Adjacent to the shelter, some air-dried, smoked fish hung from a tree. In front of the cabin, a clearing bore the remnants of the bonfire from the previous night. Hemingway swayed into the clearing, casually plucking a piece of fish flesh and sinking his teeth into it. The fish, lightly smoked, was palatable enough. On this desolate island, it was a rare delicacy. After finishing one piece, he took several more, finally satiating his hunger. Once his belly was filled, Hemingway settled onto a makeshift, rudimentary stool, exhaling deeply. He felt the pervasive fatigue enveloping him and could not help but let out a wry smile, shaking his head as he murmured to himself, "While the effects of gravitational training are indeed beneficial, my current physical condition renders me incapable of engaging in prolonged exercise. I must wait until my body recovers to a certain extent before resuming training. Otherwise, I risk damaging my health." Exercise is not merely about relentless persistence. Moderation is key. The process of training is one of breaking down the body and then allowing it to heal. It is through this cycle of destruction and recovery that one becomes stronger. However, excessive training without sufficient recovery can lead to serious internal injuries over time. The most crucial aspect of exercising is to maintain a balance of relaxation. The body requires time to recuperate, and endless training is tantamount to courting death. Such reckless exertion could render one's physique utterly wasted. Moreover, it is essential to ensure adequate nutrition during training. As the ancient saying goes, knowledge enriches the mind, while strength adorns the body. The body's self-repair after exercise demands a significant amount of nutrients. It is impossible to develop a muscular physique solely by subsisting on plain bread and pickles. Without ample nutrition, no matter how diligently one trains, the achievements will remain limited, potentially leading to severe bodily issues due to excessive depletion of nutrients. Chapter 6. The Marvelous Uses of the Fleshball Fruit. Given my current predicament, even with spiritual energy aiding in the recovery of my bones and muscles, it will take at least 3 days for my body to heal from the damage incurred through training. Hemingway attentively assessed his physical state, frowning as he murmured, "Cursed fate. Were I not stranded here, I would not need to fret about my recovery." If Hemingway were still the pampered second prince of the Star Luo Empire, he could easily summon healing soul masters to mend his training injuries or have royal physicians concoct a medicinal bath from rare herbs. Immersing himself in such a remedy would not only dispel fatigue, but also bolster his physique and enhance his potential. There would be no need to endure the miserable wait for self-recovery. Not only would this squander 3 precious days, but it would also leave him vulnerable to hidden injuries from prolonged training. For him, time was the most precious commodity. If he had to rest for a period after each training session, how much time would be wasted? At this rate, when would he ever become powerful enough to seek vengeance? What to do? Was there a way to expedite my recovery? Hemingway furrowed his brow in contemplation. Sensing that a solution eluded him, one he had subconsciously overlooked. What could it possibly be? As he pondered, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Of course, the fleshball fruit. Hemingway finally realized that the meatball fruit provided in the novice package could be immensely beneficial to his current situation. In the original work, the user of the meatball fruit possesses the ability to expel the concepts of fatigue and pain from a person's body. Does this not perfectly align with his present circumstances? The only question that remained was whether he, having only just begun to consume the devil fruit, could indeed expel such abstract notions of exhaustion and suffering. With this uncertainty in mind, Hemingway extended one of his palms and silently began to harness the powers of the meatball fruit. Gradually, his right hand began to swell, forming something resembling a cat's paw pad, which appeared not only non-threatening, but also somewhat endearing. When Hemingway truly commenced utilizing the ability of the meatball fruit, he was instantaneously struck by the sensation that the entire world had transformed before his eyes. It was indescribable. He perceived the world around him as if it had morphed into swirling clouds of vibrant gases. These gases, rich in color, intertwined, mingled, and coalesced to create this kaleidoscopic realm. It was profoundly intricate. It was overwhelmingly complex. Hemingway cast a fleeting glance, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him, rendering the meaning of those colors utterly incomprehensible. He recognized that these hues transcended his current understanding. Perhaps these colors were, in fact, a manifestation of concepts within the realm of his imagination. Hemingway withdrew his gaze, lowering his head to examine his own form, discovering that he too was composed of countless vibrant streams of gas, which seemed to represent a myriad of concepts. Yet, amidst this plethora of ideas, where lay the concept of fatigue? No sooner had this inquiry surfaced in his mind than a profound and mystical realization surged within him. This peculiar insight guided his attention to a faintly red stream of gas within his being. Intuition whispered that this gas embodied the weariness residing within him at that moment. Gently extending his padded palm, he pressed lightly against his chest. A soft pop echoed, reminiscent of a bubble bursting. The delicate red gas, nudged by his hand, was instantaneously expelled from his body. As this embodiment of fatigue detached itself, Hemingway felt an indescribable lightness envelop him, akin to shedding an immense burden. All discomfort dissipated, following the stream of exhaustion as it exited his being. A bubble, roughly the size of a fist, floated in the palm of his hand, filled with that peculiar faintly red gas, exuding an oddly whimsical aura. This bubble contained the very essence of fatigue that had been expelled from his body. At that moment, Hemingway experienced an unprecedented vitality. With the release of the weariness, the injuries inflicted upon him by gravity's strain swiftly mended. He could not fathom the underlying principles at play. Only that with the ejection of the fatigue concept, the consequences of his bodily harm also naturally vanished. He realized he must transmit this essence of fatigue to another creature. Otherwise, it might return to his own body. Contemplating the fatigue-laden concept cradled in his palm, Hemingway rose to his feet, invigorated and devoid of the previous sense of emptiness. He strode towards the shore. Upon reaching the beach, he stepped into the water, and as his ankle met the sea, the ocean's sensing ability awakened. Instantly, the surrounding waters for miles resonated within his perception, leading him to select a sea spirit beast, activating his summoning abilities. Moments later, a fish fin abruptly broke the surface, followed by the emergence of a great shark, propelling itself toward him with vigor, ultimately beaching itself upon the sand. This was a century-old shark spirit beast, its mouth brimming with formidable fangs and its gaze fierce and menacing. Yet, due to the influence of the Siren Princess's martial spirit, it had no choice but to obediently remain stranded upon the shore. Hemingway approached the shark, cradling a soft pink gas in his palm, and gently pressed it into the creature's body. In an instant, the concept of fatigue merged with the shark. The beast's entire form stiffened abruptly, even its tail arching upwards. After a moment of rigidity, it collapsed into a lifeless heap. The shark lay languidly on the shore, its once ferocious gaze now replaced by an expression of utter exhaustion, as if it had endured a brutal and inhumane escape. Hemingway nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, as long as the concept of the emerging entity is infused into other beings, this notion shall not revert to oneself. Otherwise, should one relinquish control, it will inevitably return. Let us depart. He gestured towards the century-old shark spirit, commanding it to leave this place. Then he turned away, walking off without a backward glance, truly reminiscent of a callous scoundrel who discards what he has used. At this moment, the sky began to darken gradually. Hemingway returned to his humble wooden cabin, igniting a fire with the primitive method of friction. He then settled beside the flickering flames, closing his eyes to embark upon a journey of meditation. This practice, though deeply invigorating, cannot substitute for sleep. Thus, after approximately 2 hours in this contemplative state, Hemingway gradually emerged from his meditation. He then rose to stretch his limbs before retreating into the cabin to seek rest. The small wooden structure was exceedingly basic, with drafts penetrating from all sides, offering scant protection against the rain that fell from the sky. As for the so-called bed, it consisted merely of a few wooden slats tied to the trunks surrounding the cabin and entwined with vines. A layer of dry grass and withered leaves completed this rudimentary sleeping arrangement, given the desolate conditions of the deserted island. Having such a place to rest was indeed a stroke of fortune. Hemingway dismissed the matter with indifference, collapsing onto the bed. His cerulean eyes slowly fluttered shut, and his entire being began to unwind. A wave of weariness washed over him, not of the body, but of the spirit. After days of tumultuous upheaval, he felt the awakening of memories from a past life. Despite any outward appearances, his mind was profoundly fatigued. In the realm of dreams, he sought to think of nothing, allowing his thoughts to dissipate. Undoubtedly, this was a most restorative practice. Chapter 7. The Deserted Island. 6 years of grueling training. The following day, as the sun rises gently over the sea, a beam of light penetrates the crevices of the wooden cabin, casting its glow upon Hemingway's eyelids. This tender illumination causes his eyelids to flutter momentarily before he gradually opens his eyes, which are as blue as the ocean, deep and beautiful, imbued with a hazy ripple reminiscent of water. Slowly, he rises from the humble wooden bed, stretching his arms upwards, accompanied by the crackling sound of his bones. As the energy within him begins to circulate throughout his body, after a leisurely stretch, his body, having slumbered through the night, is reawakened. He proceeds to freshen up and then enjoy a meal. Hemingway strolled towards the shoreline, where golden sands met the ceaseless waves shimmering under the sun. The rising sun, though not overly scorching, cast a blinding light that compelled him to squint momentarily until his eyes adjusted to the brilliance. Step by step, he ambled across the beach, gradually wading into deeper waters until he was entirely submerged. With the mermaid spirit within him, Hemingway seemed to embody the essence of a marine creature. Especially after his spirit evolved into that of a mermaid princess, he could effortlessly transform and breathe freely underwater, drawing in the oxygen that the sea harbored. Even without invoking his spirit, he could hold his breath for an extended period, swimming with an innate grace that required no instruction, though it never quite matched the freedom of his mermaid form. Having sweated profusely during his workout the previous night, he had not found the time to bathe. Now, he reveled in the refreshing embrace of the ocean, shedding his garments. As he scrubbed his body amidst the vibrant, darting fish that regarded him with indifference, he felt a sense of liberation. After a while, the naked Hemingway made his way back to the shore, carrying his freshly rinsed clothes. He gazed at the fabric, silently channeling the power of the meatball fruit, and with a gentle clap of his hands upon the garments, all the grime and seawater were expelled in a burst, transforming into a bubble. Hemingway casually discarded the bubble, which burst uncontrollably, spilling its filth and seawater across the ground. This object was different from a concept. It required no vessel. Once thrown away, it was simply gone. He gazed at the now dry and pristine childesque garment in his hands, his expression complex. This piece of clothing had been meticulously sewn by his mother, holding special significance for him, making it difficult to part with. Thus, he carefully folded it and placed it within the soul guide ring he held, preserving it as a memento. Naked, he wandered the desolate island, initially plucking some soft grasses and vines. He then wove these materials together, ultimately fashioning a rudimentary grass skirt to provide a semblance of modesty. Adorned in this self-made garment, Hemingway appeared as a primitive man from ancient times. As the second prince of the Starry Empire and the son of a princess from the Heavenly Empire, Hemingway was certainly not lacking in storage rings. His storage space overflowed with gold coins, an array of books chronicling strange tales, and the cultivation of soul masters, alongside a few articles of everyday clothing, definitely not indicative of poverty. However, the predicament lay in his current isolation on the deserted island, where those gold coins held no utility. And while the books could offer some distraction, he found little purpose in the spare clothing. Who would he wear them for on this deserted island? More importantly, during the process of exertion, clothing tended to wear out swiftly. With his body growing, the garments would eventually become ill-fitting. Thus, he concluded that foregoing clothing in favor of a grass skirt for modesty sufficed. These insights were gleaned from survival shows of his previous life, and he had to admit that this knowledge was indeed practical, allowing him to navigate his existence on the island with greater ease. He returned to the cabin nearby. Hemingway grasped the air-dried and smoked fish, devouring it with unrestrained fervor. This was no ordinary fish. It was the flesh of the soul beast, imbued with profound spiritual energy. Consuming it offered remarkable advantages over mundane meat, effectively replenishing the energy expended during physical exertion. After enjoying his breakfast, Hemingway, as he had done the previous day, activated his gravity bracelet, subjecting himself to double the gravitational force. Instantly, akin to the day before, an indescribable heaviness enveloped his entire being. Hemingway took a moment to attune himself, discovering that his body's capacity to endure one gravity had improved slightly compared to the previous day. Though the progress was minimal, it was indeed a step forward. The notion of fatigue had evidently dissipated, leaving the efficacy of physical exertion unaffected. After acclimating to the shift in gravity, Hemingway commenced his walk. Under the influence of one gravity, even the simple act of walking proved to be exceedingly arduous. The training effects of the gravity wristbands were astonishing. Every fiber of his being, every cell, was subjected to an overwhelming pressure due to the alteration in gravitational force. In such a state, even standing still was a formidable exercise. He merely needed to continually adapt to the gravity while ensuring a sufficient intake of nutrients, and his body would naturally grow stronger. After laboriously circumnavigating the small island, he realized that it was now midday. Today's efficiency had significantly surpassed that of yesterday, not due to a newfound strength, but rather because the previous day had been his first encounter, leaving him less accustomed and thus slower. It was time to eat. Hemingway felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at him, as if the weight of gravity had been halved. A familiar sensation of buoyancy enveloped him once more. He stepped into the ocean, relinquishing his connection to the vast sea. Drawing upon the dominion of the mermaid princess spirit over the oceanic soul beasts, a short while later, several tuna soul beasts, aged around a decade, swam to the island as shore and obediently beached themselves upon the sand. Hemingway stepped forward and effortlessly dispatched the tuna with a few swift strikes. Ethereal white soul rings ascended into the air. He dragged the fish onto the shore, retrieved a small knife from his storage ring, and commenced the task of gutting the tuna, discarding the heads and entrails, before savoring the raw flesh with fervor. The flavor of the tuna was exquisite, and consuming it raw proved to be a delightful experience. Indeed, cooking it would have diminished its taste and nutritional value. After feasting to his heart's content, he hung the remaining tuna meat from a tree to preserve it. Taking a moment to rest and allow his digestion, he expelled the fatigue from his body, restoring himself to a state of complete vitality. Subsequently, he activated a gravity enhancement and began to stroll around the island. Thus, time passed quietly. Hemingway's daily routine involved embarking on a gravity-defying stroll around the island to invigorate his body. As night descended, he would engage in meditation to cultivate his spiritual essence, and upon completing his practice, he would surrender to slumber until dawn broke. Gradually, Hemingway acclimated to the force of one gravity, evolving from walking to a gentle jog, and eventually to a swift sprint. It was only after fully adapting to the single gravity that he began to challenge himself with twice the gravitational force, then thrice the gravity, and subsequently fourfold. 6 years later, at the tender age of 12, Hemingway had already learned to navigate the perils of quintuple gravity with remarkable ease. His physique having strengthened immeasurably over the past 6 years, his practice with the 6th Navy technique had begun to yield results, rendering him more than capable in combat. Presently, he possessed a soul power level of 39, a testament to his prodigious talent, which could only be described as nothing short of terrifying following the enhancement from a soul upgrade card, despite primarily focusing on physical training. With only 2 hours of soul power cultivation each night, he had ascended to the rank of 39 Soul Master in a mere 6 years. He was tantalizingly close to breaking through to the 40th level, at which point, upon absorbing a soul ring, he would officially become a Soul Sect Master. This rapid advancement in soul power was intricately linked to his rigorous physical training. His well-honed body craved energy, thus rendering his cultivation efforts far more efficient than usual, effectively compensating for the brevity of his training sessions. Chapter 8. The arrival of uninvited guests. On this day, a band of uninvited guests descended upon the desolate island. A vessel, approximately 20 to 30 meters in length, sought to replenish its freshwater supplies, anchoring itself upon the sandy shores of the isle. At the top of the ship, a skull flag fluttered ominously, a clear emblem of piracy. It was evident that these intruders were pirates. The ship was crewed by roughly 10 individuals, all middle-aged men, many bearing the marks of past battles. Some were missing an eye, while others had lost limbs. Only a scarce few were unscathed. "Captain, there are signs of life on this island," exclaimed a scruffy middle-aged man, pointing at the footprints in the sand. "How could there be anyone on this forsaken isle? Perhaps survivors of a shipwreck washed ashore." "Let us investigate. There may be spoils to claim," replied the pirate captain. A fearsome figure with one eye clouded over and a hook replacing his left hand. "You lot stay here and guard the ship. We'll take a look," he commanded, leading a few of his men down the gangway. The pirates followed the footprints, which circled the small island, and soon they encountered their quarry. Before them stood a figure, seemingly youthful, perhaps in his teens, with a cascade of white hair flowing down his back, glistening under the sun's rays. He moved slowly, each step exuding an air of calm and steadiness. The pirates beheld the sight of a man with a bronzed, bare torso, clad only in a grass skirt, akin to a wild savage. Instinctively, they held their breath. The mere sight of his broad back instilled a sense of unease, as if provoking this man might unleash untold horrors. Suddenly, the figure seemed to sense their presence. He halted, turning slowly to reveal an impeccably sculpted physique, muscles harmoniously defined against his sun-kissed skin, embodying both strength and beauty. Above this masculine form was a face of striking handsomeness, sharp features, a high nose, and thin lips, rendering a visage that could easily captivate or intimidate. "Who goes there?" he inquired, his voice a low, gravelly timbre, as if he had not spoken in ages. Startled, the pirates recoiled as the robust figure, once a good distance away, appeared before them in the blink of an eye, his sapphire-like eyes piercing through them. The captain, weighing his words carefully, felt a profound sense of danger emanating from this extraordinarily handsome man. Despite being a soul master himself, the very essence of his soul weapon screamed warnings of the peril he faced. "Are you pirates?" the man asked, scrutinizing their distinct features, his brow furrowing slightly. "And no, we are not," stammered the pirate captain, a chill creeping over him. It felt as though he was facing a ferocious beast rather than a mere human. The thought of admitting their true identity filled him with dread, as if such a confession would seal their fates. "We are merely a passing merchant ship, here to replenish our freshwater supplies," he managed to utter, glancing nervously at his crew. "Right? Why, yes, indeed. We are merchants," echoed his men, sensing the urgency in their captain-esque demeanor. Such was the instinct for self-preservation that had allowed these pirates to survive thus far, navigating the treacherous waters of life with keen awareness and the ability to avoid calamity. It was evident that without such instincts, many would have perished long ago. Hemingway gazed quietly at the pirates before him, whose unsavory nature was evident at first glance. With his observation hockey, he had sensed their presence long before they set foot on the island. Their demeanor, which had initially radiated malice, was now reduced to palpable fear. Through the acuity of his hockey, he discerned that these pirates were indeed soul masters, albeit of rather limited prowess. The aura of their soul power revealed that, aside from the leader, a level 22 Great Soul Master, the rest were merely level 11 or 12 Soul Masters. Pathetically weak, indeed. However, this fortuitous encounter aligned perfectly with his recent intention to construct a ship for his maritime ventures. A ready-made vessel had now presented itself, sparing him considerable effort. A pirate ship, adorned with a skull flag, drifted languidly across the ocean's vast expanse. A figure stood at the bow, gazing into the boundless horizon. His gaze was profound, seemingly harboring countless untold tales. Coupled with his tall, erect stature and strikingly handsome features, his mere appearance was enough to send uninformed maidens into fits of ecstatic screams. This individual could be none other than our protagonist, Hemingway. At this moment, Hemingway had donned a set of garments generously provided by the ship's crew, an attire he had never previously worn. Although these clothes could hardly be deemed extravagant or aesthetically pleasing, they were a significant improvement over the primitive grass skirt he had once worn on the deserted island. As for the garments stored in his ring after 6 years, they had become far too small for his now grown frame. His hair, a cascade of white, flowed down his back, reaching his waist. Tall and slender, despite being merely 12 years of age, he stood at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. Others would be utterly astonished to learn that the seemingly mature Hemingway, who appeared to be at least 17 or 18, was in truth only 12. Yet, this was not particularly surprising. One could argue that he was not an exception. In this world of martial souls, it is common for spirit masters to exhibit signs of precociousness. Due to the influence of their martial souls and the enhancements gained from each spirit ring, their physical development tends to be atypical, resulting in a notably accelerated growth. Hemingway is relatively normal in stature. Some youths barely in their teens tower over 2 meters tall, making his height seem rather unremarkable in comparison. In this world, a soul master's age cannot be discerned merely by appearance. Most often, age is determined through the method of bone age assessment. Chapter 9. The Sight of Hearts. After 6 years of arduous training, I have acquired a measure of self-defense. Yet, that is still insufficient. Perhaps I should take the opportunity to visit Sea God Island for a divine trial to enhance my abilities. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting profound thoughts, while his mind wandered to other matters. With my martial soul aptitude, I should be able to secure at least a black level assessment, or perhaps even a red level assessment, right? He held unwavering confidence in his potential. As for obtaining the 9 trials of the Sea God and inheriting the Sea God's position, he hadn't even entertained the thought. According to the original narrative, one indispensable item is required to attain the 9 trials of the Sea God, the heart of the Sea God. This so-called heart has long since been lost. Now revered as the national treasure of the Heaven Dou Empire, the vast sea cover. In such circumstances, Hemingway could never hope to acquire the vast sea cover, for it is the treasured possession of another. It is not something one can obtain casually. Even if the current emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire, Shui Yi, who is his half-brother through his mother, is technically his uncle, he would never simply bestow the vast sea cover upon him, unless Hemingway possesses extraordinary strength, compelling Shui Yi to ally with him and grant him the national treasure, or unless faced with a national crisis where he is regarded as the last hope. Akin to Tang San in the original story. Thus, it is clear that the vast sea cover is beyond his reach. It is utterly unattainable. Moreover, even if he were to acquire the vast sea cover, it does not guarantee his acceptance by it. Nor does it ensure he would be able to undertake the 9 trials of the Sea God. To embark on the 9 trials, one must first obtain the heart of the Sea God, which means gaining the acceptance of the vast sea cover or the remnants of the Sea God's consciousness within it. However, to earn the acceptance of the vast sea cover, one's constitution must withstand the power of the vast sea. What is the power of the vast sea? In simpler terms, it is the strength of the Sea God. Yet, the Sea God's power is not easily born, as evidenced by the countless individuals from the Heaven Dou royal family who, having once possessed the vast sea cover, perished when attempting to bond with it. Unable to endure the might of the vast sea, Hemingway perceives himself as significantly inferior to Tang San from the original work in every conceivable aspect. Even if he were to obtain the Haohai Chinquan shield and recklessly pledge his blood to become its master, summoning the power of the Sea God contained within, it would undoubtedly lead to his catastrophic demise. There exists no alternative outcome. After all, Tang San's recognition by the Sea God in the original narrative stemmed from an amalgamation of various factors, illuminated by the protagonist's radiant halo. These included his possession of the supreme martial arts of the Tang clan from his previous life, the extraordinary talent of dual martial souls, the formidable 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones, as well as the enhancements from the ice and fire yin yagai. Additionally, his consumption of numerous celestial herbs to refine his innate capabilities contributed to his extraordinarily terrifying potential. Yet, what does he possess? What does Hemingway possess at present? Apart from the dual martial soul that has been enhanced by the soul upgrade card, he only has the gravity bracelet, which has honed his physique over a span of 6 years. His innate talent is indeed remarkable. However, how does that relate to his capacity to bear the might of the vast ocean? With such limited resources, aspiring to wield the power of the Sea God is nothing short of delusional. Hemingway believed that he should wait until he could withstand 50 times the force of gravity before he could attempt to acknowledge his allegiance with a drop of blood, to see if he could endure the divine power of the Sea God and gain the recognition of the vast ocean-s umbrella. Until that moment arrives, even if he were to acquire the vast ocean-s umbrella, it would be wise to refrain from making any rash attempts. After all, one's life is singular and precious. The primary quest of the system is to establish me as the sole true king of the Douluo world. This pertains to the world at large, rather than merely the continent. Thus, it signifies that the ocean also falls within the realm of conquest. With this in mind, I shall begin by recruiting followers from the vast seas to build my influence. Once I am adequately empowered, I shall return to the continent with renewed vigor. Hemingway's gaze flickered as he contemplated his future plans. Furthermore, speaking of building a force, ever since he acquired the meatball fruit, his confidence has soared to unprecedented heights. For it is. Hemingway slightly turned his head, gazing at several pirates who were observing him from a short distance. Silently, he activated the powers of the meatball fruit. Instantly, those individuals transformed in his perception into a vibrant amalgamation of colors. Martial soul, he silently echoed in his mind. and soon after, an inexplicable sensation guided him through the intricate tapestry of hues within the human form, leading him to discover the unique color that represented the martial soul. Hemingway intuitively believed that he could utilize the abilities of the meatball fruit to extract the martial souls of others and transplant them onto different individuals, thereby artificially creating twin martial souls. Moreover, the scope of this power extended beyond mere duplication, should someone be dissatisfied with their martial soul. They could use the meatball fruit to expel it and seek a superior alternative. This implies that, with a mere thought, Hemingway could artificially generate a plethora of prodigies, be it twin martial souls, trisouls, or even quadruple souls. The quantity of martial souls could be limitless, provided that one does not perish due to soul conflicts. Even innate soul power could be transplanted. The capacity to fabricate innate talents brimming with soul energy is truly terrifying. With such an ability at his disposal, establishing a faction would be exceedingly straightforward. For any faction, what is of utmost importance? Resources? Wealth? While these elements hold significance, they pale in comparison to talent. Talent is paramount for a faction. With the ability granted by the meatball fruit, Hemingway could artificially cultivate geniuses. What a remarkable advantage this is. Should others discover Hemingway's capability, he would likely face a collective onslaught. Everyone would conspire against him. For such power is overwhelmingly formidable in this realm. It can be said that as long as Hemingway remains discreet and diligently develops his abilities, he is destined to become a sovereign of the world. To establish a faction, one must first begin by recruiting followers. Hemingway glanced at the pirates before him and subtly shook his head. These pirates exuded a cunning aura, and through his observation, he sensed their malicious intent. Such untrustworthy beings are certainly unsuitable candidates for subordinates. Even though he is resolved to become a king of the seas, he would not simply accept any riffraff into his ranks. After acquiring the powers of the meatball fruit, the necessity of innate talent for selecting followers has diminished. The foremost criteria now are virtue and loyalty. After all, even if someone lacks talent, he can utilize the meatball fruit to facilitate exchanges. However, if their character is flawed and loyalty is lacking, then even the meatball fruit would be of no avail. It could backfire and lead to significant troubles. Should the existence of his abilities be revealed before he is fully developed, there would be no refuge for him in this vast world. Thus, if he were to recruit followers, it would be wise to seek out orphaned waifs, for they are young, less complicated, and easily moldable. Their tumultuous backgrounds leave them unencumbered, making them aware of the value of a happy life and fostering unwavering loyalty to their benefactor, willing to serve wholeheartedly. Currently, Hemingway's observation abilities, though unable to read minds or foresee the future, permit him to sense the disposition and emotional fluctuations of others, allowing him to discern good from evil. Such a talent is inherently suited for selecting loyal subordinates. Hemingway reflected upon his limited abilities with surprise, realizing that the rewards from the novice gift package seemed tailor-made to assist him in achieving his goals. How considerate! Therefore, the immediate priority is not to engage in divine trials on Sea God Island to enhance his strength, but rather to seek out a populated island where he can adopt orphans and gradually cultivate his own burgeoning power. Hemingway began to envision a luminous future, growing increasingly confident that he could not possibly fail. Once he surpasses the developmental stage, he would emerge, leading an entourage of twin martial souls, sweeping through the world with unparalleled might. Who in this realm could possibly stand against him? Who indeed? Just one question, who else? Chapter 10, The Innate Champion. The journey across the ocean was anything but smooth. The ship constantly rocked and swayed. Although the movements were often slight, they rendered Hemingway, who was unaccustomed to maritime travel, somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to dismiss these minor inconveniences, avoiding any episodes of seasickness. In the blink of an eye, they had been at sea for 3 days. During this time, Hemingway did not engage in the gravity training he had practiced on the deserted island. Instead, he spent the majority of his time in his cabin, cultivating his soul power. After all, the ocean is fraught with dangers, and conserving energy is crucial. Additionally, the ship lacked ample meat supplies to replenish the nutrients required for training. Thus, he decided to postpone his workouts until they reached their destination. As for how the pirates treated him, they regarded him with the utmost deference, not daring to exhibit any rebellious thoughts. 3 days prior, upon boarding, Hemingway had demonstrated his overwhelming strength, making it abundantly clear that resistance would lead to death. Subsequently, he commandeered the ship, instructing the pirates to guide him to the nearest inhabited island, where he intended to commence his path to kingship. Under the shadow of death, the pirates harbored no rebellious inclinations. They obediently navigated the vessel, ensuring that Hemingway was well fed and cared for. As they were thoroughly intimidated by his formidable prowess and the astonishing hues of his soul rings. Those who have thrived as pirates at sea for so long are far from foolish. They instinctively understand the wisdom of avoiding danger and recognizing the tides of fortune. My lord, at this pace, we shall reach the nearest island in 7 days. The pirate captain, who personally delivered the meal, bowed deeply, his face a mask of flattery as he addressed the white-haired youth meditating in silence. This island has a large population and frequently hosts passing merchant ships. It is quite renowned in the maritime realm, perfectly suited to your desires. Understood. The youth slowly opened his ocean-like azure eyes, disregarding the captain's presence as he began to eat. The captain, though perturbed by the youth's indifference, dared not show it. Instead, he bowed and retreated slowly, closing the door gently behind him. The pirate captain let out a long sigh of relief, though he could not quite fathom the reason behind it. Each time he faced this seemingly youthful boy, an unsettling sense of dread enveloped him, as if his very life were hanging by a thread at any moment. More significantly, whenever the boy's gaze swept in his direction, he felt as though the depths of his soul were laid bare, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. It was precisely this illusion of being thoroughly understood that rendered him incapable of harboring even the slightest ill intent. The pirate captain is now eager to swiftly transport this esteemed gentleman to the nearest island, after which he intends to sail as far away as possible. He never wishes to encounter this calamity again in his lifetime. 7 days. In just 7 days, he will be free from this misfortune. Inside the cabin, after finishing his meal, Hemingway set down his utensils and awaited the arrival of those who would collect them. He then returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged to commence his meditation and cultivation. In this place, apart from cultivation, there was little else to occupy his time. However, before long, a cacophony erupted outside the cabin, followed by a thunderous crash that caused the entire vessel to lurch violently. What could be happening? Had they perhaps encountered an assault by the sea spirit beast? Hemingway was abruptly awakened from his reverie, instinctively unleashing his observation haki, which spread outward like radar, effortlessly penetrating the confines of the cabin and vividly revealing the happenings beyond it. Upon witnessing the events unfolding outside, his brow furrowed with concern. Outside the cabin, a massive iron vessel, measuring several dozen meters in length and over 10 meters in width, violently collided with the pirate ship, causing the smaller wooden craft, barely 30 meters long, to sway uncontrollably. Atop this formidable steel ship flew a skull flag, yet distinctively it was encircled by a menacing serpent, clearly signifying a different pirate faction. In both structure and material, this imposing vessel was far superior to the modest wooden pirate ship. The ship bearing the serpent pirate flag was none other than the infamous Viper pirate crew, notorious for their ruthless pillaging of passing merchant ships and their penchant for black eating black, meaning they too would plunder any pirate ship they encountered. Truly, they were a band of lunatics. Great sir, we have been on the brink of starvation for days. There is truly no bounty to be found, lamented the pirate captain, on the verge of tears. On the opposing ship, an elder led a group comprised of both middle-aged and younger individuals, representing a spectrum of ages. The elder, though gaunt, was surrounded by 5 ethereal rings of spirit energy, indicating that he was far from the feeble figure he appeared to be. A soul king, such a formidable presence. The pirate captain felt an unprecedented wave of misfortune. It was said that the Viper pirate crew was merciless in their deeds. No crew that had been plundered by them had ever left a survivor. It seemed that today, their fate was grim indeed. TSK, just another band of destitute souls. Before the elder could utter a word, a young man, observing the disheveled state of the pirate captains, disdainfully curled his lip. At that moment, the door of the cabin creaked open, and a modestly dressed youth with flowing white hair emerged, capturing the attention of all present. The pirate chief and his companions were initially taken aback, recalling the existence of such a character. Subsequently, an overwhelming joy washed over them, as they felt a glimmer of hope for their salvation. In stark contrast, the members of the Viper pirate crew, led by the elder, wore grave expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the young lad emerging from the cabin. Be cautious. This boy is no ordinary individual. The elder's unwavering gaze was locked onto Hemingway, as his years of experience traversing the seas whispered to him that this youth was anything but commonplace. The others mirrored his somber demeanor, unwilling to underestimate Hemingway merely due to his youth. For in this world, some individuals seem to have the very essence of strength etched upon their faces. One glance at such a visage reveals that this person is not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, Hemingway appeared to embody this very notion. Though his features were not unattractive and lacked the ferocity that would frighten a child, he did not possess the typical handsome visage of a protagonist, combining delicate features with a robust physique. Instead, he resembled a universally appealing male beauty, albeit with a more athletic build. Yet, inexplicably, he exuded an extraordinary aura. If one were to articulate it, it would be a presence befitting a formidable figure. Notably, while Hemingway had been a delicate and charming child, indistinguishable in gender, 6 years of arduous training on a deserted island had transformed him. No longer did he bear the frail and harmless appearance of his youth. His skin was bronzed, his physique sculpted with taut muscles, radiating masculinity, a stark contrast to the effeminate and delicate types. Chapter 11. The unfamiliar becomes familiar. Hemingway opened the cabin door and stepped out. He cast his gaze over the scene, his deep blue eyes sweeping over the crowd. Those who met his gaze felt their muscles tense involuntarily, as if they were prey in the sights of a ferocious beast, instinctively warning them of impending danger. A profound silence enveloped the area. The old Soul King, leading the Viper pirate crew, and the others stood on high alert, while Hemingway appeared nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to their presence. In reality, his observation haki had already enveloped the entire vicinity. Every movement of those around him was laid bare before his keen awareness. He could sense their innermost emotions, revealing that the crew, under the leadership of the old Soul King, regarded him with caution and trepidation. The pirate captain and his associates, meanwhile, were imbued with a sense of despair tinged with hope, alongside a dark wish for mutual destruction between him and them. Pirates are indeed pirates. Neither side is virtuous. Feeling the tumult of emotion swirling within the crowd, Hemingway scoffed inwardly, growing increasingly disdainful of them. "My lord, you have finally emerged." The pirate captain suddenly lunged forward, kneeling at Hemingway's feet, crying out, "You must take charge for us. These pirates kill without a second thought and seek to rob us. Our deaths are inconsequential, but who will see you to your destination? If we delay your grand affair, we shall bear the brunt of eternal blame." Observing the captain's display, Hemingway was rendered speechless, as were the members of the old Soul King's crew, unsure of how to respond. "Have you no shame? The pirate flag flying from your ship has long since revealed your true identity. What pretense of being harmless citizens are you attempting to maintain? Do you truly believe others are fools?" Hemingway gazed at the weeping pirate chief, his snow-white brows slightly furrowed, before turning to the elder known as the Soul King. He spoke slowly. "I require passage to the nearest island. If you could accommodate me, then you may dispose of these individuals as you see fit." Upon hearing this, the pirate chief and his crew were left utterly bewildered. How could one be so heartless? They thought. For the past few days, we have provided for you with utmost hospitality. While we may not have earned merit, we have certainly endured hardships. Are we to be cast aside so easily? However, the elder of the Viper pirate crew, after a long, penetrating gaze at Hemingway, unexpectedly broke into a smile. "Excellent. Our Viper pirate crew delights in forging friendships, particularly with a formidable individual such as yourself. In that case, you are free to proceed." After Hemingway received the desired response, he exerted force beneath his feet, producing a resounding blast as his figure flickered. In an instant, he found himself on the iron ship of the Viper pirate crew. This sudden appearance prompted the surrounding pirates to instinctively raise their weapons, their soul rings illuminating, clearly indicating that everyone aboard was a soul master. The leader, an elderly Soul King, felt a subtle contraction in his pupils. Even with his keen eyesight, he could not catch a glimpse of the white-haired youth. Consequently, his wariness deepened. Attack. Despite his profound apprehension, the Soul King maintained a facade of nonchalance as he waved his hand. Immediately, several subordinates leaped from the grand vessel onto a wooden skiff, all of whom were at the level of great soul masters. How infuriating. The pirate leader, realizing that his cunning plans had come to naught, understood that his only recourse was to fight to the death. In an instant, the countenance that had previously exuded servility transformed into one of savage ferocity. The feigned simplicity he had displayed before Hemingway now morphing into a visage of malevolence. The remaining pirates mirrored this transformation. Or rather, this was the true essence of these marauders. When confronted with a formidable adversary, these brutal and ruthless pirates would retract their claws, masquerading as harmless lambs. However, when faced with the weak, they would shed their disguises, revealing their innate nature as cunning and vicious wolves. Countless innocent lives have undoubtedly been claimed at the hands of these pirates. Thus, Hemingway harbored no concern for the fates of these scoundrels. Even in the absence of the Viper pirate crew, upon reaching his destination, he would have effortlessly exterminated these pests, viewing it as a noble deed. Now, with the Viper pirate crew assisting him in ridding the world of this filth, he could not have wished for more. The Viper pirate crew, notorious for their fearsome reputation, boasted members with a minimum strength of level 20 Great Soul Masters. Whereas the pirate leader's faction possessed only one Great Soul Master, the leader himself, while the rest barely reached the teens in their Soul Master levels. Thus, the battle between several Great Soul Masters against a single Great Soul Master and 9 Lesser Soul Masters was destined to be overwhelmingly one-sided from the outset. The Soul Masters of the ocean predominantly possess marine life forms such as fish, sea snakes, seals, and octopuses, or entities like shells and corals. Naturally, weapons such as harpoons and knives are also included. From Hemingway's perspective, the skirmishes between these two factions of pirates resemble a chaotic clash of ineptitude. The soul rings of these individuals are merely the white 10-year soul rings, indicating the rather unimpressive potency of their derived soul skills. The fish-based soul abilities may allow for the expulsion of bubbles or the projection of minor water arrows, while the harpoons might unleash only trivial shockwaves, rendering their effectiveness rather limited. However, for the average person, the destructive capacity of these soul skills is indeed formidable. Otherwise, these pirates would not be able to dominate the seas and plunder merchant vessels with such audacity. The battles between the two factions consist of vibrant soul rings illuminating their forms as they seize their weapons and engage in a cacophony of frenetic strikes. Victory is determined by the elevation of soul power and the efficacy of soul skills. It is evident that, under the assault of several formidable soul masters, the pirate leaders stand little chance, swiftly succumbing to death or grievous injury. One pirate, whose soul was that of a fish, attempted to leap from the ship into the sea, hoping to utilize his soul's characteristics for an escape. Alas, a soul master wielding a bow and arrow effortlessly shot an arrow across the distance, piercing him through and resulting in his instant demise. The battle concluded rapidly. The pirate captain and his crew lay sprawled upon the deck, their innards and blood staining the ground, the scene grotesquely revolting. Hemingway, who had been keenly attuned to the world around him, meticulously imprinted this gruesome tableau in his mind. Observing the lifeless forms of those who had only moments before been vibrant, he felt not a flicker of emotion. There was no revulsion, no urge to retch upon witnessing the dead. After all, he had spent years on a desolate island, where daily survival involved fishing and feasting on the flesh of various sea creatures. He had gutted seals and devoured them raw, often discovering fragmented human remains and undigested entrails within the bellies of certain sharks. He had long since grown accustomed to the brutality of bloodshed. How could he find these sights disturbing? It was akin to the butchers who, initially unsettled by the slaughter of pigs and sheep, eventually became desensitized to the sanguinary spectacle after repeatedly ending lives. Chapter 12, Pretense. After dispatching the pirate captain and his entourage, the Viper pirate crew commenced the grim task of tidying up the remnants of the scene. They cast the bodies from the wooden ship into the sea to nourish the fish, while some sorcerers spat out water to cleanse the deck. Others ventured into the cabin to search for valuables, knowing full well that such lowly pirates would possess none of the rare storage soul-guiding devices. Thus, they simply discarded the corpses into the ocean, too apathetic to even conduct a search. Hemingway observed with a detached demeanor aboard the ship of the Viper pirate crew as they adeptly tidied up the aftermath, watching as a few of them set about steering the wooden vessel. It could be said that the most valuable asset the pirate chief possessed was merely this 30-foot wooden ship. As for wealth, to be frank, there was not much to speak of. After all, those who took to piracy were individuals who gambled with their lives, a band of outlaws, who would venture out to sea with all their worldly possessions on their person. That evening, the Viper pirate crew held a grand feast to warmly welcome Hemingway aboard, extending to him an exceptionally enthusiastic hospitality. The pirates sang and danced joyfully, treating him as if he were a part of their crew. They frequently raised their glasses in his honor, urging him to feel at ease and indulge in the delectable feast before him. Hemingway, too, was unreserved, readily accepting every toast offered to him. After a lively banquet filled with merriment, the guests tidied up and retreated to their chambers for rest. The following morning, all was tranquil and undisturbed. Upon awakening, Hemingway was met with warm hospitality, as if the pirates bore no ill will. They treated him with utmost respect and provided him with the finest meals on board, regarding him as an esteemed guest. Thus, another day passed. At this juncture, there remained 6 days until Hemingway would reach the island he sought. Time continued its steady march, and each day aboard the ship, Hemingway was greeted with the pirates' enthusiastic hospitality. though not without certain subtle inquiries aimed at uncovering the details of his origins. Hemingway was acutely aware of this reality, yet he could not openly discuss his own identity. Thus, he spoke ambiguously, deftly evading the subject in a casual manner. In the blink of an eye, Hemingway spent several days aboard the vessel of the Viper pirates. With merely one day remaining until their arrival at the island destination, tomorrow, they would reach their goal. Everything appeared to be proceeding normally. However, that night, within the confines of a cabin belonging to the Viper pirates, Hemingway sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, long strands of white hair cascading behind him. Resembling a silent statue of divinity, his breath was barely perceptible, and even the sound of his heartbeat seemed to waver in its presence. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside the cabin door. "Mr. Hemingway, are you asleep?" came a youthful voice. Hemingway remained silent, seated in a lotus position, seemingly impervious to the distractions of the outside world. Moments later, a hushed whispering could be heard from beyond the door. With a soft click, the sound of a key turning echoed, followed by a gentle creak as the door was pushed open. A group of armed pirates entered slowly, some brandishing shackles and chains. They gazed at the white-haired youth, who appeared to be in deep meditation, their faces betraying sinister smirks of triumph. "The captain is overly cautious. This mere boy requires days to lower his defenses. I say we should all rush him and subdue him immediately," one pirate scoffed. "You know nothing. This white-haired lad looks formidable. Who knows how many of us might perish in a confrontation?" Another, seeming more composed, countered. "The captain's method is far safer. A touch of sedative will incapacitate him effortlessly." For the past few days, the provisions aboard their vessel had been laced with a subtle hallucinogenic drug, administered in minute doses that would not trigger any immediate physical anomalies. However, after several days of consumption, the cumulative effect would intensify, ultimately leading to a sudden collapse into unconsciousness, rendering one unaware. It was indeed a nefarious tool for treachery. This group of pirates had come to reap the fruits of their cunning. But would reality unfold as they wished? The answer, of course, was in the negative. Suddenly, Hemingway opened his eyes, releasing a soft sigh. The pirates, who had intended to bind him with chains, were startled and instinctively retreated a step, loosening their grips on the heavy chains, which clattered to the deck. "Why the struggle? Simply escort me to the island, and all will be well," Hemingway lamented, shaking his head in disappointment at their antics. Through his experiences in the past few days, he had already discerned their every scheme. Each time he returned to the cabin, he had utilized the abilities of his mellow fruit to dispel the effects of the drug within him. Thus, he had never truly succumbed to the sedative. He had merely feigned vulnerability. Attack. The pirates, witnessing the supposed incapacitated youth suddenly awaken, were initially taken aback. But then, their ferocity emerged as they synchronously activated their soul rings and unleashed their soul techniques. In an instant, water bullets, ice arrows, poisonous spikes, and ink blasts surged toward him. With a resounding bang, Hemingway, still seated, vanished into thin air. The sixth style of the Navy, known as the shave. In an instant, one can strike the ground more than 10 times, utilizing the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to propel oneself forward. In simpler terms, it is a technique that allows the body to move at high velocity, surpassing the limits of ordinary human perception, making it appear as though one is teleporting, vanishing from the spot. In reality, it is merely an extraordinary speed of movement. Witnessing Hemingway vanish in the blink of an eye, the pirates were taken aback, unable to react before Hemingway reappeared before them, his right hand a mere blur. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in their chests, with a series of violent bursts. The pirates' chests exploded in a spray of crimson, as if they had been struck by bullets. They could only emit anguished cries before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth like fountains. This maneuver is one of the 6 styles, renowned for its gunshot-like potency, known as the finger gun. As the name implies, it concentrates the body's strength into any one of the 10 fingers, delivering a hardened strike in the blink of an eye. The fingertips possess the striking power of a bullet, capable of effortlessly penetrating the human body. Correspondingly, the greater the physical prowess, the more terrifying the technique's impact becomes. Just moments ago, Hemingway, in a flash, employed the finger gun, leaving a hole in each pirate's chest. The sheer speed of his strikes made it appear as if their chests had suddenly erupted in a fountain of blood. Quite the cautious strategy, sending these cannon fodder to their demise first. With his observation hockey enveloping the entire ship, Hemingway could clearly see not far beyond the cabin, where the Soul King and his vigilant pirates stood ready. In comparison to these probing pirates, those outside possessed significantly greater strength. It was evident that they intended for these lower-tier pirates to test him. Should he fall prey to their attack, these pirates would be sufficient to subdue him. However, if he remained unscathed, as was the case now, only the expendable ones would perish, while the core members of the pirate crew remained unscathed, poised outside, ready to unleash their soul rings and techniques. Chapter 13. You are worth a fortune. Outside the cabin, the group, led by the Soul King, listened to the anguished cries emanating from within, their expressions shifting slightly. Each of them braced themselves, readying their soul techniques. Tap, tap, tap. The soft sound of footsteps gradually echoed from within the cabin. A figure with waist-length white hair slowly emerged before them. To be honest, I had initially thought you to be a clever individual. Hemingway gazed with curiosity at the Soul King elder, surrounded by a throng of admirers, and inquired, "What compels you to take such a perilous risk, one that could potentially lead to your own demise, in order to confront me?" At that moment, the elder's expression fluctuated between shadows and light, as instincts honed over years of piracy warned him that the seemingly youthful boy before him was exceedingly dangerous, instilling an overwhelming sense of life and death urgency within him. After a brief pause, as if a thought had struck him, the elder's demeanor transformed to one of calm, even breaking into a smile as he addressed Hemingway, saying, "You are far more valuable than you could ever imagine. Dai Mubai." What? Hemingway's expression shifted dramatically as his identity was revealed. "It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. You are indeed the second Prince Dai Mubai, who has been pursued relentlessly by the Star Luo royal family, offering a handsome reward for your capture." The Soul King elder, observing his reaction, finally broke into a smile. "Initially, I was uncertain of your identity, merely harboring a conjecture. After all, your appearance differs significantly from the wanted poster from 6 years ago. Yet, given your remarkable prowess at such a young age, coupled with your enigmatic background and solitary existence adrift at sea, it is quite fitting for one endowed with extraordinary talent and lineage, reminiscent of the once renowned dual martial soul possessor, the second prince of Star Luo, Dai Mubai." As the Soul King elder spoke, his excitement grew palpable. "I had intended to incapacitate you and subsequently interrogate you upon your awakening. However, my plans encountered an unforeseen complication. You remarkably resisted the sedative. It seems I have underestimated you." He lamented, yet added, "Confirming your identity is not without its merits." Hemingway's expression darkened as he derived the following information from the words of the elderly man before him. The Star Luo royal family, or rather, the Star Luo Queen, had not abandoned their relentless pursuit of him. A bounty had been secretly placed on his head, calling for his life. How ruthless this woman is. It is as if she intends to eradicate me completely. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he inquired, "May I ask what rewards they have promised for my life? Is it a soul bone? Or perhaps a commitment to assist in hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings?" TSK, I told you, you are worth more than you can imagine." The elderly Soul King clicked his tongue, his gaze greedily fixed upon him. "As long as your corpse is delivered to them, they will bestow upon you a soul bone. Furthermore, they will agree to assist in hunting a soul beast with a maximum age of 30,000 years. Not only that, if you are captured alive, you will receive a title within the Star Luo Empire." TSK. The Star Luo Empire truly possesses vast wealth. With this bounty announced, the entire ocean has gone wild. In the initial years, nearly everyone was scouring the seas for you, yet all efforts were in vain. As Hemingway listened to the old man's account of the bounty, his expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe that the Queen of Stars would offer such generous rewards for his life. It was truly astonishing. To capture me. They are indeed putting forth a considerable investment, he mused. It was no wonder that, despite merely suspecting his identity, they were willing to take such a daring risk. Hemingway shook his head with a bitter smile, finally understanding why the Soul King had turned against him. A piece of soul bone, albeit likely of no more than a century's worth, held immense value. Additionally, the prospect of hunting a 30,000-year-old soul beast, with the potential for nobility as a prize for capturing it alive, was irresistible. Such a bounty would drive any soul master to madness. The allure of profit was compelling enough that even a titled Douluo might struggle to overlook such benefits. At that moment, Hemingway felt a surge of gratitude for having survived on the desolate island for 6 long years. Had he not, given the fervor surrounding the bounty, he would have likely faced immediate capture upon leaving. Although his appearance had been altered after upgrading his martial soul, revealing some differences from his original visage. A discerning eye could still perceive the contours of his former self. For the frenzied pirates of that time, any resemblance would suffice to arouse suspicion. After all, the world was not devoid of disguises, and they would not let him slip away merely because he looked different. Fortunately, 6 years had passed, and the fervor had waned. Coupled with the changes in his appearance due to the martial soul upgrade, as long as he refrained from revealing his dual martial soul, the risk of his identity being exposed was minimal. In summary, he resolved to maintain a low profile. Having made up his mind, Hemingway turned to the Soul King and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for informing me of the perilous nature of my current situation. I shall endeavor to act swiftly, ensuring that your demise is devoid of suffering, as a token of my appreciation for your warning. With the awareness of the danger posed by the exposure of his identity as Dai Yuhao, Hemingway's murderous intent surged forth as he regarded the Soul King and his crew. His identity must remain concealed. Only through death could the secret be safeguarded. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated, and Hemingway vanished from sight. The Soul King, quick to react, had already prepared his spirit skill. The third yellow spirit ring shimmered brightly among the 5 rings surrounding him. Third spirit skill, Black Sky Mist. From behind the Soul King, the ethereal silhouette of an octopus emerged. He opened his mouth and expelled a dense stream of ink. Upon contact with the air, the ink quickly vaporized, enveloping the area within dozens of meters in an impenetrable shroud of darkness. The thick black mist obscured all sight. Had it been anyone else, their vision would have certainly been compromised. Yet for Hemingway, endowed with the observation haki, the dense fog bore no difference from transparency. He could still perceive the pirates moving in unison, employing their distinctive steps as they stealthily dispersed, indicating that this coordinated combat had been honed over time. As for the orchestrator of this black mist, the Soul King had transformed, his lower body splitting and morphing into that of an octopus. The tentacles, each adorned with numerous suckers, stretched over 10 meters long, moving silently across the ship. Remarkably, the mist seemed to hinder not his vision. He could clearly discern Hemingway's form amidst the shadows. How intriguing! Hemingway resolutely closed his eyes, relying solely on his acute senses to observe his surroundings. Upon noticing the Soul King Elder's chest and abdomen swelling, indicating an imminent release of a lethal technique, he instinctively executed the Gale Kick. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a vacuum strike from a considerable distance. Boom! The Soul King Elder, on the verge of unleashing his attack, was abruptly struck by the vacuum emanating from Hemingway's kick, thwarting his assault. The Gale Kick, one of the 6 techniques, does not inflict damage through direct impact, but rather generates a slicing effect through the ultra-high-speed motion of the leg. Chapter 14. The Cautious Protagonist Within the Shroud of Black Mist. After successfully hitting the Soul King Elder with the Gale Kick, Hemingway seized the advantage without mercy. With a resounding crash, he utilized the shave technique, instantly appearing before the bewildered Elder, who was still reeling from the earlier strike. With an impassive expression, Hemingway raised his hand and extended a single finger. Finger gun of the 6 techniques. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the Elder's chest erupted with a flurry of blood splatters, revealing numerous gaping wounds as if struck by bullets. At this moment, the pirates, who had been lurking at the edge of the ship, began to unleash their soul techniques in unison. In an instant, an array of attacks, ice arrows, fireballs, water droplets. Hemingway adeptly navigated through the myriad soul skills of the pirates, effortlessly evading their grasp and escaping the encirclement of their techniques. Meanwhile, not far away, the Soul King, an elderly man with numerous gaping wounds adorning his chest, surprisingly appeared to be relatively unscathed. The 5th soul ring around him shimmered, and the wounds upon his chest began to heal at an astonishing rate. The assaults from the pirates, striking his form, failed to inflict significant damage, which explained their reckless abandon in their attacks. This scene left Hemingway, who was vigilantly monitoring the entire arena with his observation skills, momentarily stunned. What is happening? Such severe injuries, and yet he remains alive, healing so swiftly? However, recalling that this Soul King's martial spirit was an octopus, Hemingway began to grasp the reason behind his rapid recovery. It was likely due to the unique attributes of his martial spirit. After all, octopuses possess remarkable regenerative capabilities, able to restore even severed limbs. It stands to reason that those endowed with such a martial spirit would possess recovery abilities far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. In retrospect, he should have decisively targeted the man's head to obliterate it. Hemingway, with a commanding gaze, observed the extent of his injuries while the ominous black mist lingered. Seizing the moment, he brandished several massive octopus tentacles to strike at the Soul King Elder, silently lamenting his miscalculation. However, one could hardly fault him. After all, he possessed little combat experience and had never faced a Soul Master before. It was entirely natural for a novice to make such oversights. Eager to test the efficacy of the 6 styles against an adversary, Hemingway stood his ground, allowing the Soul King Elder to unleash a fierce assault with the octopus tentacles. Iron block. Hemingway stood motionless, his muscles extending to the surface, beginning to harden. Suddenly, a massive tentacle struck fiercely against his back. Yet it could not budge him in the slightest. The Soul King, an elder, felt as though his tentacle had collided with a mountain of steel. The force was so great that it even rebounded upon his own appendage. Iron block, one of the 6 defensive techniques, fortified his well-trained physique, granting him a defense as formidable as iron. The stronger one's body, the more terrifying the defense. With Hemingway's current physical strength, the Soul King's tentacle strike was utterly ineffectual, incapable even of providing a mere tickle. Seeing the elder retreat hastily after his attempt to strike, Hemingway was unwilling to let him escape so easily. He reached out and grasped the elder's tentacle, which spanned over 10 meters, and with a powerful tug, the Soul King lost control of his body. At that moment, Hemingway swung him around in a dizzying circle. The air was filled with a fierce howling. As Hemingway wielded the elder's tentacle like a whip, he hurled the entire being toward the surrounding pirates, producing a terrifying roar. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of flesh colliding resonated through the air, accompanied by anguished cries. Within the black mist, Hemingway wielded the Soul King's tentacle as a weapon, mercilessly smashing it against the pirates. Remarkably, this weapon proved to be quite effective. It was exhilarate the ship at last fell into a tranquil silence. The dense black fog that enveloped the vessel gradually dissipated. A gruesome scene unfolded before the eyes. Only Hemingway remained standing, while the others lay scattered across the deck, their bodies drenched in blood. They were strewn haphazardly, gasping for breath. Such a sight could hardly be described as anything but a harrowing tragedy. Bang! Hemingway casually discarded the tentacles of the Soul King Elder, who had been wielded as a weapon for quite some time. At this moment, the Elder was in a dire state. His head was bloodied and battered, and the shattering of his bones was merely the norm. He appeared to be on the brink of expiration, with more exhalation than inhalation. The Soul King's 8 tentacles, each exceeding 10 meters in length, gradually retracted, ultimately resembling 2 legs, signifying his inability to maintain the state of his martial spirit. As for the prospect of healing his injuries, that was an entirely distant concern. You might think that by slaying the bloodied and mangled Soul King Elder, he would lose his last vestiges of consciousness. Yet, he glared with wide, furious eyes, his mouth a gruesome sight with shattered teeth, and uttered indistinct words, as if to proclaim that escape was impossible. With those words, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Hemingway furrowed his brow, observing the Elder Soul King with an ominous premonition stirring within him. What could be the matter? Why was he exuding such unwavering confidence? Could it be that a fish had slipped through the net, quietly escaping to relay information to others? Yet, that seemed implausible. Long before the onset of battle, Hemingway had meticulously enveloped the surroundings with his observation hockey, diligently monitoring every movement to prevent any potential escapees from disclosing his intelligence. Thus, he was utterly convinced that every member of the Viper pirate crew was present, with not a single soul having evaded capture. However, the Elder Soul King's demeanor, coupled with the palpable emotions he emanated, suggested a certainty that Hemingway's identity would inevitably be unveiled. Why was this so? What was the source of his profound self-assurance? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hemingway cast all the pirates' corpses into the sea, and to ensure their complete obliteration, he summoned a great multitude of sea creatures that had roamed the oceans for a decade. He watched, eyes wide, as these beasts devoured the remains, finally feeling a sense of relief. If he could survive this, he would accept it. Chapter 15. A pit of one's own making. What is this? After disposing of all the pirates' bodies, Hemingway's gaze was suddenly drawn to a peculiar object in the corner of the deck. Curiously, he approached and picked it up. It appeared to be a shell-like object, strikingly beautiful in form. Hemingway examined it closely, sensing that this item was anything but ordinary. Could it be a treasure of some sort? Intrigued, Hemingway casually tucked the conch into his soul-guiding device, intending to study it when time permitted. After securing the conch, he surveyed the disheveled deck of the formidable steel vessel. Contemplating his options, he ultimately resolved to abandon the ship for safety's sake. As a notorious pirate of the high seas, this ship was far too conspicuous. Aware of the bounty on his head, Hemingway deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Navigating such an ostentatious vessel would draw unnecessary attention. Conveniently, the pirate chief's wooden ship was still being towed behind his steel vessel, and he decided to commandeer that craft to make his way to the island. With his mind made up, Hemingway approached the stern and untied the ropes before leaping onto the wooden ship trailing behind. After stowing the ropes, he entered the ship's cockpit, preparing to set sail. During his recent days of idle observation, he had not merely waited, he had seized the opportunity to learn the art of navigation. Otherwise, even with a ship at his disposal, he would have been left in the dark about how to operate it. The vessels in this world bore similarities to those from his previous life, relying on the manipulation of sails for navigation. As long as the wind blew, the ship could move. In the absence of wind, it would necessitate manual rowing. Fortunately, the crew consisted entirely of soul masters, whose endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus, he was well equipped for the journey ahead. Alone, Hemingway skillfully navigated his wooden sailboat, guided by the wind towards an undisclosed destination. Over the past few days, relying on his keen observations, he had vaguely determined his course. With only one day left in the journey, he was confident that the destination was near, barring any strokes of ill fortune. Typically, under normal circumstances, he would not stray from his path. The voyage was remarkably steady. His unwavering confidence was bolstered by the discovery of a nautical map in the cockpit of the Viper pirate cruise ship. A map he could not fully comprehend, but was able to use to ascertain his direction, thereby minimizing the chances of getting lost. Meanwhile, in the stronghold of a pirate faction, a formidable middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, held a conch shell in his hand. His expression a mix of grave seriousness and unrestrained joy. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this conch was identical to the one Hemingway had found on the deck. At that moment, the conch emitted a faint glow, and a clear voice resonated from within it. "You are worth far more than you can imagine. Dai Yuhao." What? It seemed my suspicions were correct. You truly are the second Prince Dai Yuhao of the Star Luo Empire, long sought after with a high bounty. Alone at sea and not too far in age, your talents and lineage indeed align with that of the once-renowned twin martial soul wielder, Dai Yuhao. Initially, I had intended to incapacitate you, but confirming your identity is not without its rewards. This woman is truly ruthless. She aims to eliminate me entirely. Thank you for revealing the perilous nature of my situation. I shall act swiftly, ensuring your demise is devoid of suffering. Consider it a token of gratitude for your enlightening information. The voice emanating from the conch was none other than the dialogue between the Soul King Elder and Hemingway. Clearly, this conch served as a device capable of recording or transmitting sound, akin to a telephone. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. Upon hearing the last words, the imposing middle-aged man could no longer contain his laughter. This man, known as the Purple Behemoth, was the leader of the most formidable pirate crew on the seas. The Magic Whale Pirates, whose influence spanned the vast ocean, commanding dozens of sub-factions, one of which was the relatively weaker Viper pirate crew. Each year, all sub-factions were required to pay tribute in wealth and resources to him. The pirate crews under the Purple Behemoth were nearly omnipresent across the seas, and he himself possessed Soul Luo-level strength, truly deserving the title of Pirate King. However, he was merely a pirate king, unable to compare himself to the true rulers of the ocean, the Sea God Island. After all, that was the domain of the Sea God, a sacred place revered by all soul masters. There were numerous formidable experts there, including many titled Douluo. The Purple Behemoth was able to operate with impunity, relying on the indifference of those from Sea God Island. Should the denizens of Sea God Island decide to intervene, it would take but a moment to deal with him. Every leader of a sub-faction possessed such a conch. This conch, a unique soul-guiding artifact passed down from ancient times, was fortuitously obtained by the Purple Behemoth, who discovered it could facilitate long-distance communication between conchs. The cunning Soul King Elder of the Viper pirate crew had pre-recorded a conversation with Hemingway, discreetly transmitting it to his superior, thereby fully exposing his presence. Most critically, the conch in the Purple Behemoth's possession was the principal conch. while those held by other faction leaders were mere replicas. Through this primary conch, he could locate the exact position of the other conchs, even if they were concealed within storage soul guides. Thus, out of curiosity and ignorance of the conch's true nature, Hemingway inadvertently equipped himself with the tracking device, ultimately leading to his own predicament. Upon learning of Dai Yuhao's existence, and with the replica conch in constant motion, the purple behemoth eagerly prepared to summon the leaders of the other sub-factions through the conch, readying for a grand capture. "Daddy, what has you so joyous?" At that moment, a girl of about 17 or 18 years old pushed open the study door and entered. This young lady possessed an alluring figure, her physique slender yet well-proportioned. Her beauty was striking, with a high nose, large eyes, and long purple hair tied into a ponytail, exuding an aura of determination and grace. Her sparkling violet eyes curiously gazed at the beaming face of her father, the purple behemoth. "My dear daughter, we are about to strike it rich." Upon seeing his daughter enter, the purple behemoth could not contain his smile and eagerly shared the news he had just received. Dai Yuhao, the second prince of Xingluo, said to possess twin martial souls. Has news of him surfaced? The girl, named Z Pearl, was surprised upon hearing her father's words. At 18, she was in the prime of her youth, wielding the martial soul of a sea serpent and possessing the strength of a 38th level soul master. Indeed, this is truly an unexpected delight. If we can capture this young man and deliver him to the Star Luo Empire, we need not remain pirates any longer. The purple behemoth said, his smile unwavering. Although he could be considered a pirate king and possess soul Douluo level power, this did not grant him absolute freedom on the vast ocean. While powerful, a soul Douluo was not the strongest. Unless he could ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo, as a pirate, he risked inadvertently provoking a formidable enemy who could come knocking at his door, potentially leading to his demise. After all, with a large following of subordinates, one could never predict when they might rob someone of significant status or background. Should he encounter such an individual, his current glory could vanish in an instant. His own death would be inconsequential. He had already experienced a life of both hardship and triumph, rising from obscurity to a position of power. However, his greatest concern remained his daughter, Z Pearl. If he were to perish, stripped of his protection, how could she survive in this predatory ocean? Even if she managed to endure through her innate talent, it would only lead her to follow in his footsteps as a pirate, a path fraught with peril. Piracy is inherently risky, laden with the dangers of tempestuous seas, ferocious soul beasts, and the ever-present threat of treachery among fellow pirates. No one is born with the desire to lead such a precarious existence. Thus, the emergence of Dai Yuhao represented an opportunity for the purple behemoth. Securing a title within the Star Luo Empire would ensure their protection, a far more favorable fate than the uncertainties of a pirate's life at sea. Fully aware of the rare opportunity before him, the purple behemoth summoned the strongest members of his subfactions. Following the route relayed by the conch, he commanded his band of pirates to sail from all directions, encircling their target. They were determined to ensure that Dai Yuhao could not escape, no matter how swiftly he attempted to flee. On the boundless ocean, a seemingly ordinary wooden sailboat drifted gently with the wind, its pirate flag now removed from the mast. Thus, the vessel appeared to be nothing more than a commonplace ship, concealing the fact that many pirates had once perished aboard. Within the confines of the cabin, Hemingway, with a nautical chart in hand, furrowed his brow in contemplation. At this moment, he had been navigating the vast expanse of the ocean alone for 3 days. Ordinarily, had his course been accurate, he would have reached the designated island within the first 2 days. Yet, throughout these 3 days of sailing, his eyes were met only with the desolate expanse of the sea. This peculiar circumstance was unmistakably evident. He had miscalculated the route on his chart, causing him to veer off the predetermined course. It was uncertain to which maritime domain he had drifted. This was indeed a troubling predicament. Hemingway set aside the intricate and perplexing nautical charts, rubbing his brow in resignation. He had to concede that he had made a miscalculation. Had he known better, he might have spared a couple of lives to guide him. Now, he found himself adrift in the vast ocean, lost. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that sustenance was not a concern amidst the boundless waters. Even if he merely drifted aimlessly, he would eventually encounter an inhabited island. Why the urgency? Shaking his head, he casually laid down the charts and exited the cabin, making his way to the bow of the ship to gaze into the distance. What was that? Suddenly, he spotted a small black dot on the horizon. With keen focus, he squinted to discern it more clearly. Could it be the outline of a ship? A vessel? How splendid! A smile of joy appeared on Hemingway's face. after 3 days of drifting at sea. This was the first time he had spotted a ship before him. All he needed to do was inquire about the direction or simply board their vessel. Soon, he would reach an inhabited island, where he could embark on his journey to greatness. However, as the distant ship gradually grew larger, Hemingway's initially joyful expression gradually solidified, soon transforming into a serious demeanor. He could discern that at the pinnacle of the ship, there fluttered a skull and crossbones flag. Undoubtedly, this was yet another pirate vessel. A sense of dread washed over him. Would he be compelled to engage in combat once more? Frustrated, he rubbed his temples, lamenting his ill fortune. Why could he not encounter a mere merchant ship? Since departing from the island, every vessel he encountered had been a pirate ship. His luck seemed inexorably cursed. Was it possible that he was fated to cross paths with pirates? As the formidable ship drew nearer, the design of the pirate flag became increasingly discernible. He could make out, in addition to the skull, the image of a great white whale emblazoned upon it. This was the flag of the White Whale pirate crew. Upon recognizing the emblem on the flag, Hemingway's countenance shifted entirely. During his days aboard the Viper pirate cruise ship, he had gleaned knowledge about various renowned pirate crews and their distinctive flags through casual conversations with those marauders. The White Whale pirate crew was indeed one of the most infamous among them. It was rumored that the captain of the White Whale pirate crew was a formidable soul master, boasting strength at the soul sage level. Accompanied by a vice captain at the soul emperor level, for soul kings as aides, and numerous underlings, a crew of considerable might. And what of Hemingway himself? He was merely at the 39th level of soul master, possessing offensive capabilities limited to the Navy 6 styles, along with the armament hockey and observation hockey. Not to mention the power of the bounce fruit. The effectiveness of the bounce fruit was intrinsically linked to his own strength, rendering it less useful in combat than the Navy 6 styles at this juncture. To be candid, he had little understanding of his own current standing and capabilities. He had never engaged in a serious battle with another soul master, making it exceedingly difficult to gauge his true strength. Even his encounter with the elderly Soul King had been brief, offering little in the way of combat experience. Furthermore, the prowess of a soul master is not solely determined by their level. It is also contingent upon the configuration of their soul rings, their adaptability in battle, and the intricate interplay of their martial spirit's characteristics. A multitude of factors coalesce to determine the outcome of a confrontation. Chapter 17. The White Whale Pirate Crew. The Soul Master system of Douluo continent is rather peculiar. It is not the case that a higher-level Soul Master is inherently superior to one of a lower level. For instance, the elderly Soul King of the Viper pirate crew, despite his title, possessed a lamentably poor soul ring configuration, merely 2 10-year, 200-year, and 1,000-year soul rings. This indicates that his ascendance to the rank of Soul King was indeed a strenuous achievement, exhausting his potential. It is unlikely he will ever grow stronger. Such a Soul King might even find themselves outmatched by a 30-level Soul Master with an optimal soul ring configuration. Typically, the optimal soul ring configuration for a Soul Master reaching the title of Douluo is recognized as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, commonly referred to as the best configuration in the realm of Soul Masters. Thus, the elderly Soul King's abilities are decidedly subpar, rendering any comparison to a normal Soul King futile. Additionally, one must also account for factors such as martial spirit level suppression, elemental affinities, and the countering nature of soul skills. For example, a fire-based martial spirit would undoubtedly be countered by an ice-based one, while plant-type martial spirits often fear flames. The strong may lack agility, while the agile may possess little strength. This is the essence of elemental countering. Consequently, the strength of a soul master is exceedingly challenging to define. One must truly engage in combat to discern the truth. Even though Hemingway was generally confident, he did not possess the arrogance to believe he could triumph over the formidable soul saint-level beings potentially lurking within the White Whale pirate group, not to mention the presence of soul emperors and several soul kings. How could he possibly contend with that? If escape were an option, Hemingway would have yearned to abandon ship at this very moment. Yet, he could not, for he was adrift in the vast ocean, without a vessel. Even though his martial spirit allowed him to survive temporarily beneath the waves, he would ultimately become lost in the boundless sea, destined to meet his end at the ocean's depths. After all, his soul power was not infinite. He could not maintain the martial spirit's embodiment indefinitely. Once his soul power was depleted, he would involuntarily revert to his original state, left to face the vastness of the ocean with no alternative but to drown. Moreover, the ever-present threat of sea spirit beasts added to the peril of being stranded without a ship. However, beyond these considerations. The true reason Hemingway refrained from fleeing was the unmistakable sensation of being locked onto, a feeling emanating from the distant pirate ship ahead. It was evidently a specialized soul skill, and he had been singled out. Even if he chose to abandon ship now, escape was not guaranteed. It would merely squander his soul power. It was wiser to remain in place, awaiting the intentions of that formidable individual. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he envisioned? Given the circumstances, Hemingway had no choice but to wait, conserving his strength. Even if confrontation became inevitable, having additional power would enhance his chances of survival. Time slipped by quietly. The pirate ship loomed ever closer, and from the bow of his vessel, Hemingway could discern a group of figures standing on the deck of the imposing ship ahead. Leading them was a muscular middle-aged man towering 2 to 3 meters high, resembling an iron tower. This man was none other than the captain of the White Whale pirate group, the notorious soul saint, Hamba. Hamba was filled with excitement. Upon receiving a message from his superior, the purple giant whale, he had eagerly summoned his crew and set sail, racing towards the target's location as dictated by his leader's instructions. The urgency was palpable. The first to capture the target would garner the most credit, thereby securing a larger share of the rewards. Such tangible benefits spurred every crew member to labor diligently. The captains of other affiliated groups shared this sentiment. Only those with at least the strength of a soul saint were deemed worthy to participate in this hunt, while weaker leaders were excluded from this endeavor. Consequently, the fortunate captains who had the opportunity to join this pursuit were racing against time, driven by a frenzied desire to claim the top spot. Fortune appeared to favor Hamba, as he was the first to encounter the target. Gazing at the solitary wooden vessel ahead, he trembled with anticipation, shouting to his crew, "Accelerate! Give it your all! The target is that wooden ship ahead." At his command, the entire ship jolted, and its already swift pace doubled. As the small wooden ship drew nearer, Hamba could clearly see the white-haired youth standing at the bow. He glanced down at the wanted poster from 6 years prior in his hand and, aside from the difference in hair color, he could discern familiar facial features. After all, 6 years had passed, and children inevitably grow. Realizing this was indeed his target, Hamba erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "It seems fate has destined me, Hamba, to seize the first prize." As the distance between the two vessels diminished, he could not contain his glee, envisioning the impending capture of Dai Mubai and the accolades that would follow. Surely, the spoils would not be hoarded by his leader alone. It would be essential to maintain the loyalty of the crew. When the time came for their leader to assume a noble title in the Star Luo Empire, it would be this band of pirates that secured his foothold there. Thus, there was no way the rewards could be monopolized without inciting discontent among the crew. As the two ships drew near, they finally stopped approximately 10 meters apart, with both parties confronting each other from their respective bows. The ship occupied by Hamba and his crew, forged entirely of steel, dwarfed the small wooden vessel Hemingway was aboard. From their elevated position, Hamba and his crew gazed down with avaricious eyes at the white-haired youth, as if they wished to devour him whole. In stark contrast, Hemingway remained unfazed. Despite being alone on a diminutive wooden vessel, he stood resolutely at the bow, his expression calm amidst the overwhelming odds. His deep, ocean-like gaze reflected tranquility, and his well-defined features and upright posture seemed capable of withstanding any tempest. One man stood resolutely against 1,000 adversaries. At that moment, Hemingway exuded an aura of indomitable strength, rendering the overwhelming numbers of the White Whale pirate group inconsequential. Did they truly believe this intimidation would compel him to retreat in fear? Chapter 18. The innate champion. The two sides finally met, silence enveloping the atmosphere. Save for the rhythmic crashing of the waves, which broke the tension, the ambience grew increasingly heavy. Hamba, gazing at the white-haired youth standing at the bow, felt his earlier confidence wane, his casual demeanor transforming into one of caution. The boy before him was a stark contrast to the image he had conjured in his mind. It seemed that some individuals were born with the essence of strength etched upon their countenance. As he beheld the boy's azure eyes, serene as a still pond, and the brilliant white hair fluttering gently in the ocean breeze, he appeared as a statue, unwavering against the elements. Everything about this extraordinary youth spoke of his remarkable nature. Years of piratical instinct informed Hamba that this boy was anything but ordinary. The task of capturing him would undoubtedly be far from the effortless endeavor he had imagined. A vague sense of impending danger washed over Hamba, akin to an ominous premonition of mortality. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn his ship around and flee, but the allure of the rewards promised by capturing the boy caused him to hesitate. The temptation of profit is a potent motivator. To relinquish the prospect of imminent gain based solely on instinct would be impractical. Human nature is fraught with a penchant for risk and an inclination towards luck. Ultimately, Hamba chose to pursue wealth at the risk of peril, dismissing his seasoned instincts and resolutely opting for what he believed to be the right course of action. Thus, he forsook the only path to safety. Before him lay the endless expanse of azure sea, the two vessels separated by a mere 10 meters, with both parties poised at their respective bows. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and silence reigned supreme, save for the howling wind. Dai Yuhao. Haba finally spoke, shattering the stillness. You have proven to be quite elusive. The moment the long-forgotten name escaped the lips of the imposing figure before him, Hemingway felt a profound weight settle in his heart. He understood that his identity had undoubtedly been exposed due to some unknown reason. The pirates before him were evidently here specifically to capture him. Today was perilous. How exactly had the information been disclosed? Hemingway found himself utterly perplexed. The most suspected individual, it seemed, was undoubtedly the enigmatic elder of the Viper pirate crew. Could it be that this elder possessed some unknown means of transmitting information to others? With a heart full of questions, Hemingway turned his gaze towards the distant Haba, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Even if you have learned of my whereabouts, how did you manage to locate me amidst this vast ocean? Given your aggressive approach, do you possess some method to pinpoint my location? Were it not for the fact that the vessel he was aboard was not affiliated with the Viper pirate crew, he might have begun to question whether his small wooden boat had some sort of positioning soul guide. In the ancient times of this world, a remarkable civilization once flourished, leaving behind a legacy of wisdom that has endured through the ages. These remnants of ancient civilization are now referred to as soul guides by contemporary society. The diversity and functions of soul guides are astonishing, making it entirely plausible that some could possess the ability to locate individuals. To the soul masters of the present Douluo continent, ancient soul guides are akin to extraterrestrial technology, as no soul master has been able to replicate or create such devices. However, it is not impossible for fortunate soul masters to obtain ancient soul guides that have been passed down through generations, as luck is never in short supply in this world. In response to Hemingway's inquiries, even though the situation was decidedly favorable for them, Hemingway was unlikely to escape. Hanba had no intention of revealing that the conch he had discovered was a locating device. Prudence, after all, is a virtue. Should they inadvertently allow Hemingway to slip away, the conch's locating function would aid them in tracking him down. However, if Hemingway were to discard the conch, finding him again would become an arduous task. The ocean is vast, and should Hemingway choose to disguise himself or seek refuge on an obscure island, locating him would not be a simple endeavor. Otherwise, Hemingway's mother would not have taken him to flee into the sea in the first place. Hambas's expression was stern as he silently gestured with his hand. Beside him, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, nodded slightly before issuing a low command. A radiant glow enveloped his body, and a fishing net materialized in his hands, followed by the emergence of 6 soul rings: white, yellow, purple, 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 and black. This elder was unmistakably a soul emperor of level 60. Upon witnessing this, Hemingway could not help but narrow his eyes, recognizing the elderly figure as the rumored vice leader of the White Whale pirate group, the Soul Emperor. 6th soul skill, Heavenly Net. The Soul Emperor bellowed, as the singular black 10,000-year soul ring surrounding him radiated an intense glow. Subsequently, the old man cast his fishing net skyward. The exquisitely crafted net ascended, rapidly expanding until it seemed to envelop the entire firmament, with additional nets descending from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a massive net spanning a kilometer of the ocean was formed, ensnaring both the White Whale pirate group and Hemingway, clearly intending to trap him first to prevent any escape, before gradually capturing him within this intricate web, akin to a tortoise caught in a jar. At this moment, Hemingway found his retreat utterly obstructed, leaving him no choice but to confront the pirates head-on. He pondered whether the depths of the sea might offer an escape route. Instinctively, he glanced towards the surface, contemplating his options. However, Hannibal, observing his intentions, crossed his arms and calmly remarked, "Do not harbor thoughts of fleeing into the ocean." Hannibal's 6th soul skill, aptly named Heavenly Net, is not solely designed to guard against aerial escape, but also against subterranean evasion. Moreover, do not even think about breaking this net. It has drained Hannibal of all his soul power, and once established, it can endure for 2 hours. Only a soul sage could breach it. Even a soul sage, if their attack is slightly lacking, would find themselves ensnared for the full duration. As Hannibal spoke, his confidence grew. He fixed his gaze on the silent white-haired youth and advised, "You would do well to surrender peacefully. This way, you may endure less physical suffering. The bounty does not necessarily entail your demise. Ideally, they wish to capture you alive. Thus, even if you are delivered to the Star Luo Empire, your life may yet be spared. However, should you stubbornly resist, my momentary lapse could cost you your life. In response to Hannibal's seemingly benevolent counsel, Hemingway merely scoffed, contemplating whether he truly believed him to be a fool. Indeed, if he were captured and taken back to the Star Luo Empire, he might not face immediate death. But there exists a phrase that encapsulates a fate worse than death. If he were to be taken alive to the Star Luo Empire, he would likely face the prospect of being brainwashed into servitude or imprisoned, reduced to a breeding tool for the enhancement of bloodlines. The former option seemed slightly more palatable, yet the latter was far more dire. Possessing dual martial souls and innate full soul power, his potential was undeniably formidable. With such exceptional qualities, should he unite with a woman, the offspring would have a significant probability of inheriting this remarkable aptitude, even if it were improbable for them to possess dual martial souls. The martial soul could very well mutate, or they could be born with extraordinarily high innate soul power. In the original narrative, there existed a character with a situation strikingly similar to his own, Pope Bibi Dong, who also possessed dual martial souls and innate full soul power. Ultimately, her talents were coveted by the previous pope, Qian Xuanji, who, under some pretense, forced himself upon her, compelling her to bear a daughter, Qian Renxue. Without a doubt, inherited Bibi Dong's exceptional bloodline, boasting an innate soul power level of 20. This was, of course, attributed to her divine martial soul, the angel martial soul. However, not every individual with a divine martial soul is endowed with such high innate soul power. Otherwise, the spirit hall would have long since unified the continent. In truth, it was precisely due to Qian Renxue's innate soul power of 20 that she was able to inherit the angelic god legacy passed down through the spirit hall. If every angel martial soul possessed innate soul power of 20, then why had no one before her ever succeeded in inheriting the position of angelic god, leaving it solely to her? This underscores how vital the excellence of both parents' bloodlines is for their progeny. The Star Luo Empire, in its desperate quest to capture him, even offered nobility as a reward, highlighting their insatiable desire for his bloodline. If Hemingway were truly captured and taken back, he would likely be condemned to a life as nothing more than a breeding machine. His progeny would then become mere instruments for the aristocrats of the Starry Realm to enhance their lineage, forever deprived of any chance for redemption. Such a tragic existence would be one he would never accept, even in death. Contemplating this, Hemingway's gaze sharpened, and within his heart, he forged a resolute determination akin to burning his boats, preferring to shatter like jade rather than endure a life of misery. Accompanying this transformation was a palpable shift in his aura. Upon witnessing the change in the youth's demeanor, Hanba inwardly lamented his miscalculation. He had not anticipated that his attempts at persuasion would not only fail but instead fortify the boy's resolve to resist. Capturing him alive had now become an even more formidable challenge. When the purple giant whale summoned them to encircle Hemingway, it had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of capturing him alive. Killing him was absolutely out of the question. The future prospects of his comrades in the Starry Empire depended entirely on their ability to seize Dai Yuhao alive. Thus, Hanba had initially commanded his Soul Emperor subordinate to employ all of his soul power to enact the sixth soul skill, Heavenly Net, ensuring that Hemingway could not escape. After all, if he merely sought a corpse, he could have opted for a more direct approach, unleashing his martial soul and charging headlong into the fray. Because capturing him alive was paramount, utmost caution was required. Go. Hanba signaled to the four middle-aged men surrounding him, his strongest subordinates apart from the vice-captain. The four soul kings who constituted the backbone of his forces. He instructed them to gauge Hemingway's strength while he observed from the sidelines. Determined to gather intelligence from the ensuing battle, aiming for a decisive strike to capture him alive. With the heavenly net around them, there was no escape for Hemingway, and Hanba had ample time to toy with him. The four soul kings accepted their orders and immediately activated their martial souls. Their martial souls manifested as a sea turtle, a dolphin, an octopus, and a sea snake, each a beast martial soul. Their soul ring configurations were white, yellow, and purple. It must be said that the soul ring configurations of these four soul kings were rather unimpressive. One could discern the potential of their martial souls simply by observing the configurations of their soul rings and their ages. As Hemingway regarded the four approaching middle-aged men, their forms adorned with the features of turtles, snakes, and other creatures, he remained expressionless. He merely cast a cold gaze upon them as they drew closer. And at the very moment their soul rings illuminated, signaling the release of their soul skills. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted from the spot, causing the entire ship to tremble violently. Hemingway, the man, had vanished from the scene. The four Soul Kings were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? How could he move with such astonishing speed? Where had that young man disappeared to? Even Hanba, who was observing from a distance, was momentarily stunned. Despite his keen eyesight, he could barely discern a vague shadow. He was utterly baffled as to how Hemingway had vanished. What was going on? Was it some sort of soul technique? He couldn't help but murmur to himself. In the next moment, Hanba's pupils constricted as he witnessed Hemingway suddenly reappear before one of the bald Soul Kings, as if he had materialized out of thin air. The Soul King, suspended in midair from a jump, had no time to react before the cold, white-haired youth extended a finger and vanished. Boom! A deafening sound seemed to resonate within the Soul King's mind. The last thing he saw was the boy's finger reappear, now stained with blood. Is this my blood? He finally realized, and then lost consciousness forever. At that moment, a gory hole appeared in the center of the bald Soul King's forehead. Having learned from his previous encounter with the elderly Soul King, Hemingway understood that what constituted a fatal injury for an average person might not necessarily be so for those with unique martial souls. Thus, to ensure a swift kill, a single finger piercing the skull was the most effective method. After all, the head is universally the greatest vulnerability of a human. Even if some possessed special martial souls, a pierced skull would still lead to death. The number of individuals who could survive such an injury was exceedingly rare, akin to a phenomenon not seen for a millennium. At that moment, all the pirates present were struck with shock by this sudden turn of events. One Soul King had been felled by a mere finger. Was it really that easy to die? Am I dreaming? Seizing the moment while the pirates were in a daze, Hemingway pressed his advantage. With feet seemingly suspended in midair, he deftly maneuvered, as if he were treading upon solid ground rather than the formless air. This was the moon step, one of the 6 techniques. The application of the moon step was akin to the agile lightness of Wudong's cloud-piercing leaps. By kicking in midair while leaping, one could alter their trajectory using the recoil, allowing for fluid movement through the skies. With this aerial mobility technique, Hemingway could launch attacks from every conceivable angle. Hemingway expressionlessly extended his index finger, revealing a small hole that appeared on the turtle shell. However, surrounding this minuscule aperture were countless fissures, which seemed to expand, ultimately engulfing the entire shell. With a thunderous crack, what once seemed impervious shattered into fragments. A middle-aged man, curled up in a fetal position, was exposed. Yet he bore a grievous wound on his back, having completely succumbed to life. A single strike had proven fatal. The power of Haki was not merely a simple defense. It served as both an impenetrable armor and a means to amplify the wielder's offensive prowess. It could evolve in myriad ways as the user honed their skills. For instance, the residual Haki that followed his piercing of the shell morphed into a subtle force, infiltrating the man's body. In an instant, it obliterated his internal organs. Thus, while only a blood hole appeared on the surface, in reality, his innards had long since been reduced to a mass of pulpy flesh. Damn it! A fierce gust surged from behind, accompanied by a wrathful roar. The giant like Hanba bore a menacing expression, charging towards him with an imposing stature. Standing 5 meters tall, he exuded an overwhelming presence, and Hemingway harbored no doubts regarding the immense power concealed within that physique. Yet, with great power comes a notable drawback, the clumsiness and lack of agility. Moonwalk. Hemingway, with his legs suspended in midair, narrowly evaded the formidable figure lunging towards him. He launched an assault on the final Soul King. At that moment, witnessing 3 of his colleagues fall victim to the prowess of this silver-haired youth within a single strike. The last Soul King was utterly paralyzed by fear. His soul rings illuminated one after another, transforming him into something akin to a serpent. His body twisted and coiled. Yet this very form granted him remarkable speed. The last Soul King appeared to have shed all semblance of bones, slithering away like a snake, then abandoning the ship to plunge into the depths of the ocean. Upon witnessing this, a cold glint flashed in Hemingway's eyes, without a moment's hesitation. He extended his hand and raised a finger. A surge of golden light erupted from the tip, culminating in a resounding explosion. Bang! The pinpoint of golden radiance swiftly morphed into a projectile, traversing several meters in an instant, piercing through the water, defying the resistance of the sea. It struck the Soul King, who had yet to vanish beneath the waves. Boom! A towering splash erupted from the sea, sending forth a multitude of limbs and severed arms, which scattered around the deck of the ship. The pirates, who had been watching intently, were drenched from head to toe, their bodies smeared with filth and blood, leaving them utterly bewildered. The sight of 4 of his most capable generals being dispatched by Hemingway with the ease of crushing a chick sent Haba into a furious rage. His eyes ablaze and a primal roar escaping his lips. He could hardly fathom that in the blink of an eye. He had lost 4 of his key commanders, an irreplaceable core of his strength. Nurturing such soul kings was no trivial task, yet now they were all gone. Chapter 21. The Imminent Battle. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of his most trusted generals, Haba was consumed with regret. Had he known that Dai Mubai was so merciless, he should have taken decisive action from the outset. With the heavenly net in place, escape was impossible for his foe. Why had he foolishly sent 4 soul kings to probe the enemy? The loss of his 4 capable generals was a devastating blow. Has he dived beneath the waves to hide? Hemingway scanned his surroundings and noticed that the Soul Emperor who had previously unleashed the heavenly net had vanished without a trace. Utilizing his observation hockey, he searched the cabins of the 2 ships, but found no one. Clearly, the Soul Emperor had sensed the danger and, amid the chaos, submerged himself in the ocean to evade capture, a commendable instinct for survival. This, however, was to be expected. After expending all his soul power to deploy the heavenly net, the Soul Emperor, now devoid of any soul energy, was likely weaker than a soul master. After all, his martial soul was not a beast type, but an artifact type. Thus, at this level of cultivation, the enhancement of his physical capabilities was minimal. His true strength lay in his soul techniques, which required soul power to activate. Now, stripped of that power, he was rendered nearly useless. Hemingway could easily eliminate him. Thus, the Soul Emperor, with remarkable foresight, concealed himself, though the exact location of his hiding place remains unknown. In any case, locating the Soul Emperor within this vast net that spans a kilometer is an unrealistic endeavor. Even his observation abilities cannot encompass such an extensive area, unless he submerges himself in the water and employs the sensing capabilities of the ocean. Finding him would be nearly impossible. However, the Soul Emperor is merely a trivial character. Hemingway's most formidable opponent at present is the Soul Saint Hamba. Hemingway turned around and gazed at the towering 5-meter giant, whose anger was still evident, but whose expression had now calmed. Observing the 7 spirit rings floating around him, he finally began to take the situation seriously. As the arena was cleared, he looked at Hamba, a faint smile gracing his stern visage, signaling that the true battle was about to commence. On the boundless sea, a vast net had formed a circular enclosure, encompassing a radius of 1 kilometer. Within this net, 2 vessels, one large and one small, faced each other from a distance. On the smaller wooden boat, 2 figures stood in a tense standoff. One was a 5-meter-tall behemoth, his muscular frame exuding an aura of brute strength, resembling a devilish titan. The other, a youth of about 15 or 16, possessed flowing snow-white hair that cascaded gracefully, framing a face of exquisite beauty, with a tall, slender physique and deep azure eyes reminiscent of the ocean, embodying unparalleled handsomeness. Aboard the steel ship, approximately 20 to 30 pirates held their breath, their gazes fixated on the 2 individuals on the wooden vessel, as if they were about to witness something monumental. At that moment, Hamba had gradually regained his composure following the loss of his 4 generals. His mind cleared. He coldly regarded the white-haired youth, whose hair danced with the ocean breeze, his azure eyes as clear as the sea, and his stature strikingly graceful. Slowly, he said, "I admit, I underestimated you." He marveled at the boy who had just slain 4 of his generals, his expression filled with astonishment. "Indeed, you are truly a rare find. A dual spirit wielder. You awakened your martial spirit merely 6 years ago, which means you are only 12 this year. To be frank, your growth in such a short span is nothing short of astonishing. If given time to continue your development, I can hardly fathom how grand your future will be." In response to Hamba's admiration, Hemingway remained unfazed, allowing his soul power to begin flowing steadily within him, his body poised and ready for battle. However, he interrupted the moment with a firm declaration, "But this is where it ends." Hamba's expression became serious as he looked at Hemingway and stated, "Next, to demonstrate my respect for a formidable opponent, I shall unleash my full strength against you. Prepare to understand just how powerful a soul saint truly is. I await the challenge." Undeniably, Hemingway simply gazed at him with a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the impending battle. Hanbas, the wielder of the soul of the great white whale, stood as a formidable 73rd level soul saint. A solemn expression adorned his face as the ethereal silhouette of a colossal white whale began to materialize around him, only to gradually fade away. Simultaneously, the 7 soul rings encircling him radiated a more intense brilliance. Given the gravity of the situation, Hemingway, too, adopted a serious countenance, unveiling his own martial spirit to the world for the first time. Hemingway, the princess of the merfolk, a 39th level soul master. As his words resonated through the air, a magnificent silhouette slowly emerged behind him. It was a mermaid of grand proportions, towering several meters high, exuding an aura of opulence and grace. Silence enveloped the venue. All eyes were transfixed upon the towering figure, their expressions rendered in awe. She was exquisitely gentle and enchanting, her sea-blue eyes reflecting the nurturing essence of the ocean, and her flowing pink locks elegantly arranged in a regal updo. Her physique seemed to be the ocean's most splendid creation. Surrounding this figure were 3 enormous soul rings, emanating an extraordinary presence. 2 purple and 1 black. Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the onlookers as they beheld the immense mermaid and her hovering soul rings, their perceptions utterly challenged. How was it possible? How could someone possess a 1,000-year soul ring as their first? Furthermore, the 3rd soul ring, a 10,000-year ring, could only be absorbed by a soul king. Hanbis, too, appeared taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and remarked, "I see now. I had forgotten you possess twin martial spirits. If one spirit is cultivated to an exceptionally high level, when the other, yet to be endowed with soul rings, is finally enhanced, it can receive soul rings of remarkable age. I presume your 2 purple and 1 black soul rings are a result of this." Hemingway remained noncommittal, refraining from disclosing that his other martial soul was still in its nascent state, and that he had forcibly absorbed a highly aged soul ring solely through his own strength. Such matters held no significance. Why elucidate these details to an adversary poised for battle? It was far more prudent to maintain an air of mystery, instilling a sense of trepidation regarding his martial soul. Perhaps this enigma would afford him an advantage in the impending confrontation. As Hanba observed his demeanor, a furrow of concern creased his brow. He was uncertain what hidden cards Hemingway might possess. In the realm of soul masters, mere rank did not dictate everything. Occasionally, certain soul masters wielded peculiar soul skills that rendered them formidable and unpredictable. Thus, should one presume that high rank alone warranted the disdain of those beneath them, they would inevitably suffer grave consequences. As a cautious pirate, Hanba had navigated perilous waters to reach his current status, a testament to his prudent nature which had spared him from numerous brushes with death. Thus, he found himself successfully misled. Chapter 22. A surge of passion. Regardless of the hidden cards at play, the truth would soon unveil itself. Hanba suppressed his apprehension, and a terrifying surge of power emanated from him. With a powerful push, his colossal form, towering 5 meters while in a martial soul state, hurtled towards Hemingway with tremendous force. Facing the approaching behemoth, Hemingway exhibited no hesitation. With a mere thought, the magnificent mermaid martial soul behind him transformed into a radiant beam of light, merging seamlessly with his being, significantly amplifying his already formidable physical prowess. His mermaid martial soul possessed 2 modes. One was transformation, wherein he metamorphosed into a colossal mermaid towering several dozen meters, resembling the regal White Star Princess. This state not only substantially enhanced his overall attributes but also granted him superior control over water. However, this transformation came at a steep cost, as it rapidly drained soul power, reverting him back to his original state once depleted. Furthermore, many physical techniques became impractical in this form, and movement on land was cumbersome. The alternative mode simply augmented his attributes without any external transformation, while it lacked the refined control over water afforded by the White Star Princess form. It was advantageous in terms of lower energy consumption, allowing him to sustain this enhancement indefinitely. Undoubtedly, one mode was suited for terrestrial engagements, while the other excelled in maritime confrontations. Had they found themselves in the ocean, Hemingway would have undoubtedly transformed into the giant mermaid form. However, given their current battle aboard a ship, the augmentation mode was decidedly more pragmatic, conserving soul power. With determination, Hemingway faced the oncoming giant, eager to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and the soul saint. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he boldly launched himself forward, swinging his fist with intention. Arrogance. Hanba, witnessing this audacity, felt a flash of disdain and indignation. How dare this mere soul master confront him head-on, a formidable soul saint of the assault category? Such insolence reflected a profound underestimation of his capabilities, despite being merely in a martial soul state and not deploying any soul skills. Hanba harnessed the might of his soul saint level, complemented by the power of his whale martial soul, a titan of the sea. It was evident that even in this state, his physical enhancement far surpassed that of an ordinary soul master. You will pay dearly for your hubris, you insolent wretch. Hambaz's soul power surged within him as he swung his massive fist down upon Hemingway with ferocity. Hemingway did not flinch. Instead, he responded with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision of two fists, one large and one small, was a spectacle to behold. The air was filled with a terrifying gust, erupting from the point of impact between the two fighters. The surrounding sea seemed to be swept away by a tempest, the waves surging dramatically. Nearby, a massive iron ship was blown away, and even the wooden vessel beneath them lurched dangerously, nearly plunging into the depths. One could only imagine the ferocity of their clash. After exchanging blows, the towering figure of Hanba involuntarily began to retreat, leaving a trail of cracked imprints on the deck beneath his feet. His massive fist bore the marks of injury, skin split and raw. In stark contrast, Hemingway, though dwarfed by Hambaz's size, remained as steadfast as a mountain. His feet firmly planted on the deck. Only the fissures around his feet betrayed the effort required to absorb such a powerful strike. Had I truly lost? Hanba gazed at his bloodied fist, the searing pain rendering him incredulous. With his formidable physical prowess and the power of a soul sage, even after invoking his martial spirit, he found himself outmatched by a mere youth who appeared to be only a three-ringed soul master. What a terrifying constitution. His gaze towards the white-haired boy transformed, now viewing him as a genuine monster. How is this possible? Their captain has been forced to retreat? The pirates aboard the distant iron ship observed in disbelief as their seemingly assured victory shifted, their captain taking a step back. Could it be that a soul sage had lost in a contest of physical strength to a soul master? Could this truly be the mark of a genius? A monster. Such was the perception of the white-haired youth among the pirates at that moment. It appeared that my physical prowess, upon the manifestation of my martial spirit, was roughly equivalent to that of a soul sage. As Hemingway slowly retracted his fist, he reflected on the overwhelming effort required to withstand that exchange. He realized that, in terms of sheer physical strength alone, he was indeed comparable to a soul sage, though this assessment excluded the influence of soul skills. Therefore, in a genuine confrontation, whether he could match a soul sage remained uncertain. After all, unlike Hanba, for most soul masters, the soul skills granted by their rings were paramount. The enhancement of physical attributes via martial spirit was secondary, not indicative of their total strength. Hemingway's ability to stand against a soul sage stemmed primarily from the uniqueness of his martial spirit, which amplified only his physical capabilities and imposing presence after acquiring soul rings, akin to a pure attribute soul master. Thus, his combat effectiveness was significantly greater than that of others at the same rank. However, this advantage came with a drawback, a lack of variety in techniques. Should he encounter an opponent with peculiar soul skills, he could find himself in dire straits. Well done, young man. I underestimated you, but now I shall be serious. Hambaz's expression turned grave as his first, second, and third soul rings radiated brilliant light. First soul skill, power amplification. Second soul skill, speed amplification. Third soul skill, gravitational pull. Hambaz's already formidable muscles swelled dramatically before compacting into a more solid form. A clear indication of his first and second soul skills at work. Boom. The immense figure of Hanba surged forward, the deck beneath him shattering upon impact. Observing the 5-meter-tall giant charging at him with a tsunami of force, Hemingway, having tested his own capabilities, initially sought to evade confrontation. However, an invisible force suddenly drew him towards the oncoming giant, a terrifying pull that rendered him unable to escape. Clearly, this was the effect of Hambaz's third soul skill, preventing any retreat and forcing a direct clash. With no option to evade, Hemingway felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. If escape was not an option, then he would fight. Boom. The two figures collided once more. Hanba raised his massive arm, fist poised to strike down upon him. The howling wind and oppressive pressure left Hemingway with no doubt. Should this fist connect with his head, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the Soul King whose skull he had previously shattered, blood and bone scattering across the ground. Thus, Hemingway raised his arm to retaliate, and their fists met with a resounding crash. Bang! Hemingway's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent's arm. This strength appeared to have surged by nearly 60%. How could this be? The primary soul skill was merely a decade-old soul ring. How could it possibly amplify strength so drastically in an instant? Wait, perhaps this phenomenon was linked to the speed enhancement of his second soul skill. A quick mental shift allowed him to grasp the connection between the two. Chapter 23. The Battle of Men. The power amplification from Hambas's first soul skill certainly did not reach such an exaggerated 60%. After all, it was merely a 10-year soul ring. A 20% increase would be quite commendable. The sensation of an almost 60% enhancement likely stemmed from the speed boost provided by his second soul skill. As the saying goes, speed equates to power. The increase in velocity generated significant kinetic energy, which was the true essence behind the remarkable force of his punch. In the blink of an eye, as this realization dawned upon him, Hemingway felt the intense pain in his arm and finally decided against hesitation. He unleashed his armed color hockey. A flash of golden light enveloped his fist, swiftly spreading to his entire arm, akin to donning a layer of armor that dramatically augmented its destructive capacity. Hemingway raised his golden right arm, giving it a gentle shake. In that instant, a terrifying force erupted, causing Hanbei to stagger back a step. Hemingway, emboldened by his newfound prowess, enveloped his other hand in the formidable hockey, transforming both arms into resplendent golden appendages, significantly augmenting his imposing presence. With fists clenched, he launched a relentless assault upon the 5-meter-tall giant before him, delivering powerful punches, each golden arm leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Driven by the enhancement of hockey, Hemingway's offensive capabilities surged, while his defensive strength also saw a remarkable increase. This, however, was merely the most rudimentary application of hockey. He had yet to unveil its more sophisticated potentials, which he reserved for a moment of surprise, a time that had not yet arrived. Though Hamba boasted a formidable physique, such size inevitably rendered him somewhat clumsy and uncoordinated. Consequently, he found himself somewhat flustered when faced with the ferocity of Hemingway's strikes, enduring a barrage of punches despite his efforts to evade and deflect. Fortunately, the augmentation from his martial spirit had significantly bolstered his defenses, and combined with the enhancements from 2 soul skills, he withstood the blows without sustaining severe damage. However, should this onslaught continue, his fortune may soon wane. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Hanba activated the 4th and 5th soul rings surrounding him in rapid succession. The 4th soul skill, Diamond Transformation. The 5th soul skill, Blue Scale Bodyguard. In an instant, the massive 5-meter figure of Hanba began to contract, his bulging muscles refining into a more compact form. Yet his power only intensified. Simultaneously, scales resembling those of a fish began to sprout across his body, enveloping him in a shimmering blue armor within the blink of an eye. In a mere breath, the towering giant vanished, replaced by a 2-meter-tall figure, gaunt and entirely covered in blue scales. The two combatants clashed with immense force. Hemingway felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, as his opponent's diminutive stature had not diminished his strength. Rather, it had paradoxically doubled it. The reduction in size rendered him more agile. The blue scales that adorned his body enhanced his defensive capabilities to an extraordinary degree, no matter where Hemingway directed his attacks. The only response was the sensation of striking an impenetrable fortress, as if he were pummeling solid steel. In that moment, even with the application of his armed color, he found himself utterly unable to contend with the formidable Hanbei in this form. Truly, the Soul Saint was not to be underestimated. None were simple opponents, and Hanbei had not even resorted to his martial spirit's true form. Merely activating the first 5 soul rings left Hemingway momentarily at a loss. Throughout the battle, Hemingway was filled with profound reflections. Suddenly, Hanbei's massive hand, adorned with blue scales, struck forcefully against Hemingway's forehead. Fortunately, Hemingway had timely enveloped his head with armed color, and the blow landed upon that golden aura without inflicting any harm. Do not question why Hemingway did not cover his entire body with armed color. It is essential to understand that armed color is not a substance conjured from thin air, but a unique power he manifested through his soul force. The technique of armed color is remarkably taxing on one's soul energy, and the conversion required for its application is truly formidable. Thus, he endeavored to conserve energy and refrain from the extravagance of enveloping his entire body. Furthermore, full body coverage offered little advantage in combat, making it an inefficient use of resources. The battle between the two raged on. Fists and feet clashed in a fierce contest of strength between men. The surrounding pirates observed with fervent excitement, witnessing a visceral display of combat. This was a brawl where every punch landed with palpable force. Hemingway could not breach the blue-scaled defenses enveloping Hemba, yet conversely, Hemba found himself unable to contend with Hemingway, who was fortified by a golden aura of armament hockey. Thus, the two were locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, thunderous roars, The clash between Hemingway and Hambasi seemed to ignite an inferno, the aftermath of their fierce struggle gradually reducing the wooden vessel to a mere wreck, riddled with countless wounds. The surrounding sea, too, was stirred by the intensity of their confrontation, waves rising and crashing as the unleashed force reverberated across the waters. At last, following yet another strike, the wooden boat beneath them could no longer withstand the tumult, collapsing with a thunderous sound into a multitude of fragments. The two combatants, succumbing to the chaos, naturally plunged into the depths of the ocean, bringing their fierce duel to a temporary halt. Moonwalk. Hemingway propelled himself with a vigorous kick, sending forth the spray of water. In an instant, he found himself suspended in midair, detached from the surface of the sea. He then leaped onto a fragment of wreckage, panting slightly, his heart racing and blood coursing through his veins. In stark contrast, Hamba inexplicably sank into the depths of the ocean, disappearing from sight. Hemingway would certainly not entertain the notion that he was drowning. It is quite the jest. Have you ever witnessed a whale succumbing to such a fate? Thus, he could ascertain that Hamba's descent into the depths of the ocean was undoubtedly part of a larger scheme. At that moment, a profound voice resonated from the sea. Seventh Soul Technique. True Soul Manifestation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hemingway's expression changed dramatically upon hearing those words. His instinct for danger kicked in. He propelled himself away from the wooden planks with a swift push of his legs. Just as he left the spot, a crashing sound of splintering water erupted. A massive maw filled with jagged teeth suddenly emerged, completely engulfing the area where the planks had been. Moments later, a colossal white whale breached the surface, surrounded by 7 ethereal rings, signifying that it was not a mere sea spirit beast but a form conjured by a soul master. Trouble loomed. Faced with the menacing and gluttonous gaze of the gigantic white whale, Hemingway could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile. This was the true manifestation of a martial spirit. All soul masters, upon reaching the 70th level, acquire a 7th soul skill akin to it, the true form of their martial spirit. Just as the 30th level marks a soul master's bottleneck, so does the 70th. Particularly for soul masters with beast-type martial spirits, the power is significantly enhanced. Moreover, this skill serves as their ultimate weapon. What Hanbus was employing at this moment was indeed the skill from his 7th soul ring. The most domineering and side-effect-laden skill, the true form of the martial spirit. Once activated, it allows unlimited use of all soul skills below the 7th ring, excluding the true form, for 30 minutes with a potency increase to 150%. All attributes are greatly elevated. However, every boon has its cost. After using the true form, the Soul Master's attributes are diminished by 50% and require 7 days to recuperate. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Soul Masters above the 70th level would never recklessly invoke their true form. Now that Hanbus was compelled to resort to his true form, it was evident that he was at his wit's end with Hemingway, intending to gamble everything for a decisive victory. Chapter 24. The Nemesis. Humph. Do you think you are the only one with a true martial spirit? Gazing at the immense figure of the white whale, Hemingway contemplated that if he merely amplified his strength, he would be at a disadvantage. Despite his reluctance to adopt that form, the current circumstances left him no choice. Transformation. The silver-haired youth radiated with brilliance, gradually enveloping his entire being. Then, he expanded suddenly. With a resounding splash, a towering mermaid, several dozen meters tall, emerged on the surface, confronting the great white whale from a distance. The true form of a martial spirit? How is this possible? You too possess a true martial spirit. Could it be that you are a soul saint? The great white whale gazed upon the distant figure, resplendent and ethereal, with azure eyes deep and expansive. Resembling the most exquisite being of the ocean, a mermaid of extraordinary beauty. Unable to contain itself, it let out a startled cry, resonating with a human voice. The colossal mermaid, embodying Hemingway, remained silent. For the moment she uttered a sound, it would resonate like a melodious ballad. This was indeed disconcerting for someone who prided himself on his masculinity, as it seemed that acclimatization might awaken an extraordinary interest. No, this could not be the true form of a martial soul. The great white whale, after a meticulous assessment, suddenly realized that if it were indeed the authentic manifestation of a martial soul, his aura would have surged dramatically, far surpassing its previous state. Hence, this could not be the genuine martial soul transformation, but rather a unique state of martial soul possession. Or perhaps it was some form of soul technique. Nevertheless, Gazing upon the immense mermaid before him, Hansbase could not help but feel a modicum of pressure. While size does not necessarily equate to power, a larger physique undoubtedly harbors considerable strength. At present, he had transformed into the true form of the white whale, measuring approximately 30 meters in length. In contrast, the mermaid, embodying Hemingway, towered at several dozen meters. In terms of sheer size, Hansbase had already conceded. However, the true measure of combat prowess could only be ascertained through actual conflict. A battle-hardened warrior like Hansbase fully understood this principle and would not be easily intimidated by the mermaid's formidable presence. Thus, he boldly initiated the assault. Sixth Soul Skill, Tides of Chaos. The sixth soul ring surrounding the massive white whale blazed with brilliance. Instantly, the ocean within a kilometer radius began to churn violently. The sea began to churn violently, with the great white whale at its center, surrounded by a terrifying vortex. Not far away, the crew aboard the pirate ship witnessed the unfolding scene and swiftly maneuvered their vessel to a safer distance, fully aware of the formidable power their captain wielded. The closer one drew, the greater the peril. At last, as if the energy had been amassed, the colossal white whale arched its body and flicked its tail, generating a fearsome column of water that surged relentlessly toward Hemingway. Meanwhile, Hemingway, transformed into a magnificent mermaid, floated serenely upon the surface of the sea. Her fish tail submerged in the water, leaving only her graceful upper body elegantly poised above the waves. The tumult of the surrounding waters seemed utterly incapable of affecting her. Any tumultuous wave that approached her within mere meters inexplicably ceased its advance. The calmness enveloping her was a manifestation of the innate talent of her mermaid spirit. The ocean was her realm. In the face of the oncoming torrents, the exquisite figure raised her slender, graceful arm and gently gestured forward. With a resounding impact, the encroaching water column shattered into countless droplets, cascading into the air. How could this be? Hanba, witnessing the spectacle, was rendered speechless. The powerful technique he had meticulously charged was effortlessly dispersed with a mere wave of her hand. Could he have been mistaken? Was this truly the manifestation of a martial spirit? Impossible. His perception could not be wrong. Unwilling to succumb to disbelief, Hanba summoned his soul power once more, unleashing his sixth soul skill, Tidal Fury, granting him the ability to manipulate the sea. He commanded the waters, crafting various offensive maneuvers. Even among soul saints, he was a standout, a force to be reckoned with, far from being weak. The sea churned violently, transforming into serpentine forms resembling living pythons, each extending several dozen meters in length. Their tongues flicked out as they writhed under the control of the great white whale, lunging towards the mermaid. In response to these serpents, the colossal mermaid merely raised her delicate hand and effortlessly swiped downward. Thud, thud, thud. The imposing sea serpents, seemingly formidable, were thus reduced to mere seawater with a single gesture. At last, Hanba discerned the crucial realization. It was not that the opposing force was truly so powerful, but rather that they excelled in manipulating the sea. Consequently, when his own water creations confronted her, they were effortlessly dispelled with a mere flick of her wrist. Previously, upon unleashing his martial soul form and employing his sixth soul skill to summon tumultuous waves, he was rarely challenged at the soul saint level amidst the vast ocean, even against somewhat weaker soul Douluo. Yet, he occasionally stumbled. Do not underestimate the ability to control water. Hanba was merely unfortunate in encountering Hemingway, a nemesis possessing the mermaid martial soul. Had he faced another adversary, he would not have appeared so relaxed amidst the relentless onslaught of the sea. The likelihood of being overwhelmed by the ceaseless attacks of the ocean was far greater. Humph! If the water was ineffective, then he would resort to brute force. After realizing this, a fierce glint flashed in the great white whale's eyes, and the surrounding waters surged to bolster him. With jaws agape, he charged toward the massive mermaid with the swiftness of lightning, intent on close combat. Now that he had activated his martial soul form, he could wield all his soul skills at will, and his attributes had significantly amplified. Hanba was determined to seize victory. Unbeknownst to him, Hemingway welcomed the approaching great white whale, finding joy rather than dread. Close combat. Excellent. It was precisely what he feared the least. Despite her current guise as the White Star Princess, appearing delicate and fragile, one should not underestimate the power of her towering form. Those who were deceived by her seemingly gentle exterior would be gravely mistaken. Boom. Crash. The massive white whale collided with the mermaid, only to be met with her defensive gesture. A shimmering aura enveloped the great white whale, its body adorned with blue-scaled armor, enhancing its strength. In an instant, it lunged forward, teeth bared, aiming to bite the proud fullness of the mermaid's chest, utterly unconcerned. The enormous mermaid princess instinctively furrowed her brows, unwilling to be bitten by those fearsome fangs. However, there was no time to block with her hands. Fortunately, she had her armed color to rely upon. In an instant, a layer of golden light enveloped her chest. Boom. Crack. The great white whale's toothy maw clamped down, producing a resounding noise. The destructive power was unimaginable. Had it truly bitten down, the mermaid's flesh would surely have fallen prey to its jaws. Chapter 25. The Fierce Battle. The great white whale opened its mouth wide, ready to bite down. Fortunately, the golden armed color activated just in time, encasing her soft chest in impenetrable armor. The great white whale felt nothing but hardness, as if it had bitten into solid steel. Crack. The incredibly tough armed color shattered the great white whale's fangs. Roar. The great white whale emitted a mournful cry. Its teeth shattered, causing not only excruciating pain but also a throbbing resonance within its head. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in the mermaid's azure eyes as her elegant, yet powerful right hand extended, two slender fingers glowing with golden light, aiming directly for the whale's blowhole. If this strike connected, the armed color infused in her fingers would penetrate into the whale, wreaking havoc upon its brain. A lethal blow. Not so fast. Sensing the imminent threat, the great white whale instinctively concentrated its soul power, compressing it to the utmost limit, ultimately releasing it through its blowhole. Boom. A brilliant azure beam erupted from the whale's blowhole. This attack, forged from Hambas's highly condensed soul power, unleashed a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. Before the mermaid could pierce the blowhole, the sudden eruption of the azure beam repelled her. The shockwave violently propelled her massive body backward, her beautiful pink tail arching elegantly as she soared into the air, resembling a fish leaping from the water. Yet, despite the picturesque scene, it was decidedly unfavorable for Hemingway. For in this airborne state, the mermaid had no means to stabilize herself. Even attempting to use the moon step for aerial maneuvering was futile, after all. She had no legs, a drawback of her mermaid transformation. Alas, it was unavoidable, as he observed the gathering light at the whale's blowhole. Clearly preparing to unleash another attack while he was suspended in midair, Hemingway had no choice but to revert to his human form. He could not risk being struck directly by that azure beam, uncertain of the damage he might sustain, even with his armed color protecting him. In an instant, the graceful mermaid, suspended in the air, dissipated like smoke, transforming back into the image of a white-haired youth. Moonstep. The moment he regained his human form, Hemingway swiftly executed evasive maneuvers, seeking to escape the impending danger. Yet, unfortunately, the charge within the whale's blowhole had reached its zenith, and a colossal azure beam erupted. Boom. A thunderous roar resounded. The beam, several meters wide, shot skyward, enveloping the surroundings in a brilliant azure glow, casting the area into a wondrous blue world. Its speed overwhelming. The vast reach of the beam was nothing short of formidable. Hemingway was utterly caught off guard as the azure beam of light grazed his body. The terrifying aquamarine column surged skyward, resembling a steadfast pillar capable of piercing the heavens. The network above offered no resistance. It was effortlessly breached by the force of the azure light. The celestial net, which could withstand the might of a soul sage, was rendered powerless against even a single strike from this aquamarine beam. Hemingway felt a cold sweat break out all over him, his heart brimming with gratitude that he had refrained from overstepping moments ago. Otherwise, even with the protection of armed color, had he been struck directly by that cerulean beam of light, he would likely have been severely injured, especially now, despite not being hit head-on. Merely grazing its edge was enough for the residual force of the azure light to tumultuously shake his insides. A trickle of blood could not be contained as it flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just from this one strike, he had sustained considerable internal injuries. The power of the soul saint was indeed beyond my current capacity to withstand directly. Once it turned serious, even a mere graze nearly left me gravely wounded. He wiped the blood from his lips, gazing upwards as the cerulean beam dissipated, revealing a vast void at the center of the web. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes. It was as if the heavens were aiding him. Moonstep. Hemingway's steps faltered as he soared towards the gaping void of the net above. At this moment, he had lost the desire to continue the battle. Indeed, retreat seemed to be the wisest strategy. To escape? Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Below, the great white whale, fatigued from unleashing two powerful attacks, observed the scene above with a glint of disdain in its fierce eyes. It scoffed internally, too apathetic to intervene, instead opting to remain grounded and recover its expended spiritual energy. In the air, as Hemingway approached the yawning chasm of the net. A flicker of joy illuminated his azure eyes. However, just as he was on the verge of breaking free, the colossal net quivered violently. Suddenly, what had once appeared as an inanimate object seemed to come alive. The strands of the net, previously torn apart by the azure beam of light, began to writhe and intertwine, swiftly mending the gaping hole as if it had never been breached. Hemingway's eyes blazed with an intensity that suggested he was on the brink of liberation. Yet, in the final moment, his aspirations were thwarted by the Soul Emperor, who had remained hidden in the shadows. At that moment, Hemingway was engulfed in regret. He lamented not having utilized his ability to sense the ocean while submerged to locate the Soul Emperor and strike him down first. Had he done so, he would have already escaped to safety. With a flicker of hope still flickering within him, Hemingway executed a powerful kick into the air. A golden slashing strike erupted forth, hurtling towards the seemingly indomitable net. The impact reverberated through the air as the armed strike collided with the net, causing ripples to dance across its surface. However, this layer of what appeared to be a fragile web remained remarkably resilient, showing no signs of yielding or tearing apart. At this juncture, Hemingway could only further appreciate the sheer terror of the water blue beam unleashed by Hamba moments earlier. Had he not decisively withdrawn from his transformed state, a direct hit from that beam would have undoubtedly resulted in grievous injury or even death. Not even the armor of armed color could have provided sufficient protection, for the disparity in their respective levels was far too great. Hemingway is now merely a 39th level Soul Master, yet he is capable of utilizing his physical prowess to execute the Navy's 6 techniques, and, through the unique application of armament hockey, force him to reveal his true martial spirit. This achievement is indeed remarkable. Had it not been for the mermaid state allowing him to manipulate the seawater, nullifying Hamba's advantage of commanding the ocean, the battle would have concluded long before Hamba manifested his martial spirit. Chapter 26, A Pretense. After considerable effort, it became evident that breaking through this intricate web of obstacles was an insurmountable task. Hemingway gradually calmed himself, coming to the realization that even if he were to escape this entanglement, it would ultimately be futile amidst the vastness of the ocean. Where could he flee to? Even if he managed to break free, would he plunge into the depths of the sea? How long could the manifestation of his soul sustain him? And what would happen when those pursuing him caught up? There would be no way to evade them. There was simply no escape. At this moment, Hemingway found himself in a predicament, realizing that the key to breaking free from his current dilemma lay with Hanbase. He must first address this individual to have any hope of escape. Thus, rather than retreating, he resolved to fight with his back against the wall. Suspended in midair, Hemingway cast his gaze upon the colossal white whale below, and with a thought, his observation hockey gradually unfurled. Unlike the armament hockey, which drained his soul power, the consumption of observation hockey was rooted in his mental energy. If he merely employed its scanning function without probing into others' minds, the expenditure of mental energy was minimal. At this juncture, his observation hockey could only envelop a radius of about 120 meters, marking the limit of his current capabilities. To extend this coverage, he would need to achieve a breakthrough in his soul power level, thereby enhancing his mental energy, or perhaps gain an elevation in his soul for some reason. Below, the great white whale, which had been floating on the ocean's surface, had finally begun to recover from the toll of its recent powerful maneuvers. Observing the white-haired youth who hovered above, it was clear that he had no intention of transforming into a giant mermaid again. The whale understood that the boy had been intimidated during their previous skirmish and was now likely attempting to leverage his smaller size to launch a ranged attack from the air. How foolish. The whale scoffed inwardly, showing no hesitation as its soul power surged, causing the previously calmed ocean surface to once again churn violently. While the ability to manipulate the waters partially stemmed from the effects of its 6th soul skill, it was primarily the innate power of its martial soul that allowed it to command the sea and summon tempests. After all, it was the sovereign of the ocean, a whale. Even though its martial soul was merely an ordinary whale, rather than a formidable deep-sea demon whale, it still possessed significant advantages within the oceanic realm. Suddenly, the tumultuous sea erupted with explosive force, shooting forth towering jets of water that surged toward Hemingway. Anticipating this move, Hemingway remained unperturbed. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, surrendering his senses entirely to observation hockey, disregarding his physical sight, and utilizing this life-threatening crisis to refine his mastery of observation hockey. The expansive realm of 120 meters enveloped by his observation hockey enabled him to perceive the trajectories of the water jets with clarity. Despite their rapid velocity and the angles of attack that obstructed his evasive maneuvers, Under the meticulous awareness afforded by observation hockey, he encountered no difficulties. Hemingway, with his eyes shut, executed a moonwalk, gracefully leaping in midair, effortlessly evading the incessant barrage of water columns. When confronted with an insurmountable density of water jets, he relaxed his body, employing a technique that rendered him as light as paper, gliding through the narrow crevices between the water columns. Not a single droplet managed to touch him. How could this be? Below, Hanba could hardly fathom the spectacle. How could anyone evade such a relentless assault? What astounded him the most was the apparent ease and elegance with which this individual maneuvered. Damn it, I refuse to believe you can evade them all. The great white whale, with a fierce countenance, amplified the output of his soul power. Instantly, the surrounding sea erupted not only with the incessant water columns, but also with serpents crafted entirely from condensed seawater. These water serpents appeared to possess their own vitality. Soaring through the air, twisting and coiling, attacking the white-haired youth from every conceivable angle. Yet, it was futile. No matter how many water columns or serpents emerged, they could not touch the boy, whose eyes remained tightly shut. Not even a single droplet could splatter upon him. Hanba was driven to the brink of madness by this sight. He had believed that with his soul sage strength leading a cadre of subordinates, capturing a mere 12-year-old boy would be a trivial endeavor. However, to his astonishment, the moment he entered the fray, 4 of his Soul King subordinates were dispatched without hesitation. This 12-year-old's combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. At merely 39 levels, he could contend with Hanba on equal footing, a prodigy rarely seen in a millennium. When Hanba decided to get serious and unleashed his martial soul's true form, he anticipated that this would secure his victory. Yet, as he grew stronger, so did his opponent, who slipped away like an elusive eel, impossible to grasp. After enduring a series of setbacks, Hanba appeared increasingly frenzied, seemingly disregarding the notion of exhaustion. He was solely fixated on capturing this slippery little eel. Boom! The air erupted with columns of water. Serpents soared above, and soon a myriad of fish joined the fray. Showcasing an array of forms, Hanba wielded his ability to manipulate seawater with unparalleled finesse, orchestrating a breathtaking display of aquatic artistry. Yet, despite the spectacle, the white-haired youth continued to evade the onslaught of water constructs with an enigmatic grace, sometimes drifting like a falling leaf, other times swaying like a willow in the breeze. As time passed, the aquatic constructs diminished, and it seemed Hanba's soul power was waning. Ultimately, the various aquatic creations ceased to exist, leaving only the relentless bombardment of water columns. With his eyes still shut, Hemingway evaded the attacks with increasing ease, while Hanba, having seemingly lost all reason, continued to frantically command the water columns against an opponent he could not touch. The breath of the great white whale grew weaker, the fluctuations of his soul power dwindling. It was evident that his energy reserves were nearly depleted. If this continued, Hemingway might just outlast Hanba until his soul power was exhausted, allowing him to deal with him at his leisure. However, as a seasoned pirate who had traversed the seas for years, Hanba would not be so easily swayed by rage. Indeed, as Hemingway leaped to evade a water column, an unforeseen twist occurred. Boom! The previously tranquil sea erupted with a brilliant azure light, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Countless streams of water surged skyward, intertwining and ultimately forming a vast net. Within this net was ensnared one individual. Chapter 27, The Convergence. Within this celestial net, the tumultuous sea gradually calmed. The water columns that had once erupted now vanished, replaced by a vast, shimmering net. This net, a deep cerulean hue, appeared to be composed entirely of pure water, yet the radiant blue light emanating from it indicated that it was far from an ordinary trap. At that moment, Hemingway found himself ensnared within this colossal net. He had become a fish caught in a net. Ha! The great white whale, its maw filled with jagged teeth, erupted in laughter as it gazed upon the white-haired youth ensnared in the aquatic net, reveling in the satisfaction of achieving its goal. It had not been easy. Indeed, it had required considerable effort to weave this net. Hanba had feigned a loss of sanity, tirelessly manipulating the seawater, expending soul power. While it appeared he was merely raging in futility, every evaded water construct had not vanished upon entering the sea. Instead, they had lain in wait, concealed beneath the surface, ready for his command. Countless water constructs that had submerged silently formed a formidable and terrifying net, poised to ensnare Hemingway. Ha! Run! Keep running! The great white whale roared with laughter, gradually contracting the net, drawing it closer. The expansive water net began to shrink inward, inching toward the white-haired youth. The deeper it contracted, the darker its hue became. This net encapsulated the majority of Hanba's soul power, and in terms of fortitude, Even the outer layer of this celestial net could not compare. After all, this was the culmination of a soul sage's formidable essence, far surpassing what a mere soul emperor could muster. Ultimately, the water net solidified into a circular cage, standing at a height of one person. Hanba controlled this cage as it slowly approached him, stopping only when he could almost reach out and touch it. He gazed at the boy within, who, despite the dire circumstances, still kept his eyes shut, and taunted, "What's this? Our dear Prince Dai is so frightened he can't even bear to open his eyes. You were quite the tough one earlier, weren't you? What has happened? Have you gone mute and deaf now?" Hanba unleashed the pent-up frustration he had endured. For to him, Hemingway was now a fish in a net, posing no threat whatsoever. Naturally, he sought to revel in his triumph and vent his frustrations. "I have already said it," the white-haired youth finally responded. He slowly opened his azure eyes, gazing at the fearsome visage of the great white whale, observing its triumphant display with an emotionless demeanor. "Dai Yuhao is dead. I'm Hemingway." Upon finishing his declaration, he gently extended a finger, its tip glowing with golden light. With a swift yet deliberate motion, he pierced through the gaps of the cage, touching Hanba's forehead. The sixth ultimate secret technique, Six King Spear. An icy chill surged through the depths of his soul. Hanba's colossal pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. He felt an unyielding sharpness flooding into his mind from that fingertip, penetrating deep into his very essence. In that moment, vivid memories of Hanba's past flashed, relentlessly plundering merchant vessels of yore, pillaging the fishermen of nearby isles, committing heinous acts of murder, robbery. In violation, he embodies the very essence of malevolence. If indeed there exists a concept of justice in this world, his demise would be a mere trifle. A soft sound, akin to the delicate burst of a bubble, resonated. Hemingway slowly withdrew his hand. Before him, the immense white whale appeared seemingly unscathed. Yet its two gigantic eyes were gradually losing their luster. The radiant light emanating from the water net that ensnared him began to dim, relinquishing its master-esque control as the soul power dissipated back into the cosmos. The net, composed of water, slowly unraveled, ultimately transforming back into ordinary seawater that fell back into the ocean. Accompanied by the final sound of splashing water, the once tumultuous sea finally settled into a serene calm. In the distance, on the edge of a vast net, a colossal pirate ship was anchored. The pirates aboard gazed at the eerily tranquil surface of the ocean, an inexplicable chill creeping into their hearts. Especially unsettling was the sight of their captain, transformed into that enormous white whale, remaining utterly motionless, which only heightened their anxiety. A foreboding sense of dread enveloped them. Could it be? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their leader was a soul sage. How could he be defeated by a mere soul master? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. The band of pirates subconsciously rejected the idea of such an unfathomable occurrence. Indeed, battle has proven to be the unparalleled path to strengthening one's abilities. Observing the massive white whale, whose once vibrant gaze had dulled and whose immense form was beginning to disintegrate, Hemingway couldn't help but reflect on his own gains. Not long ago, he had resolutely decided to fight to the last. Closing his eyes, he surrendered his senses entirely to the observation haki, navigating through the onslaught. Not only did his mastery of observation haki become increasingly refined, but the Navy 6 styles, which he had long since perfected, also began to seamlessly integrate during his evasive maneuvers. Gradually, he became fully immersed in a unique state akin to enlightenment. He felt a continuous renewal of all past learnings, presenting him with various profound insights. Ultimately, not only did his observation haki reach a new pinnacle, allowing him to vaguely foresee the enemy's next move before it was unleashed, but the Navy 6 styles were also thoroughly harmonized, culminating in the ultimate technique, the Six Kings Gun. The Six Kings Gun is a technique that harnesses the entirety of one's internal power. An ordinary person utilizes only a small fraction of their physical strength, leaving a substantial portion dormant. This technique serves to channel that latent power, liberating the body from instinctual constraints and in an instant, unleashing hidden energy. Thus, it generates a force exponentially greater than usual, multiple times, or even dozens of times, stronger. The earlier gentle gesture was more than just a mere point. It was a culmination of all his strength, meticulously compressed and concentrated at the tip of his finger. Consequently, it unleashed a terrifying power. When that fingertip struck the white whale's forehead, it erupted instantly. A fierce and violent force surged forth, penetrating deeply and enveloping its entire being, offering no opportunity for resistance or reaction. In that fleeting moment, it obliterated everything within. The life force was extinguished. Externally, the whale, transformed into Habase, appeared unblemished. However, internally, Both its organs and bones had been reduced to mere remnants of flesh by the ferocity contained within Hemingway's seemingly casual gesture. The Six Kings gun. Such was the nature of this domineering technique. Chapter 28. Words fail, tears flow. The immense white whale gradually began to diminish, ultimately reverting back to Hanbass's form, though now his eyes were wide with fury, his expression a mixture of disbelief and perhaps liberation. Before him lay the seemingly intact body of a soul sage, which, in truth, had already been reduced to a puddle of mangled flesh. Hemingway lamented, after all. You are a sole master of a generation. The journey to the underworld seems rather solitary for you. Let your subordinates accompany you on this voyage. With these words, a radiant glow enveloped him, transforming into the enchanting figure of the mermaid princess, Bai Xing. Her lower half, adorned with a gradient pink tail, submerged gracefully into the ocean, quietly awakening her innate ability to commune with the sea. Her azure eyes gazed far towards the edge of the netted horizon, fixating on the grand ship. Observing the pirates who, having witnessed their leader revert to human form, now floated lifelessly on the water's surface, their expressions rife with panic. With a gentle yet powerful motion, she raised her magnificent pink tail, sending a cascade of droplets from the almost translucent tip into the air. A surge of oceanic energy followed the flick of her tail, sweeping wildly towards the distance. Boom! The ferocious tide violently engulfed the pirate ship, the sheer force of the onslaught obliterating all aboard. This was the mermaid's natural ability to command the waters. With a mere flick of her beautiful tail, she could unleash various maritime calamities. Yet, every display of such innate talent required the expenditure of soul power. No prowess could be summoned from nothing. The magnitude of every ability was contingent upon the energy consumed. The more energy one could harness, the more formidable the force unleashed. Currently, Hemingway's control over the sea was confined to this limited domain. Confronted by the vastness of the ocean, his strength felt woefully inadequate. Having dispatched the minions, only one remained. Hemingway clapped his hands. And under the influence of the power he had secretly activated, the water in the distance began to swirl violently, gradually forming a cage made entirely of water. Inside, an elderly man was ensnared, his eyes tightly shut. This was the Soul Emperor who had initially set the net in motion, only to vanish into the depths of the sea. Having suffered the disorientation of the vast ocean before, Hemingway spared the old man's life solely to guide him through these waters. He had grown weary of aimlessly drifting without a sense of direction. To him, as the vice captain and a lifelong pirate, the Soul Emperor would undoubtedly possess the ability to decipher nautical charts and illuminate the correct path. As for the possibility of noncompliance or deliberate misdirection, that was a concern he would address later. Hemingway expressed that, under the influence of his vivid perceptions, no one could feign pretense or engage in deceitful tricks in his presence. To attempt to outsmart him was a venture far beyond reach, perhaps a few million years premature. By the way, I trust the boat is still seaworthy? Hemingway suddenly recalled something, and with a fleeting thought, he observed the distant sea beginning to churn. In an instant, a colossal iron vessel was forcefully thrust from the depths of the ocean. It was none other than the pirate ship that had just been overturned by a wave he had conjured. By now, the bodies aboard the pirate ship had long been swept away and cleansed by his manipulation of the water, leaving the ship utterly pristine. Save for a few lingering droplets that remained, its condition otherwise remarkably intact. Hemingway emerged from his transformation, gracefully leaping onto the pirate ship. Subsequently, the cage that confined the elder of the Soul Emperor began to contort, transforming into a wave that forcefully hurled him onto the pirate vessel. With a resounding thud, the elder of the Soul Emperor crashed heavily onto the deck. The impact of his fall gradually roused him from his stupor, and as he propped himself up with his hands, he beheld the desolate expanse of the pirate ship and the white-haired youth advancing towards him. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. The entire White Whale pirate crew had been vanquished by this mere 12-year-old boy before him. Even the captain, a soul saint, had met a tragic end at the hands of this young prodigy. Would he choose to live or succumb to despair? Hemingway approached the Soul Emperor elder and inquired in a tone devoid of any emotion. To his surprise, the elder looked at him and began to laugh. A maniacal laughter echoing through the air. Ha ha. Hemingway furrowed his brows and said in a chilling tone, "What are you laughing at?" Ha ha. I laugh. I laugh at your impending doom. Yet you remain oblivious. The old man, known as the Soul Emperor, laughed maniacally, reminiscent of a madman indifferent to life. Do you truly believe that we are the only ones pursuing you? Ha ha. The Soul Emperor gasped for breath between his fits of laughter, his dim, malevolent eyes fixated on Hemingway as he ominously continued, "We are merely the vanguard. A horde of pirates, equally formidable, follows closely behind. They should be arriving shortly. With the ability of Kinbunchika Haki enveloping him, Hemingway could distinctly sense that the old man spoke the truth. There were indeed numerous pursuers hot on his trail. Instantly, his complexion shifted dramatically. Coincidentally, at that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted outside the net. Boom. In a singular strike. The celestial net that had enshrouded the surrounding sea for a kilometer disintegrated into fragments, gradually dissipating into the ether. With the barrier of the celestial net lifted, Hemingway finally beheld the multitude of pirate ships converging upon him from all directions. There were at least a dozen pirate vessels. Each ship bore a distinct pirate flag. Yet they shared one commonality, an unrestrained aura of soul power, rivaling that of Hemba, radiated from each vessel. This signified that every single one of these pirate ships harbored at least one soul saint on board. A dozen soul saints. Hemingway felt a tremor in his heart. The mere act of defeating a Hanba nearly exhausted all his abilities. Ultimately, it was sheer luck that propelled him into a state of enlightenment, allowing him to grasp a formidable technique. Only then could he deliver a fatal blow under the harmonious alignment of time, place, and people. To be frank, the ability to slay Hanba was purely a matter of fortune. It was undeniably laden with a significant element of luck. After all, had he not been so arrogant, so convinced of his imminent victory, he would not have been given the chance to approach so closely. Thus, he fell victim to the unexpected strike of the Six King Spear, which claimed his life in an instant. Such an opportunity was rife with coincidences, rendering it an unrepeatable circumstance. Should another soul sage arise, he might not even prevail. Moreover, facing a dozen soul sages simultaneously would be an even greater challenge. The most outrageous aspect was that these soul sages resorted to a gang assault. My heavens! Hemingway was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. Could it be that fate was conspiring against him? Hemingway lifted his head to gaze at the immaculate azure sky, overwhelmed by an ineffable impulse that stirred within him, evoking a torrent of unshed tears. He felt an unbearable heaviness, as if on the verge of weeping. Chapter 29. My life is at an end. On the pirate ship, observing the silvery-haired youth gazing skyward in silence, the Soul Emperor gradually ceased his raucous laughter and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "What occupies your thoughts? Do you perhaps contemplate surrender?" "I am reflecting upon the tapestry of my life," came the response. Hemingway, filled with emotion, slowly turned his gaze towards the Soul Emperor Elder and remarked, "Since it is fated that there is no escape, your presence is no longer necessary." Just as the Soul Emperor began to utter a response, a burst of blood erupted from his brow, having been struck by a finger gun that shattered his skull. With a bloodied finger withdrawn, Hemingway gently flicked away the remnants of blood and brain matter. Despite the inevitability of his fate, he remained unruffled, calmly walking to the bow of the ship, silently awaiting the approach of the encircling pirate vessels, resembling a silent statue. Gradually, the pirate ships converged from all directions, encircling Hemingway's vessel in a colossal circle. At that moment, he found himself completely surrounded by formidable pirate ships, rendering escape impossible. On the decks of numerous massive pirate ships, greedy eyes fixated on the white-haired youth standing at the bow, seemingly eager to devour him whole. There were hundreds present, each ship manned by a soul saint, a soul emperor, several soul kings, and numerous petty pirates. Under the scrutiny of such avaricious gazes, it was enough to make anyone shudder. It appeared that this day truly heralded his demise. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere closing in from all sides, Hemingway was overwhelmed by emotion. He never imagined that after 6 years of survival on a deserted island, he would finally venture out to sea only to confront the terrifying prospect of being besieged by a multitude of soul saints. Fate seemed particularly unkind to him as an outsider, facing imminent peril shortly after embarking on his journey. He must be the most unfortunate of all travelers. At this juncture, realizing his dire predicament, Hemingway surprisingly found a sense of calm. He understood that panicking would yield no benefit in critical moments. Composure was essential to seize any chance of survival. He began to reflect on his abilities, pondering what cards he could play to navigate this crisis beyond his armed hockey and the Navy's 6 styles. The power of the bounce fruit? No, that would be futile. Although it was said to be able to repel anything, even concepts, that was merely a potential for the future, not a current capability. If it were truly that formidable, he wouldn't have faced peril against Hampus. He could have simply swatted away Hampus's martial spirit, rendering him mortal on the spot. The reality was that the stronger the Soul Master, the greater their resistance to his bounce fruit. Therefore, at this stage, its capabilities were insufficient against formidable foes, relegating it to mere harassment of the weak. What about utilizing the mermaid princess's martial spirit to summon sea soul beasts? That too had limitations. To summon sea soul beasts, they must be within his oceanic range of perception. Outside of that, he would have no control. Currently, his range only encompassed 1,000 miles of ocean, which may seem vast on land, but was merely a drop in the ocean. Thus, within this 1,000-mile expanse, he might encounter powerful soul beasts if luck favored him. But the likelihood leaned heavily towards weaker ones, or perhaps not even a single soul beast at all. Ultimately, it would all depend on fortune. Additionally, there were restrictions on the age of the soul beasts he could control. If their strength surpassed his significantly, he would be unable to exert control over them. Controlling sea soul beasts was not a matter of disregarding age or strength. Otherwise, Hemingway would not have spent 6 arduous years honing his skills on the island, but rather summoned a legion of 10,000-year or even million-year soul beasts to dominate the sea from the outset. The truth was that the soul beasts he could control could not differ too greatly in level from his own. Given his current level, he could only control those around 10,000 years old, and even then, the number was limited. He could not summon as many as he wished. With his current mental prowess, controlling 10,000-year sea soul beasts at once was his limit. Otherwise, he would know the wisdom of the ant overwhelming the elephant. Summoning several thousand, no, dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts would suffice. If he could indeed summon dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts, then the pirates before him would pose no threat at all. Thus, while the ability to control sea soul beasts appeared formidable, its true might was intrinsically linked to Hemingway's own strength. The higher his level, the older the soul beasts he could command and the greater their number. Furthermore, luck played a crucial role. If there were no powerful soul beasts within his oceanic range, even the ability to control them would be moot. After meticulously considering his current capabilities, Hemingway resignedly concluded that in this situation, beyond confronting the pirates head-on, he had little else to pursue. At this moment, the encircling pirate ship slowly parted, revealing a colossal pirate vessel that glided through the gap. Atop the ship's mast flew a pirate flag emblazoned with the image of a fearsome deep-sea leviathan encircling a skull. Upon seeing that iconic pirate flag, Hemingway could not help but draw a sharp breath, for he fully understood the implications of the pirate flag. The Moby Whale pirate crew, the most ruthless and powerful band of pirates across the vast ocean. Moreover, its captain was universally acknowledged as the crownless king among all the pirates of the sea. Pirate King. Contra. Hemingway wearily shut his eyes, and even without meticulous perception, he could sense the overwhelming terror that accompanied the approach of the great ship ahead. The magnitude of this presence far surpassed that of a soul sage. It was undoubtedly that of a soul Douluo. In the current circumstances, the arrival of this soul Douluo was, without a doubt, a further exacerbation of the dire situation. A soul Douluo, along with a dozen soul sages, numerous soul emperors, and several soul kings, not to mention the multitude of lesser-ranked soul masters below them. It is evident that Hemingway can discern this. In their relentless pursuit of him, these pirates have nearly mobilized their entire forces. The Star Luo Empire has indeed invested a considerable amount. A faint, bittersweet smile graced Hemingway's lips. Was it truly necessary to pursue a mere soul rank of a 12-year-old boy? How could you, pirates, disregard the code of honor? At that moment, the purple giant whale was brimming with excitement. The bounty target lay right before him. If he could capture this target alive and present him to the Star Luo Empire, not only would he gain the opportunity for soul bones and soul rings, but he would also attain a noble title within the empire. Henceforth, he could relish the protection of the Star Luo Empire, no longer living the precarious life of a pirate. How could such prospects fail to thrill him? How could it not send him into a frenzy of delight? Beside him, his daughter, Purple Pearl, observed her father's nearly splitting smile and couldn't help but comment, "Father, is it really necessary to be so grotesque over the capture of a mere 12-year-old child? You've lost all semblance of the soul Douluo image. My dear daughter, you are still young and do not comprehend," the purple giant whale replied, his exaggerated grin softening slightly, yet still brimming with joy. Life as a pirate offers no future. It is a precarious existence. Though your father may appear to be flourishing now, hailed as the Pirate King, one can never predict when he might provoke someone formidable and find himself facing dire consequences. Ultimately, piracy is not a noble profession. As he spoke, he seemed to recall some past events, and his smile gradually faded, replaced by a sigh laden with complex emotions. Indeed, he was a man with stories to tell. Thus, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must not be overlooked. As he declared this, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and an aura of terror enveloped him, a brutal and ironclad presence. Having risen to such heights and become a soul Douluo beneath a prestigious title, the purple giant whale's journey was nothing short of legendary. Were it to be pinned into a novel, it would surely become a sensational bestseller. Every individual's journey is unique. This world does not revolve around a single person. Each person is the protagonist of their own life. Indeed, I do not understand, Purple Pearl retorted, rolling her eyes prettily and puffing out her cheeks. What's wrong with being a pirate? I find the idea of living freely as a pirate quite appealing. I fail to grasp why you aspire to become so noble. Once you enter that realm, you will be subject to the Star Luo Empire's control. How can that compare to our joyous freedom upon the sea? Upon hearing such naïve words from his daughter, the purple giant whale couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head in silence. He wondered if he had sheltered her too well, shielding her from the harsh realities of the world. The sea, far from the idyllic vision she held, was rife with filth and treachery, capable of shattering the worldview of an ordinary person. The purple giant whale cherished his only daughter, treating her like a precious gem. He had spared her the hardships and struggles of life, concealing the sordid deeds committed by their pirate crew. As a result, she had blossomed into an innocent flower, pure of heart and ignorant of the world's cruelties. How would such a naive girl survive in the brutal, predatory sea once her father's protection was gone? Could she adapt to the harshness and reality of the ocean? The purple giant whale dared not contemplate this. He believed it was time for her to learn about the harshness of reality after this incident, to understand that the world was far more grim than she imagined. The world of soul masters was not as pristine as she thought. A good person in a realm that venerates strength is destined for a short existence. Chapter 30. Not to be underestimated. In an expansive, boundless ocean, a dozen pirate ships formed a circular formation, tightly encircling a single pirate vessel at the center. At this moment, the circle of pirate ships parted to create an opening. Following this, a massive pirate ship, larger than all the others present, slowly maneuvered through the gap and steered towards the vessel in the center. The distance between the large and small pirate ships steadily diminished, and the individuals standing at the bows of both ships began to see each other with increasing clarity. Hemingway stood at the bow of the ship like a spear, his posture impeccably straight. Even in the face of such a dire predicament, not a trace of fear marred his countenance. One may falter, but one must not yield. Although a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart, he understood that displaying vulnerability would serve no purpose in altering the current reality. These bloodthirsty, merciless pirates would not spare him simply out of pity. Thus, rather than exhibiting weakness and compromising the dignity of a traverser, it was far more judicious to confront his fate with poise. Hemingway gazed coldly at the imposing ship approaching slowly before him, the figures standing at the bow becoming increasingly distinct. Among them was a robust, middle-aged man radiating an overwhelming aura, undoubtedly the infamous pirate king, the Purple Leviathan. His power was evident, exuding an iron-blooded ferocity born of countless battles. However, Hemingway's attention was swiftly drawn to a striking young woman with long purple hair standing beside the Leviathan. It should not be misconstrued that he was captivated by her beauty. Rather, he sensed a glimmer of hope emanating from her presence. The bond between the two was unmistakably that of father and daughter. Hemingway's observation, enhanced by his hockey, allowed him to perceive the affection and indulgence the Leviathan held for the purple-haired girl, an undeniable paternal love. Perhaps the key to his escape lay with her. As Hemingway contemplated this potential lifeline, the distance between the two pirate ships diminished rapidly, halting at a mere 10 meters apart. The ship carrying the purple Leviathan was grand and towering, placing him and his daughter in a position of dominance as they looked down upon Hemingway, who stood solitary at the bow of his vessel. The standoff was palpable. The crew of the Leviathan consisted not only of the father-daughter duo, but also included 2 formidable vice-captains, several spirit emperors, and numerous spirit kings, creating an impressively lavish contingent. In stark contrast, Hemingway stood alone, facing an overwhelmingly daunting numerical disadvantage. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Hemingway maintained an air of composure, his strikingly handsome visage betraying no sign of distress. He emanated a presence that rivaled the collective might of his adversaries, single-handedly suppressing the aura of the Sol Douluo and the host of spirit emperors before him. As the pirate ship drew nearer, the father and daughter duo finally discerned the true nature of the white-haired figure standing defiantly at the ship's bow. In that fleeting moment, the Leviathan thought to himself, this young man is no ordinary individual. After decades traversing the seas, he had never encountered a person with such a uniquely compelling aura. It was as though he were a born champion, standing unwaveringly against the tempest, impervious to any storm or turmoil that might seek to unsettle him. Should this youth manage to escape today, his future accomplishments would be boundless. The Leviathan recognized this truth as he beheld Hemingway's silhouette. Meanwhile, his daughter, Pearl, was swept away by a singular thought upon seeing the striking figure. How incredibly handsome! Though she was not a frivolous girl, Her heart raced at the sight of Hemingway. Overwhelmed by an unexpected sensation, the confidence and resilience he displayed in the face of adversity profoundly moved her, shattering her preconceived notions about men who had always treated her with obsequiousness due to her father's stature. For the first time, Pearl grasped the essence of true masculinity. Their gazes locked for what felt like an eternity until the Leviathan could no longer contain himself and spoke first. To be honest, you were nothing like I imagined. I expected you to be panicked and retreating in disarray, yet here you stand, remarkably composed. Indeed, a hero in youth. I never anticipated that capturing a mere soul respect would require the legendary Pirate King's intervention. Clearly, the bounty on you holds significant value, or you would not have rallied your forces. Hemingway's calm blue eyes reflected an unyielding resolve as he replied, "Nevertheless, it is utterly impossible for you to compel me to surrender." The Leviathan scanned the surrounding waters, noting the numerous floating corpses, a flicker of shock crossing his gaze. As he regarded the white-haired youth once more, it was as if he were confronting a genuine monster. To kill a spirit saint at the level of a soul respect was no small feat, and though there may have been some trickery involved, it nonetheless showcased the terrifying potential of Hemingway's talent. Given another decade or so, the Leviathan mused, he might not even stand a chance against him. The Leviathan's perception of Hemingway had fundamentally shifted. A genuine admiration for talent blossomed within him. Had his noble title not been of such paramount importance, he might have considered abandoning his pursuit and instead recruiting Hemingway into his crew, perhaps even grooming him as a future successor. After all, Hemingway's achievements were nothing short of astounding, and with time, his potential was limitless. The Leviathan regarded Hemingway with a sense of regret, lamenting the fate of such a dazzling talent destined to burn out before even having the chance to shine. "Ah, it seems you are determined not to yield," he sighed, observing the steadfast and composed white-haired youth. "Very well, I shall personally take you down. It would not tarnish my honor as a sole Douluo to do so." The Leviathan resolved to capture Hemingway himself, fearing that should the young man sense his impending capture and choose to take his own life, it would be a tragic end for one so gifted. After all, the fate awaiting him back in the Star Luo Empire would be dire, and sometimes death could be a form of liberation. Moreover, the Leviathan felt a twinge of sorrow for such a promising talent, believing he should not fall to lesser foes. Hence, putting an end to his future by his own hand would not be a disgrace. Hemingway, upon witnessing the purple giant whale's intention to personally subdue him, felt a peculiar blend of surprise and delight within. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the Soul Douluo, yet he harbored a different plan. While he could barely contend with the Soul Saint, facing a formidable Soul Douluo, especially one specializing in offensive prowess, seemed utterly absurd. If he could withstand even a couple of strikes, it would be considered a remarkable feat. Most critically, his soul power had already been significantly depleted after the earlier battle, leaving him fatigued. Fortunately, years of rigorous training under varying gravitational conditions had endowed Hemingway with remarkable endurance. Though he lacked other notable strengths, his stamina was unparalleled. At present, he was still capable of withstanding physical exertion. However, the depletion of his soul power posed a significant challenge. He estimated that he possessed only about 20 to 30% of his full strength. In such a condition, facing the Soul Douluo was daunting, and he hoped to withstand more than a mere exchange of blows. Yet, Hemingway's heart brimmed with ulterior motives. The purple giant whale's decision to engage personally aligned perfectly with his plans, bolstering his confidence in the likelihood of success. With a thunderous leap, the purple giant whale soared across more than 10 meters, landing deftly on the vessel where Hemingway stood. The surrounding pirates, witnessing their captain's intent to intervene directly, refrained from comment, silently maneuvering the ship further away to avoid interfering with the impending confrontation. They halted their vessel a considerable distance, several dozen meters from the center of the action, to observe in silence. Meanwhile, Purple Pearl, seeing her father preparing to engage, cast a worried glance towards the white-haired youth, hoping her father would exercise restraint. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway turned to face the towering middle-aged figure not far from him. As a surge of soul power erupted within him, manifesting as swirling currents around his form, his garments billowing dramatically. The purple giant whale, however, regarded this display with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending duel. Out of respect for the young man, he chose to manifest his martial spirit. A colossal, sapphire-hued phantom of a whale materialized around him, subsequently merging into his being. Instantly, his muscles swelled, and he grew to an imposing height of 3 meters. His skin transforming to a deep blue, exuding an aura that far surpassed that of the recent soul saint, Han Bas, whose martial spirit was also a whale. The purple giant whale's martial spirit was no ordinary whale. It was a noble deep-sea demon whale. The name of the demon whale pirate crew stemmed from this lineage. Possessing such a formidable sea spirit as a martial spirit elucidated the purple giant whale's extraordinary achievements. In this world, where lineage and innate talent were of paramount importance, the quality of one's martial spirit often dictated future success. Douluo continent was a realm governed by bloodline supremacy, and tales of underwhelming martial spirits rising to greatness were mere fantasies, existing solely in dreams. Simultaneously, 8 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, manifested around the purple giant whale, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Hemingway felt an overwhelming sense of terror and pressure, and his heart grew heavy. The prowess of the soul fighter was indeed formidable. He hoped that he would not succumb after just a few rounds, for that would be truly lamentable. To engage in battle with the soul fighter, even in defeat, would still be a matter of honor. While Hemingway's mind was occupied with such musings, he maintained an outward demeanor of laughter, exuding a spirit of boldness and gallantry that caught the attention of the surrounding pirates. To face the soul fighter with such ease and composure was commendable in itself. As for the gaze of the purple pearl upon him, it became increasingly enigmatic, and within her heart, she quietly resolved to take action. She planned to seek an opportunity to discreetly set him free when he was captured. A man of such caliber should not be reduced to a mere breeding tool. Come forth. Please bestow your teachings. A colossal phantom of a mermaid emerged behind Hemingway, only to vanish in an instant as his martial soul awakened. The 3 soul rings that should have manifested around him remained concealed under his deliberate control. With a powerful push of his feet, he charged forth, undeterred by the disparity in strength. Let me witness the true might of a soul Douluo. The purple giant whale regarded the advancing youth with a glimmer of admiration in its eyes, reflecting, setting aside his strength, this courage is commendable. However, despite this inner acknowledgement, it harbored no intention of showing mercy. Confronted by the fierce advance of the white-haired boy, the purple giant whale refrained from unleashing its soul skills in a decisive strike to subdue him. Instead, it sought to understand how he could possibly slay a soul saint with the prowess of a soul master, ignoring such a vast chasm in levels. Could it be that he possessed a fused soul bone? Considering Hemingway's esteemed lineage, a convergence of 2 royal bloodlines, the whale concluded that it was not inconceivable for him to bear a soul bone. Hemingway surged forward, a golden light illuminating his right arm. The armament hockey enveloped his limb as he unleashed a powerful punch directly aimed at the chest of the purple giant whale. This strike was executed with unrestrained force, showcasing his utmost strength. Sensing the ferocity of the attack, the purple giant whale, relying on its status as a soul Douluo, chose to neither evade nor defend. It endured the full brunt of Hemingway's punch. Boom. The fist, as if forged from gold, collided violently with the robust chest. Bang. At the point of impact, a tempestuous wind erupted. The deck beneath the purple giant whale's feet shattered explosively, causing the entire ship to lurch dangerously, nearly submerging beneath the waves, with torrents of seawater rushing onto the deck. Fortunately, sensing the impending descent into the depths, Hemingway swiftly retracted his fist, propelling himself several meters back. With the force dissipated, the ship that was on the brink of sinking began to rise once more. Chapter 32. An unequal battle. Indeed, even a typical soul sage would find it challenging to withstand such a punch. The purple giant whale, seemingly unfazed, patted its slightly wrinkled attire and remarked nonchalantly, however, to slay a powerhouse like Juan Bas, with this level of strength, you are far from sufficient. Show me your techniques, or you shall miss your opportunity. Impressive. Even though he had anticipated this, Hemingway could not help but be astonished by the soul Douluo's prowess upon witnessing his own full-strength attack, augmented with armament hockey, failed to even force a retreat from his opponent. Is this truly the might of a soul Douluo? It was evident that they operate on a different echelon than soul sages, merely relying on the manifestation of their martial spirit. The purple giant whale effortlessly deflected Hemingway's most potent strike. Observing the purple giant whale's unaffected demeanor after receiving his full-force punch, Hemingway felt a profound awe for the strength of the soul Douluo. Undoubtedly, he could not triumph over the purple giant whale at this moment, yet under the current circumstances, he had to fight. Surrendering was unequivocally not an option. Thus, even after having his formidable punch dismissed with ease, Hemingway refused to concede. Once again, he cloaked himself in armament hockey and boldly initiated his assault. Bang! This time, the purple giant whale did not merely stand there to absorb the blows. As Hemingway aimed a punch at its abdomen, it swiftly raised a hand to block the attack. Then, with its other hand, it struck Hemingway squarely in the chest. sending him hurtling backward. Despite the protective armament hockey shielding his chest, the overwhelming power of the Soul Douluo's punch left Hemingway breathless, a searing pain resonating within his lungs. And this was merely a strike enhanced by its martial spirit, devoid of any soul techniques. The might of the Soul Douluo was thus laid bare. In Hemingway's eyes, the strength of this pirate king was anything but ordinary. He was undoubtedly not a typical Soul Douluo. Hemingway was utterly convinced that if the purple giant whale were to find itself in the ocean, capitalizing on its advantageous terrain, it would likely rival an ordinary tidal Douluo. For its martial soul is that of the aristocracy among whales, the deep-sea demon whale. This soul beast is a sovereign of the seas. Now that it has become a human martial soul, it is evident that a soul master possessing such a soul would far surpass the capabilities of an ordinary soul master. In a world where martial souls dictate everything, possessing an exceptional martial soul indeed determines one's future accomplishments in the heights one can achieve. Bloodlines dictate all. Ah. He withstood my punch and appears unscathed? What is that layer of golden light? Is it some unique soul skill, or perhaps a power conferred by a soul bone? Moreover, why did his martial soul manifest without revealing any soul rings? The purple giant whale, having struck the white-haired youth in the chest only to see him seemingly unfazed and charging forward once more, was astonished beyond comprehension, just as Hemingway surmised. As a distinguished soul master among tidal Douluo, his strength is not something that can be gauged by an ordinary tidal Douluo. With the supermartial soul of the deep-sea demon whale, should he unleash his full power, his raw strength could indeed rival that of a typical tidal Douluo. Had it not been for the numerous life and death crises he faced in his youth, which forced him to absorb soul rings of lesser age to hasten his strength, compounded by the accumulated hidden injuries from years of battle that severely diminished his innate talent, he might have already attained the status of a tidal Douluo. Instead, he finds himself resorting to elaborate measures to capture such a youth for a mere title. Boom. Bang. Thunderous roars. Hemingway relentlessly launched his attacks against the colossal purple whale, his fists and feet dancing through the air, accompanied by a golden aura that tore through the atmosphere, unleashing a series of explosive ripples upon the ocean's surface. Yet, in the face of his formidable onslaught, the purple whale remained nonchalant, effortlessly deflecting his strikes with mere gestures of its limbs, without even resorting to its soul skills. A simple manifestation of its martial spirit was sufficient to neutralize all of Hemingway's assaults. The pirates aboard the surrounding ships were captivated by this spectacle, initially regarding the white-haired youth as overconfident. However, as the battle unfolded, witnessing the visceral exchanges of blows ignited a fervor within them. Many clenched their fists tightly, their eyes fixated on the determined youth, silently cheering him on. Despite the evident disparity in power, Hemingway's audacity to confront a stronger adversary, fully aware of his likely defeat yet resolute to fight until his last breath, inspired those around him. Purple Pearl, with her enchanting violet eyes, watched anxiously as the blood gradually marked the body of the white-haired boy, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth. In desperate urgency, she implored him, "Cease your assault. Even if you are captured, I will ensure your release. Continuing this fight may lead to your demise." Yet, Hemingway was oblivious to her heartfelt plea. Functioning like an inexhaustible machine, relentlessly assaulting the purple whale. Even though each attack was effortlessly thwarted, he pressed on, undeterred by the futility of his efforts. Boom. Bang. True to form, the whale parried a punch and retaliated with a strike of its own. The creature's demeanor grew slightly impatient, having indulged Hemingway for long enough. It resolved to conclude the skirmish. With his observation hockey enveloping the vicinity, Hemingway sensed the whale's intent to employ a soul skill to swiftly end the battle. Elated, he recognized that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. "Kid, I'm about to get serious. If you have any tricks left, unleash them now, or you may find yourself without a chance," the purple whale declared, its expression shifting to one of gravity as the 8 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, hovering around it became increasingly distinct, a clear indication that it was preparing to unleash its soul skill. "I have one final move." Hemingway's expression grew equally grave as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite his disheveled and battered state, he remained composed and declared, "This technique is known as the Six King Spear. It harnesses the entirety of my strength, possessing boundless power. I once used this move to slay a soul saint. Do you dare to receive it?" "Oh, it seems Hanbei's fell victim to this very move," remarked the purple giant whale with keen interest. "I shall witness it for myself." In his view, Hemingway was merely grasping at straws, and once he unleashed this Six King's Spear, he would be devoid of any resistance. This was likely his final struggle, the last flicker of glory before the curtain fell on this performance. Therefore, the purple giant whale resolved to graciously indulge this wish, choosing to confront the attack head-on without evasion, thus bringing an end to this unequal battle. The surrounding pirates quickly steeled themselves, anxiously observing the unfolding conflict, fully aware that this strike would herald the conclusion. Purple Pearl clasped her hands tightly to her chest, as if in prayer, her violet eyes fixed intently on the not-so-broad back of the white-haired youth, exhibiting the concern of a maiden for her beloved. However, the attention of those around her was solely captivated by the duel, leaving her unusual demeanor unnoticed. Chapter 33. The True Purpose. The white-haired youth closed his eyes, exhaling slowly, subsequently standing at attention while allowing his body to relax. Yet, almost immediately, the muscles on his surface began to swell, and the flow of his blood surged to a boil. The remaining soul power erupted uncontrollably. Ferocious energy continually leaked from his form, creating a small whirlwind around him. The purple giant whale, witnessing this, grew slightly more solemn. Among the 8 floating soul rings encircling him, the 6th black soul ring radiated with brilliance, finally unleashing its soul skill. Of course, he would not strike first, as he intended to receive the attack instead. Thus, this soul skill was of a defensive nature. With his soul Douluo level strength and his martial spirit being the formidable deep-sea demon whale, when he became serious, even a mere defensive soul skill would be insurmountable for a simple soul master. Even though this soul master had previously achieved the astonishing feat of slaying a soul saint, he could never breach the whale's defenses. This confidence stemmed from the purple giant whale's prowess and the instincts honed over years of piracy. He sensed that the power brewing within the white-haired youth was indeed formidable. Should it erupt, it might genuinely threaten a soul saint. However, breaching his defenses was an impossibility, absolutely inconceivable. If such a breach were conceivable, he would no longer be a pirate king and would instead return home to till the land, avoiding further humiliation. At this moment, whether through sheer physical strength, soul power, or armed color, all the forces within Hemingway, under the refined influence of the perfected 6 styles, began to harmonize and coalesce, gradually gathering in his right arm. Hemingway's right arm was completely enveloped in a resplendent golden glow, as if having reached an apex. The blinding radiance on his arm began to converge, transforming it into a true hand of gold. The accumulated power peaked. The silver-haired youth opened his eyes, and like a flash of lightning on a stormy night, he illuminated the entire world. The brilliance in his gaze, even from several dozen meters away, caused those surrounding him to instinctively flinch, their eyes stinging as they averted his piercing gaze, filled with trepidation. The expression of the opposing purple giant whale grew increasingly grave, its previously nonchalant stance subtly adjusting, ready to brace for the imminent terrifying impact. A premonition stirred within it. The forthcoming strike from the youth would undoubtedly exceed its expectations. Should it remain careless, it might indeed suffer a slight misfortune. Underestimating one's opponent is a cardinal sin on the battlefield. Ultimate technique of the 6 styles, 6 King Spear, revised. The silver-haired youth slowly raised his golden right hand, not forming a fist but rather extending his fingers, then gesturing with his palm directed towards the distant purple giant whale, seemingly intending to unleash the 6 King's spear with a palm strike. Boom! The ground erupted, and a massive hole was torn in the deck. The silver-haired youth vanished from his position. Chafe. When he reappeared, he thrust his golden palm towards the 3-meter-tall blue-skinned giant, delivering a powerful push. The purple whale's pupils constricted, for he felt an inexplicable sensation. The youth's palm posed no threat at all. It was as if this strike was merely a diversion, with the true lethal move lurking behind. Not daring to be complacent, the purple whale let out a low growl, and a water-blue shield materialized around its body, encasing it in a protective embrace. Hemingway pressed his hand against the protective shield. Despite having no physical contact with the colossal purple whale, he could nonetheless perceive a surging force penetrating the barrier, crashing towards his chest like an unstoppable tide. Humph! The whale, enduring the brunt of the strike, couldn't suppress a low grunt, feeling the force breach the shield and inflict harm upon its internal organs. Fortunately, the resilience of a soul Douluo was formidable. Although wounded, it was merely a slight jolt to its lungs. With its remarkable recovery capabilities, it would restore itself to full strength in mere moments, rendering the injury inconsequential. However, despite the minimal damage, to be able to harm a soul Douluo clad in defensive soul skills with the might of a soul master was indeed a source of pride. The purple whale couldn't help but gaze at the young boy, his hand now reverted to flesh tone, pressing against the azure shield, and mused, "Is it true? The soul Douluo is truly formidable." Surprisingly, Hemingway's expression bore no trace of disappointment upon witnessing that his full power strike had merely caused a slight impact. Instead, he smiled, declaring, "But my intention has never been to defeat you." "What do you mean?" The whale's countenance shifted as an instinctive sense of foreboding took hold, akin to the sensation of a cherished possession being threatened. Suddenly, Hemingway's palm, which rested against the shield, bulged like a cat's paw, signaling the impending activation of the rubber fruit. The moment his palm pressed down, a muffled sound erupted, and the blue protective shield began to tremble violently. Before the whale could react, the white-haired boy before him vanished in an instant. He ran away. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. In the next moment, the surrounding pirates erupted in uproar, revealing Hemingway's current whereabouts. "You little brat, how dare you? Let go of our young commander. I can't believe you are so despicable. You better release our young commander, or you will meet a fate worse than death." The purple whale looked up in shock. Gazing towards the distance where, several dozen meters away, the white-haired boy who had vanished was now gripping his precious daughter's neck with an icy gaze directed at him. In that instant, the purple whale was left utterly stunned. At that moment, Purple Pearl felt utterly bewildered. One moment, the blood-soaked white-haired boy was fighting her father from yards away. The next, he appeared right in front of her, coldly grasping her throat. His initial target had always been her. Gazing into the indifferent eyes of the boy mere inches away, Purple Pearl suddenly understood everything. A tumult of emotions surged within her. A blend of sweetness, bitterness, and disappointment, accompanied by a profound sense of disillusionment. Her idol, once a paragon of heroism, had revealed a despicable side. "You are so despicable." The violet-haired, violet-eyed beauty bit her lip in disappointment, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Chapter 34. "You shouldn't be this kind of person. You are so despicable. I never imagined you would be this kind of person." As Hemingway met the disappointed and disheartened gaze of the violet-haired girl, a wave of shame washed over him. He felt as though he had become the loathsome antagonist of a novel. When had he transformed into such a being? What he was doing now bore no difference from those pirates. So base and sordid, it was no wonder he had failed to awaken the Overlord's color. Yet, despite the slight wavering in his heart due to the violet-haired girl's words, the present circumstances left no room for further contemplation. Reason dictated that the best option for escape was to hold a hostage. Thus, to bolster his own resolve and prevent his emotions from clouding his judgment, Hemingway began to retaliate without hesitation. "Am I despicable?" Hemingway, with an incredulous expression, retorted with a sardonic smile, "Isn't it despicable for you pirates to encircle me? A mere soul sovereign, besieged by a multitude of soul lords and soul emperors. How dare you utter such words? Do I need to adhere to any code of honor with you ruffians?" The more he spoke, the more he found his arguments resonating with truth, almost persuading himself. Indeed, what need was there to discuss any notions of chivalry with these brigands? It mattered not whether their actions were deemed despicable, all he desired was to survive. From the moment he arrived in this world, he had inflicted no harm upon anyone. Yet misfortune relentlessly pursued him. His mother murdered, his royal father indifferent to his plight. Cast adrift at sea, utterly alone. Were it not for the awakening of his latent abilities and the restoration of his previous memories, how could a mere 6-year-old mind endure survival on a desolate island? Witnessing the catastrophic transformation of his life, his mother's brutal demise before his eyes, the fall from a pampered prince to a solitary outcast, and subsequently being marooned, what profound trauma must a child's psyche endure? Without the recollection of his former life, he would likely have succumbed to despair long ago. Whom had he wronged? The sharp inquiries from the youth before her left Pearl of the Purple Sea momentarily speechless. Although his reasoning was undeniably valid, she sensed an underlying discord, as if he were not meant to embody such treachery. He should be a paragon of fortitude, untainted by schemes, a true gentleman of honor and dignity. In essence, Hemingway's appearance was beguilingly deceptive. To the casual observer, he seemed incapable of such hostage-taking, thus catching the surrounding pirates unawares. The unexpectedness of his actions shattered Pearl's romantic notions, leaving her emotionally bewildered. "You should not be this way," she murmured, as if grappling with a profound disappointment. "I apologize. Perhaps my appearance has led to some misunderstanding," Hemingway remarked, his gaze growing distant and calm. "Judging by appearances is the most superficial of behaviors. The feelings you harbor, in the absence of genuine understanding, are merely a shallow desire for my exterior." His words flushed Pearl's cheeks with embarrassment, igniting a fierce desire to protest her innocence, to assert that she was not so shallow. Yet, inexplicably, the words eluded her. "Let my daughter go," thundered the purple whale, striding towards them, fury radiating from his every pore upon witnessing his beloved daughter in captivity. Regret flooded him. He had miscalculated. failing to perceive the threat posed by Hemingway's seemingly innocent visage. If only he had known the depths of the boy's cunning. He would have employed ruthless measures from the outset, preventing his daughter from becoming a hostage and transforming a certain capture into a precarious endeavor. Now, with dread coursing through him, the purple whale exuded an aura of terror, far surpassing the intensity he exhibited during his confrontation with Hemingway. It was evident that he was truly enraged and prepared to act decisively. The surrounding waters churned under his oppressive presence, the atmosphere thickening ominously. A formidable phantom of a deep-sea whale materialized above him, compelling the nearby pirates to bow involuntarily in submission to his power, a manifestation of martial spirit dominance. Only Hemingway and the captive Pearl remained unaffected by this overwhelming pressure. The former due to his superior martial spirit. The latter because she was his daughter, and the purple whale intentionally tempered his force towards her, sparing her from undue distress. Release her? Very well, Hemingway replied. His expression unyielding as he shielded Pearl behind him, gripping her delicate neck as if using her as a human shield. Prepare a ship for me. Once I reach safety, I shall release her. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. The purple whale's countenance darkened ominously, his overwhelming aura intensifying, as if brewing a tempest of wrath. Overstep? Not at all. My request is entirely reasonable, Hemingway retorted, his gaze piercing. I act solely in self-preservation. The true transgressors here are you. Had you not pursued me, I would not have resorted to such extreme measures. This predicament is of your own making. I shall ask you once more. Will you release her? The purple whale's already forbidding expression contorted further, his palpable pressure fracturing the hulls of nearby vessels with ominous cracks. Hemingway was inwardly astonished by his own strength, and at the same time, increasingly convinced that the decision to take a hostage was indeed the right one. In the presence of such a formidable adversary, escape was unequivocally impossible. The only recourse left was to hold a hostage, thereby instilling a sense of caution in him. I won't let her go, he exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, Hemingway inexplicably felt a surge of urgency. He sensed that any further delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he stated bluntly, if you wish for her to live, act swiftly as I instruct. Otherwise, a mere tremor of my hand could result in her neck being crushed. At that point, you may as well prepare for her funeral. The expression on the face of the purple giant shifted between uncertainty and calculation, as if weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Yet, in truth, Chapter 35 reveals that one may be too quick to celebrate. Hemingway fixed his gaze upon the countenance that fluctuated between shades of gloom and brightness, as if weighing the worth of relinquishing his pursuit of the violet Leviathan for the sake of his daughter. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. According to his earlier observations through the lens of observation, the violet Leviathan should not have lingered for such an extended duration in the face of his beloved daughter's abduction. It appeared as though it were deliberately staging a performance to prolong the inevitable. Wait, prolonging time. This is not good. As Hemingway contemplated this, a shiver coursed through his body, causing every hair to stand on end. Yet, it was too late. Boom. It was as though a bomb had detonated within his mind. Everything before him became distorted, and he felt as if he were spinning uncontrollably. The grip he had on the neck of the purple pearl loosened slightly. This is dire. It was a mental assault. In his dazed state, Hemingway felt as if someone were relentlessly drilling into the crown of his head with an electric drill. The twisted agony penetrating deep into his very soul. Preoccupied with guarding against the purple Leviathan, he had neglected the throngs of vengeful spirits surrounding him. And in a moment of carelessness, he had fallen victim to their treachery. Buzz. Before he could react, a second wave of attack surged forth. An eerie tremor resonated. Thud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hemingway finally regained his senses, summoning the remaining essence of his soul with unwavering determination, transforming it into the formidable power of armament hockey. A faint golden radiance suddenly enveloped his entire being, transforming him into a diminutive golden figure. Compared to before, this golden light appeared remarkably dim, revealing the sheer strain involved in manifesting this armament hockey. Clang, clang, clang. A series of 3 sonic attacks surged forth, yet this time, when they struck him, they were unexpectedly halted by the golden shield of hockey. The impact resonated against his exterior, producing a sound reminiscent of iron clashing. And even the subsequent silent psychic assault that collided with his mind was unable to penetrate this thin layer of armament hockey. It must be said that armament hockey is indeed a wondrous force, capable of both offense and defense. To shatter this protective layer, One would need strength that exceeds Hemingway's limits. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible to breach the defense provided by hockey. It was evident that the unseen assailant, despite the peculiar nature of the attacks, striking enough to ensnare even an ordinary soul saint, lacked the destructive power to overcome Hemingway, who had become an insurmountable obstacle. What other techniques remain? Let them all be unleashed. Hemingway tightly gripped the neck of the purple pearl with one hand, while the other casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, appearing largely unaffected by the previous two assaults, exuding an air of effortless composure. I underestimated you. The purple giant whale, who had been feigning a capricious demeanor, now saw that the covert attacks seemed to have little effect on him, and thus regained his normal countenance. His gaze towards Hemingway was akin to that of a monster. In truth, there had been two individuals who launched the surprise assault, both possessing the strength of a soul emperor. Although their powers were merely at the soul emperor level, their soul skills were exceedingly peculiar. One wielded mental attacks, which were nearly impossible to defend against, while the other employed sound wave attacks, silent and deadly. Together, their combined efforts could catch even a soul sage off guard, making it implausible for someone like Hemingway to remain unscathed, especially after being enveloped in that strange golden light. It seemed he was utterly immune to their attacks, leaving the purple giant whale profoundly astonished. What manner of creature is this? What is that layer of golden light? It is both offensive and defensive, capable of warding off mental and sound wave assaults. Truly terrifying. The purple giant whale felt as though a shroud of mist enveloped this white-haired youth. Have you made your decision? Is it your daughter's life you wish to spare, or are you intent on capturing me? Hemingway, noticing the prolonged silence from the purple giant whale, spoke with a hint of impatience. I have no time to prolong this further. If you do not decide soon, I shall take us both down together, dragging your daughter down with me for good measure. The after effects of the mental attack left Hemingway with a splitting headache. Yet he forced himself to maintain an appearance of nonchalance, concealing the fact that he was barely holding on. Otherwise, attempting to escape with a hostage would surely entail considerable complications. I hope you will honor our agreement. In response to his urging, the purple giant whale's expression darkened. Despite his deep reluctance, paternal love prevailed. He waved his right hand, and soon several individuals activated their soul rings, collectively bringing forth a slightly smaller vessel from the ship's hold, a 30-meter-long, 10-meter-wide craft, entirely forged of steel, resembling a sailing ship, with a resounding crash. The steel vessel was hurled into the sea, landing heavily on the surface, yet failing to sink, instead floating steadily on the water. Clearly, this ship was not as simple as it appeared. It must possess the unique shipbuilding technology of this world. Otherwise, if it were cast into the ocean on Earth, such a heavy vessel would undoubtedly plunge into the depths without question. Kid, the ship is ready for you. Will you not release her? The purple giant whale declared coldly. If you dare harm even a single hair on my daughter, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Hemingway rolled his eyes. Letting her go now? Do you take me for a fool? The matter of her release is negotiable, but for now, I must trouble this young lady to accompany me for a while. Once I have dealt with my current predicament, I shall naturally set her free. He tightened his grip around the neck of the purple pearl, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. As he dragged the hostage towards the edge of the ship, his senses were heightened, ever vigilant against any potential ambush. The surrounding pirates, initially eager to rush in, were halted by a wave of the purple whale's hand. The title of Pirate King still held significant sway, and the assembled pirates obediently ceased their movements. Thus, they watched helplessly as Hemingway led the purple pearl to the ship's edge before leaping down onto a smaller vessel below. With a thud, Hemingway felt a surge of relief as his feet touched the deck of the smaller boat. He had to delay further, otherwise his ruse would be exposed. Summoning his resolve, Hemingway guided the purple pearl into the cabin, closing the door behind them, effectively shrouding their actions from the outside world. Before long, the iron sailboat began to move slowly, aided by a favorable breeze. As the sails adjusted, the small vessel gradually slipped out of the encirclement of the larger ships, before suddenly accelerating forward, riding the waves into the distance. The colossal pirate ships remained stationary, watching as the small sailboat sailed further away, leaving them behind. Humph! Do they think they can escape so easily? The purple whale pushed through the crowd to the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed on the diminishing silhouette of the fleeing boat, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He showed no signs of frustration despite the hostage situation. Chapter 36. The Limitations of the Meatball Fruit. No matter where Hemingway fled, as long as he carried that soul guide cock, the purple whale could pinpoint his location at any time. Thus, the The purple whale, unperturbed by the prospect of Hemingway's escape, was more concerned about his daughter's safety. "Captain, the ship is nearly out of sight. Should we pursue?" A soul sage approached and whispered, "Or shall we hang back and engage in a war of attrition?" "No need. Let him be for now. You cannot escape." The purple whale replied coldly, watching the almost invisible outline of the ship in the distance. "Let him enjoy his momentary triumph. Lower his guard. Once my daughter is safe, it will be time to settle the score with this brat, for the sake of his daughter's safety." He could only hope that Hemingway would uphold his promise. On the boundless azure ocean, a small sailboat braved the winds, sailing against the current. Inside the cabin, a pallid Hemingway peered through the window, confirming the wind direction while adjusting the sails. Fortunately, the boat was not difficult to maneuver. Otherwise, he would be faced with the embarrassing predicament of possessing a vessel but lacking the skill to operate it. The hostage, the purple pearl, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Carelessly tossed into a corner of the cockpit, to ensure her compliance upon boarding the ship, he had rendered her unconscious to avoid any complications. 2 hours had elapsed since their departure, and Hemingway noted with relief that the pirates had not pursued them, evidently wary of the hostage in his possession. However, he remained vigilant, steering the boat for an additional 2 hours before allowing himself a slight reprieve. The distance had grown too vast for the pirates to catch up, and he could finally ease his tension. Yet, as he relaxed, the injuries he had endured for the past 2 hours surged forth, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The damage to his lungs from the sonic attack was far more severe than it appeared. The most torturous aspect, however, was the excruciating pain that felt like a drill penetrating his brain. Had it not been for the 6 years of grueling training on the deserted island, honing his will and fortifying his body, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness during the ambush. Fortunately, years of gravitational training had endowed him with remarkable endurance, his greatest asset being his resilience, both mentally and physically. Despite his efforts to endure, he was nearing his limits. Accompanying the intense pain was an overwhelming fatigue. He yearned to collapse into slumber and heal his mental wounds. But, no, I cannot faint. I am not yet out of danger. I must recover swiftly. Hemingway forced himself to focus, his bloodshot eyes glancing at the unconscious purple pearl before he reluctantly released the helm and settled into a meditative position. Perhaps due to his mental injuries, the efficiency of his meditation was severely compromised, resulting in a fragmented and laborious process. After half an hour, Hemingway managed to recover a mere 20% of his soul power. This speed was commendable, as the higher the quality of one's martial soul and innate soul power, the quicker they could replenish their strength, thus demonstrating the inherent advantages of this world. Hemingway opened his eyes, emerging from a state of meditation. He then raised his right hand, revealing a paw-like cushion on his palm. He sought to harness the power of this unique ability to expel the mental anguish he had endured. Striving to concentrate, the world around him transformed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. Perhaps he could succeed. Activating his observation hockey, he perceived himself through the lens of divine vision, successfully identifying the concept that embodied his psychological trauma within the recesses of his mind. He then gently tapped his forehead. His intention was to dislodge this fragment of suffering from his consciousness. With a soft thud, his palm made contact with his brow, the plush cushion offering a sensation akin to a massage, surprisingly pleasant. Yet, it proved futile. The embodiment of his mental torment remained stubbornly lodged within him. As expected, Hemingway let out a sigh upon reaching this point, knowing well that matters were far from simple. Though he could perceive a myriad of concepts and even effortlessly conjure forth the more rudimentary ones, there existed a distinction among concepts, a hierarchy of sophistication. The ability to discern high-level concepts did not equate to the capacity to manifest them. At this stage, his mastery of the abilities granted by the fruit was still rather superficial, leaving many profound concepts beyond his grasp, let alone the prospect of bringing them into being. During his 6 years on the deserted island, he had dedicated his leisure time to honing his mastery of the meatball fruit's capabilities, but the results had been scant. This power remained too advanced for him at present, not something that could be mastered purely through practice. Only when his strength grew would he be able to wield this ability with ease. Concepts such as aging and death were still too elevated for him to even contemplate. Furthermore, employing the abilities of the fruit required a considerable expenditure of soul energy. The higher the concept manifested, the more terrifying the energy consumption became. The initiation of any ability could not arise from nothingness. It necessitated a draw from one's own vitality. The notion of unlimited use would be utterly unreasonable. In summary, while the power of the meatball fruit was indeed formidable, he had yet to develop it to its fullest potential. Thus, in combat, he could only manage against weaker opponents. unable to contend with true masters. If he wished to wield the power of the meatball fruit adeptly, Hemingway speculated that it would only be feasible once he ascended to divinity. After all, the inherent power of this fruit was exceedingly advanced, and it was evident that reaching the depths of its potential would require an immense amount of energy, far beyond what an ordinary soul master could sustain. Resigned to the fact that his injuries could not be healed for the time being, he decided it was prudent to deal with the woman first. Her presence was too perilous to ignore. With a heavy sigh, Hemingway bore through the excruciating pain coursing through his body and slowly rose to his feet, unsteadily making his way towards the corner where the woman lay in unconsciousness. Extending his observation, he enveloped the vicinity of the ship, sensing that the woman remained truly unconscious, devoid of any pretense. Approaching her, he gently crouched and extended his hand, golden light emanating from his palm as he pressed it against her forehead. With eyes softly closed, he began to restore a modicum of soul energy, which continuously transformed into the armor of will, threads of golden light invading her body, traversing her meridians, obstructing and sealing her energy channels. Once the energy circulated throughout her being, the remaining golden light coalesced in her lower abdomen, forming a vast web that firmly ensnared her soul energy. Chapter 37. The Sacred Land of the Sea God Island. Thus, it was accomplished. Hemingway opened his eyes, gently withdrawing his hand that had been pressed against the forehead of the purple pearl. He was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale. Just moments ago, he had managed to restore a mere 20% of his spiritual energy, but now it had completely dissipated. There was not a single drop remaining. Hemingway had just transformed his soul power into a golden hue of armed color hockey, infiltrating the body of the purple pearl, obstructing and sealing her meridians and acupoints, while also completely sealing the soul power within her dantian. This method of sealing, which he devised during 6 years of training on a desolate island, was inspired by martial arts novels' theories of acupoint striking and meridian pathways, and it proved effective against soul masters, capable of sealing not only their soul power, but also a portion of their physical strength. It is important to note that this invention was not merely a product of genius, but rather a testament to the remarkable nature of the armed color hockey itself. This extraordinary force possesses myriad applications. It bears similarities to soul power, yet is infinitely more versatile. With the sealing of her soul power, the purple pearl found herself utterly incapable of performing her soul techniques, and her physical constitution had significantly weakened due to the blockage of her meridians and acupoints. She had been reduced to a state of fragility, akin to a delicate flower, unable to break free from the seal using her soul power. She was ensnared by a force that was fundamentally distinct from her own. Even if the colossal purple whale were to arrive, it would likely find itself at a loss against this unique sealing technique derived from the armed color hockey, as this power transcended its understanding. Upon awakening from her stupor, the first sight that greeted the purple pearl was the white-haired youth seated cross-legged nearby, seemingly engaged in meditation. I have been captured by him. As memories flooded back from before her unconsciousness, she felt a momentary disorientation, but her body instinctively attempted to rise. Suddenly, she was struck by a sensation of constriction. Glancing down, she saw her hands and feet bound tightly, reminiscent of a pig tied for slaughter. Reacting instinctively, she struggled against the ropes, only to discover her body was weak and unresponsive, devoid of strength. In the past, such a simple tether would have been effortlessly shattered by her soul master prowess. Yet now she found herself utterly powerless. It was as though she had become an ordinary person. No, even less than that. A sense of panic gripped her heart. She feared that this man intended to render her soul power useless. Fortunately, after a moment of careful introspection, she discerned that her soul power still resided within her. However, for reasons unknown, it felt stagnant, like a pool of still water, impervious to her attempts to rouse it, as if it had become estranged from her very being. It must be his doing. The purple pearl quickly deduced that her physical predicament was undoubtedly linked to Hemingway. At that moment, it seemed her movement had disturbed the meditative youth. Slowly opening his eyes, which were now bloodshot, he looked as though he had not slept for several days. His pallor suggested he had sustained injuries. Despite her current state of captivity, the purple pearl found herself surprisingly composed, devoid of excessive alarm. Hemingway gazed silently at the purple pearl, uttering no words. He simply rose to adjust the ship's helm, casually assessing the wind's direction. A profound silence enveloped the cabin, with neither of the two speaking. After a brief moment, Hemingway, who was at the helm, suddenly inquired, "Do you know where the Isle of Poseidon is?" The purple pearl was momentarily taken aback. Upon grasping the meaning of his words, her expression shifted slightly, and she could not help but ask, "Do you wish to venture to the Isle of Poseidon? That place is exceedingly perilous and does not welcome foreign soul masters." As the sacred land revered by all sea soul masters, the island of the sea god, represented by the illustrious purple pearl, is undoubtedly known. Yet, despite this knowledge, she remains oblivious to its precise location. The sanctity of such a place lies in its inaccessibility to all but a select few, and thus, unless one hails from the island of the sea god, the number of sea soul masters from the outside world who possess knowledge of its exact whereabouts is exceedingly limited. Clearly, Purple Pearl is not among them. Perhaps her father knows, but he has chosen not to disclose this information to his daughter. Consequently, she can only express her regret to Hemingway, admitting her ignorance of the island's location. Upon hearing Purple Pearl's response, Hemingway's eyes flickered with disappointment, and he felt his current predicament grow increasingly dire. Even with a hostage in hand, his safety was far from assured. The threat posed by the pirates still loomed, and he was left bewildered as to how they had managed to ascertain his position. His desire to reach the island of the sea god stemmed from his need to rid himself of these marauders. Once he set foot on the island and participated in the divine examination, he would be granted the island's protection. Those pirates would undoubtedly refrain from wreaking havoc in the sacred domain of the sea soul masters. There, he could cultivate in peace. For the diverse environment was exceptionally conducive to his training, enabling him to grow stronger in a short span of time. Thus, journeying to the island of the sea god represented his best chance to escape his current predicament. Given his exceptional talents, he could at least secure a black level assessment, if not a red level one. After all, he possessed dual martial souls. One, the mermaid princess by Xing, known as the Sea King, and the other, the land-dominating phantom white tiger, capable of soaring through the skies. These two martial souls commanded absolute supremacy over sea, land, and air. With such formidable potential, he believed that, were it not for the oppressive shadow of the vast sea's umbrella, even the sea god's ninth trial would not be beyond his reach. In fact, compared to the original protagonist Tang San, his mermaid martial soul characteristics were arguably more suited for the position of sea god. Regrettably, however, he found himself in the unfortunate situation of being unaware of the route to the island of the sea god. Sighing deeply, Hemingway recognized that his only recourse was to rely on fortune, meandering aimlessly across the ocean in hopes of fortuitously stumbling upon the island or discovering an inhabited isle. After all, drifting endlessly at sea was not a sustainable endeavor. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, a low rumble emanated from his stomach. Hemingway paused, turning to gaze at the young girl whose lovely face had turned beet red, yet he said nothing. Instead, he turned and stepped out of the cabin, leaving her in silence, uncertain of his intentions. Why must it be at this very moment? Zizhenju lowered her head slightly, a profound sense of inexplicable embarrassment welling up within her. Although she was not typically one to blush easily, something about Hemingway compelled her to strive for a better impression. Perhaps this was what love entailed? After a moment, the cabin door swung open, and Hemingway entered, carrying a tray adorned with a piece of smoked fish and a small bowl of fresh water. "Eat," he instructed, placing the tray on the table beside Zizhenju. He crouched down to untie the ropes binding her hands, allowing her the freedom to feed herself. He then retrieved a flint and ignited the oil lamp within the dim cabin, illuminating the space with a flicker of light. The vessel they occupied was devoid of food, save for the essentials. Fortunately, Hemingway had prudently stored ample supplies of smoked fish and, most critically, fresh water within his sole guide before departing from the deserted island. This fortuitous foresight proved invaluable. Even without prior provisions, Hemingway possessed the ability to catch fish from the ocean, and with the aid of the meatball fruit's power, he could extract salt from seawater. However, such tasks would be tedious. Once liberated from her restraints, Zizhenju remained silent, rubbing her wrist where the ropes had pressed against her skin. She shifted her bound feet and obediently sat down, eyeing the meager smoked fish and the small bowl of fresh water with disdain. When had she ever consumed such rudimentary fare? Yet, in her current predicament, she recognized that any sustenance was a privilege. She was acutely aware that this was not a place for her to indulge in her spoiled demeanor. This man was not the gentle figure she had imagined. If provoked, she could not predict his response. Seeing Zizhenju dutifully take bites from the chunk of fish, Hemingway, who had anticipated a struggle to make her eat, found himself taken aback. This woman possessed an intriguing spirit. Slowly, he found a spot in the cabin to meditate, closing his eyes to begin his silent contemplation. Truth be told, he was in a precarious state, mentally battered and physically strained. He was far from optimal condition. Ideally, he should have sought rest to recover from his mental wounds, But the looming threat of pursuers left him too apprehensive to succumb to slumber. Fearing that he might awaken to find himself bound once more, he could not allow that to happen. Thus, until he could ascertain his safety, sleep was a luxury he could not afford. Instead, he settled for brief moments of rest or meditation to restore his soul power, relying solely on his formidable physique to endure the situation. The 6 years of rigorous training on the deserted island had not only fortified Hemingway's resolve but had also bestowed upon him an exceptionally resilient and enduring body. As Zizhenju nibbled on the fish, she discreetly observed the white-haired youth lost in meditation. Her curiosity about this enigmatic man deepened. After a while, she finally finished the salt-seasoned fish, gently covering her mouth as nausea crept in. Having been doted upon by her father, the pirate king, she had never been subjected to such crude sustenance. She felt compelled to force herself to consume it. Realizing her stomach was unsettled, Zizhenju quickly lifted the small bowl and drank the fresh water in one go. The cool liquid quelled her queasiness. Releasing a long breath, she glanced at the meditative youth and then at the ropes binding her feet, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, she did not attempt to untie them but instead shifted closer to a small cot nearby, sitting down with a feigned air of weariness. The white-haired youth remained seated, silently engrossed in his deep meditation, appearing as if he were engrossed in profound training. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to escape. Yet Zizhenju knew better than to underestimate him. With her soul power sealed, she was no more than a vulnerable girl, and in this vast ocean, where could she flee? With a sigh, Zizhenju closed her eyes, retreating into her inner self, attempting to muster her soul power to break through Hemingway's seal. Every subtle movement of hers was perceptible to Hemingway, who was attuned to her presence through his observation hockey. However, he chose not to expose her efforts, feigning ignorance and allowing her to strive in vain. In truth, with her capabilities, she could never hope to breach the armed seal. It was better to grant her a glimmer of hope, allowing her to labor without causing him undue trouble. Hemingway was too drained to remain vigilant. Thus, time passed in quietude. Half a month slipped by. During these days, Hemingway's routine consisted of adjusting the sails to navigate shifting winds, while the rest of his time was spent in meditation or recuperation. He dared not sleep, fearing that slumber would rob him of his freedom upon awakening. In contrast, Zizhenju, as a hostage, found her days quite comfortable. She ate and slept well, exhibiting compliance without any extreme actions, aside from the occasional necessity to relieve herself. Requiring Hemingway to untie her hands and feet, she devoted her time to meditation, striving to breach the internal seal. Yet, regardless of her endeavors, the golden light within her remained unyielding. Her seemingly compliant demeanor gradually eased Hemingway's suspicions, leading him to rationalize that her sealed soul power rendered her incapable of escape in the endless sea. Eventually, he untied her restraints, allowing her the liberty to move about the boat. Thus, a fortnight passed. Hemingway harbored no fear of her attempting to flee, for despite his apparent tendency to spend the majority of his days in quiet contemplation, a small part of his awareness remained acutely attuned to her presence. Thus, the moment Zizhen Pearl entertained thoughts of escape, he would instantly sense it and rush forth to subdue her. Fortunately, perhaps due to her awareness of the futility of escape, Zizhen Pearl harbored no such intentions, remaining docile and compliant in her role as a hostage. On this particular day, after a fortnight of recuperation, Hemingway finally managed to mend the internal injuries inflicted by the sonic waves, and his physical condition had improved considerably. However, his mental state showed no signs of recovery. In fact, it seemed to have deteriorated further. This was entirely understandable, as he had remained in a state of constant tension for over 2 weeks, scarcely managing to sleep, and often only able to close his eyes for brief moments of rest. He was so fearful of inadvertently succumbing to slumber that he dared not maintain this state for long. Given such a condition, it was remarkable that his mental trauma had not worsened. The mere fact that he had endured half a month without sleep was a testament to his sheer willpower. Now, with his physical wounds healing, coupled with the calm that accompanied the absence of pursuers over the past 2 weeks, and the unexpectedly compliant demeanor of his hostage, the Purple Pearl, he found a flicker of safety in his heart, a notion that perhaps he could afford a brief respite. As this thought took root, it triggered a chain reaction. The taut string of his mind seemed to snap entirely. In that instant, Hemingway was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of fatigue. Just a short sleep, he mused. I will rest for just a moment, then rise again once I have regained some strength. Soon, I shall find a secure place to rest fully. I must hold on a little longer. I absolutely must awaken. In a haze, Hemingway maintained his meditative posture, succumbing to a profound slumber. His initial intention to rest briefly had clearly underestimated his own resolve. The combination of mental strain and the exhaustion from weeks without sleep rendered him incapable of rising once he fell into dreams. This encroaching drowsiness was not something that mere will could resist. After half a month of perseverance, Hemingway ultimately succumbed, plunging into a deep, almost comatose sleep. At this juncture, even if someone were to bind him tightly and create a cacophony beside him, or even stab him repeatedly, he would remain oblivious. For this slumber was not merely restorative, but a result of his mind reaching its limits and involuntarily fainting. He had lost all sensation, rendering him utterly vulnerable. Chapter 39, Coma. Inside the cabin, a loud thud echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground, startling the purple pearl from her meditation. Her violet eyes widened in alarm as she quickly turned towards the source of the sound, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if witnessing something inconceivable. There, the white-haired youth, who had been in a meditative state for nearly 2 weeks, was now slumped forward, his forehead crashing onto the deck. His long white hair cascaded down, obscuring his profile, making it impossible to discern his features, yet he appeared utterly lifeless. "Hey," Purple Pearl called hesitantly, suspecting that Hemingway was feigning unconsciousness as part of a ruse to ensnare her. If she entertained any harmful thoughts, the consequences would surely be dire. The motionless figure of the white-haired boy lay there, maintaining his position like a soulless corpse. Furrowing her brows, Purple Pearl bit her lip. Her beautiful violet eyes filled with uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly rose to her feet and cautiously approached the prostrate youth, taking small, deliberate steps. "Are you all right?" she inquired tentatively. As she spoke, she extended a finger to gently prod the back of his head. The softness of his hair compelled her to cover her hand fully, caressing it lightly before quickly retracting her touch, observing his reaction closely. Was there truly no response at all? The majority of her apprehensions dissipated, and she once again placed her hand on his head, rubbing it firmly. A relaxed expression spread across her enchanting face as the tension of recent days began to dissolve. An indescribable sensation of relief washing over her, as if at that moment, this man had surrendered to her will, bringing her life to an exhilarating pinnacle. "Serves you right for bullying me," she declared, playfully striking the back of his head, a triumphant smile gracing her features. However, her mirth quickly faded when she turned him over. The pallor of his weakened face, coupled with the furrowed brow of pain even in sleep, extinguished any sense of victory she had felt, replaced instead by anxiety and disarray. "What is happening? Why does he look so unwell? Could he be suffering from some sudden ailment?" Purple Pearl fretted as she laboriously propped the unconscious Hemingway up, her delicate frame struggling to bear his weight. With careful steps, she guided him to the edge of the bed, gently laying him down. Only then did she exhale in relief, her gaze fixed on his anguished expression even in slumber, causing her heart to tighten with concern. Though she had been taken hostage by Hemingway, she had gradually come to terms with her predicament. Logically, his actions had been the most effective means of ensuring her escape, and despite the initial shock of her situation, she recognized that she had been deceived. Yet none of that diminished her wish to see him in pain. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Hemingway felt as if he were caught in a whirlpool, his body spiraling downward, unable to find the bottom, inexorably sinking into an abyss of despair. Time passed unnoticed. Bang! In a moment, his body seemed to finally reach the depths of this whirlpool. His consciousness regained control. Hemingway slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a haze. His eyes, long deprived of light, were painfully assaulted by the brightness before him. Instinctively, they closed once more, and he felt an overwhelming weakness throughout his body. His mind clouded and sluggish. Where am I? What has transpired? His brain felt like a machine long neglected, and at that moment, Hemingway's thoughts were exceptionally dull, rendering him incapable of recalling the events that led to his unconsciousness. He lingered in a state between sleep and wakefulness. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Who is it? With his eyes weakly shut, Hemingway found himself utterly devoid of strength. Even the simple act of opening his eyelids became an arduous task. He could only discern through his hearing the sound of a heavy object being placed nearby. This was followed by the sound of something being wrung out. Then a cool, damp cloth was laid upon his forehead, offering a refreshing sensation that alleviated the heat clouding his mind. After a brief interlude, Hemingway succumbed to slumber once more. When he awakened again, Hemingway felt as though an inferno raged within him, a veritable volcano on the verge of eruption. Sweat poured incessantly from his body, yet it seemed incapable of dissipating the overwhelming heat. He longed to summon the strength to seek a cooler refuge, but it felt as though his body were no longer under his command. Despite retaining awareness, he found himself utterly immobilized. Even his eyelids refused to part. If this continued, He feared he might succumb to the flames. Fortunately, at that moment, faint footsteps echoed in the distance. Following that, Hemingway could sense his upper body being gently lifted, followed by the gradual removal of his garments, piece by piece. Soon after, a cool, damp towel was pressed against his skin, delicately and steadily wiping away the perspiration, while a refreshing sensation flowed into his being, extinguishing the inner blaze. Again and again. Every part of him was caressed, and with each gentle stroke, the flames within began to fade, ultimately extinguishing completely. Hemingway's furrowed brow, once instinctively tense, gradually relaxed. He drifted into a hazy slumber once more. Thus it continued, awakening repeatedly, only to succumb to sleep again. His sluggish mind slowly began to revive. At long last. On a certain day, Hemingway languidly opened his cerulean eyes, only to be assaulted by the harsh glare of the cabin lights. He hastily closed them again. Now fully awake, his body still numb but gradually regaining control over his limbs. The cabin door creaked open, and familiar, gentle footsteps echoed into the space. Hemingway, eyes still shut, feigned sleep, unaware that the young woman carrying a basin of water was none the wiser. Thus, the scene unfolded. The white-haired youth's garments were removed one by one, and the violet-haired maiden wrung out a towel, tenderly cleansing his body as she had done countless times before. Her cheeks flushed crimson, for despite the repetition, the sight of his robust, flawless physique never failed to quicken her pulse. The male form, especially that of a man she admired, was a potent stimulant for a young woman in her prime. Thus, Zizinzu compelled herself to disregard such thoughts, treating his body as a fragile porcelain doll, meticulously wiping it clean until her gaze met a pair of azure orbs. Zizinzu's hand froze, the towel resting on his powerful chest. A man and a woman, their cerulean and amethyst eyes locked in a timeless gaze. P.S. The pivotal plot is unfolding, currently organizing it. Chapter 40, Unmarriageable. Inside the cabin, the air hung heavy, as the young man and woman remained locked in a silent, prolonged stare. Eventually, Zizinzu's delicate purple eyes averted, and as if oblivious to his awakening, she resumed her task, gently cleansing his body as she had done for the past fortnight. Hemingway, still immobile, harbored conflicting emotions. During his days of unconsciousness, he was not entirely insensible. In his brief moments of lucidity, he had been aware of her care. By all accounts, he should be grateful to this woman. Yet, he couldn't forget that his current predicament was inextricably linked to her. After all, her father had led the men who captured him, leaving him debilitated and near powerless. She had harmed him, yet she had also saved him. How was he to reconcile this? The more Hemingway pondered, the more his head throbbed. In the end, he simply closed his eyes, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. I can't deal with this, he thought. I can't move anyway. So let her do as she pleases. Zizinzu, like a dutiful young wife, tenderly cleansed his entire body with the damp towel. Despite her blushing face, her movements remained precise and meticulous. Her practiced manner indicated that this was not her first time. As Hemingway lay there, feigning sleep, he experienced a unique sensation. The feel of the damp towel gliding across his skin, the gentle, soothing motions, were almost enough to lull him to sleep. Yet, more than that, he felt a profound sense of embarrassment. To be so intimately cared for by a strange young woman, to have his body laid bare before her, Hemingway felt utterly exposed. It was simply, he was at a loss for words. If his body were capable of movement, he would immediately don his clothes and cover himself from head to toe. For the first time, he understood the profound comfort of clothing. The mental trauma was far more severe than he had anticipated. The brain, as the body's command center, governed everything. Consequently, his mental anguish had impaired his control over his physical form. Although his physical wounds had healed, he was unable to exert any strength. It was as if his body was no longer his own. Due to the psychological trauma, his control over his body had plummeted to an extreme low, barely allowing him to twitch his fingers. Any further exertion was beyond his capabilities. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from his abdomen. Hemingway was overcome by a profound sense of hunger. At that moment, the girl, Zizinzu, had just finished bathing him and gracefully carried the basin out of the cabin, her exquisite visage appearing remarkably composed. Yet, the seemingly tranquil rhythm of her footsteps betrayed a hint of anxiety, suggesting that she was not as unflustered as she appeared. I am so hungry, Hemingway thought, acutely aware of the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. A crucial question suddenly struck him. How had he managed to eat during the days of his unconsciousness? He estimated that he had been in a state of oblivion for no less than 10 days. If he had truly gone without food or water for such an extended period, his condition would certainly not be as stable as it was now. Even with his spiritual energy, he would likely be emaciated and on the brink of collapse. It was implausible that he felt nothing more than mere hunger. Unless, as Hemingway pondered this, the cabin door swung open once more. There stood Zhejian, gracefully approaching with a bowl of steaming millet porridge in her hands. Even from a distance, he could savor the enticing aroma wafting from the bowl. Well then, the mystery was solved. Hemingway was aware of his condition, and now he felt remarkably well. "Are you able to move now?" whispered the purple pearl as she gently crouched beside him. Hemingway remained silent. Although he could no longer control his limbs, he was still capable of turning his head and uttering a few words. He simply did not know how to confront this woman or what demeanor to adopt in her presence. Should he continue to be indifferent as he had been before? Or should he greet her with a smile? Observing his silence, the beautiful cerulean eyes of the young woman reflected a complexity of emotions, and it seemed that she understood something, gently nodding in response. She then set aside the bowl she held and extended her hands to assist his still exposed body, propping his upper half against the wall of the cabin. Next, she picked up a bowl nearby, scooped a spoonful of millet porridge, and gently blew on it before bringing it to his lips. Faced with the spoonful of porridge just inches away, Hemingway hesitated momentarily but ultimately opened his mouth slowly, consuming the nourishing morsel. After years of subsisting on fish and meat while stranded on the deserted island, this simple bowl of porridge tasted unexpectedly delightful, evoking an impulse to weep within him. However, a question lingered in his mind. Where did this porridge come from? He recalled that the boat had been devoid of supplies, lacking any ingredients for cooking. Even if there had been provisions, he pondered how she had managed to prepare the food. Yet, as Hemingway caught sight of the spoon she offered again, his gaze shifted to the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist, and he suddenly comprehended the truth. The bracelet was evidently a spatial storage artifact. Presumably, these items had always belonged to her, merely kept hidden until now. With each spoonful of the delectable porridge, Hemingway's rumbling stomach gradually settled. By the time he finished the bowl, he felt a renewed vigor coursing through him. Regrettably, he still found himself unable to command his body. Thus, the ensuing days unfolded. Hemingway lay motionless in bed, akin to a paralyzed individual. Meanwhile, Zhejian dutifully tended to him, embodying the spirit of a devoted wife. Each day, she meticulously washed his body and prepared meals to nourish him, even assisting him to the restroom when nature called. She seemed the very picture of a caring spouse, attending to her incapacitated husband with unwavering dedication. Initially, when Zhejian offered her support to help him to the bathroom, Hemingway vehemently refused, overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation. How could a man of his stature require a woman's assistance for such a basic need? Yet, no matter how fiercely he resisted, reality remained unchanged. Feeling his patience reach its breaking point, he ultimately surrendered between the disgrace of soiling himself and the necessity of her aid. With his eyes closed, he became as pliable as a marionette, allowing her to guide him to the restroom, where he awkwardly unfastened his trousers. "Why are you so adept at this?" he thought. Bewildered, Hemingway suddenly became aware of this. It was unfortunate. Observing the woman's adeptness, one could not help but wonder if, during these days of unconsciousness, he had. Sometimes, the more one contemplates certain matters, the more unbearable they become. Hemingway suddenly became acutely aware of a critical question. How had he been sustaining himself with food and drink over the past several days? Merely wielding a spoon could not suffice for the act of nourishment. Could one truly force sustenance into one's mouth without the essential process of chewing? Furthermore, without mastication, digestion would undoubtedly be compromised. After consuming food, the inevitable act of excretion would follow. He remained, after all, a mortal being, subject to such earthly necessities. Thus, if he had indeed partaken of sustenance during these days, it was certain that a normal metabolic process had occurred. What, then, had transpired with this woman's body during this time? Hemingway was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to cover his face. It was over. Completely over. He had lost his innocence. If he were a woman, one might say she would never marry again. Chapter 41. The Filial Daughter. After being assisted by the Purple Pearl and resolving his physiological issues, Hemingway appeared utterly numb, like a soulless puppet. He allowed her to support his body as they returned to the cabin, lying on the bed like a lifeless corpse. Hemingway stared vacantly at the ceiling of the ship's cabin, a profound sense of shame rendering his existence devoid of meaning. He felt utterly transformed into a mere shadow of himself. Having succumbed to such a state, he resignedly accepted whatever fate befell him. Time slipped away silently. After several days of being treated as an invalid, Hemingway gradually regained sensation in his body, his mind reclaiming control. From being barely able to twitch a finger, he progressed to standing unaided, serving himself meals and attending to his own needs, albeit with a certain awkwardness that rendered his movements sluggish. It was as if he bore an immense burden, causing him to always lag behind. Fortunately, he was spared the indignity of being fed like an infant, a small mercy amidst his misfortunes. During these days, the interactions between Hemingway and the enigmatic Zenit Pearl grew increasingly awkward. Their conversations became scarce, limited to essential exchanges driven by necessity. Hemingway never took the initiative to engage with Zenit Pearl, remaining oblivious to her name and unaware that she was a well-known supporting character from the original Douluo, possessing both a name and considerable popularity. Nearly 10 more days passed. Hemingway has finally regained his health. It has been a month and a half since he was taken hostage by the Violet Pearl and drifted across the sea. During the first 2 weeks, Hemingway was solely focused on navigating his escape, while the latter half saw him succumb to a deep coma. After awakening, he struggled with mobility for several days, and it took him about 10 additional days to fully restore his former vigor. For the Violet Giant Whale, this month and a half was filled with anxiety and tedium. Although he possessed a sea conch that could pinpoint the location of the scoundrel who had abducted his daughter, he hesitated to pursue him due to the hostage situation. Instead, he could only trail behind at a distance, waiting for an opportunity to rescue his daughter. The Violet Giant Whale had initially planned to wait until Hemingway's ship reached a prosperous trade island, believing that once safe, the scoundrel might release his daughter. Even if he did not, the Violet Giant Whale could stealthily lead his crew to the island and secretly rescue her. Afterward, without any reservations, he could capture the scoundrel alive. Based on his estimations, he believed that at Hemingway's ship's speed, they would reach the island in about 2 weeks. To his astonishment, however, Hemingway's vessel drifted aimlessly for a full month and a half without encountering a single island. It was a sheer coincidence that they bypassed many inhabited islands and veered towards more remote waters, completely derailing his original plan. Why was this happening? Logically, according to the positioning on Hemingway's ship, there were indeed several prosperous trade islands along their path. If Hemingway had stopped, he could have sought refuge on one of those islands. Without the sea conch, even the Violet Giant Whale would find it challenging to locate him on the island. Regardless, it would be far better than drifting aimlessly at sea. But why did Hemingway deliberately ignore those islands? Could it be that the scoundrel was aware of the tracking device and thus avoided the islands? Yet that seemed improbable. If he truly knew about the device, he could simply discard the conch, making it much easier. Why then would he intentionally steer clear of the islands? The Violet Giant Whale pondered in vain, unable to comprehend the reason. In truth, the answer was quite simple. Hemingway had fallen into a deep slumber long before encountering any islands, and it was his beloved daughter, the Violet Pearl, who took over the helm. Shortly after Hemingway fell unconscious, the Violet Pearl spotted a massive island ahead. Observing the bustling dock in the distance, she realized that if she brought her father's unconscious form to the island, he would inevitably pursue her within days. At that point, all the efforts of this man would be rendered futile, and he would be condemned to a life of captivity in the Starry Empire as a breeding stallion. Reluctantly, the Violet Pearl turned a blind eye to the island, steering the ship in another direction and deviating from their original course. For the first time, she defied her father for a man whose name she did not even know. What a devoted daughter she was. If the Violet Giant Whale were to discover his daughter's cunning maneuver, he would undoubtedly be beside himself with rage. At this moment, within his luxurious cabin, the Violet Giant Whale perused maritime charts and monitored Hemingway's vessel's trajectory through a magical sea conch, which emitted a soft, ethereal glow. The light coalesced to form a miniature 3D map, with a small red dot continuously moving, revealing its presence. The Violet Giant Whale furrowed his brow, comparing the map generated by the conch to the nautical chart hanging in his cabin, attempting to deduce Hemingway's location. The more he compared, the grimmer his expression became, until his countenance was so dark it seemed as if it might drip with despair. This was dire. The scoundrel had strayed from his course and was perilously nearing a treacherous maritime zone, truly courting death. If he perished, that would be one thing. But he must not endanger his daughter. The Violet Giant Whale was nearly driven to madness. It was essential to understand that, apart from the severe storms and harsh weather conditions at sea, the ever-present soul beasts posed the true threat to soul navigators. Among these, particularly the ancient soul beasts, claimed vast territories as their own. Any vessel that ventured into these areas would face merciless attacks. Over time, sailors had established certain forbidden zones, which were essentially the territories of formidable soul beasts, rendering them off-limits to humans. No vessel dared to navigate these zones, and under normal circumstances, no one would venture into those perilous waters. For once inside, the chances of survival were exceedingly slim, as fate would have it. The positioning conch indicated that the scoundrel who had taken his daughter was steadily advancing towards an extremely dangerous, forbidden zone. The violet giant whale could no longer remain idle. Everyone, heed my command. He bellowed into the communication conch, his voice brimming with urgency. According to the course chart I have sent you, proceed at full speed. We must intercept that vessel before it enters the forbidden zone. Simultaneously, all the captains of the subordinate ships, clutching their own conchs, listened to their leader's fervent voice. They gazed at the floating map above their conchs and wasted no time in ordering their crews to accelerate. In an instant, a fleet of massive pirate ships unfurled their sails, racing madly towards a specific direction. Some crew members, seemingly impatient with the pace, leaped into the sea, employing their sole techniques to propel the vessels forward. All were driven by a frenzied determination to surge towards their goal. Chapter 42. The Determined Father. Where are we now? Hemingway stood at the bow, surveying the tranquil sea, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. His instinctive awareness of danger compelled him to turn to the Violet Pearl, who had just emerged from the cabin. I'm not sure, she replied, shaking her head in confusion. Although she could read maritime charts, she was not a professional navigator. How could she possibly ascertain their location based solely on a chart? Thus, she too was in the dark about where they had drifted. What's wrong? Why the sudden inquiry? She asked, puzzled, completely unaware that they may have strayed into a forbidden maritime zone. Nothing, just a sudden feeling of impending doom. As if this surrounding sea conceals some unknown peril, Hemingway replied, shaking his head, his expression grave. Danger. The Violet Pearl's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Suddenly, she recalled tales of forbidden maritime zones. Could it be that they had unwittingly wandered into one? Quick! Accelerate! Increase our speed! A fleet of over a dozen colossal pirate ships surged against the wind, with the largest vessel leading the charge, its flag emblazoned with the image of the deep-sea Leviathan. Within the ship's cabin, several captains of the Leviathan pirate crew, each at the Soul Saint level, convened at the summons of the Purple Leviathan to strategize. As the Purple Leviathan scrutinized the real-time positioning displayed on the conch, he compared it against the nautical chart, noting the small red dot on the 3D map drawing ever closer to the forbidden zone. The distance between himself and the ominous dot darkened his countenance. Time was running out. The surrounding Soul Saints were also fixated on the nautical chart, and as they saw the red dot poised to enter the perilous area, they could only shake their heads in unison. Given the current circumstances of the ship, it was now impossible for them to intercept it before it breached the forbidden zone. It was over. Everything was lost. With a thud, the conch he had been gripping slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. The Purple Leviathan was engulfed in regret for coveting the title within the Star Luo Empire and, more so, for not having acted decisively to capture that young man from the outset. But regrets were futile now. All he could do was pray that when the two entered the forbidden zone, they would not awaken the lurking monstrosity within. Otherwise, he would not even be able to recover his daughter's remains. No, it was not yet time to surrender. The Purple Leviathan paced restlessly, his expression dark and his aura oppressive, rendering the surrounding Soul Saints breathless, unwilling to speak. They could only watch as their leader made the final decision. Enough. The Purple Leviathan suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, as if finally resolved. He could not bear to leave his daughter's fate to the whims of chance. As a pirate who risked his life for every treasure, the safety of his daughter, Pearl, was his sole vulnerability. With her in peril, how could he remain passive and leave her fate to chance? It was intolerable for a father like the Purple Leviathan to entrust his daughter's life to the uncertainty of luck. Thus, he resolved to take a stand. Captain, it appears they are destined to enter the forbidden zone. Should we pursue? One Soul Saint inquired. Pursue. Of course, we must pursue. The Purple Leviathan gritted his teeth, having made up his mind to follow them into the forbidden zone. If he were present, there was a chance for his daughter to escape any danger that might arise. For her sake, he was willing to risk it all. However, the Purple Leviathan's willingness to risk his life stemmed from the fact that she was his only daughter, his cherished jewel. The other captains, however, were mere acquaintances who bore no familial ties to her. How could they endanger themselves for someone they barely knew? After exchanging glances, one middle-aged Soul Saint with a sharp visage stepped forward to represent the others, saying, Captain, we are indeed concerned for our niece, Pearl, who finds herself in peril. Yet, the forbidden waters are fraught with danger. Even if we all join forces, we might not withstand a single wave. Perhaps it is wise to reconsider? As he spoke, his tone suggested negotiation, revealing their reluctance to follow the purple Leviathan into certain death. Do you all share this sentiment? The purple Leviathan surveyed the group of soul saints, his expression impassive. You are all my comrades who have fought alongside me for over 30 years. We are brothers in arms. If you wish not to accompany me, I will not force you. Those unwilling, please take a seat. Upon hearing their leader's words, the soul saints erupted in a rush to the chairs arranged around them, each claiming a seat without hesitation. Not a single one opted to remain standing. Witnessing this scene, the purple Leviathan felt a pang of disappointment, though not entirely surprised. He had not expected these so-called brothers to risk their lives for his daughter. Despite their brotherly claims and their nominal allegiance to him, their loyalty was questionable at best, owing merely to his superiority and strength. Pirates, after all, were not known for their virtue. Notions of honesty and chivalry were utterly absent among them. They adhered to the creed, every man for himself. Thus, the purple Leviathan was not taken aback by his subordinates' unwillingness to join him in rescuing his daughter. With a stoic nod, he remarked, "Very well. Since you do not wish to accompany me, I shall not compel you. You may wait here. I shall proceed alone." At this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the soul saints, their hearts rejoicing at having escaped a perilous fate. In truth, had the purple Leviathan insisted, they would have had no choice but to comply. However, as the saying goes, a forced fruit is never sweet. If he had compelled them, they might have hindered his efforts or even turned against him, seeking a mutual demise. After all, venturing forth meant facing near certain death, yet if they all banded together, they could potentially eliminate the purple Leviathan and secure their own survival. One must never underestimate the madness of pirates. These desperate souls, when faced with their mortality, were capable of anything. Beside the immense pirate ship, a smaller vessel was gently lowered to the sea. The purple Leviathan stood upon this small craft, gazing up at his crew on the deck above, ultimately deciding to venture forth alone without even a single subordinate. After all, should he fail to manage the situation, having more men would be of little consequence. Turning away, he unleashed his soul power, and the small boat surged forward like an arrow, trailing a cascade of water behind as it shot toward the horizon. "If I do not return, let the Leviathan pirate crew disband," came a voice, faint yet poignant, from the distant small boat, causing the faces of the pirates on the deck to shift into expressions of complex emotion. Chapter 43, Beyond Mortal Struggle. With a whoosh, the small boat sped across the vast ocean, churning up a torrent of waves. The purple Leviathan stood upon the vessel, one hand clutching the conch as he surveyed the hovering positioning map above him, while 8 soul rings floated around him, one of which glowed brightly. This particular soul ring possessed a simple ability to enhance his speed. It required merely a buoyant vessel, whether a ship or even a piece of wood, to enable rapid movement across the water's surface. While the claim of traversing 1,000 miles in an instant was a hyperbole, his speed was indeed remarkable. He had relied on this ability to evade countless life-threatening crises in his youth. Faster, faster. The purple Leviathan's expression grew grave as he watched the red dot on the conch's display inch ever closer. He fully unleashed his soul power, propelling the small boat to an even greater velocity. To the naked eye, it was evident that the distance between him and the red dot on the map was diminishing rapidly. Yet, time was slipping away as the map indicated at this moment. His daughter and the others had already ventured into the forbidden zone. All he could do was hope that they would not disturb the monstrous creature and could safely traverse the expanse of water. The forbidden waters that Hemingway and his companion inadvertently entered are known as the Abyssal Orca Sea. It is rumored to be the deepest area nearby, with a trench that plunges over 1,000 meters beneath the surface. Thus, if a soul master were to observe from above, they would discover that the ocean there exhibits the darkest hues. The moniker Abyssal Whale Sea derives, as one might expect, from the presence of a formidable deep-sea whale dwelling within the depths of the trench. As previously mentioned, whales are inherently powerful marine soul beasts, and the abyssal whale stands out as a paragon among them, a true aristocrat of the ocean. The deep-sea whale residing in this domain is no ordinary creature. It is regarded as the sovereign of the seas, an entity of 10,000 years of existence. A soul beast of such age is conservatively estimated to possess the power of a tidal Douluo. While the purple giant whale is formidable enough to rival an ordinary tidal Douluo, it quakes in fear at the prospect of facing a 10,000-year soul beast, especially one that shares its own essence as a deep-sea whale. There is no one better acquainted with the terrifying nature of this creature than it. Fortunately, hope is not entirely extinguished. Even if one were to stumble into the Abyssal Whale Sea, a glimmer of survival may still exist. The deep-sea whale inhabiting these waters is blind in its left eye. Throughout the seasons, it faces east during spring and autumn, while orienting itself westward in summer and winter. Consequently, vessels navigating through the abyssal whale sea need only steer towards the direction of its blind eye to avoid provoking it. Most importantly, this deep-sea whale is inherently lethargic, typically lurking at the ocean's depths, opening its massive jaws to consume marine life without initiating attacks unless threatened by intruders encroaching upon its territory. At this moment, the purple giant whale could only hope that its daughter and her companions were sailing toward the direction of the whale's blind eye, allowing them to traverse the abyssal whale sea unscathed. Something feels amiss. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway gazed at the eerily tranquil surface of the sea, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "What feels off?" inquired the curious purple pearl beside him. "It's too calm." Hemingway's expression was grave as he cautiously surveyed the surrounding waters. His voice low and somber. "Do you not find it peculiar that this expanse of sea has become exceedingly tranquil since a moment ago? Though the sea breeze is undoubtedly blowing, observe the surface of the water." Upon hearing this, Zazinza directed her gaze towards the ocean, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, her violet eyes widened in alarm. The sea was eerily calm, devoid of any ripples, despite the persistent winds swirling around. What could be the reason for this? Have we inadvertently wandered into a forbidden zone? Zazinza's delicate face turned ashen, and she could not help but murmur to herself, "A forbidden zone?" Hemingway found himself in a state of confusion. However, before Zhejian Pearl could elaborate, the surrounding air distorted in a peculiar manner, and a violent tremor surged from beneath their feet, accompanied by a deafening roar that momentarily rendered them both deaf. Their bodies, along with the small boat, were violently hurled into the air. The vessel, forged entirely from steel and nearing 30 meters in length, was instantly reduced to fragments by the ferocious impact. Most terrifying of all, amidst the intense shaking, both individuals succumbed to a dizzying state, propelled high into the sky. The once tranquil sea churned violently, transforming into a tumultuous tempest. A colossal water column, measuring 15 meters in diameter, surged upwards, its twisted air becoming the harbinger of the destruction of the steel vessel. As the boat shattered, a massive form, akin to an island, slowly emerged from the depths. The surrounding waters shimmered with a deep blue luminescence, creating an illusion where the sky seemed to be the ground, and the ocean transformed into an expansive azure firmament. A deep, rumbling growl reverberated through the air, sending powerful sound waves crashing forth. Before Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl could recover from their previous disorientation, they were plunged into an even deeper stupor by the immense sound waves. The enormous body that surfaced from the ocean exceeded 200 meters in length, radiating a sapphire hue. Its head bore two giant eyes. Yet the left eye was merely a dark void, clearly blind. The sheer size of this colossal creature rendered its eyes larger than 3 meters in diameter. Its solitary right eye, gleaming with a chilling intensity, pierced the air above. With a slight movement, a gigantic tail rose from behind, shimmering with distorted blue light, crashing down upon the surface of the sea. Millions of droplets shot into the sky, each resembling a swift arrow. In the air, an extraordinary curtain of water, illuminated with blue brilliance, lit up the horizon, enveloping both the shattered steel vessel and the airborne individuals. The first to make contact were the scattered fragments. If they were mere debris a moment ago, they had now been reduced to powder. This was the true might of a 100,000-year-soul beast, a force more terrifying than that of a tidal Douluo. Especially when enraged in the ocean, the outcome of provoking such a beast was nothing short of annihilation. In midair, Hemingway was the first to regain consciousness, not solely due to his robust physique, but primarily because his mental fortitude surpassed that of Zhejian Pearl. At the instant he awoke, it coincided with the moment the tail of the 100,000-year demon whale struck the sea, sending countless droplets into the air. In that fleeting moment, Hemingway's heart raced wildly, for he vividly perceived the horrific scene of the sturdy steel vessel being mercilessly pierced by the droplets. He understood clearly that the curtain of water before him was beyond the capacity of his current strength to withstand. He absolutely could not confront it head-on. At this critical juncture of life and death, Hemingway, disregarding his energy expenditure, fervently converted his soul power into armed color hockey. A blinding golden light erupted from within him, enveloping his entire form, transforming him into a golden figure. Under the immense augmentation of armed color hockey, Hemingway's attributes surged exponentially. With a graceful leap into the air, he transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly snatching the still-dazed Zhejian Pearl into his embrace before leaping again. Utilizing the moonstep technique, he narrowly evaded the torrential onslaught of water droplets. Until one truly faces it, one can never fully grasp the terror of a 100,000-year soul beast. Hemingway skillfully executed a series of moonwalks, cradling the still somewhat dazed purple pearl as he ascended ever higher into the sky. The golden aura enveloping him dissipated rapidly. The brief moment of complete coverage had already drained 1/20th of his soul power. This demonstrated that while the armed color hockey was indeed formidable, its consumption of soul energy was equally daunting. Suspended in midair, Hemingway's gaze was fixed intently on the gigantic whale below, particularly its singular eye, which caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. His thoughts were utterly beyond expression. Such an immense form, coupled with that distinctive single eye, could only belong to the deep-sea demon whale king, a super soul beast from the original Douluo, nearly 1,000,000 years old. What extraordinary fortune this was! Hemingway was on the verge of tears, adrift aimlessly upon the vast ocean. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly drifted into the domain of the abyssal whale. Was his fortune truly so dire? Could it be that fate conspired against him? Below, the formidable abyssal whale king, witnessing these two insignificant creatures evade his wrath, seemed incensed. A colossal blue light, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, began to coalesce atop his mountainous head. The terrifying azure radiance gathered for but a fleeting moment before it erupted forth, hurtling directly toward Hemingway, who clutched the violet pearl in his arms. Hemingway could distinctly perceive that the blue light was the very same force that had surged from beneath the waves, obliterating the steel vessel. In comparison to the earlier cascade of light, this was the authentic offensive maneuver of the deep-sea demon whale. Suddenly, the surrounding space took on an uncanny quality. Hemingway felt as if, though he was airborne, he were submerged in the ocean itself. The air around him shimmered with a peculiar undulation, and an invisible resistance enveloped him, as if he were immersed in the depths of the sea. Yet this ocean, composed of air, possessed an even greater resistance, an insurmountable force. It was a realm, a power of domain that could control the sky on such a vast scale. This was the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king, a creature that had existed for nearly 1,000,000 years. Even though Hemingway possessed the moonwalk, allowing him to traverse the void, within this domain he found himself utterly unable to flee swiftly. There was no possibility of evasion or respite. That terrifying blue light had already ascended to the heavens. It was the end of his life. Hemingway gazed, wide-eyed, at the overwhelming azure light that surged towards him, as the essence of his soul power incessantly transformed into the indomitable hockey of armament. Golden radiance enveloped his entire being, striving to break free from the shackles of the domain, only to realize the futility of his efforts. The chasm between their strengths was insurmountable. As a mere soul master of over 30 levels, how could he possibly contend with an ancient soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years of existence, nearly ascended to the status of a demigod? Particularly when this formidable creature resided in the depths of the ocean, reaping the advantages of its terrain, amplifying the potency of its domain to the utmost degree. These numerous disadvantages rendered Hemingway utterly defenseless against the deep-sea demon whale king. Even though his martial soul bore the illustrious title of the mermaid princess, Poseidon, capable of commanding sea soul beasts, in the face of such a stark disparity in power, how could an ant possibly command an elephant? Had Hemingway possessed even a fraction more strength today, the title of Douluo would not have been a distant dream. Even the rank of Soul Douluo would have sufficed. If his current strength were that of a Soul Douluo, upon activating the ability to control sea soul beasts, he might not have been able to dictate the movements of the deep-sea demon whale king, yet he could at least dispel its hostility, compelling the irate creature to allow their passage. It was a far cry from the current situation, where his ability to command sea soul beasts felt utterly ineffectual. An insult to the title of Sea King. Was this truly the end? Bound by the domain, unable to move, Hemingway observed as the cataclysmic blue light approached, casting an eerie glow that drained the surrounding colors. Surprisingly, within him, a profound tranquility began to take root. In this moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, slowing to a crawl. The sound Hemingway felt as though something within him was stirring, akin to a seed lying dormant in the soil, poised to break through the earth. The ominous blue light drew nearer and nearer. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat quickened, faster and faster. Fixated on the advancing blue light, Hemingway sensed an awakening within him. Just as he approached the precipice of transformation, a fierce and frenzied roar suddenly shattered his extraordinary state. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback, his wildly beating heart abruptly finding tranquility. It was as if the sensation of something on the verge of awakening had merely been an illusion. A feeling of wistfulness washed over him, as if he had missed an extraordinary opportunity. In the next moment, a colossal deep-sea demon whale, encircled by 8 ethereal soul rings and measuring several dozen meters in length, suddenly appeared before him, resolutely blocking the onslaught of the devastating blue light. Boom! The terrifying blue light of destruction crashed against the small deep-sea demon whale, prompting it to instinctively emit a mournful cry and a roar of agony. Was this the true embodiment of a martial spirit? Hemingway paused momentarily upon witnessing the scene before him. He gazed at the small deep-sea magic whale encircled by 8 soul rings, a configuration that struck him as familiar. Ah, indeed. Wasn't this precisely the arrangement of the pirate captain's soul rings? Furthermore, his martial spirit was also the deep-sea magic whale. It seems that this diminutive deep-sea magic whale is none other than that pirate captain's. Hemingway swiftly comprehended the identity of the diminutive deep-sea demon whale before him. Take my daughter and flee. A voice resonated in Hemingway's ear. Immediately thereafter, he beheld the small deep-sea demon whale erupting with a terrifying blue luminescence, its rampant soul energy disrupting the surrounding domain. The immense burden weighing upon him vanished in an instant. Hemingway, without the slightest hesitation, was enveloped in a radiant golden light. He then embraced the gradually recovering purple pearl, his feet stepping into the void as he transformed into a streak of gold, vanishing into the distance. Chapter 45, The Missing Element. In an extravagant display of armed color domineering, Hemingway executed the moonwalk with astonishing speed. He became a flash of gold, swiftly escaping to a considerable distance. At that moment, the purple pearl, cradled in his arms, had fully regained her senses. She gazed at the distant scene where a diminutive deep-sea demon whale engaged in combat with a colossal deep-sea magic whale, exclaiming, "Daddy," though termed a battle. It was a mere embellishment for the purple giant whale. Before the 200-meter-long deep-sea magic whale king, the true form of the purple giant whale resembled that of an infant. Any of its attacks were utterly inconsequential to the deep-sea magic whale king. In contrast, a casual flick of the whale king's tail could send it soaring far away, propelled by the splashes of water. The deep-sea magic whale king appeared to be toying with the smaller deep-sea demon whale that had transformed from the purple giant whale, finding it quite amusing. Thus, it indulged in this playful interaction, merely entertaining itself. Should it truly desire to extinguish its life, a single strike would suffice. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, the purple giant whale was keenly aware of this reality, yet it remained unfazed. As long as it could buy time for its daughter to escape, it was willing to sacrifice its own life. Put me down. I want to help Daddy. Observing the smaller deep-sea demon whale being toyed with by the deep-sea magic whale king, the purple pearl struggled fiercely in Hemingway's embrace, yearning to break free. Calm yourself, he urged. Hemingway held her soft, delicate form tightly, his brow furrowed as he exclaimed, "That is the deep-sea demon whale king, a nearly divine, million-year-old soul beast. It is beyond our capacity to confront. Even with your father's strength combined with ours, we would merely be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do not act foolishly." Zhejian Pearl's struggling body froze, seemingly stunned by his words. My goodness, a million-year-old soul beast? What does that even mean? Zhejian Pearl was unaware. Even 100,000-year soul beast was a legendary existence to her, let alone the so-called million-year soul beast. Yet, what of it? Could this truly be her justification for abandoning her father and fleeing? Let me go. Zhejian Pearl's voice was icy, her heart swelling with profound disappointment towards this man. Do not act foolishly. Hemingway momentarily halted his swift pace, still suspended in the air, defying gravity beneath him. Gazing sternly at the girl in his arms, he admonished. Do you wish to render your father's sacrifice in vain? Put me down. Zhejian Pearl remained unmoved by his words, her violet eyes shining with determination and resolve. Hemingway gazed at her, momentarily taken aback by the intensity of her gaze. Within those eyes, he discerned a certain essence that one would rather die than abandon. It appeared that this very quality was what he currently lacked. I understand now. Hemingway, for reasons unknown, ceased his persuasion, slowly releasing her while one hand still encircled her waist and the other rested upon her shoulder. The essence of his soul force surged forth without reservation, unblocking her meridians and dissolving the golden armor that sealed her Dantian soul energy. With a thunderous explosion, the soul force, once dormant within her Dantian, erupted, coursing through her limbs with a fierce intensity. As she experienced the tidal wave of energy within, accompanied by a long-lost sensation of physical strength. The violet orbs of her eyes momentarily glazed over, only to quickly regain focus. She fixed her gaze intently upon his cerulean eyes, as if wishing to etch his image into the depths of her heart forever. Thank you, she uttered, breaking free from his grasp and plunging into the sea. Immediately, 3 soul rings began to manifest around her, and the ethereal silhouette of a sea serpent materialized, quickly merging with her being. Her form twisted slightly, becoming more supple, while her eyes took on a chilling glint. and her skin was adorned with a delicate layer of bluish-gray scales. "You must leave. It is perilous here. I apologize for my father's actions, but I cannot abandon him to flee alone," she declared, not casting a glance back as she sank into the ocean. With a swift twist of her waist, a soft luminescence enveloped her, and she transformed, seemingly, into a sea serpent, swiftly propelling herself towards the battlefield ahead. Hemingway watched her silhouette recede into the distance, gritting his teeth. He turned and continued to flee with a swift, graceful stride. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flame seemed to blaze fiercely within his heart. At this moment, he had undoubtedly made the most prudent decision to escape while the formidable deep-sea Leviathan was preoccupied with that pirate captain. After all, he had no ties to the father and daughter of that pirate. In fact, one could argue that there was enmity between them. It was hardly worth risking his life for the sake of these two individuals. Moreover, even if he were to return, it would change nothing, merely resulting in another life lost. As a traverser, endowed with a brilliant and promising future, how could he allow himself to perish in such a pitiful manner, especially with deep-seated vendettas yet to be avenged? Run. Escape quickly, like a coward. Bang. His rapid strides suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Hemingway stood suspended in midair, slowly raising his gaze towards the azure sky. As scenes from his arrival in this world replayed in his mind, recalling the tireless care bestowed upon him by the purple pearl during his unconsciousness. His fist gradually clenched. Boom. A torrent of water droplets mercilessly crashed upon the body of the purple giant whale, leaving its several dozen-meter-long form battered and bruised. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king observed the transformation of the purple giant whale into a smaller version with a mocking glint in its solitary eye, as if it were merely a toy for amusement. As for the fleeing Hemingway and the purple pearl, it paid them no mind. After all, they would never escape. Once it had tired of playing with this toy, it would rise to pursue them and catch up swiftly. In this vast ocean, how far could those two possibly flee? No one had ever eluded its pursuit across the sea, except for that lad who once wielded a trident and later ascended to godhood. Reflecting on this, a shadow of gloom flickered in the remaining eye of the deep-sea demon whale king. It had been eons since that boy named Poseidon had become a god, and it felt as if it had lingered here far too long, as the divine realm had stripped soul beasts of their qualification to ascend. Despite having achieved a cultivation level of 1,000,000 years, and thus possessing the qualifications for divinity, it had always been unable to take that final step, forever lacking that minuscule yet monumental element, the difference between the mortal and the divine. No matter how hard it tried, it could never attain godhood. Over time, the deep-sea demon whale king grew somewhat despondent, languishing in ennui as it slept at the ocean's depths. Initially disturbed by two trivial insects, it had planned to dispose of them swiftly. However, when a larger insect appeared soon after, foolishly approaching for a beating, its interest piqued, prompting it to engage in a game to pass the time. Chapter 46, Incredulity. The vast azure surface of the sea churned violently, stirred by the antics of a large and a small deep-sea demon whale. It was evident that the larger whale was merely toying with the smaller one, treating it like a plaything. The purple giant whale could only struggle feebly against the torment of the deep-sea demon whale, desperately attempting to defend itself. Aware that it was no match for this super soul beast, it understood that once the beast had grown bored, its own demise would follow. Yet, it did not care. As long as it could buy a little more time for its daughter to escape, it would endure the mockery. Was this perhaps retribution? The purple giant whale bitterly smiled within, having dominated the seas for decades, never expecting that today would mark its end. Perhaps there truly existed a cosmic balance of good and evil. This was its reckoning. Sighing, the purple giant whale considered it a great fortune if it could allow its daughter to survive. What more could it wish for? The immediate priority was to delay time, enabling her to flee further. But soon, a melodious voice from afar shattered its composure. Father. Panic surged within the purple giant whale. Why had she returned? Hadn't it been arranged for that lad to take her away? Damn it. The purple giant whale realized it had erred. It had not anticipated the lad to be so unreliable. Allowing him to lead her away had resulted in this. What are you doing back? Hurry and leave. The purple giant whale roared, struggling against the torment of the deep-sea demon whale king. I want tea. The purple pearl vehemently shook her head. Her father's plight was a consequence of her actions. Thus, if she fled now, she could never forgive herself. She understood the consequences of her return and recognized that the wisest choice would be to escape immediately. However, what defined humanity was the capacity for emotion, joy, anger, sorrow, and love. She was not a machine calculating gains and losses. For the purple pearl, the choice between survival and standing alongside her father was clear. She would rather fight by his side, even if it meant death. Sometimes, death was not the most terrifying prospect. There were things in this world far more dreadful than dying. You're trying to drive me to madness. The purple giant whale, witnessing his daughter's obstinacy, felt his heart nearly seize with frustration. I risked my life to save you, and you foolishly return. Are you trying to kill me? Hurry, go. With a surge of soul power, the purple giant whale stirred the waters around him. The waves surged violently, sending splashes crashing outward, forcing the purple pearl, who had been swimming toward him, to retreat. Yet, the resolute young woman pressed on, determined to reach her father. This sight filled the purple giant whale with a mix of anguish and helplessness. Perhaps this was indeed retribution. Heaven's punishment had merely been delayed. The deep-sea demon whale king watched with interest as the father-daughter duo interacted, then casually flicked its tail. A terrifying tide accompanied by a torrential downpour of water droplets surged forth, seemingly intent on sweeping them both away in one fell swoop. Damn it. Realizing the deep-sea demon whale had tired of its game, the purple giant whale dared not hold back any longer and unleashed his most powerful soul skill. The 8th soul ring radiated with brilliance. 8th soul skill, Frozen Miles. The smaller deep-sea demon whale inhaled deeply, its abdomen swelling like a balloon. Then, without pause, it opened its mouth wide, a brilliant blue light surging from its throat before erupting forth. Boom. A terrifying cold current blasted from the purple giant whale's mouth. Wherever the cold current flowed, the splashes and the incoming torrential droplets were instantaneously frozen solid. The immense body of the deep-sea demon whale king was swiftly encased in frost. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of sea within 1,000 meters was frozen solid, with the exception of the purple pearl, who had not faced the cold current directly and was instead somewhat shielded by distance, avoiding being trapped in ice. The surface beneath her transformed into a thick layer of ice. Fortunately, she leaped just in time to avoid being ensnared below. After unleashing this formidable attack, the purple giant whale had completely exhausted its soul power, radiating a faint glow, and its massive form gradually shrank, reverting from its martial spirit to its human guise. Panting heavily, the disheveled middle-aged man stepped onto the frozen surface, staring at the deep-sea demon whale, now encased in ice not far from him, murmuring to himself. Did I succeed? Relief washed over him, and he marveled at the incredibility of having successfully frozen a 100,000-year soul beast with a full-force attack. Yet, he remained uncertain how long the ice would hold. He needed to escape quickly. A sense of unease nagged at the purple giant whale. How could the reputed super soul beast, the master of this domain, be so easily subdued? But at that moment, he had no desire to ponder further, nor dared to. Regardless, the immediate priority was to flee from this place without delay. Here begins change. Father. At this moment, Jinju finally dashed from afar, and the sea surface within a kilometer radius had transformed into a thick layer of ice, at least 10 meters deep, allowing her to sprint effortlessly across it. You foolish girl, the purple giant whale observed his beloved daughter leaping towards him, a look of helplessness etched on his face. Yet, he couldn't help but indulgently extend his arms to catch his precious daughter, as she collided into his embrace. The imposing figure of the purple giant whale staggered back 2 steps, a testament to his current frailty, feeling his daughter's slight shivering in his arms. The purple giant whale found himself lost in thought. How long had it been since he last held her? It seemed that since she turned 10, she had not displayed such affection towards him. It's all right, Daddy, she reassured him gently, as he wrapped his arms around her petite frame. After experiencing this life-and-death crisis, the purple giant whale suddenly grew weary of life at sea. He realized that the fame and fortune he had pursued ultimately amounted to nothing. It would be better to lay down his burdens and leave the treacherous ocean behind, seeking a tranquil spot on the mainland to start anew with his daughter. Though their abilities as sea soul masters would be somewhat diminished on land, he was still a soul Douluo. With his strength, he could ensure his daughter's safety and well-being for a lifetime. There was no need to chase after titles. In this world, possessing strength equated to having everything. His power would suffice to provide a good life for both father and daughter, no matter where they went. The purple giant whale had finally come to this realization. However, just as this touching reunion of father and daughter, having survived calamity, was unfolding, a thunderous explosion abruptly interrupted the moment. Chapter 47. This boy has lost his mind. Boom. The ice layer shattered, revealing the deep-sea demon whale king, who stirred slightly, causing the ice encasing its body to splinter into fragments. The ice covering the deep-sea demon whale king was over 5 meters thick, but for the ocean's sovereign, that thickness was negligible. With a mere shift of its body, The ice that bound it broke apart effortlessly. Both the purple giant whale and Jinju stood in shock, unable to fathom that just moments ago the creature was encased in ice, seemingly relieved from danger. Yet, in the next instant, the threat loomed once more. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. The purple giant whale sighed, recognizing that he had anticipated such a scenario. After all, his use of the 8th soul skill was a desperate gamble. A last-ditch effort fueled by hope for a miracle. The thought of defeating the deep-sea demon whale king, or even temporarily freezing it, had never crossed his mind. Thus, when he had seen it encased in ice, it had felt surreal, like a dream. Consequently, he was not particularly surprised by the creature's escape. His heart ached for his daughter, so young and yet faced with the prospect of perishing alongside him in the ocean's depths. Gazing at his vibrant daughter, the purple giant whale couldn't suppress a wave of sorrow. The deep-sea demon whale king regarded the pair of humans, who showed no signs of resistance. In its lone eye displayed a hint of boredom. It had grown tired of the game. It was time to eliminate these two insignificant creatures before pursuing the fleeing one. The massive maw of the whale slowly opened, revealing a convergence of blue light at its throat, reminiscent of the icy breath the purple giant whale had unleashed earlier. However, this breath bore no freezing intent. It was merely a destructive force, a mixture of soul power and water. The ice layer that the purple giant whale had created with his powerful attack had displeased the deep-sea demon whale king, prompting it to expend extra force to clear away the troublesome obstacles surrounding it. The purple giant whale and Jinju were merely collateral damage in this plan. Thus, the energy within the whale's gaping mouth hummed, creating a resonating disturbance in the air. Finally, as the energy reached a critical mass, the whale's abdomen swelled, and it exhaled. The air held in response. A beam of blue light erupted from the deep-sea demon whale king's mouth, violently dispersing the surrounding air with an unmatched force. As the recipients of this breath, the purple giant whale and Jinju found themselves engulfed by the blue light. The terrifying pressure enveloped them before the beam even reached them. They could do nothing but stand still, resigned to their fate. At that moment, Jinju closed her eyes in fear, awaiting her end. As her 18 years of life flashed through her mind, she was unexpectedly struck by the profound impression left by a certain white-haired youth. Those clear, deep-sea blue eyes seemed to hold endless stories waiting to be explored. Alas, she realized she would never have the chance again. Am I really going to die? Why is it him? My hope is that he escapes in the end. In that final moment before death, Jinju fully comprehended her feelings. The white-haired youth, whom she had known for less than 2 months, had made a lasting impact that was impossible to forget. How regretful it was that she would never see him again. How she longed to experience love, to be by his side. Was this what they meant when they spoke of falling for a man? Reflecting on her time spent with that boy, a smile unconsciously graced Jinju's lips. After a long while, Jinju suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had the overwhelming feeling of dread dissipated? Could it be that she was already dead? And the destructive force of that breath had simply rendered her incapable of feeling pain? With such bewilderment, Jinju cautiously opened her eyes. First came the light, blinding white light. The dazzling brightness compelled her to instinctively close her eyes again, although she was puzzled as to why the breath was blue while this light was white. Was it possible that she truly was in the afterlife? Confused, Jinju cautiously opened her eyes once more, narrowing them to a slit to scrutinize the source of the white light, striving to discern what it was. It appeared to be a blurred silhouette, from which extended a pair of beautiful, pure white wings. An angel? Jinju mused at the sight, but as her eyes gradually adjusted to the brightness, the outline became increasingly clear, and she opened her eyes wider until she stood frozen in disbelief. Jinju stared at the familiar figure before her, one that should have long departed and never returned. A warm sensation filled her heart, and an involuntary smile crept onto her lips. It was him. He had returned. In her heart, the purple pearl could not help but exult. Her once lifeless spirit felt as if it had been rejuvenated. An indescribable sense of security surged within her. Although reason dictated that the return of this young man would merely lead them both to their demise when he stood resolutely before her at this most perilous moment, she was overwhelmed with joy. It seemed that as long as he was present, all difficulties would cease to be difficulties. Her dread of death had been eclipsed by a different emotion. That lad has returned again. The purple giant whale gazed incredulously at the white-haired youth who stood defiantly, arms outstretched, holding back the breath of the deep-sea magic whale king. He found it difficult to comprehend the boy's reasoning. Logically, he ought to have seized the opportunity to flee. Why return to face death? Could it be that this young man had developed feelings for my precious daughter? Yet, the boy's lack of wisdom was evident. What purpose did his return serve at this time, given the disparity in their strengths? He was merely another soul destined for the grave. The more he pondered, the more convinced the purple giant whale became that the boy must have lost his wits. Chapter 48. The Awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. From the back of the white-haired youth sprouted a pair of swan-like, snow-white wings, radiating a warm, white light. This was the manifestation of the netherworld white tiger martial spirit. At that moment, Hemingway extended his hands, the pads of his palms swelling like those of a kitten, determinately resisting the formidable azure breath that was 10 meters in diameter. The powers of the meatball fruit were finally coming into play, firmly halting the terrifying breath that surged toward him, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. If he had possessed adequate strength, he could have easily repelled this breath. Alas, constrained by his own limitations, merely maintaining this standoff consumed nearly all his energy. As the deep-sea magic whale king unleashed its devastating breath, it regarded the diminutive figure blocking its path with a flicker of incredulity in its solitary eye. Odd, too peculiar. Logically, the breath it expelled was composed of a mixture of energy and pure water essence. Even if obstructed, the residual energy should have splattered in all directions. How could it remain at such a stalemate? It was as if the breath had taken on a tangible form. What could have caused such an anomaly? Intrigued, the deep-sea magic whale king, initially sparing in its might, began to gradually amplify the energy of its exhalation. Keen to observe how long this audacious little insect could withstand the onslaught. I must be insane. As Hemingway struggled to withstand the ever-increasing ferocity of the deep-sea magic whale king's breath, a singular thought dominated his mind, growing ever more certain that he must have lost his sanity. Why else would he foolishly rush in to shield this pirate father and daughter from a fatal blow? There was no justification for it. They were not kin. In fact, they were adversaries. Watching them on the brink of death from the whale's breath should have prompted him to remain an indifferent observer, or even to cheer on their demise. Yet here he was, naively stepping in front of them to absorb a lethal strike. Truthfully, Hemingway himself could not fathom his own reasoning for returning to face death. All he understood was that he could not bear to watch the girl he cared for meet her end while he sought to escape. Humans are creatures of impulse, often driven by their emotions to commit acts that seem utterly irrational. Undoubtedly, Hemingway's pride as a man compelled him to act. He could not stand idly by while the girl he held affection for faced certain death alone. After a month of close companionship, during which the purple pearl had cared for him tenderly in his unconscious state, Hemingway had developed a flicker of romantic sentiment toward her. To witness her demise while he fled would render him less than a man. Should he abandon her to save himself? He would forever harbor a gnawing regret in his heart, a lingering torment that would haunt him throughout his life. Thus, he resolved to act, unfettered by irrelevant considerations. He followed the call of his heart and stood resolutely before the purple pearl, shielding her from the annihilating breath of the magic whale. Boom. The already terrifying azure breath deepened in hue. Hemingway, with arms outstretched, could distinctly feel the power of the breath intensifying. His bones creaked as the pressure surpassed his limits. Should he falter, the outcome was inevitable. Everything would be reduced to ash beneath that destructive breath. To be honest, experiencing the escalating power and the encroaching inevitability of death was utterly dreadful. Those with weaker mental fortitude might have succumbed to despair and relinquished their fight. Yet Hemingway's mind was clearer than ever, unperturbed by the specter of death. Instead, he felt an odd sense of liberation. Is this to be my end? He never imagined that his life would conclude in such a manner, at the hands of this very individual. He gazed ahead, his eyes seemingly piercing through the azure breath, locking onto the deep-sea magic whale king's mocking gaze. Slowly, he closed his eyes. In that moment, all memories of his past life flickered through his mind like a slideshow, a life of mediocrity, devoid of kinship. In this life, he had been born into nobility, blessed with a mother who adored him, yet all that was beautiful had dissipated due to the malice of others. Once a prince draped in luxury, he found himself marooned on a desolate island, lost and helpless, tasting once more the bitter solitude he had known in his previous existence. This time, however, the blow was far more devastating. After all, he had never experienced loss in his past life, so how could he comprehend its weight? Yet in this life, he had known both gain and loss, finding himself alone on an island, devoid of warmth, acutely aware of his own impotence and the world's cruelty. Hatred consumed him. He loathed the queen of Star Luo, envious of his talents, and despised the heartless emperor. But most of all, he detested the weak and powerless version of himself. Hemingway opened his eyes, sensing an intangible force awakening within him. This power sustained him, allowing him to cast aside fear and death, endowing him with unparalleled confidence and courage. Indeed, he felt it. This force had resided within him all along, a unique radiance of the soul. However, upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, stranded on a desolate island, the disorientation and helplessness of his isolation had shrouded his spirit in a thick layer of dust, obscuring its brilliance. Yet at this moment, amidst the terrifying specter of life and death, a glimmer of light finally pierced through the dust, gradually radiating a faint glow. How could I halt my progress here? A flicker of red ignited in his azure eyes, those beautiful orbs resembling the vast sea, now gradually veiled by a bloody tint, transforming their once clear beauty into ominous darkness. A mere beast dares to end my life. His vendetta remained unavenged. How could he perish here in such a disgraceful manner? Having traversed into this world, he had yet to unleash his own brilliance, destined to die in such a wretched place. Like an ant, unable to stir a ripple in this world, I, Hemingway, refused to succumb. Thunderous roars echoed in his ears, as if an invisible cacophony was erupting. Hemingway gazed ahead, as if an invisible restraint within him shattered in that very moment, unleashing an inexhaustible surge of power. Rays of brilliance pierced through the dust that obscured the mind, and it felt as though his heart had been liberated from some binding constraint. A sensation of natural, unrestrained beauty washed over him. I possess a pearl, long confined by the toils of dust. Today, as the dust dissipates, light emerges, illuminating mountains and rivers in splendid array. Chapter 49, Rebirth. Boom. The azure sky, following a deafening sound reminiscent of the earth collapsing, was abruptly plunged into darkness. A terrifying pressure surged outward in every direction. The sea, which had been tumultuous moments before, fell into an eerie silence, as the entire domain of the magic whale was enveloped in an unsettling stillness, akin to an eternal quietude. The deep-sea magic whale king's body stood rigid, and within his solitary eye flickered a profound terror. The purple giant whale and her daughter, the purple pearl, were equally struck with astonishment, gazing at that figure as if witnessing the descent of a true deity. As the architect of this extraordinary phenomenon, he stood as the harbinger of awe. Hemingway's gaze remained tranquil, as the ominous hue of blood gradually faded from his dark eyes, transforming into the serene azure reminiscent of the sea. His emotionless stare pierced through the cerulean breath of water, directly confronting the deep-sea demon whale king. In that singular glance, an indescribable terror surged within the depths of the whale's heart. It felt as if an indifferent divine presence was cast upon it, akin to the gaze of a god. This recollection painfully reminded the whale of the sea god's lost eye from millennia past. No, the sensation emanating from this human before it was even more fearsome than that of the sea god in bygone times. It felt as though it were a small fish upon a cutting board, with an ineffable, towering deity slowly raising a celestial blade to strike it down. No, I must flee. I cannot remain here. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all thoughts, and the deep-sea demon whale king was utterly paralyzed by fear. It dared not linger any longer, closing its gaping mouth to cease the flow of energy, and with a powerful flick of its tail, its massive form plummeted into the ocean with a thunderous crash, shattering the ice above. With the continuous supply of energy from the deep-sea demon whale king abruptly halted, Hemingway felt an unexpected release throughout his body, as though he were a spring that had been coiled for too long. The immense breath he had encountered was effortlessly rebounded by his palms. Boom. The reflected breath shot into the distance, resulting in an explosion far away. The detonation immediately stirred the sea into a tumultuous frenzy, with fierce winds propelled by the unleashed energy. The violent gusts tousled his white hair, yet could not budge his steadfast form. Conversely, the purple giant whale and his daughter, Pearl, were pushed back repeatedly by the force of the wind. Once the tempest subsided, the pair squinted ahead, only to discover that the divine figure had now collapsed to the ground. To their astonishment, they were fortunate enough to have survived. A small, cabinless boat drifted upon the surface of the sea, where the purple giant whale stood at the bow, comparing maps while observing the surrounding winds. They had departed the realm of the demon whale and entered safe waters, their hearts brimming with relief at having escaped peril. However, they were truly indebted to that young man. Reflecting on the divine presence he had exuded, the purple giant whale felt an enduring sense of reverence. At that moment, any lingering malice towards the youth dissipated entirely, leaving no thought of confrontation. Such an individual was clearly beyond his capacity to provoke. Turning back, he gazed at the white-haired boy lying on the boat, observing his daughter, who had nestled her head upon his knee, devotedly tending to him. A subtle twitch graced the corner of the purple giant whale's mouth. He realized that his beloved daughter's heart had been utterly captivated by this young man. When Hemingway finally awoke from his slumber, 3 days had already passed. He had been unconscious for a full 3 days and nights. Yet, during this time of oblivion, He underwent a silent metamorphosis, emerging renewed in spirit and vitality. As he opened his eyes, Hemingway, upon revisiting this world, perceives it in an entirely different light. The deep-seated anxieties and uncertainties that once plagued his heart, along with the confusion and fear regarding the future, have all dissipated into thin air. The man he is now bears no resemblance to the man he once was. Where am I? Hemingway gradually propped himself up, his azure gaze calmly sweeping the surroundings, revealing a beautifully adorned room that clearly indicated he was not being treated as a mere prisoner. On the contrary, it appeared he was a guest of honor. He recalled how he had intimidated the Sea Devil Whale King with his conqueror's haki, causing the beast to flee in terror. However, the exertion from wielding such power for the first time had rendered him unconscious. Prior to losing consciousness, he had anticipated awakening in a cage or perhaps a dungeon. Yet, it seemed that the pirate father and daughter had no malevolent intentions towards him during his unconscious state. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A young girl with flowing purple hair and striking violet eyes, her skin as pale as jade and her beauty unparalleled, entered the room carrying a basin of water. Upon noticing the young man seated on the bed, she inadvertently released her grip on the basin, allowing it to crash to the floor with a resounding clang, splattering water everywhere. "Why, you're awake!" exclaimed the girl, her excitement palpable as she gazed at him. He had been in a deep slumber for 3 full days, appearing as though he might never awaken, which had frightened her into thinking he would remain in that state forever. "Where's this place?" Hemingway gently lifted the covers and rose to his feet, clad only in a pair of square-cut shorts that unabashedly revealed his robust physique. "This is Magic Whale Island. My home." Zhejian Pearl glanced at him, her cheeks subtly flushed at the sight of his unreserved display. Instinctively averting her gaze, she murmured, "You have been unconscious for 3 days. Is that so?" Hemingway, upon learning that he had been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days, expressed no surprise. Rather, he regarded her with a hint of curiosity and remarked, "However, I must say you have exceeded my expectations. During the period of my helpless slumber, you refrained from delivering me to receive the bounty." Listening to his words, which perhaps carried a touch of irony, Zhejian Pearl could not help but puff out her cheeks slightly, a bit miffed as she retorted, "Though we are pirates, we do not repay kindness with malice. You saved our lives, and regardless of the circumstances, our Moby Whale pirate crew shall no longer harbor any ill will towards you." Pirates actually talk like this? Are you jesting with me? Hemingway pondered for a moment, gazing at the excessively innocent violet-haired girl before him, ultimately refraining from uttering his thoughts. After all, such words would be exceedingly hurtful. He could discern that the girl had developed a certain fondness for him, and he felt reluctant to shatter her worldview, revealing the harshness of reality and the ugliness of human nature. Sometimes, it is wise to embrace a bit of ignorance in life. Thus, Hemingway shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, after knowing each other for so long, I still do not know your name." Upon hearing this, the violet-haired girl fixed him with her similarly hued eyes, her expression a mix of complexity and determination as she replied, "My name is Purple Pearl. Remember it well. You must never forget." Chapter 50, The Awakening of the King. Purple Pearl. When Hemingway heard the girl's name, he was taken aback. He scrutinized her closely, admiring her exquisite beauty and captivating aura. Unable to suppress his curiosity, "You are named Purple Pearl? What is your martial soul? Could this be the same Purple Pearl that Tang San and his companions encountered during their maritime trials in the original tale?" The original Purple Pearl was in her 30s at the time, which suggests that this girl before him could indeed be the very same pirate. Yet, it seemed illogical. If she were the original Purple Pearl, how could the daughter of a formidable pirate king end up in such a dire situation? How could the daughter of a renowned pirate, reduced to merely occupying a small island and causing mischief as a petty pirate, how did she fall to such depths while once commanding respect on the high seas? Yes, I am indeed called Purple Pearl, and my martial soul is the sea serpent, inherited from my mother. Purple Pearl regarded his astonished expression with a hint of confusion. Is it truly that surprising? Is there something wrong with my name? Well, the evidence is compelling. This woman is undoubtedly the Purple Pearl from the original story. After Hemingway received her affirmative confirmation, he understood in his heart that this woman was undoubtedly the same as the one described in the original work, the Purple Pearl. After all, the similarities in their martial souls and ages, combined with their physical traits, made it implausible to dismiss it as mere coincidence. As for why she had fallen to the status of a petty pirate in the original story, Hemingway speculated that perhaps her father had encountered some misfortune, losing his support, which led to her dire circumstances. After all, if she were still the daughter of the pirate king, How could she possibly have degraded to occupying a small island as an ordinary pirate? Just based on her father's reputation, it was impossible for him to remain in obscurity. In a dimly lit conference room, the purple giant whale sat at the head of the table, with only a few sparkling gems adorning the walls, casting a gentle glow that prevented the room from being completely engulfed in darkness. Below, several seats were occupied by a mix of men and women, the youngest being a robust middle-aged man, while the oldest was a frail elder. Without exception, all present were at the Soul Sage level, serving as leaders of various branches of the Magic Whale Pirate Group. Only those at the Soul Sage level were permitted to sit in this room. Those below this rank were not granted such privilege. "Captain, since we have captured Dai Yuhao, when shall we hand him over to the Star Luo Empire?" asked a middle-aged Soul Sage, a glimmer of greed evident in his eyes, his eagerness palpable. He dared not dream of the soul bones and soul rings. But once the captain handed over Dai Yuhao, they could follow their leader to the Star Luo Empire and enjoy a life of nobility. "Indeed, Captain. It has been 3 days. It's time to deliver Dai Yuhao to the Star Luo Empire. Delaying further may lead to unforeseen complications," chimed in a sharp-featured middle-aged man, who could scarcely contain his impatience to revel in the luxuries of the Star Luo Empire. He had no desire to remain a pirate any longer. "Captain, Captain." The other Soul Sages echoed, their greed unmistakable. Meanwhile, the purple giant whale remained seated, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought, indifferent to the discussions of his subordinates. As the chatter gradually subsided and the Soul Sages fell silent, the purple giant whale slowly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who had harbored ulterior motives. An eerie stillness enveloped the room, everyone fixated on their leader, awaiting his pronouncement. At that moment, they recalled the reputation of their captain, the Pirate King, not one built on mere flattery, but forged through genuine prowess and bloodshed, a title recognized and endorsed by all pirates. "I have my own plans for Dai Yuhao," the purple giant whale finally spoke, his intense gaze surveying those around him. The instant the words left his lips, a wave of unrest rippled through the Soul Sages. "Captain, are you considering keeping him for yourself?" An indignant voice broke the tension, and the room fell into a profound silence. Many pairs of eyes flickered with ulterior motives, their intentions evident. The purple giant whale's expression darkened, and a phantom of a deep-sea magic whale materialized behind him, accompanied by 8 soul rings, a palpable aura of terror enveloping the conference room, sending chills down the spines of those whose intentions had been less than honorable. At that moment, they were reminded of their leader's formidable reputation, a title earned through blood and valor. Observing the flickering eyes of his subordinates, the purple giant whale understood they were harboring treacherous thoughts. If he insisted on withholding Dai Yuhao from the Star Luo Empire, these individuals would not hesitate to betray him, colluding with the Empire against him. He never underestimated the integrity of those who chose the pirate's life. Treachery and betrayal were commonplace among them. The purple giant whale had managed to subdue these desperate souls primarily through his formidable strength. Should he exhibit even a hint of weakness, those who appeared loyal would not hesitate to turn against him. Though he maintained a calm exterior, he felt a growing headache. Had he known the consequences, he would not have returned to Magic Whale Island. Otherwise, the information about Dai Yuhao would not have leaked. Now, a horde of brothers surrounded him, pressing for the exchange of Dai Yuhao with the Star Luo Empire for their own gain, yet he was reluctant to part with him. Not to mention the fact that Hemingway had frightened off the deep-sea Magic Whale King at the critical moment, saving both him and his daughter. Considering that his daughter had developed deep feelings for that young man, it was clear that he could not be touched. If he were to act against him, his daughter would undoubtedly turn against him. Of course, aside from the aforementioned reasons, the most significant factor was that the purple giant whale was genuinely intimidated by Hemingway. The aura he exuded was akin to that of a divine being, instilling a profound understanding in him that this youth was no ordinary individual. Should he choose to oppose him, the outcome would surely be dire. Those who had not witnessed such a scene could not fathom the terror of the young man's presence. Even the deep-sea Magic Whale King had fled in disarray. At this moment, whenever the purple giant whale thought of Hemingway, he could not entertain even the slightest notion of confronting him. That man was undeniably formidable. Just as the atmosphere reached a tense stalemate, the conference room door was suddenly opened from the outside. Instantly, the faces of everyone present contorted with anger as they shot fierce glares at the entrance, eager to identify the fool daring to disrupt their meeting. Had they not made it clear that they were in session and that no interruptions were permitted? Regardless of the circumstances, as the door swung open, blinding sunlight streamed in, forcing those accustomed to the dimness of the conference room to squint instinctively. allowing only a vague silhouette to emerge through the brilliance. When the assembly finally adjusted to the light and recognized the figure at the entrance, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped their lips. Chapter 51. Subjugation. Stepping onto the path of kings. There are individuals who seem to be born with the essence of strength etched upon their very countenance. Some appear to be innate rulers. Merely gazing upon their imposing visage evokes an inexplicable sense of awe. Others, despite having done nothing, emanate an overwhelming presence simply by standing there, constantly radiating an earth-shattering aura. When the identity of the person who had opened the door became clear, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all present fell into a profound state of shock, rendered nearly speechless. After Hemingway opened the door and stepped inside, he was met with a room full of stunned, shocked faces. His azure eyes reflected a calmness, seemingly unfazed by the expressions of those before him, as if their demeanor was a natural occurrence. "I've heard you are deliberating on how to deal with me," he spoke, surveying the room with an air of nonchalance. Even in the presence of over a dozen soul saints and a soul Douluo whose allegiance remained uncertain, his demeanor remained remarkably composed, exuding tranquility without the slightest hint of panic. Having awakened the conqueror's haki, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Where once he was merely an ordinary individual endowed with power, he now possessed the heart of a true warrior, a regal spirit that surveyed the world with disdain and looked down upon the masses. Previously, he was merely a shell, hollow within, akin to a virtue unworthy of its position. Yet, with the awakening of the conqueror's haki, he had finally become a harmonious embodiment of strength and poise. Every gesture he made was imbued with a majestic aura, overpowering the spirit of every soul saint present. Even the purple giant whale, observing the white-haired youth before him, felt an inexplicable awe. It was evident that this boy was no longer the same individual he had once known. The aura of a king enveloped him, not merely the superficial pressure of a strong individual, but a profound, innate nobility, a solemnity befitting a sovereign. The regal presence he exuded, a commanding authority without the need for anger, made the purple giant whale feel as though it stood before an exalted monarch, inducing an overwhelming impulse to bow in submission. Suddenly, one of the soul saints collapsed without warning. This triggered a chain reaction. One by one, the previously boisterous soul saints fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back. What is happening? What did he do? The purple giant whale, struggling to suppress its instinct to kneel, was taken aback by the sight of its subordinates collapsing around it, as if witnessing something unfathomable. "My apologies for inadvertently restraining my aura," Hemingway remarked with a serene smile, observing the purple giant whale still attempting to maintain its composure. "It seems your subordinates lack the fortitude to withstand such pressure." With the awakening of his conqueror's haki, Hemingway had transformed into a man radiating the essence of a sovereign. The soul saints had succumbed to the overwhelming force of his presence, their spirits unable to bear the intensity, leading to their fainting. This phenomenon transcended mere physical strength. It was a matter of will and spirit. Even the formidable sea devil whale king, with its million-year legacy, found itself compelled to flee before his aura. Despite having the power to obliterate Hemingway with a mere flick of its tail, it lacked the courage to make a move. Such is the power of the conqueror's haki. Those with fragile mental fortitude, should they harbor intentions of hostility, would inevitably be overwhelmed by his dominating presence. Fainting was the least of their concerns, while some might even be left mentally scarred, unable to muster any resistance upon recalling him. Clearly, the purple giant whale had been intimidated by his aura, leaving it feeling like a mouse before a cat, consumed by trepidation. "What do you wish to do?" the purple giant whale asked, a faint smile of resignation on its face, suggesting it had come with a purpose. It was evident from the outset that this encounter was not fortuitous. "How much do you know about my origins?" Hemingway abruptly posed a seemingly unrelated question. "I know you are the second prince of the Star Luo Empire." Possessing dual martial souls, the purple giant whale replied candidly. "Then do you understand why I, as a second prince, am wanted by the Star Luo Empire?" Hemingway's gaze darkened, his aura taking on a more profound depth. "I cannot say," the purple giant whale shook its head. "As pirates, we only concern ourselves with the benefits we can reap, avoiding the intricacies of truth. Those who know too much tend to meet a swift demise." "Haha. You are indeed a clever one." Hemingway chuckled softly, shaking his head before his expression turned grave. He gazed at his companion and stated, "I do not fear to confess that I harbor a deep-seated vendetta against the Star Luo Empire. In the future, I shall undoubtedly obliterate the Star Luo Empire. Thus, I must establish a force capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Empire." Upon hearing this, the purple giant whale grasped the implications of Hemingway's words. It was a clear invitation for him to become a loyal subordinate, ready to brave any peril for his master. In more eloquent terms, it was a matter of submission or demise. A wry smile crept across the purple giant whale's face. Did he truly possess the luxury of choice between life and death? Moreover, aligning himself with this man might not be a regrettable decision after all. Observing the white-haired youth, who boldly proclaimed intentions to annihilate the Star Luo Empire, one might find it ludicrous or even mock the boy as a dreamer lost in fantasy. However, the purple giant whale sensed that the ambitions of this youth might not be as unattainable as they appeared. The reason for his unwavering trust remained a mystery, yet an inexplicable confidence in the boy surged within him, as though he foresaw a future where this young man would rise to greatness. With this in mind, the answer became evident. Gradually rising from his seat, the purple giant whale took several steps forward, kneeling before Hemingway like a mountain bowing to the earth. "I pay my respects, my lord." Thus, the formidable soul Douluo and the pirate king who had roamed the seas for decades submitted to a mere 12-year-old boy. Consequently, Hemingway embarked on the initial step of his conquest of the seas, having acquired his first faction and paving the way for his imperial ambitions. Chapter 52, A Sudden Enlightenment. On the hidden confines of Demon Whale Island, within a secluded prison, several prisoners were bound to crucifixes, unable to move. Under the guidance of the purple giant whale, Hemingway arrived at this place, nodding at the captives. He then turned to the purple giant whale and instructed, "You may withdraw for now." Understood. Although the purple giant whale harbored curiosity about Hemingway's intentions, he was acutely aware that a subordinate who knew too much often met a swift demise. Thus, he refrained from pressing further, leading his entourage out of the prison and gently closing the door behind them. Now, within the prison, Hemingway was the sole individual with freedom of movement. He surveyed the faces of the bound pirates, noting their expressions of terror. His heart remained unperturbed. For these men were not virtuous souls. They were notorious pirates, imprisoned by the purple giant whale for their transgressions, awaiting their fate. At this moment, they would serve as valuable subjects for his experiments, a means of resourceful utilization. Having subdued the demon whale pirate crew, Hemingway had only begun to establish his own force. The next step was to strengthen and expand it, and he intended to employ the abilities of the meatball fruit to artificially create a few twin martial soul prodigies. Regrettably, these pirates had become his unwitting test subjects. "Now, you shall drift into slumber," he murmured to the terrified pirates, their eyes wide with fear as they struggled against their bonds. With a simple gesture, golden light cascaded upon their foreheads, causing them to roll their eyes back and succumb to unconsciousness. The forthcoming procedures would be significantly hindered if these individuals remained awake and uncooperative. Thus, to ensure a smooth process, it was prudent to render them insensible. After successfully incapacitating the group, he prepared for what lay ahead. Hemingway surveyed the crowd and ultimately selected a young man in his 20s to serve as the first subject of his experiment. Approaching this individual closely, he focused his gaze, and the power of the meatball fruit was unleashed. Suddenly, everything before his eyes transformed into a swirling array of vibrant colors, intricate and profoundly enigmatic. "The martial spirit," Hemingway murmured a thought to himself. Suddenly, amidst the vibrant hues manifested by the young man before him, a striking white light became remarkably prominent. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was a small white fish. This was, indeed, the young man's soul spirit. Hemingway slowly extended his right hand, the palm rising with a cat-like cushion, and gently tapped the young man. Pop! Instantly, a bubble was ejected from the youth, floating gracefully in the air. Within this bubble, the ethereal silhouette of a small white fish could be discerned. It was evident that Hemingway had extracted the young man's martial spirit with the prowess of his cushion fruit. Hemingway extended his hand with a graceful flick, and the bubble encasing the small white fish gently floated towards him, landing softly in his palm. After casually inspecting it for a moment, he shifted his gaze to several other pirates. Ultimately, his attention settled on a middle-aged pirate. In Hemingway's eyes, this middle-aged pirate's martial soul manifested as a fishing rod, evidently a weapon-type martial soul, which stood in stark contrast to his own dual martial souls. Hemingway gently pressed the small white fish spirit, cradled in his hands, against the chest of the middle-aged pirate. Gradually, the bubbles merged into his being. Success. As Hemingway's face initially brightened with joy, the subsequent scene rendered his expression frozen in shock. Before his eyes, the small white fish soul, which had merged with the body of the pirate, suddenly clashed violently with his own fishing rod soul. The two forces repelled each other fiercely, relentlessly draining the consciousness of the middle-aged pirate, whose face contorted in agony. His entire body convulsed, as if he were enduring tremendous suffering. What was happening? Hemingway's gaze was fixed intently upon the two soul spirits, meticulously observing their disparities, seeking to comprehend the reasons behind their mutual conflict and repulsion. The clash between these two spirits grew increasingly intense with the passage of time, resembling the irreconcilable forces of water and fire, destined for singular existence. They wore each other down, engaged in a relentless struggle that would ultimately lead to their mutual destruction. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed in Hemingway's mind. Although no sound was present, it was as if he could hear it through his keen observation. Before his very eyes, the two soul spirits shattered with a deafening force. The pirate, who had been in a stupor, ceased his convulsions, his entire being seemingly drained of vitality. He appeared strikingly frail, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Indeed, the creation of a twin soul spirit was not a task to be taken lightly. Fortunately, I had conducted prior experiments with someone. Throughout this entire process, Hemingway gained a faint understanding of why the two spirits clashed so fiercely, culminating in their catastrophic explosion. The explanation was rather simple. Their incompatible attributes rendered coexistence impossible. Much like the elemental opposition of water and fire, how could they ever merge as one? Yet, if two soul spirits shared the same attributes, could they perhaps coexist harmoniously? Hemingway contemplated, his gaze drifting over the faces of a dozen individuals before ultimately settling upon a youthful boy, barely in his teens. This boy's martial spirit manifested as a small white fish, and without hesitation, he stepped forward and effortlessly summoned his spirit into existence, cradling the spirit in his hands. He approached another young man nearby. This young man's martial spirit emerged as a black fish, appearing significantly more formidable than the delicate white fish. Hemingway, without hesitation, implanted the white fish spirit into the youth's body, his eyes widening to observe the ensuing reaction. The two spirits clashed. Yet the black fish spirit of the youth swiftly gained dominance, coercing the white fish spirit into a huddled, defenseless state. It was rapidly eroded, ultimately being assimilated by the black fish spirit. Upon absorbing the white fish spirit, the black fish spirit visibly augmented in size, adorned with streaks of white, indicative of the virtues it had imbibed. I see, Hemingway mused. The disparity in power was too great, but it appears such a method exists. Having devoured the white fish spirit, the black fish spirit has clearly been enhanced. Therefore, I need not fixate on twin spirits. Instead, I can merely fortify a single spirit. Hemingway nodded in realization, acknowledging his lapse in judgment. He had only perceived the merits of twin spirits, neglecting their inherent flaws. Twin spirits are prone to conflict, which intensifies with the addition of spirit rings, culminating in a high probability of spontaneous combustion should the conflict remain unchecked. His ambition to create prodigies with twin or even triple spirits was thus impractical. Not everyone possesses the talent of Tang San or Bibi Dong to master twin spirits. For ordinary individuals, possessing twin spirits is hardly advantageous, as they would likely succumb to the conflict and explode. Historical records note a twin spirit wielder preceding Tang San and Bibi Dong, who met their demise during cultivation. This underscores the difficulty in mastering two spirits, a feat achievable only by a select few, and even then, at a prohibitive cost. It would be more prudent to focus on a single spirit, which he could enhance and refine until it rivaled even the most formidable spirits like the Clear Sky Hammer or Seraphim. Obsessively pursuing twin spirits is a fool's errand. Chapter 53, An Unforeseen Consequence. Further experimentation is warranted to gather more data. Hemingway turned his gaze towards the remaining 10 individuals, resolutely embarking on his experiment once more. After a series of efforts and exertions, Hemingway acquired the following insights. Firstly, the phenomenon of possessing dual martial spirits is exceedingly rare and challenging to coexist. An individual can harbor only a single martial spirit. The likelihood of sustaining two simultaneously is exceptionally low. It necessitates achieving a delicate equilibrium for both spirits to coexist harmoniously. Moreover, even if one manages to possess dual martial spirits, the process of cohabitation, alongside the cultivation of the spirits and the enhancement of their soul rings, is prone to intense conflict. Therefore, the creation of dual martial spirits is ill-advised. Not everyone possesses the capability to wield dual martial spirits. It requires a fortunate, gifted individual with unwavering willpower to bear the weight of such a duality. However, individuals meeting these criteria are exceedingly scarce. Secondly, to elevate a martial spirit by devouring others, one must adhere to certain principles. The attributes and types of the martial spirits must not diverge significantly. For instance, a water attribute and a fire attribute may result in a successful devouring, yet the benefits gained would be minimal due to their opposing natures. Instances of harmonious coexistence are extraordinarily rare. Nevertheless, exceptions exist. Should they successfully coexist, they could become remarkably powerful. Regarding types, a weapon spirit and a beast spirit, for example, would yield negligible benefits post-devouring. In fact, it could even lead to the regression of the martial spirit. There exists a possibility of unforeseen mutations, resulting in enhanced prowess. Yet such occurrences are exceedingly rare and classified as anomalies. In summary, the endeavor to devour martial spirits necessitates careful consideration of various factors. Not every martial spirit can be indiscriminately absorbed and integrated. Any reckless attempts may result in unpredictable and dire consequences. In the subsequent period, Hemingway gradually conducted experiments with hundreds of individuals to gather comparative data. At last, he has acquired some insights into the enhancement and transformation of martial souls. After ensuring that no further issues would arise, he was finally able to officially utilize it for nurturing his subordinates. The first beneficiary of this martial soul transformation is the purple giant whale, chosen to be the inaugural recipient of this modification. Hemingway summoned a dozen individuals, each possessing whale-type soul spirits, and proceeded to extract their soul spirits one by one. After a harmonious combination, these spirits gradually melded into his being. Due to the nature of the purple giant whale's soul spirit, the abyssal demon whale, which is inherently a supreme spirit, these whale-type spirits were effortlessly devoured, significantly enhancing the foundation of his own soul spirit. Originally hampered by latent injuries and suboptimal soul ring configurations, he, despite possessing a top-tier soul spirit, had resigned himself to a lifetime devoid of the title of Douluo. However, after assimilating and consuming the soul spirits of his whale brethren, his potential surged. The prospect of attaining the esteemed title Douluo status now seemed attainable, nearly bringing him to tears of joy, further deepening his loyalty to Hemingway. Yet, at this juncture, the purple giant whale had reached its limit. The fusion of new soul spirits would yield no further benefit, as its own spirit was already of a remarkably high caliber. Transcending this limit was no simple feat. Only the ingestion of a soul spirit of equivalent rank could facilitate such a breakthrough. Otherwise, no amount of inferior spirits, regardless of their quantity, could effectuate a qualitative change. Following the purple giant whale was the purple pearl. Her soul spirit was that of a sea serpent, having not inherited her father's abyssal demon whale. The sea serpent's spirit originated from her mother and, to be frank, was not particularly distinguished, merely above average. Her current prowess was largely attributable to the protection and diligent cultivation provided by her father, a soul Douluo. If all goes well, achieving the rank of soul Douluo in her lifetime would be considered a significant accomplishment. Indeed, should her soul ring configuration falter and affect her foundational strength, she might not even reach that level. This exemplifies the undeniable advantages of having strong support. Hemingway devoted himself wholeheartedly to this girl, whom he held in high regard. Interestingly, the weakness of the martial soul itself signified greater malleability and a plethora of potential, allowing for evolution towards the unknown. Thus, after meticulous calculations, Hemingway collected 38 distinct serpent martial souls, integrating them into her being while vigilantly observing her transformations to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Fortunately, once all 38 serpent martial souls were assimilated, the original sea serpent martial soul of the purple pearl underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, defying expectations. This transformation was undoubtedly benevolent, even surpassing Hemingway's anticipations. He gazed in astonishment at the colossal figure encircling the purple pearl, feeling as though he had conjured something extraordinary. Without a doubt, the sea serpent, having absorbed the essence of 38 serpent martial souls, remained a serpent but had undergone a profound transformation. Hydra. Hemingway instinctively murmured upon witnessing the newly transformed martial soul of the purple pearl. What is Hydra? The purple pearl, brimming with joy as she felt the changes within her, inquired curiously. No, it's nothing, Hemingway replied, shaking his head, offering no further explanation. He had merely uttered the name Hydra because her martial soul bore a striking resemblance to the legendary beast from Greek mythology. Surrounding the purple pearl was a gigantic serpent, over 30 meters in length, boasting 9 heads. This appearance unmistakably resembled the fabled 9-headed Hydra. The sea serpent martial soul of the purple pearl had indeed transformed into a 9-headed serpent martial soul. Without question, this was a top-tier martial soul, rivaling the likes of the Hautian hammer and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex. What abilities does your 9-headed serpent martial soul possess now? How does it differ from your original martial soul? Hemingway eagerly inquired, sensing that he had inadvertently created something remarkable. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and he foresaw that replicating this serendipitous creation of a top-tier martial soul would be nearly impossible in the future. The situation of the Purple Pearl was an anomaly, heavily influenced by chance. The harmonious mutation between the 38 serpent martial souls and her original martial soul had birthed this extraordinary entity. Upon hearing his inquiry, the Purple Pearl remained silent, gently closing her eyes to commune with her new martial soul. Moments later, as she reopened her eyes, her face radiated joy. She exuberantly exclaimed to Hemingway, "My martial soul has become incredibly powerful. Each of the 9 heads possesses a unique ability, and my physical qualities have experienced immense enhancement." "Oh, I hardly know how to convey this. Why don't we spar instead?" Observing the girl's eager demeanor, Hemingway realized she was brimming with confidence. Inflated by the evolution of her martial soul, likely hoping to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. How absurd. What could possibly lead to such a ludicrous notion? Had the evolution of her martial soul truly bestowed upon her such confidence? At that moment, Hemingway himself was intrigued, and he acquiesced to her request, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let me personally assess the nature of the creature I have created." Chapter 54. Do not think to shake me off. On a secluded shore of Magic Whale Island, Hemingway stood at a distance, facing the enigmatic Purple Pearl, who beckoned with a hand and, with great interest, declared, "Come at me with all you've got." A hint of irritation flickered in Purple Pearl's eyes, evidently provoked by his dismissive demeanor. With a determined huff, she summoned her new martial spirit. A colossal phantom of a 9-headed serpent materialized before them. The ethereal figure gradually solidified, transforming into a presence that seemed almost tangible. Its body radiated a deep oceanic blue, with each of the 9 serpentine heads adorned in scales of varying hues, forming intricate patterns that exuded an uncanny allure. Measuring over 30 meters in length, the magnificent 9-headed serpent coiled in a protective circle around Purple Pearl, safeguarding her within its embrace. The serpent remained poised, its elongated heads fixated coldly on Hemingway. Suddenly, the central head's eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow. Instinctively sensing the imminent danger, Hemingway raised his hand without hesitation, and a golden hue of armed hockey materialized, forming a massive shield before him. The shield, shimmering with golden light, emitted a resounding hum. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the forefront of the shield had partially transformed into a grayish-white substance. Is this the ability of petrification? Hemingway was taken aback upon witnessing this. Yet he remained utterly composed. He merely intensified the infusion of his hockey, and with a resounding clash reminiscent of metal striking metal, the petrified portion of his hockey was relinquished, cascading from the shield to the ground. "Do all 9 heads possess unique abilities?" he murmured to himself, then turned his gaze towards the Hydra, which had not pursued further after its initial strike. "Reveal whatever abilities you possess. Let me see the extent of your current capabilities." In response to his words, all 9 heads of the Hydra nodded in unison, indicating that this spirit, governed by the consciousness of the Purple Pearl, lacked autonomous awareness. "Come forth." Hemingway raised the golden shield forged from the essence of armed color, proclaiming loudly. As his voice echoed, the 9-headed giant serpent commenced its assault in succession. A myriad of diverse attacks descended upon him. Some serpent heads gaped wide, exhaling a chilling breath that encased his shield in ice. Others unleashed searing flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all in their path. Yet others, armed with fangs, shot forth streams of venom from their sharp teeth. Once all 9 heads of the Hydra unleashed their formidable powers, the area surrounding Hemingway transformed into a chaotic battleground, marked by traces of frost, scorched earth, and corrosive toxins. The abilities displayed were remarkably eclectic, some even conflicting with one another, yet they harmoniously fused within a singular martial spirit. Truly astonishing. Hemingway gazed in awe at the colossal Hydra, as if beholding a rare treasure. He was utterly astonished, never expecting that by mere happenstance he had conjured such a monstrous entity. The 9 heads of the Hydra each embodied a distinct ability: venom, flames, frost, accelerated regeneration, corrosive acid, curses, corporeal mist, petrification, and healing. These 9 capabilities encompassed control, powerful offense, support, and healing, addressing nearly every conceivable aspect. From the perspective of soul masters in this realm, it was nothing short of a flawless martial spirit. The harmonious combination of these abilities left no apparent weaknesses. It could serve as both support and a formidable attacker, effectively transforming one into an entire team. Particularly remarkable was the fact that all 9 heads could unleash their abilities simultaneously. making the confrontation akin to a single individual battling against 9 foes. It was undeniably an unfair advantage. No wonder that Zhu brimmed with confidence, believing she could surpass him. Moreover, these 9 abilities were innate talents of the martial spirit itself, not mere skills conferred by soul rings. Thus, as she acquired additional soul rings, Zhu's powers could very well undergo even more astonishing transformations, potentially granting her even greater abilities. Just imagining her limitless prospects was exhilarating. How about that? Am I impressive? As she retracted her martial spirit, Zhu's countenance bore signs of fatigue. Having unleashed all 9 abilities in succession, each at maximum output for testing, the toll on her was considerable. Indeed, promising prospects await for the future limit Douluo. If she were to earn the favor of the divine, ascension to godhood might not be beyond reach. Observing her evident exhaustion yet unwavering spirit, Hemingway's gaze softened, and he offered genuine praise. His words were not mere flattery, they articulated an undeniable truth. Given Zhu's current qualifications, she truly possessed the potential for divine ascendance. He could hardly fathom that he had inadvertently created a martial spirit with the essence of godhood. Or perhaps it was merely Zhu's extraordinary fortune to encounter an exceedingly rare and beneficial mutation. It seems improbable for Hemingway to replicate the example of the purple pearl. Instances of such beneficial mutations are exceedingly rare, akin to the odds of winning a lottery, unless in the future he attains greater strength, one profound enough to perceive deeper concepts and truly glimpse the essence of martial souls. He may then transform such fortunate mutations into the norm. However, at present, he can only rely on chance. The mass production of supreme martial souls remains an unattainable aspiration. Upon hearing Hemingway assert his potential to become a limit Douluo, with the possibility of attaining divinity, a smile graced the delicate features of the purple pearl, and she gazed at him with eager anticipation, asking, "Does this mean I can accompany you to see God Island?" Hemingway was momentarily taken aback. He gazed into the expectant eyes of the young girl and finally understood the source of her earlier exuberance. It was because she wished to accompany him to the island of the sea god. Not long ago, he had inquired of the purple giant whale, and, as anticipated, it had indeed informed him of the island's location. Consequently, he resolved that once he had attended to his current affairs, he would set forth to the island of the sea god to partake in the divine examination. From the original text, it was evident that many locales there were truly exceptional for honing one's physique and enhancing one's strength. Furthermore, the rewards of the divine examination were simply too enticing to resist. The notion of the sea god's trials had never crossed his mind, however. He believed that with his innate talents, he could at the very least secure a position in the black level assessment, if not even the red level. The rewards from the divine examination would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly, and he would also establish a connection with the true sovereign of the sea, the Isle of the Sea God. Those who successfully complete the divine trials, depending on their level of accomplishment, are automatically integrated into the ranks of the Isle of the Sea God, particularly those who excel in the black and red level assessments. Successfully passing the black level trial would elevate one to a position of high authority within the Isle, while the red level assessment could grant one the status of a future high priest, the most esteemed figure beneath the sea god himself, commanding authority over countless others. Thus, participating in the divine trials at the Isle of the Sea God was, for Hemingway, an endeavor laden with potential benefits and devoid of peril. Upon hearing of Hemingway's decision to journey to the Isle, Pearl, the purple pearl, immediately expressed her desire to accompany him. However, she was sternly dissuaded by the purple whale, who was acutely aware that the trials at the Isle of the Sea God were not easily surmountable. For the vast majority, they were a matter of life and death. Only true geniuses stood a chance of passing the trials. As the father of Pearl, the purple whale was well aware of his daughter's capabilities. To have such talent participate in the divine trials was nothing short of a jest, akin to courting death. Hemingway shook his head repeatedly at the prospect of the purple pearl accompanying him, candidly expressing that her qualifications were woefully inadequate, and that participating in the divine examination would be perilously unwise. This candid assessment left the purple pearl quite disheartened, plunging her into a state of despondency for several days. Strangely, when she learned of Hemingway's intention to journey to the island of the sea god, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. The thought of not being able to accompany him filled her with a sense of foreboding, as if the distance between them would only widen, rendering his figure increasingly elusive. Therefore, upon hearing his high regard for her, the purple pearl felt a surge of excitement. It signified that she might indeed accompany him to the island of the sea god. With a surname like Hai, you shall never rid yourself of me in this lifetime. Chapter 55, The Caprices of Fate. Poseidon Island is a unique locale, cherished as a sacred haven by nearly all those devoted to the sea. The Sea Soul Masters differ from their terrestrial counterparts, as their true prowess can only be fully realized within the vast expanse of the ocean. It can be said that the sea is their realm, where land-based Soul Masters of equal rank stand little chance of rivaling the Sea Soul Masters. Just as the terrestrial Soul Masters revere the Spirit Hall, the Sea Soul Masters possess their own beliefs. The faith of the Sea Soul Masters is not a sect but rather a devotion to the Sea God. Each Sea Soul Master firmly believes in the existence of the Sea God, who governs all that dwells within the ocean and is regarded as the ancestor of the Sea Soul Masters. It is under the protection of the Sea God that these Masters acquire their formidable abilities, harnessing the power that emanates from the sea. For land-based Soul Masters, the Spirit Hall may not necessarily embody a true faith. However, in the hearts of the Sea Soul Masters, the Sea God stands as their singular and absolute belief. No Sea Soul Master would dare to blaspheme the Sea God. The reason why Sea God Island is revered as a sacred ground for the Sea Soul Masters is that it serves as the place of worship for the Sea God. Throughout the ages, great offerings have been made by numerous powerful Sea Soul Masters on behalf of the Sea God. Any Soul Master who arrives at Sea God Island must undergo a trial. Yet, this trial is not administered by the Soul Masters of the island, but rather bestowed by the Sea God himself, known as the Divine Trial. The nature of these trials varies greatly among individuals, depending on their innate talents. Some may find their trials deceptively simple, such as merely retrieving a seashell from the ocean, while others may face perilous challenges that could lead to near-death experiences. The trials differ from person to person, but they are fundamentally linked to the strength of the candidates. The Sea God does not orchestrate trials that are guaranteed to end in death. Despite the extreme difficulty of some trials, there remains a possibility of success. It is simply the case that the trial taker may face life-threatening risks. Countless individuals have perished in pursuit of these trials. In his youth, the purple giant whale had contemplated participating in the trial and had even sought the location of Sea God Island. However, as he aged and established a family, he became increasingly averse to the thought of mortality, ultimately refraining from the endeavor. This has remained a perpetual regret in his heart. Little did he know that fate would twist his unfulfilled aspirations, as now his daughter would undertake the challenge in his stead. Merely contemplating this fills the purple giant whale with a sense of melancholy. Had his daughter expressed a desire to face the trials at Sea God Island in the past, he would have unequivocally opposed her, believing such an endeavor to be tantamount to courting death. Given her talent, the odds of survival during the assessment were alarmingly slim. However, the situation has changed. Confronted with his daughter's newly awakened martial spirit, he senses an oppressive aura emanating from her peculiar and versatile Hydra spirit, even overshadowing his own deep-sea demon whale spirit. What does this signify? It indicates that, in terms of rank, his daughter's Hydra spirit has far surpassed that of her father. Moreover, with the new leader accompanying and ensuring her protection, her safety is undoubtedly secured. Ultimately, the purple giant whale acquiesced to his daughter's desire to journey to Sea God Island for the trials, recognizing that such adventurous spirit is a virtue of youth. It is vital to seize the opportunity and eliminate regrets that may fester in later years. Much like his own current hesitance to partake in the trials despite his enhanced talents. Now, he believes that by diligently practicing, he will inevitably attain the rank of title Douluo, the pinnacle of Soul Masters, and thus he has become even more protective of his life than before. Therefore, while he will escort them to Sea God Island, he has no intention of participating in the trials himself. The sea breeze caresses the surface of the ocean, while the sun's rays illuminate the gently undulating waters, creating a myriad of sparkling reflections. A grand vessel glides swiftly across the sea, its towering mast adorned with a magnificent blue sail, which features an intricate depiction of a deep-sea leviathan at its pinnacle. This is none other than the renowned Leviathan, famed in these waters as the flagship of the notorious pirate crew, led by the formidable Captain Purple Leviathan. At this moment, Hemingway stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance as the sea breeze tousled his hair. His azure eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, seemed to encapsulate the entire sky and sea, imbued with an alluring depth and mystery. After enduring pirate assaults in the harrowing encounter with the deep-sea Leviathan, Hemingway finally embarked on his journey to the island of Poseidon. Although the path was fraught with obstacles, the trials he faced forged him into a figure of remarkable growth, signifying a true metamorphosis. Awakened to the power of the conqueror's haki, his mindset and spirit were now incomparable to what they once were. A genuine maturation had occurred. "My lord, we shall arrive near the island of Poseidon within 3 days," spoke the violet Leviathan, standing respectfully beside the young man. However, my lord, I cannot escort you directly to the island. We can only halt near its vicinity, and you must make your way there on your own. The waters surrounding Poseidon's realm are teeming with formidable sea spirits. Should our vessel approach, we are certain to encounter hostile attacks. Moreover, I dare not provoke the majesty of the sea god. Hemingway cast a fleeting glance at the purple giant whale, yet chose to remain taciturn, simply stating, "Just take me nearby. As long as I can glimpse the island of Poseidon, your task will be complete." The purple giant whale regarded Hemingway's serene countenance and suddenly recalled the formidable deep-sea demon whale king that had previously fled in fear. A thought struck him. Had he not been unfamiliar with the path, this gentleman would likely find the journey to Poseidon's island rather effortless. Thus, the following 3 days unfolded. Most of the time, Hemingway stood at the bow of the ship, reveling in the caress of the sea breeze, his gaze penetrating and imbued with an air of endless mystery. One could not help but ponder what thoughts occupied the mind of this unparalleled silver-haired youth. The following 3 days of navigation were remarkably smooth. During the voyage, not even a single sea spirit beast dared to collide with the vessel. This left the purple giant whale, who had braced itself for confrontation, somewhat perplexed, unable to fathom the reason for such an untroubled journey. Unbeknownst to them, it was the handiwork of Hemingway standing at the bow. Ever since awakening his conqueror's haki, he exuded an intangible aura that enveloped him entirely. Even without formally unleashing this power, the mere residual energy that emanated from him was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of lesser beings. This included the sea spirit beasts. Any formidable soul beast that ventured near him would be paralyzed with terror, fleeing in a frantic panic without a second thought. It was for this reason that the days had been so tranquil, devoid of any attacks from sea spirit beasts. Chapter 56. Not a threat. On this day, a small black dot appeared on the distant horizon. The purple giant whale stood at the bow, peering intently. Upon spotting the dot, he promptly commanded the sailors to drop anchor and halt the ship. Hemingway, aware that they were nearing their destination, had prepared in advance alongside the purple pearl. The purple giant whale approached Hemingway and said, "My lord, I can only escort you thus far. Beyond this point lies the domain of the sea god island. Should any vessel enter this realm, it will be immediately subjected to the assault of the island's guardian beast, the 10,000-year soul beast I previously mentioned to you. Exercise utmost caution as you cross the sea. That guardian beast is exceedingly formidable and possesses great aggression. Even the deep-sea demon whale harbors a measure of fear towards it." After listening to his account, Hemingway remained noncommittal, fully aware of the true nature of the so-called guardian beast of the island. Having read the original work, he knew that this guardian beast was a shark that had cultivated for 100,000 years, specifically the most ferocious among them, the soul-eater great white shark. Renowned as an oceanic predator, it is one of the most aggressive and formidable soul beasts of the sea. Even a 1,000-year-old soul-eater great white shark could contend with an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast, although its size pales in comparison to that of the deep-sea demon whale. Its speed is unmatched by the latter. In the face of its onslaught, escape is utterly impossible. It ranks among the most vicious carnivorous soul beasts of the ocean. Moreover, it is paramount to note that this soul-eater great white shark serves as the steed of the sea god. The clan of soul-eater great white sharks acts as the guardians of the waters surrounding the sea god island, with hundreds of these sharks congregating in the vicinity, forming a natural barrier. Any intruder wishing to set foot on the sea god island must first confront these formidable soul-eater great white sharks. However, nothing is absolute. There are indeed ways to circumvent these sharks and gain entry to the island through cunning. The soul-eater great white sharks have an enormous appetite, yet their population in the surrounding waters is excessively high. Thus, every fortnight, under the leadership of the 100,000-year-old guardian beast, they venture out to hunt for approximately 3 days. This period presents the most opportune moment to infiltrate the sea god island. Nevertheless, as the Sea King, Hemingway had no need for such subterfuge. Ever since awakening his conqueror's haki, it is needless to say that his very presence exerts a formidable deterrent over soul beasts. Merely considering his enhanced ability to command these oceanic soul beasts, he has experienced a remarkable leap in strength. Presently, he can exert forceful command over 100,000-year-old soul beast, though not without limitations. Yet, even with his mental fortitude allowing control of but a single beast, this feat is still nothing short of extraordinary. At present, Hemingway is merely a soul master of less than level 40, yet he possesses the extraordinary capability to control ordinary titled Douluos, who would otherwise struggle against a 100,000-year soul beast. If he continues to develop further, the implications are profound. Consequently, the malevolent soul white sharks guarding Sea God Island pose an almost non-existent threat to him, even without utilizing his ability to command soul beasts. The mere release of his imposing aura can instill terror in even a 100,000-year soul beast. After all, even the million-year deep-sea demon whale king fled in panic. Although the primary reason for the deep-sea demon whale king's hasty retreat was the resurgence of the fear instilled in him by the sea god in years past, it is evident that instilling such fear is not as effective with other million-year soul beasts. Nonetheless, this clearly illustrates the formidable nature of his conqueror's haki. In summary, since the awakening of his conqueror's haki, Hemingway has truly begun to rise. His strength in every aspect has become incomparable to what it once was. At this juncture, the purple giant whale continued, "My lord, if you encounter the malevolent soul white sharks, please refrain from harming any of them, even the weakest. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly provoke the entire pack of malevolent soul white sharks. The most prudent approach to reaching Sea God Island is to wait. While I am not entirely familiar with the habits of the malevolent soul white sharks, I can assert one thing. During the deepest hours of night, their activity is at its lowest. That would be the optimal time to cross the sea." Hemingway nodded, neither rejecting the kindness offered nor elucidating that he was not intimidated by those monstrous soul sharks. He simply stated, "I understand. Your advice is invaluable. We shall proceed with caution. Release the lifeboat." The purple giant whale nodded in acknowledgement, then gestured to the side. Immediately, a small boat was lifted from the cabin and gently lowered to the sea by a rope. After casting a lingering glance at his beloved daughter, he said softly, "Be careful. You are my only daughter, and I look forward to you providing for me in my old age." A father's love is often silent, quietly safeguarding his child. The purple pearl gently covered her small mouth, her eyes now glistening with unshed tears. She simply nodded heavily before turning away, unwilling to look back, fearing that she might change her mind and choose not to depart. The Isle of Poseidon presents an enigma to the violet pearl. She remains oblivious to the trials that await her and uncertain of her survival as she follows Hemingway into the unknown, resolutely embracing the possibility of death. Observing the entire scene, Hemingway's cerulean eyes, reminiscent of the sea, glimmer with nostalgia as he recalls his long-lost mother, fortunate in having kin still among the living. Yet, he himself grapples with the poignant reality of wanting to care for his parents, only to find them irretrievably lost, evoking an inexplicable sense of desolation. The lifeboat has been lowered, and the vessel, equipped with a lifeboat capable of accommodating 10 individuals, stands ready. Hemingway and the purple pearl gracefully descended from the lofty deck, landing softly upon the lifeboat. The vessel only sank slightly, a testament to their remarkable control. As they alighted on the rescue craft, the purple whale suddenly pivoted. Bellowing to the sailors, "Raise the anchor, set sail." The enchanted whale stirred into motion, turning its bow towards the direction from whence it came. Without casting another glance at the two, the purple whale retreated into its exclusive cabin, sealing the door behind it, leaving one to ponder what transpired within. As they watched the enchanted whale recede into the distance, Hemingway and the purple pearl gazed for a considerable time, until the ship had nearly vanished from sight. Finally averting their eyes, after exchanging a meaningful glance, it was the purple pearl who broke the silence, saying, "Father mentioned that this sea is home to the soul-eating great white sharks. How shall we navigate through? If there are indeed hundreds of such formidable sea spirits, traversing this expanse seems nearly impossible." "Do not fret." Hemingway mysteriously shook his head, smiling without uttering a word. "Just wait and observe. For me, the sea soul beast is hardly a threat." Chapter 57. Arrival at the Island of the Sea God. "What do you intend to do?" Zizinzu inquired curiously, gazing at the man whose face was brimming with confidence. Hemingway remained silent. Instead, he approached the edge of the lifeboat, gently crouching down and slowly immersing his hand into the water. In that instant, the ocean's responsive power was unleashed. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the waters became vividly discernible to his perception. "Ah, it appears that fortune is favoring us." Hemingway was astonished. In his perception, there were no formidable soul beasts present in the expanse of ocean stretching from here to that small black dot ahead. As for the legendary guardian spirit beasts, the soul-reaping great white sharks, not even a trace of them could be found. The current situation was abundantly clear. The two of them had fortuitously encountered the bi-monthly hunting expedition of the soul-reaping great white sharks. Now, all they needed to do was hasten their pace, and they would soon reach their intended destination. This fortunate turn of events spared them the effort of controlling those formidable creatures. Hemingway withdrew his hand and rose to his feet. Gazing at the distant black dot, he turned to Pearl of Purple and remarked, "We are indeed fortunate. This area of the sea is devoid of any powerful soul beasts. As for the soul-reaping great white sharks, we have yet to encounter even a single one. Now, we simply need to quicken our pace to reach Sea God Island unhindered." Not a single soul-reaping great white shark? Pearl of Purple, taken aback, felt a flicker of confusion. She had mentally prepared herself for an imminent assault from these notoriously perilous creatures. Yet, you are now telling me that the menacing soul-reaping great white sharks do not exist? Indeed, they are nowhere to be found. Hemingway nodded thoughtfully, speculating, perhaps they have ventured out for some purpose, possibly on a hunting expedition. After all, the soul-devouring great white shark possesses an insatiable appetite, and the marine life in this vicinity is surely insufficient to satiate it. It is conceivable that our arrival coincides with their hunting hours. In any case, there are indeed no soul-devouring great whites present in these waters at this moment. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart swiftly, urged Zhejian Pearl, her impatience palpable. If they are only temporarily absent, they could return at any moment. We must seize this opportunity to reach the Sea God Island before it slips away. Rowing there would be too slow, since you are so eager. Allow me to carry you there, Hemingway replied, shaking his head in resignation at her fervor. He then summoned his seldom-used second martial spirit. Carry me? Zhejian Pearl queried. Albeit her confusion was shortly dispelled. A colossal white tiger apparition materialized, swiftly merging with Hemingway's being. Subsequently, a crimson glimmer ignited in his oceanic blue eyes, which were soon enveloped in blood red. From his back unfurled a pair of magnificent, snow-white wings. This is the second martial spirit. Zhejian Pearl recalled the moment when Hemingway had shielded her from the deep-sea demon whale king, striking a similar imposing figure. Hemingway's second martial soul is named the ethereal white tiger, bearing a resemblance to the white tiger martial soul of the Star Luo imperial family and the swan martial soul of the Tiandou imperial family, forming a harmonious amalgamation. The white tiger is adorned with a pair of swan wings, granting it the ability to soar through the skies. Anyone familiar with his lineage, upon witnessing the manifestation of his martial soul, would naturally presume that the winged white tiger is a fusion of the white tiger and swan martial souls. Believing that the swan has bestowed upon the terrestrial monarch a pair of wings, endowing it with the power to dominate the heavens. With a radiant aura of pure white light enveloping him, Hemingway stepped forward, extending his arms to cradle the purple pearl in a classic princess carry. Immediately, the enormous snow-white wings behind him gently fluttered, generating a whirlwind of intense air currents around him. Rise. Hemingway's snow-white wings suddenly flared, and cradling the violet pearl, he soared into the sky. Transforming into a streak of white light, he darted swiftly towards the distant black. During the flight, the violet pearl nestled quietly in Hemingway's embrace, relishing the tender care he bestowed upon her, her heart brimming with sweetness. The radiant glow emanating from Hemingway diminished the ferocity of the approaching tempest, transforming the stinging winds into a gentle caress. As the soft breeze enveloped her, Zhejian Pearl felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, almost as if she wished time could halt in this exquisite moment. She squinted her beautiful eyes and nuzzled against his chest like a small kitten, before surrendering to slumber. Sensing the girl's breath becoming steadier in his embrace, Hemingway instinctively slowed the powerful beat of his magnificent wings, reducing their rapid flight to a languid pace, no longer in haste to reach their destination. Cradling the enchanting maiden, his splendid white wings fluttered gracefully, encircled by a soft, ethereal light, rendering him more angelic than any celestial being, if one were to overlook the flickering crimson menace in his eyes. Despite his deliberate deceleration, he understood that no matter how distant the journey, there would inevitably come a day of arrival. Before long, the originally minuscule island began to expand in size, revealing itself as a picturesque paradise, perpetually vibrant with the essence of spring. Was this truly the fabled Sea God Island from the original tale? The environment indeed seemed idyllic for retirement. As he gazed upon the increasingly vivid landscape, Hemingway felt an overwhelming urge to abandon all worldly pursuits and retire here once his ambitions were fulfilled. Soon, he reached his destination. While still aloft, his resplendent wings gradually retracted, and the warm, luminous aura surrounding him began to fade. As the last vestiges of light dissipated, Hemingway, cradling Zhejian Pearl, descended lightly onto the island's soil. The first sensation that greeted him was a remarkable warmth. Logically, it was winter, even with the temperate maritime climate. The island should feel cold. However, upon setting foot on the land of Sea God Island, he was enveloped in a warmth reminiscent of spring. The landscape was a vibrant expanse of green, reminiscent of a return to the Douluo continent, where the horizon stretched endlessly. The island was adorned with a myriad of flora, many of which Hemingway could not name. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of the sea, invigorating and soothing, accompanied by the faint whispers and calls of the ocean. The beach, kissed by sunlight, sparkled with white, delicate grains of sand that glimmered like tiny crystals. Upon arrival, he was struck by the tranquil beauty, the seamless blend of sea and sky, the soaring gulls and competition above. The sky was a deep azure, vast and pure, echoing the enchanting allure of Hemingway's own eyes. At that moment, Zhejian Pearl, awakening from her slumber, opened her eyes to behold the breathtaking scenery before her. The awe in her violet gaze was soon replaced by enchantment, and she nestled deeper into Hemingway's embrace, softly murmuring, "What a beautiful place. Is this truly the legendary sanctuary of the sea god?" Hemingway, equally mesmerized, nodded gently and replied, "Indeed, if one were to tire of the mundane, this would be a splendid place for retirement." Retirement? Zhejian Pearl blinked in surprise, taken aback that this 12-year-old boy, still in his blossoming youth, was contemplating such distant aspirations. Yet, she had to admit, this was indeed a suitable haven for rest. She thought to herself that if it were confirmed to be devoid of danger, perhaps her father could come here to live. There was no place more fitting for a tranquil retirement. Chapter 58, A Strange Feeling. Who dares to intrude upon Sea God Island? Just as Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl were lost in the island's beauty, a commanding voice shattered the serene tranquility as figures emerged abruptly from the thicket, jolting the pair from their reverie. Hemingway lifted his gaze and beheld a diverse gathering of individuals, each possessing distinct features, yet united by a singular characteristic: their attire. Clad in garments reminiscent of athletic wear, they donned a pale yellow hue. The eldest among them appeared to be in their 40s, while the youngest were merely in their early 20s. Hemingway vaguely remembers that, according to the original text, the sea spirit masters on the island of the sea god were distinguished by the color of their garments. However, this classification did not pertain to their levels of soul power, but rather reflected the difficulty of the trials they endured during the sea god's test. The greater the challenge they overcame, the higher their status on the island of the sea god. Accordingly, the colors of their clothing varied, arranged from low to high in accordance with the hues of the soul rings: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The 6 sea spirit masters clad in yellow before Hemingway and his companion were evidently ranked just above those in white, placing them in the second tier. Above them were those in purple, black, and red. At that moment, the 6 yellow-clad sea spirit masters, who had initially exuded an imposing demeanor, were taken aback when they beheld the visage of the newcomers. Their previously fierce postures swiftly crumbled into astonishment. They gazed in shock at the youth with cascading white hair, rendered speechless, as if any words at this moment would seem utterly ineffectual. With mouths agape, they stood frozen in place. This immobile stance undoubtedly betrayed the turmoil brewing within the hearts of these 6 yellow-clad sea spirit masters. Hemingway remained silent, quietly observing the 6 individuals before him. Purple Pearl, influenced by the atmosphere of the scene and feeling out of place in this unfamiliar land, dared not utter a word. The entire gathering fell into a profound silence. After a considerable time, the 6 sea soul masters, having gradually adjusted to Hemingway's presence, found themselves particularly cautious. The leader among them cast a solemn and respectful gaze, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed sir, what brings you to our sea god island?" Indeed, it is a world that places great emphasis on appearances. Hemingway inwardly mused, reflecting upon the treatment afforded to the protagonists of the original narrative upon their arrival at this island. The demeanor of the soul masters of the sea god island towards outsiders would certainly not be marked by such deference and civility. Their current respectful attitude is evidently a result of the imposing aura he inadvertently exudes. Had it been anyone else, the inhabitants of Sea God Island would not have displayed such courtesy. Given this, Hemingway felt no need for formality and plainly expressed his intentions. "We have long yearned for the Sea God Island, and we have come solely to join its ranks." Upon hearing this, the 6 soul masters clad in yellow breathed a sigh of relief. Had they known earlier that the purpose was to join the Sea God Island and not to instigate trouble, it would have alleviated their concerns. As the sacred haven for all sea soul masters, Sea God Island attracts numerous aspirants each year who wish to join its ranks. Over time, a specific process has been established. First and foremost, one must pass the trial set forth by the guardian of the sacred pillar. Only then may they proceed to face the sea god's own test. Upon successfully completing the sea god's trial, one is officially recognized as a denizen of Sea God Island. After all, it would be quite inappropriate for any individual to simply declare their intent to undertake the sea god's trial without first undergoing the necessary assessments. Such a practice would render the sea god's blessings rather trivial. Thus, to partake in the divine examination, outsiders must first endure the scrutiny of the guardian of the sacred pillar, who confirms their eligibility before allowing them to face the sea god's challenge. Generally, if one is a sea soul master, the guardian does not impose excessive difficulties. As long as their performance during the test is satisfactory, they are likely to succeed. However, should a land soul master venture to Sea God Island, the challenges posed by the guardian would significantly intensify. For instance, had Tang San and his companions not possessed the protective aura of the protagonist, they would have found the trials far from simple. Subsequently, several sea soul masters clad in yellow garments led Hemingway and Purple Pearl towards the abode of the guardian of the sacred pillar. If the air along the sandy beach had been moist and pure, then the atmosphere within the dense forest was imbued with the invigorating essence of nature itself. Hemingway increasingly felt that this island of Poseidon was an excellent place for retirement. Before long, a group of individuals traversed the woods and arrived at a serene pond. Upon gazing at the tranquil pond, Hemingway's eyes reflected a subtle tumult. Nestled inland and modest in size, the water's surface undulated with fervent waves reminiscent of the sea's embrace. Lush trees encircled the pond, their trunks leaning toward the enigmatic stone pillar at its center, resembling devotees in worship. The base of the pillar connected seamlessly to a square platform, yet the central column was anything but ordinary. Rather than a mere pillar, it resembled a statue. A figure of a young maiden, crafted from alabaster, knelt upon the sacred pedestal, her hands clasped in earnest supplication towards the temple of the sea god. Although merely a sculpture, the fervent expression upon her visage was strikingly vivid and lifelike. This was none other than the Sea Witch's Pillar, one of the 7 sacred columns of Sea God Island. At this moment, perched at the edge of the Sea Witch's platform, a young maiden sat. Astonishingly adorned with a magnificent fishtail, its graceful curve extending to her waist. Her tail gently caressed the surface of the water, while her upper body was clad in a black garment that revealed her alabaster abdomen, leaving even her navel uncovered, akin to a sultry siren in swimwear. Her large, azure eyes mirrored Hemingway's own, evoking the vastness of the sky more than the depths of the ocean. Her features were exquisite, and a delicate smile perpetually graced her lips. As her fish tail playfully lapped at the water's surface, she radiated an exuberance that thrilled Hemingway, akin to the exhilaration of beholding a maiden's flawless feat. Hemingway found himself inexplicably captivated by the enchanting mermaid maiden before him, perhaps due to her ethereal mermaid soul. Her beauty was extraordinary, particularly the way her tail gracefully swayed, almost as if it were beckoning him closer. That gently undulating, exquisite tail seemed to whisper enticingly, "Come, indulge yourself." His gaze was firmly ensnared. This spectacle stirred a hint of jealousy in the nearby Purple Pearl, who was taken aback by this stolid fellow's mesmerized state. Is it merely a fishtail? How could it be so appealing? As her irritation grew, Purple Pearl pinched his waist and twisted it sharply. However, Hemingway's robust physique rendered her grip harmless, and he calmly disregarded her jealous antics, remaining transfixed by the mermaid maiden. Sensing the presence of an outsider, the mermaid lifted her head, her gaze drifting toward the shore, fortuitously locking eyes with Hemingway. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable shiver coursed through him. The two pairs of cerulean eyes met, and time seemed to suspend in that instant. Chapter 59, Breakthrough. Listen. Upon arriving at the Sea Witch's sacred pillar, Hemingway and Purple Pearl were greeted with solemnity by the leader of the yellow-robed Sea Soul Masters, who spoke with a sacred demeanor. Welcome to the Sea of Seas, the Sea Witch's sacred pillar. This pillar is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, bestowed with divine power by the sea god. It serves to convey the divine will, and any pillar may assess incoming soul masters. Today, you shall undergo a trial here. I understand, Hemingway replied softly, unperturbed by the impending challenge. As a dual soul wielder, he was technically a member of the Sea Soul Masters, far more than just a terrestrial soul master. Purple Pearl, standing behind him, was even less of a concern. Ah, it has been ages since anyone visited here. Who would have thought a striking blue child would arrive this time? The mermaid maiden seated upon the platform wore an expression of innocent wonder, her sea blue eyes fixated intently on Hemingway. For reasons unknown, her heart fluttered with excitement. Her magnificent tail gently rippled above the water's surface, presenting an elegant posture as droplets cascaded from its tip, gazing into the depths of those sky-blue eyes. Hemingway mused that she must be the sea witch from the original tale. According to the accounts, she possessed the innate ability to read minds, which posed a significant dilemma. Facing an opponent with such a talent was particularly unsettling, as everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep concealed. If his identity as a traveler were to be unveiled, it could lead to dire consequences. Just then, this thought crossed his mind. Hemingway sensed an invisible force of spiritual energy silently approaching him, and instinctively unleashed his observation haki to resist it. The collision with the incoming ethereal energy erupted with a resounding boom. Hemingway felt a thunderous roar in his mind, akin to flames meeting gasoline. Stimulated by that surge of mental energy, his thoughts became unprecedentedly clear and vibrant. In the next moment, a resounding bang echoed, as if he had shattered some barrier. Hemingway felt as though his spirit had surmounted some barrier, and suddenly, the range of his observation haki began to expand with remarkable swiftness. Most astonishingly, he had previously perceived others' emotional fluctuations only in a vague manner, as if gazing at flowers through a mist. Yet, at this moment, influenced by a surge of mental energy, it was as if that veil of fog had finally been torn asunder. Clarity dawned. His mental prowess surged to unprecedented heights. At this instant, Hemingway found himself effortlessly attuned to the thoughts of the nearby purplish pearl, incessantly murmuring about a fickle-hearted rogue, a seductress, and an unashamed older woman. This was mind-reading. My observation haki can now hear the voices of others. He was taken aback, never imagining that upon arriving at Mermaid Island, his dormant observation haki would achieve such a breakthrough. Stimulated by the sea witch's mental energy, Hemingway's observation haki had finally transcended, endowing him with the ability to read minds. In the original text, the mermaid princess, Bai Xing, was born with a highly advanced observation haki, capable of discerning the thoughts of others. This trait bore a striking resemblance to that of the sea witch, perhaps explaining why, under the influence of her mental energy, Hemingway's observation haki had awakened this newfound capacity. The sea witch, who had been subtly employing her mental energy to probe the mind of this little boy, now expressed a note of surprise, feeling as if her released mental energy had collided with an impenetrable wall. Moreover, she sensed an odd mental force suddenly erupting from the boy before her, seemingly attempting to invade her mind in return. You can read minds too. The sea enchantress wore an expression of surprise, her gaze fixed upon him as if she were observing a rare creature. This sea enchantress from Douluo, without the courtesy of seeking permission, was intruding upon the sanctity of another's mind, an act far from polite. In Hemingway's azure eyes, a divine light blossomed, a breakthrough achieved through his mastery of Kenbunchaku. At that moment, his spirit surged with extraordinary vigor, resulting in an overwhelming aura that permeated the air around him. The ground beneath trembled ever so slightly. The sea enchantress, at the forefront of this phenomenon, felt as though the figure of the silver-haired youth before her suddenly soared to unimaginable heights. In the blink of an eye, a towering giant manifested before her, his eyes, akin to the sun and moon, gazing down upon her with a detached and merciless countenance, as if scrutinized by a deity. The heart of the sea witch experienced a profound shock. Everyone knew they were in the wrong. A soft and gentle voice involuntarily escaped her lips, surprising even herself upon hearing it. What was happening? Was this weak and feeble voice truly mine? Moreover, why did I feel an inexplicable sense of reverence upon gazing at this young boy before me? It was as if I stood before a supreme being, a feeling I had never experienced even in the presence of the sea god. This boy seemed to embody a royal essence, an innate nobility that rendered her somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to approach him. Such a detestable old woman, pretending to be youthful and coy, Purple Pearl thought, observing the bashful sea witch in her voice that could make any man weak in the knees. Among the merfolk, it was widely known that the sea spirit masters were part of the ocean's unique offerings. This race, half human and half sea beast, enjoyed significantly longer lifespans than humans. More importantly, their beauty never waned with age. Thus, despite the sea witch appearing to be in her early 20s, it was possible that she was actually over a century old, having ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Suddenly, the sea witch turned to Purple Pearl, her face beaming with a smile as she said, "Little sister, our merfolk live 5 times longer than humans. By your human standards, I am still under 20, so I am quite young, not pretending to be youthful." 5 times the lifespan of a human meant that if she were 20, this old woman was indeed nearing 100. A cold smile crept across Purple Pearl's face as she thought, indeed, a woman who feigns youth. The sea witch, perceiving her thoughts clearly, felt a vain throb on her forehead, and her smile became strained. Her gaze turned increasingly unfriendly. No woman relished being called old, regardless of having lived a century. She resolved to make this girl's upcoming trial a bit more challenging, teaching her the essence of respecting her elders. Chapter 60. A Breezy Passage. The trial of Lord Sea God is not something just anyone can undertake, especially as you are outsiders. The Sea Witch's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she looked at Hemingway and Purple Pearl, stating, "Before you can accept the trial, you must first pass my test. Only those who qualify may face the trial of Lord Sea God. What kind of test must we undergo?" Despite having read the original story and knowing the plot, Hemingway pretended to be oblivious, feigning confusion. It's quite simple. You just need to traverse this sea within the sea and reach the holy pillar of the sea, which to qualify for the trial. The Sea Witch said with a playful wink, her expression cheerful. "Don't worry, dear sister, I shall go easy on you." Hemingway understood that outsiders, whether they were ocean soul masters or land soul masters, must first pass the trial of the guardian of the sacred pillar before they could face the sea god's test. The difficulty of this trial entirely depended on the individual guardian. If he found you to his liking, he might allow you to pass with minimal effort. Generally speaking, the trials faced by ocean soul masters were considerably easier than those encountered by land soul masters who had traveled great distances for the test. As this was the island of the sea god, it was only natural for there to be a bias in favor of ocean soul masters. And there was nothing objectionable about that. Hemingway possessed dual martial souls, although one was a land soul master's soul, the other, inherited from his mother, was a mermaid soul, undeniably a pure ocean soul master's soul. Therefore, he should not be deliberately targeted during his trial. At that moment, the nearby Purple Pearl, having listened to the Sea Witch's words, could not help but furrow her brow and inquire, "Esteemed elder, do we really need to undergo a trial from a titled Douluo before facing the sea goddess test? Do you believe we stand a chance against the titled Douluo?" The Sea Witch gently waved her hand, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Rest assured, although I am the one presiding over this trial, I shall show mercy. I will not impose challenges beyond your capacity. So, who among you shall go first?" As she spoke, a soft azure radiance emanated from behind her, followed by the sudden illumination of the Sea Witch's sacred pillar, casting a brilliant blue beam of light from its base to its pinnacle. From the apex of the sacred pillar, a circle of cerulean ripples surged forth, resembling a shimmering veil suspended above the ocean. Given that the pillar soared to a height of approximately 10 meters, this ethereal barrier mirrored that height, effectively limiting aerial maneuvers and forward movement. "I shall go first," declared Zhejian Pearl, stepping forward and taking a deep breath. She then walked slowly to the shoreline, treading upon the delicate, silver-sparkling sands. She wished to traverse this challenge independently, to ascertain if any traps lay in wait, ensuring her passage would be without incident. The Sea Witch observed the silent, purple-haired maiden, capable of discerning her innermost thoughts, yet chose to remain silent. The intention to heighten the difficulty, to introduce obstacles, faded away. Zhejian Pearl halted at the beach. Her form enveloped in an azure glow, and soon an enormous spectral hydra materialized, gradually solidifying until she fully merged with her martial spirit, transforming into a magnificent 10-meter-long hydra of vibrant blue. An aura of a supreme predator instantly enveloped the surroundings, capturing the attention of the yellow-clad spirit masters, who instinctively tensed and began to distance themselves from the formidable creature. They felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from it, akin to a frog poised precariously at the jaws of the serpent, ready to be devoured at any moment. This manifestation of martial spirit is quite intriguing, mused the Sea Witch, taken aback. Typically, individuals embody their martial spirits by integrating them within, resulting in the emergence of certain characteristics and beastly traits. However, Zhejian Pearl's approach was distinct. She had wholly merged with her martial spirit, transforming it into a tangible entity. It resembled the martial spirit true form, often possessed by soul sages, albeit differing in that this was merely the materialization of her martial spirit. Hence it did not grant the exponential amplification of attributes or the unlimited use of all soul skills. Nevertheless, even in this state, Zhejian Pearl, as a hydra, exhibited a prowess far surpassing her human form. With a hiss, the colossal hydra flicked its forked tongue, and 3 soul rings illuminated around it, as it began to radiate a brilliant blue luminescence. With a swift flick of its tail, the creature shot forward like a blue streak. Swiftly, it propelled itself with unmatched velocity, far exceeding that of its human guise. Such terrifying speed even caused the sea witch, positioned over 200 meters away, to take notice. Realizing she had underestimated this girl, the beautiful fishtail of the sea witch, still immersed in the ocean, gracefully swayed, causing the waves to surge tumultuously, rising to a height of 10 meters and seemingly blocking all paths forward. The roiling waters, with a thunderous roar, resembled an overwhelming tide, yet remained contained within the ocean's bounds. Faced with this scenario, the Hydra, undeterred, approached the oncoming waves. One of its heads opened wide, gathering fiery energy, which it unleashed in a torrent of blazing red light directed at the waves. With a resounding explosion, the red light erupted, creating a massive opening in the waves, with steam billowing forth. Simultaneously, the Hydra, moving at breakneck speed, lunged into the gaping void. However, soon after, an even more powerful wave surged forth, crashing against the Hydra's form. Fortunately, as a creature of the sea, the Hydra merely twisted its body to absorb the impact, using the force of the wave to propel itself forward, increasing its speed rather than diminishing it. For Zhejian Pearl, transformed into the Hydra, these incoming waves posed no threat whatsoever. In a brief span, the Hydra approached within 5 meters of the sea witch's sacred pillar platform, victory almost within grasp. With a powerful flick of its tail, the immense creature leaped into the air, soaring directly towards the platform. While suspended in midair, the Hydra gradually emitted blue light, slowly diminishing in size. With a soft thud, a pair of delicate feet touched down upon the sacred pillar platform. Zhejian Pearl landed gracefully beside the sea witch, appearing entirely unfazed, as though traversing the considerable distance had required little effort at all. The sea witch's enchanting gaze revealed a hint of approval as she nodded towards her. It was the first time I had witnessed a sea serpent capable of breathing fire. It appeared that your martial spirit was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, I sensed a subtle yet palpable pressure, suggesting that you had yet to unleash your full potential. Although your soul power level was slightly inferior, it did not overshadow your brilliance. You have indeed qualified to undertake the trials set forth by the sea god. As for the critiques from numerous readers claiming my narrative lacks substance, I took a moment to reflect and found no merit in their assertions. I have not plagiarized even a morsel from the original work. The author has invested considerable effort, and the protagonist's strength is steadily advancing. Yet, upon further contemplation, I realized I had erred in the title of the book. It should not have been titled The Early Trials of the Sea God. Those drawn in by the title were eager to witness the protagonist's participation in the sea god's 9 trials, and upon encountering chapters that did not align with their expectations, they deemed those segments lacking in substance. In truth, is it really devoid of depth? Hardly. They simply encountered a narrative that deviated from their anticipated storyline, leading to feelings of tedium and dissatisfaction. Had I titled the work Rising from the Sea or Claiming Kingship from the Pirates, I would wager that no one would dare accuse me of lacking substance. Alas, I chose the wrong title, and now that the contract has been dispatched, there is no recourse for alteration. Chapter 61, The Trials commence. As the sea witch praised me with her gentle words and warm expression, even though I had previously harbored reservations about this captivating woman who had drawn Hemingway's attention, I found my opinion of her shifting. I could sense that she had gone easy on me despite my earlier provocations, and the thought alone filled me with a tinge of shame. Of course, had I known her initial intentions were to undermine me, my sentiments would likely have been quite different. Now, young man, it is your turn. The sea witch called out to Hemingway on the opposite shore, beckoning him with a smile. Observing the test, which mirrored that of the original protagonist, Hemingway felt it posed no challenge at all. He gradually stepped into the sea, and as his feet touched the surface, an astonishing scene unfolded. The previously tumultuous waters, roiling with waves, transformed instantaneously into a placid expanse, resembling a smooth mirror, devoid of the former tumultuous tides. Hemingway strolled leisurely, as if traversing a gentle pathway, advancing steadily towards the pillar of the sea which, seemingly gliding effortlessly across the water's surface. The few yellow-clad sea soul masters behind him gaped in astonishment, witnessing his seemingly supernatural ability to walk upon the waves without a hint of submersion, his shoes remaining entirely untouched by the brine. Such formidable control over water. The sea witch, observing this spectacle, discerned the underlying principle. Undoubtedly, it was a mastery of hydrokinesis. As Hemingway's feet made contact with the ocean, he commandeered all dominion over the waters, rendering the sea witch powerless to interfere unless she exerted her full strength to contest his control. However, this was merely a test. She could not afford to unleash her full power. Thus, she could only watch as he seized mastery over the waters, proceeding with such revolutionary actions to validate his own trial. Step by step, Hemingway ambled across the ocean's surface, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. Since awakening his conqueror's haki, it was as if he had acquired the key to unlock hidden treasures. The mermaid princess's innate abilities surged dramatically, particularly her capability to manipulate water. Had he possessed such power while being pursued by pirates, he could have easily turned the tide against them or submerged into the depths to evade capture. As she gazed at the silver-haired youth approaching her, the sea witch gracefully lifted her exquisite fish tail, droplets cascading from its tip. In an instant, her tail transformed into legs, elegantly draped in a flowing black gown. Within the blink of an eye, she appeared no different from an ordinary human girl. The ability of a mermaid's tail to morph into legs was astonishing. Beside her, the purple pearl watched in bewilderment. Indeed, upon leaving the water, they could assume human form, albeit only for a brief period, lest they perish. After all, the ocean was their true home. Upon hearing her own murmured thoughts, the sea witch turned and smiled, explaining, thus, "We typically refrain from revealing our legs in the presence of others. Outsiders remain oblivious to our race's unique traits." At that moment, Hemingway had approached the vicinity of the pillar, merely a few meters away. Suddenly, the water surged and rapidly coalesced, forming a staircase. He ascended the steps without hesitation, soon officially reaching the pillar of the sea witch. As he stepped onto the sacred platform, the water staircase seemed to fulfill its purpose, dissipating back into the ocean. Simultaneously, the previously calm sea transformed, waves crashing and rolling tumultuously once more. "Congratulations, you have passed the test." The sea witch gazed with a smile at the white-haired youth who approached her, expressing her surprise. "I did not anticipate that you would traverse the sea of seas in such a manner. Frankly, among the multitude of visitors each year, your approach is the most composed I have ever witnessed. Quite impressive." "Too generous," he replied modestly. "I merely consider myself fortunate." Even when receiving such praise from a strikingly beautiful elder sister, Hemingway maintained a demeanor of humility and composure. To him, passing this test was truly of little consequence. The real trial lay ahead in the forthcoming examination by the sea god. "Well, I suppose you both can hardly contain your anticipation. Let us commence the assessment," the sea witch declared, gracefully making her way to the sacred pillar of the sea witch. As she faced the pillar, a look of reverence illuminated her countenance. "You may go first, little sister," she said. At this moment, Zhejian Pearl felt a tightening in her chest, aware that the true challenge was imminent. As a genuine sea soul master, she had heard various tales surrounding the sacred island of the sea god. Thus, facing an assessment that instilled dread in countless sea soul masters, she felt a flicker of trepidation, despite her confidence in her abilities. Yet, having come this far, retreating was not an option. With her delicate teeth gently biting her lip, she prepared to step forward when suddenly, her small hand was enveloped by a larger, warm palm. Turning to her side, she met the reassuring smile of her beloved, who said, "Do not fear, I am here with you." In that instant, Zhejian Pearl discovered that the anxiety in her heart dissipated completely with those simple words. She murmured, lowering her head in acknowledgement. She released his hand, and as she lifted her gaze once more, her expression had transformed back to one of spirited determination. She strode confidently to stand a step behind the sea witch, her violet eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the initiation of the divine assessment. The sea witch gradually raised her exquisitely graceful hands, her flawless visage radiating piety. She positioned her palms, separated by half a foot, before her full chest, and a faint blue light began to materialize in the center of her hands. This azure glow gradually intensified, and when it filled the palms of the sea witch, the light erupted brilliantly, enveloping the entire sacred pillar in a shimmering azure aura. Soon after, a flash of light emanated from beneath the sacred pillar, and a beam of blue light began to trace the intricate patterns on the pillar, swiftly ascending to its apex in the blink of an eye. The sea sorceress turned, facing the purple pearl, her delicate right hand pointing towards her form. A beam of azure light descended from above, enveloping her curvaceous body. Bathed in this radiant column, the purple pearl appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly devoid of sensation. The hue of the beam began to shift, transitioning from blue to white, and then swiftly transforming to yellow, almost without pause before morphing into purple. The purple deepened gradually. This transformation occurred at a slower pace, yet continued unabated. Observing the intense fluctuations of light enveloping the purple pearl, the sea sorceress exhibited a hint of astonishment. Her vibrant crimson lips slightly parted, clearly taken aback by the unexpected spectacle before her. Before long, the purple light entirely shifted to black, nearly obscuring the enchanting form of the purple pearl beneath the luminous column. Meanwhile, the lower patterns of the sacred pillar behind the sea sorceress began to turn black, gradually ascending upward. This indicated a minimum of black, with the possibility of red looming as well. Hemingway contemplated silently. He was not surprised by this development, as the transformation he had enacted upon the purple pearl had endowed her Hydra martial soul with a true divine essence. Attaining a black level assessment was utterly reasonable. Had it not been for the absence of the heart of the sea god, even if the purple pearl had achieved the 9 trials of the sea god, Hemingway would not have found it particularly remarkable. Her martial soul possessed such potential. Alas, lacking the heart of the sea god, her fate remained unfulfilled. The black luminescent patterns continued their ascent, reaching nearly a third of the height of the sea sorceress's sacred pillar, their momentum unabated, spreading further upward. This time, their speed increased, and in a matter of moments, the black light had enveloped the entire sacred pillar of the sea sorceress. Just as Hemingway thought the ascent would halt there, unexpectedly, the seemingly stagnant demonic patterns surged slightly upward. Subsequently, the darkened patterns that had cloaked the sea sorceress's sacred pillar instantaneously shifted in hue, transforming into a brilliant crimson. A surge of red light erupted, shooting skyward. This blood-like radiance pierced straight into the heavens, causing the serene blue sky to flicker with a flash of crimson light. On the island of the sea god, thousands of gazes were directed skyward in unison. Among them, 6 guardians of the sacred pillars, each stationed before distinctively styled columns, emitted an uncontainable brilliance upon witnessing the crimson light. Almost simultaneously, they exclaimed in astonishment, "The pinnacle of the 7 trials!" Even within the heart of the island, in a unique temple, a pair of eyes that had remained closed for a decade opened in response to the radiant glow. A subtle surprise mingled with a greater joy spread across the visage. The long-dormant body gradually rose to its feet. Chapter 62. Incredulity. The crimson radiance gradually receded as the 7 facets of the scarlet screen dissolved into the purple pearl's brow, coalescing into an extraordinary 7-pointed star of vermilion hue. This imbued her once exquisitely fair skin with a delicate layer of rosy luminescence. At this moment, the sea witch was utterly stunned. The crimson hue, which signified an elite status, was starkly different from the high mortality associated with black. This represented a rarity of the highest order, appearing far too infrequently. The question arose, how could this girl possibly attain a top-tier 7 trial? By what means? The sea witch acknowledged that the 9-headed serpent martial soul of the purple pearl is indeed extraordinary. However, to attain the coveted red level 7th assessment solely based on this seems rather unrealistic, does it not? It is, after all, a red level evaluation. Hemingway gazed at the scene before him, lamenting the lost opportunity. The purple pearl, despite lacking the heart of the sea god, had managed to achieve a red level assessment. Had she possessed the heart of the sea god, attaining the 9 trials of the sea god would have been a foregone conclusion. Alas, what a pity it was. Might I inquire as to your full name, miss? At this moment, the sea witch's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming exceedingly respectful. She slightly bowed and even offered a salute to the purple pearl. The sudden shift in the sea witch's attitude left the purple pearl momentarily taken aback. As a titled Douluo powerhouse and the guardian of one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, why would the sea witch show such deference? Could it be that this red-level assessment held some extraordinary significance? It is worth noting that she is indeed a titled Douluo. I am called Purple Pearl. Confounded by the witch's unusual demeanor, the purple pearl hesitated to act presumptuously and cautiously inquired, "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" The sea witch gazed at her cautious demeanor, a hint of wry amusement flickering across her delicate features. "I must admit, I have misjudged you. It is an honor to serve as the examiner for you, Miss Purple Pearl, although I cannot fathom why a top-tier assessment would be bestowed upon you. Rest assured that for the foreseeable future, should you require anything on the island, you may seek my assistance. I shall endeavor to aid you as best I can." Curiosity sparkled in Purple Pearl's large violet eyes as she inquired, "Elder, is there something particularly special about this assessment? Why do you treat me with such reverence?" Upon hearing this, the respect on the sea witch's countenance deepened further as she elucidated. The trials of the sacred pillar are categorized into 5 levels: white, yellow, purple, black, and red, mirroring the hues of the soul rings. White represents the lowest tier, while red signifies the highest, denoting a supreme assessment. Since the inception of the top-tier evaluations, there has never been a record of failure. The last occurrence of such an assessment was during the examination of the island's Grand Priest. Should you, Miss Purple Pearl? Successfully complete the top-tier trial. You would become the heir to the Grand Priest and the future steward of Sea God Island. Upon hearing this explanation from the Sea Witch, Purple Pearl finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It turned out that the Sacred Pillar's trials held intricacies far beyond her prior understanding. Details that even her father was unaware of. This was indeed an eye-opening experience. Please expedite his evaluation. Perhaps he too may achieve the red level assessment. Purple Pearl remarked as she turned her gaze towards Hemingway, contemplating that if she could attain the red level assessment, surely he would not fall short and may even surpass her. No. He would undoubtedly be more exceptional. Thank you for your efforts. Hemingway stepped forward, his heart brimming with curiosity regarding the level of assessment he might achieve. He conservatively estimated that he could attain a black level, with a significant probability of even reaching the red level, especially considering his unparalleled aptitude endowed by his twin martial souls. Should he receive a lower evaluation, it could only be attributed to the sea goddess' lack of discernment. The sea sorceress gazed at him with great interest. Prior to the assessment of the Purple Pearl, her curiosity was piqued most by Hemingway. Consequently, she refrained from further conversation and directly summoned her soul power to initiate the second illumination of the sea god for the day. A radiant blue light enveloped the white-haired youth, yet strangely, unlike the swift color transformation witnessed with the Purple Pearl, this blue light did not change at all. It remained steadfastly blue, though its brilliance intensified remarkably. This was an unprecedented occurrence for the sea sorceress. She was perplexed as to why the blue light did not undergo any alteration. Even the least capable soul masters typically exhibited at least a white-level assessment. Yet the prowess of this white-haired youth was evidently formidable, even extraordinary. How could such a phenomenon transpire? The Purple Pearl, too, widened her eyes in anxious anticipation, concerned that something might have gone awry. Just as both women were taken aback by the inexplicable lack of color change in the sea goddess light. An unexpected transformation occurred in the blue light surrounding Hemingway. If the color of the beam had transitioned gradually for the Purple Pearl, the light enveloping Hemingway exhibited a leap-like transformation. Blue, white, yellow, purple. These four hues flickered momentarily before swiftly transitioning to the next, creating a dizzying visual spectacle. The shift from purple to black occurred in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the black magical patterns surged upward at an astonishing speed, leaving the sea sorceress utterly astonished. Having guarded the sacred pillar for many years and presided over numerous assessments, she had never witnessed such rapid color transformation before. It was as if her entire worldview had been rewritten. Heavens, could this be another top-tier assessment? The sea sorceress felt her heart racing, struggling to endure the excitement. As the guardian of the sacred pillar, not just she, but even the combined might of the 7 sacred pillars had never experienced such a remarkable spectacle. Yet, the breathtaking scene only intensified, reaching unprecedented heights. The black magical patterns traversed 2/3 of the sacred pillar's height, wherein black morphed into crimson, and blood-red patterns abruptly emerged. This time, the blood-red patterns did not merely leap a fraction beyond the previous 2/3. They surged instantly to the very apex of the sacred pillar. A resonant hum, reminiscent of the ocean's lament, emanated from the sacred pillar, followed by a colossal blood-red beam soaring into the heavens, tenfold more powerful than that triggered by the Purple Pearl. The ocean surged, and in that moment, towering waves, reaching heights of 100 meters, erupted vertically. Amidst these colossal waves, a brilliant azure light burst forth with intense vigor. The transformation was far from over. The entire sea god island trembled as it was illuminated by the crimson radiance of the sea sorceress's sacred pillar. Shortly thereafter, both the sea sorceress and the Purple Pearl distinctly witnessed 6 massive blood-red beams soaring into the sky. 7 beams converged at a singular point in the air, and in the next instant, the sanguine hue dissipated, revealing a resplendent golden light cascading from the heavens. At that moment, everything appeared to be suspended in absolute stillness, save for the magnificent brilliance of that radiant light descending from the celestial realm. The sea goddess 9 trials. Hemingway, the focal participant, stood in disbelief, feeling as though he was ensnared in a dream. Chapter 63. It turns out, I am also a mundane. The golden light that appeared before Hemingway was unlike any hue of gold he had ever encountered. It was imbued with an aura of majesty and grandeur, embodying the essence of royal light. The instant it manifested, the entire sea god island, encompassing the 7 sacred pillars, the forests, the hills, and the ocean, was suffused with a golden sheen. Even the bodies of all the sea soul masters shimmered with that peculiar golden glow. Yet, the destination of this golden light was singular. It converged upon Hemingway, who stood beneath the sea sorceress's sacred pillar, slightly dazed and incredulous. Such a magnificent spectacle rivaled the majesty of nature itself. Hemingway acknowledged that he had previously underestimated the might of the world's formidable beings. Despite possessing an advantage, he realized he was still too feeble, lacking the growth necessary to earn any semblance of contempt for the deities of this realm. The golden beam imparted a curious sensation, as if something within him had been stirred. Subsequently, 9 square golden panels materialized before him, each appearing as if they were ethereal meteors. The brilliance of the first panel outshone the rest, which appeared somewhat dim in comparison, before Hemingway could contemplate further. These panels floated directly into his forehead like golden shooting stars. Instantly, a vast influx of information surged into his mind, though it was largely obscure. With only one thread discernible, he closed his eyes and began to silently assimilate the information flooding his consciousness. Hemingway experienced a profound and exhilarating surge of energy, enveloping his entire being as if he were submerged in a refreshing liquid, an indescribable comfort washing over him. Gradually, he became aware of subtle transformations occurring within his body, illuminated by the golden radiance. Though he could not articulate the exact nature of these changes, the sensation was enchanting, akin to the harmonization of his bodily functions. An ineffable bliss. Particularly, the mermaid princess's soul, bathed in this golden light, exuded an involuntary message of joy and exuberance, reminiscent of a parched fish finally returning to the ocean. In that moment, Hemingway discerned a rapid enhancement of his overall capabilities, especially the mermaid princess's soul. After absorbing the power from the golden light, seemed to undergo a remarkable and beneficial transformation, much like a thirsty plant finally receiving the long-awaited water it craved. Hemingway was uncertain about the unfolding events, yet he instinctively sensed that this was a fortuitous turn of fate for him. The golden light gradually waned, first diminishing from the skies and the sea, and then receding from all directions. Hemingway's body became the ultimate destination of this resplendent glow. Where all this luminous gold converged was at the center of his forehead. There, it did not leave behind a star-shaped mark, but rather an emblem of a golden trident. This subtle golden trident bestowed upon Hemingway an air of majestic nobility, coupled with his innate, unparalleled charisma, despite merely standing there in an unassuming manner. He exuded an undeniable presence that seemed to look down upon the world with an elevated sense of authority. As he slowly opened his eyes, the once azure depths of the white-haired youth's gaze appeared even more crystalline. He raised his hand, instinctively brushing his smooth forehead, curious about his transformed visage. With a wave of his hand, the ubiquitous water molecules in the void coalesced, ultimately forming a mirror of liquid reflection. Hemingway scrutinized his reflection in the water's surface and observed that his once sun-kissed, bronze complexion, a product of 6 years on a desolate island, had transformed under the golden light into a porcelain-like pallor. Coupled with the opulent trident mark emblazoned upon his forehead, he exuded an unexpected elegance. This transformation unsettled him, prompting a frown. In his eyes, this fair complexion, combined with his handsome features, rendered him almost effeminate. He felt that his original bronze skin was far more pleasing to the eye, exuding a greater sense of masculinity. At that moment, the previously dazed purple pearl finally regained her composure and turned to the utterly transfixed sea witch, whose exquisite form stood as still as a statue, and inquired, "Senior." Red signifies the highest level of assessment. What then does this golden hue represent? The sea witch emerged from her stupor, her azure eyes flickering as they turned toward the silver-haired youth. There, upon his smooth forehead, the magnificent golden glow of a trident brand still shimmered. Indeed, this was no mere dream. The 5 words that escaped the sea witch's lips seemed to be a monumental effort. She gazed at Hemingway with a look of sheer bewilderment, as if beholding some indescribable monstrosity. Having spent many years on this island, I had never heard of any assessment marked by gold. His circumstances were far beyond my comprehension. What? Even the venerable guardian of the sacred pillar is unaware? Zhejian Pearl exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as the sea witch was about to speak. A serene voice echoed from afar, seemingly emerging from an unfathomable depth of clouds, enchanting and melodious, as though it belonged to the celestial realm, yet imbued with a sense of compassion. There was no need to put her in a difficult position, since her appearance on the island of the sea god. Such a circumstance had never occurred before. The trials this young man was to endure were not merely the supreme 9 trials, but the 9 trials of the sea god. The voice drew nearer, and when the final word reached the ears of the 3 present, a crimson point of light slowly expanded in the distance. The spectators felt as though the very fabric of space had slightly distorted, and in the next moment, another figure stood before the sea witch's sacred pillar. She was tall and regal, enveloped in a flowing crimson robe, with azure hair cascading down her back, nearly reaching the ground. Her delicate visage appeared to be no more than 30 years of age, but her beauty emanated from her noble and graceful demeanor, exuding warmth and gentleness. In her right hand, she grasped a 3-meter-long scepter, gleaming gold like the celestial light that had appeared earlier. The scepter was intricately engraved with magical runes, culminating in a diamond-shaped protrusion resembling a spearhead. If one were to judge solely by her appearance, she would undoubtedly be a rare beauty, with a presence unmatched by any other. Yet, what was most astonishing were her eyes, clear blue orbs that seemed more profound than the ocean itself, reflecting a wisdom steeped in the passage of time. Such eyes were surely not possessed by a woman of merely 30 years. Salutations, great offering, the sea witch said, slightly bowing in deference to the woman in crimson. My subordinates have failed to fulfill the sea god's directives. I implore you to impose punishment. The woman in red smiled gently, causing the very sea to ripple as if responding to her mirth. Do not blame yourself. I too am witnessing such an occurrence for the first time. Her gaze shifted, finally resting upon Hemingway, or more precisely, the golden trident mark emblazoned upon his forehead. Young man, I have awaited you for over a century, and now, in the twilight of my years, I have finally encountered you. Might you share your origins with me? Listening closely to her voice, Hemingway felt his heart race unexpectedly. Previously, he had never believed in love at first sight. Yet, upon beholding this woman, he discovered that he too was a mere mortal, susceptible to the allure of beauty. However, he quickly recognized the impropriety of his feelings and suppressed the tumult within, chastising himself for his lack of composure, as if he had never encountered a woman before. It was quite absurd, for despite her appearance of a woman in her 30s, Hemingway, having perused the original text, was acutely aware that this woman was one of the last 3 unparalleled Douluos of her time. Poseidon, the sea god, is indeed a figure of note. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this woman is at least a century and 20 years old. Truly a grandmother in every sense. How could I possibly find myself enamored with her? Is there anything more absurd in this world? It appears that we reside in a society that values appearances. I had fancied myself to be different, yet I am but an ordinary person swayed by superficiality. A profound sense of shame washed over Hemingway's heart. P.S. This marks the second update. I humbly seek your support. Chapter 64. What enables one to achieve the 9 trials? Ahem. Hemingway, with unwavering resolve, suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, daring not to reveal his heart stirrings in the presence of the enchanting lady before him. As a younger man, he had encountered his elders, and instilled with a sense of decorum from a tender age, along with a deep-seated respect for those who were senior. He felt compelled to pay his respects to the sea god Douluo, a figure embodying the utmost authority of the sea god island. However, the sea god Douluo, Poseidon, flickered momentarily and appeared by his side, gracefully bypassing his formal gesture. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the reason behind it. It was due to her attainment of the 9 trials of Poseidon, which elevated her status to that of the heir to the sea god. She felt unworthy of offering him a bow. No need for excessive formalities, my child, Poseidon said solemnly, gazing at Hemingway. From this moment forth, you must remember that on Poseidon Island, no one is entitled to receive your courtesies, not even I. Oh? Hemingway was acutely aware, yet he was compelled to feign surprise, as if perplexed by why such a formidable figure would utter such words to him. After all, there were certain matters he could not elucidate. Hence, adopting an air of ignorance was essential to avoid arousing suspicion. Poseidon turned to the sea witch and said, Laurail, convey my command. Until these two have completed the trials set forth by the Lord of the Seas, they are esteemed guests of this island, and no one shall treat them with negligence or disrespect. Aside from refraining from assisting them in their trials, do your utmost to accommodate their requests. Let them reside in your city of mermaids. Furthermore, summon the other 6. We shall convene at the sea god's temple tomorrow. Understood. The sea sorceress responded with utmost reverence. Although she had not encountered the grand patron for many years, on this Isle of Poseidon, he remained the preeminent authority. Only the sea god himself could transcend her dominion. Poseidon's gaze once more fell upon Hemingway, and with a smile, she remarked, should you have any needs, you may present them to Laurail. Remember, your trials of the sea god must be fulfilled. At least one must be completed each year. Otherwise, all your efforts will be rendered futile. Hemingway nodded silently. Yet a peculiar thought lingered in his mind. How was he able to attain the 9 trials of the sea god? According to the original text, the heart of the sea god was indispensable for inheriting the title of sea god. It was the pivotal element of the divine succession. Logically, without the heart of the sea god, he should lack the qualifications to inherit such a position. But why then? Was he able to obtain the 9 trials of the sea god? In truth, Hemingway had fallen into a cognitive error. Having read the original work, he subconsciously believed that the absence of the heart of the sea god precluded him from passing the 9 trials. However, he overlooked a crucial point. It is the sea god who determines the successor, not the heart of the sea god. That artifact merely serves as a tool to assess one's qualifications and facilitate the divine succession. Thus, as long as the sea god found him agreeable, he could bestow upon him the 9 trials, even in the absence of the heart. Ultimately, he would need to venture from the island to retrieve the heart of the sea god, completing the final test. As for Hemingway's innate talents, they were indisputable. With dual martial souls, particularly the mermaid princess martial soul, he was, in essence, a born sovereign of the ocean. His attributes aligned exquisitely with the requirements of the sea god position. In fact, he was even more suited for the role than Tang San from the original narrative. Therefore, upon detecting his extraordinary potential, the sea god eagerly granted him the 9 trials, fearing that this long-awaited successor might slip away after millennia of anticipation. The sea god's urgency in selecting a successor stemmed from the fact that the deities of this world were bound by their divine ranks, confined to the divine realm, and unable to descend to the mortal realm, living lives akin to prisoners. With no semblance of freedom, even a god could succumb to madness after thousands of years. To escape such constraints and attain true freedom, one must first relinquish their divine rank. Only by doing so could the sea god break free from the shackles of the divine realm and explore the uncharted expanses of the cosmos. In any case, such liberation was far preferable to being trapped in the confines of the divine realm. Thus, upon recognizing someone fit for the sea god position, the sea god promptly bestowed upon him the 9 trials, hoping for a swift succession of this burdensome legacy. In a sense, the gods of this world were rather pitiable. Their fortunes and misfortunes were entwined with their divine ranks, tightly bound without an ounce of freedom. After observing Hemingway's acknowledgement, Poseidon nodded slightly. A red glow enveloped her, and with a flash of radiance, her flawless figure vanished into the ethereal void. Once she departed, the purple pearl exhaled a long breath, her complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting her fair forehead. She trembled, acknowledging the overwhelming presence of the esteemed elder who merely stood there, making the very air feel oppressive. The instinct derived from her martial soul warned her of the elder's perilous nature. A mere glance could annihilate her, she reflected with trepidation. Hemingway remained silent, his mind perplexed as he pondered why he had been granted the 9 trials of the sea god. Despite racking his brain, he found himself ensnared in a web of confusion, unable to arrive at a definitive answer. At that moment, the voice of the sea sorceress broke the silence. She smiled at the two and said, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." A rich azure light emanated from her hand, and with a gentle wave, a wondrous scene unfolded before them. The waters on one side surged upwards, coalescing in midair until, in a mere instant, they transformed into a bridge. This bridge did not lead back to the place they had come from, but rather deeper into the forest of Sea God Island. The demeanor of the sea sorceress exuded an air of utmost respect, evidently influenced by the earlier words of sea god Douluo Poseidon. The fact that a being of such formidable power, a title Douluo, spoke to them with such deference left Purple Pearl feeling somewhat disconcerted. It was worth noting that even her father, whom she regarded as the strongest, was merely a soul Douluo. Hemingway collected his thoughts. Realizing that this was not an opportune moment for deep contemplation, he offered a courteous nod to the sea enchantress and smiled, saying, "Thank you, dear sister." He refrained from addressing her as senpai, as that felt somewhat distant. Moreover, the sea enchantress possessed an incredibly youthful appearance, which left him with a pleasant impression. She resembled a neighborly sister, prompting him to follow his instinct and refer to her as sister. Sister? The sea witch was taken aback. Although she had always referred to herself as sister, it was the first time she had ever heard someone address her as such. Strangely, she found the experience rather delightful. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl embarked upon a bridge formed by the crystallization of seawater, feeling as though their feet were firmly planted on solid ground. This remarkable feat by the sea sorceress had already been experienced by Hemingway during their previous crossing of the Sea of Seas. As they traversed the bridge and set foot on the shore, they were immediately greeted by 10 yellow-robed sea spirit masters, who respectfully positioned themselves on either side. Subsequently, the sea sorceress gestured for Hemingway to proceed ahead, while she modestly took her place behind him. Hemingway, unable to resist her charm, ultimately ceased his refusals. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, he strode confidently forward. Chapter 65, the sea sorceress Laurail. The group, led by Hemingway, advanced slowly towards the horizon. The sea sorceress walked gracefully behind Hemingway, smiling as she spoke. Esteemed guests, I extend a warm welcome to you both on your arrival at the island of Poseidon. You shall reside here for an extended period. The island is devoid of excessive regulations. Upon your arrival in the city of the Sea Maidens, you may determine when to commence your trials. However, it is imperative to complete at least one assessment each year. You are free to immerse yourselves in the challenges bestowed upon you by the Lord of the Sea. The tasks shall be revealed sequentially. Only upon the completion of one will the conditions for the next become apparent, until all tasks are fulfilled. Should you require anything, esteemed guests, do not hesitate to voice your needs, and I shall endeavor to accommodate you. One final note, aside from the central forbidden area, you are free to explore the entirety of Poseidon Island. However, please refrain from obscuring the mark upon your foreheads, for it signifies your identity. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The sea sorceress smiled and said, Mr. Hai, you are too modest. You are a distinguished guest appointed by the grand offering. Should you require anything, merely give a command. Mr. Hai? Upon hearing her so politely distant address, Hemingway furrowed his snow-white brows and said, Could you refrain from calling me Mr. Hai? In comparison, I much prefer the way you addressed me before. The way I addressed you before? Little brother? The sea sorceress recalled her identity and realized that she could no longer act impulsively as she once did. After all, her current status was markedly different from before. Then I shall call you younger brother. Ming, she declared. Contemplating this, the sea sorceress beamed at him, her previously forced demeanor, born of her status, finally reverting to her true nature. Upon witnessing this, Hemingway also broke into a smile and nodded, saying, That is certainly acceptable. The way you distanced yourself earlier left me feeling quite disheartened. Meanwhile, Purple Pearl observed the two as they exchanged affectionate titles, quickly growing familiar with one another. Watching their lively conversation ignited an inexplicable sense of unease within her. She could not shake the feeling that this older woman posed a formidable threat. Yet, at that moment, all she could do was glare at the pair with her striking violet eyes, feeling frustrated as she found it impossible to interject into their dialogue. It was truly exasperating. After approximately a quarter of an hour's journey, the group finally emerged from the forest, revealing a quaint little city. The city walls stood at a modest height of 5 meters. As they stepped out from the woods, their elevated position afforded them a clear view of the cityscape. The most striking feature of this city was a towering structure at its center, reminiscent of the sea sorceress's sacred pillar, albeit much broader. Atop this building stood a magnificent statue of the sea sorceress. Upon seeing this, the sea sorceress smiled and explained, There are a total of 7 sacred pillars and 7 cities on Sea God Island. This is the Sea Maiden City, which I protect. The building you see is the Lord's residence. Approximately 1,000 souls reside in the Sea Maiden City, all of whom are the most loyal devotees of the sea god. At that moment, Purple Pearl interjected, I have heard from my father that there are only over 3,000 sea soul masters on Sea God Island. If your Sea Maiden City has over 1,000, does that not mean the other cities have very few sea soul masters? The Sea Witch smiled gently and shook her head, saying, That is not the case. The so-called 3,000 sea soul masters refer to the 3,500 valiant warriors who protect the sea god. Each city is guarded by 500 soul masters. However, once a sea god warrior exceeds the age of 70, they may retire to enjoy a peaceful life. Additionally, children under 18 who have not yet passed their trials are not included among the sea god warriors. Thus, the actual population of each city hovers around 1,000. The number of people here is relatively small. The largest, Sea Dragon City, has already surpassed 2,000 inhabitants. Now, let us enter the city. Indeed, this is a small town, with merely the most basic 4 gates. Although referred to as gates, they resemble more the entrance to a manor. At the entrance where the crowd arrives, there are 4 sea soul masters standing guard, 2 in white and 2 in yellow. Upon the appearance of the dark-skirted sea spirit Douluo, they immediately bowed in respect, courteously welcoming everyone into the city. Though the Sea Maiden City is small, it is quite comprehensive in its offerings. The streets, not particularly wide, are impeccably clean, and the buildings lining them are modest in height, primarily constructed of wood and stone. There are not many shops, but they certainly exist. Observing these establishments within the city, it is hard to imagine that this is situated on an island. It feels as though one has returned to the mainland. The sea sorceress proclaimed, You may temporarily settle and rest in the Lord's mansion. I cannot stray from the ocean for too long. Thus I usually practice at the sacred pillar. The inhabitants here are largely self-sufficient, cultivating simple crops, and with the ocean's nourishment, they are able to survive. Therefore, the island of the sea god does not require currency. Trade is generally conducted through barter. Of course, we do have designated merchant fleets that venture out periodically, trading with nearby coastal cities to procure essential goods. Upon entering the city of sea maidens, Hemingway and his companions immediately attracted considerable attention. However, with the sea sorceress present, the local sea spirit masters dared not approach. The celestial phenomenon had already spread throughout the island of the sea god, and it had manifested particularly in the city of sea maidens. It is impossible for Hemingway and the Purple Pearl to avoid attention, especially given the conspicuous marks upon their foreheads. With just a modicum of observation, one can hear the gasps of astonishment from the residents of Mermaid City. The Lord's mansion is smaller than one might imagine. Residing there, apart from the sea maiden Douluo Laurail, are over a dozen sea spirit masters who have passed the purple level examination. They constitute the backbone of Mermaid City. The mansion is divided into 3 levels. At the insistence of the Sea Witch, a room has been vacated for Hemingway, primarily due to her inability to remain away from water for extended periods. In truth, this room has never been occupied by her. It merely exists in name as her own, having remained unoccupied all along. There are individuals who come periodically to clean and replace the furnishings, ensuring it is always in a state of readiness for occupancy. After all, as the lord of the city, it is only fitting that she possesses her own space within the mansion, even if she seldom resides there. Yet, certain provisions must be met, as it is a matter of symbolism. Although the 3rd floor is quite spacious, it lacks any room divisions. A grand living room spans over 200 square meters, while there is but a single bedroom. Consequently, the Purple Pearl has been assigned accommodation on the 2nd floor. After the Sea Witch ensured the well-being of the two, she departed, undoubtedly to convey the orders of the great patron, the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Chapter 66. The cuisine is quite delightful. Once the Sea Witch left, the entire Lord's mansion was left with just the 2 of them. Zhejian Pearl sank into the plush sofa in the 3-story hall, her body seemingly devoid of all rigidity, resembling a boneless siren languidly sprawled on the couch. With a lazy tone, she remarked, I never anticipated that things would unfold so smoothly upon our arrival here. I had thought we would have to endure some harrowing trials. Yet, it turns out the challenges were remarkably simple. Hemingway settled onto the sofa, observing her languid demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Simple? It is anything but. For anyone else, to face such a challenge would be a matter of life and death, and that is no exaggeration. Though we have successfully entered the Isle of Poseidon, this is merely the beginning. What truly matters for us is whether we can endure the real trials that lie ahead. If you believe that the divine examination can be passed lightly, you are gravely mistaken. He continued, My first trial was a passage through the light of Poseidon. Zhejian Pearl lifted her head slightly from the sofa and inquired, What about you? What was your first trial? Like yours. My first trial was also the passage through the light of Poseidon, Hemingway replied, his gaze taking on an unusual intensity. However, my trial differs from yours in that I must traverse thrice the distance of the light of Poseidon. At this, Zhejian Pearl struggled to prop herself up from the sofa, stating, My first assessment involves crossing the light of Poseidon. The directive is to reach the core forbidden zone of Poseidon Island, ascending the 133rd tier of steps leading to the forbidden area, which is deemed a successful completion of the trial. Withdrawal is permitted midway, with a time limit of 1 year. Hemingway remarked, My initial trial is to traverse the triple light of the sea god. The hint, journey to the core forbidden zone of Sea God Island, ascending the 666 steps of the forbidden area, is deemed a successful completion of the challenge. One may withdraw midway, with a time limit of 1 year. The Purple Pearl, taken aback, exclaimed, Isn't it triple? How is it that your steps amount to 5 times mine? Hemingway, with a hint of resignation, remarked, How am I to know? However, this is not the time for such discussions. If the divine has imposed a trial, there must be a reason behind it. Since our initial challenge is quite similar, let us conduct a brief analysis. Judging by the assessment prompts and the title of the trial, it appears that our first task involves traversing a peculiar defense surrounding the forbidden grounds of the island of Poseidon. It resembles the radiant barrier erected by the sea maidens today. Yet, the divine light of Poseidon's island will undoubtedly be of greater intensity. I surmise that with each level we ascend, we shall endure immense pressure. The Purple Pearl nodded slightly, silently absorbing his insights. Hemingway continued, If the light of the sea god serves as a barrier against the invasion of foes, it may exert pressure upon us as we step into its embrace. Might this pressure, then, serve to awaken our latent potential? If the answer is affirmative, then this initial trial will prove beneficial for both of us. The Purple Pearl, far from being naive, swiftly grasped his words and eagerly exclaimed, "Let us embark on this quest once we have rejuvenated ourselves." A year may seem lengthy, yet the expression of the sea maiden Douluo reveals that passing this trial is no simple feat. We must seize the moment. Hemingway nodded, poised to speak further when a purple-clad sea spirit master ascended to the third floor, informing the two that lunch was ready and inviting them to partake. The dining area was located on the first floor, where the sea maiden Douluo had already departed, leaving a message for them that any requests could be directed to the purple-clad sea spirit master present. The lunch spread was exceedingly sumptuous, far surpassing what they had experienced with the Moby Dick pirate crew. It featured lobsters exceeding 3 feet in length, emperor crabs measuring 2 feet in diameter, alongside a variety of shellfish, fish, and an assortment of vegetables and staple foods. These ingredients were not ordinary. They were all sourced from spirit beasts, notoriously difficult to capture. Though not aged, the essence of soul power contained within them, when consumed over time, proved immensely beneficial for both spirit masters and ordinary individuals alike. One could only affirm that Sea God Island truly deserved its title as the sovereign of the ocean, exhibiting lavishness that allowed such exquisite ingredients to be enjoyed as commonplace fare. Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl had a modest breakfast aboard the ship, and by now, their appetites had grown. Upon encountering such a sumptuous array of dishes, they indulged without hesitation. The marine delicacies, freshly prepared and derived from soul beasts, were enriched by years of nourishment through soul energy, rendering them exceptionally delicious and highly nutritious. The two savored their meal with great satisfaction. After relishing the lavish spread, they sat quietly in their chairs, allowing time for the food to digest. The remnants on the table would be attended to by others. "Shall we visit the sea goddess light tomorrow, or shall we go this afternoon?" Zhejian Pearl suddenly inquired. "Let us go tomorrow. There is no need to rush," Hemingway replied. Hemingway shook his head and said, "As a newcomer, it's best to rest for a day, rejuvenate your spirit, and face the challenges tomorrow in optimal condition." Upon hearing this, Zazinza silently nodded, for she had accompanied him to this place without any pressing urgency. Since he suggested tomorrow, she decided to wait for it. The following day, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl sought out a master of the purple attire, clearly conveying their intentions. The venerable Sea Soul Master, who appeared to be in his 50s, was taken aback upon hearing the esteemed guests express their desire to venture into the forbidden realm of the Sea God Island. Hemingway once stated, "Indeed, we embrace the trials bestowed upon us by the mighty god of the sea. The essence of the first trial is traversing through the light of the sea god. Thus, it is imperative that we venture into the forbidden grounds of Sea God Island. Therefore, I must trouble you once more." The purple-robed Sea Soul Master suddenly understood and promptly replied, "Very well, I shall escort you esteemed guests forthwith. Might there be any other requirements?" Hemingway shook his head, indicating a negative response. Then, under the guidance of the purple-clad Sea Spirit Master, the two departed from Seahorse City, heading straight for the outskirts. As they walked, Zhejian Pearl leaned closer to Hemingway, a hint of puzzlement in her voice as she whispered, "Isn't this a bit too easy? We are heading to a forbidden zone, yet this purple-clad Sea Spirit Master has not questioned us even once." The warm whisper tickled Hemingway's ear, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in slight discomfort. He then replied, maintaining his composure, "Easy? The ease we perceive now merely foreshadows the formidable trials that lie ahead. Did you notice how, upon learning that our first trial is the light of the sea god, the Sea Spirit Master's eyes reflected a glimmer of pity? This suggests just how terrifying the light of the sea god truly is, if I am not mistaken. The reason the Sea Spirit Master hastily agreed to escort us to the forbidden zone is twofold. Firstly, it is undoubtedly due to the mark upon our foreheads. I suspect that when the sea god bestows trials, he does not solely consider the strength and potential of the candidates, for outsiders like us. Psychological factors must also come into play. We have all received advanced trials, particularly since we have attracted the attention of the esteemed sea god Douluo. Thus, there is no reason for them to harbor any doubts about us. Secondly, given that we are to undergo our first trial in the forbidden zone of Sea God Island, it stands to reason that the defenses of this sacred place must be extraordinarily formidable, including the light of the sea god that we are to endure. Upon hearing his analysis, Zhejian Pearl's expression shifted to one of realization. In truth, these matters were not difficult to deduce. She was not lacking in intelligence. However, with Hemingway by her side, she often found herself subconsciously relying on him, essentially becoming too lazy to think for herself. Hemingway himself could not ascertain whether the violet pearl was a blessing or a curse. However, it must be said that he rather relished the sensation of being relied upon and needed by others. As the trio departed from the Mermaid City, the violet-robed Sea Soul Master addressed the two individuals. There remains a considerable distance from Mermaid City to the Forbidden Zone. Esteemed guests, shall we hasten our journey? Hemingway inquired. How far is it from here? The purple-clad Sea Spirit Master replied. The Forbidden Area lies at the very center of the Sea God Island, right in the midst of a circular sea. It is approximately 200 miles from here. Then let us hasten our journey, and I would appreciate your guidance, Hemingway stated. Although 200 miles is not excessively distant, traversing it on foot would require at least half a day. Only by advancing at full speed can we reach our destination in a short period of time. As the purple-clad Sea Spirit Master posed his inquiries, his gaze was consistently directed towards Hemingway, evidently due to the golden trident mark emblazoned upon his forehead. With Hemingway's approval, the Spirit Master promptly unleashed his martial spirit. 7 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, materialized, revealing him to be a formidable soul sage. Upon the manifestation of his martial spirit, his entire body became enveloped in a layer of fine scales, exuding a grayish sheen. Hemingway discerned that his martial spirit resembled a type of sea snake, seemingly one with potent venom. After signaling to the two, the purple-clad Sea Spirit Master suddenly accelerated. His method of movement was quite peculiar. His feet barely left the ground. Yet his speed was astonishing, akin to that of an arrow. The purple pearl, not wishing to lag behind, also released her martial spirit, and a phantom of a 9-headed serpent emerged, enveloping her form. Subsequently, the serpentine apparition coiled around her, guiding her as she weaved through the waters. In scarcely the blink of an eye, she had caught up to the purple-clad soul sage. Hemingway was enveloped by the ethereal shadow of a white tiger, and in an instant, a soft luminescence emanated from his being. Almost immediately, a pair of wings materialized from his back, their vast, snow-white feathers aglow with the radiant light surrounding him, rendering him as though an angel had descended upon the mortal realm. He surmised that these wings might have originated from the swan martial spirit of the Heavenly Dou royal family, given that his mother was a princess of the royal lineage. Although she did not inherit the swan martial spirit herself, it was undeniable that a trace of the swan's bloodline resided within him, albeit dormant. As the son of his mother, he had naturally inherited this lineage. With the aid of a martial spirit upgrade card, this bloodline was awakened and integrated into his white tiger martial spirit, granting the latter a pair of wings, enabling flight and purification capabilities. Furthermore, he sensed that the wings possessed potential beyond this, possibly amalgamating attributes from other formidable beings of different realms, suggesting that they harbored additional remarkable abilities. However, his current strength was insufficient to fully unleash the latent potential of his martial spirit. As the martial spirit manifested and unfurled its wings, behind Hemingway, a pair of snow-white wings gently fluttered, effortlessly catching up to the swiftly moving purple-robed Soul Master ahead. After a brief moment of travel, the purple-robed Sea Soul Master, fearing that his companions would struggle to keep pace, despite being esteemed guests as instructed by the Sea Maiden Douluo, they were still quite young, glanced back and gasped in astonishment. With no reservations left, he accelerated with all his might. The most profound image etched in his mind was that of a white-haired youth adorned with a golden trident insignia on his forehead, radiant with pure white light, resembling an angelic being. The beauty and sanctity of the scene were overwhelming. For an ordinary person, traversing 200 miles would likely take 2 days on foot, and even a full day on horseback. Yet, for a high-level soul master running at full speed, it was merely a matter of an hour. At this moment, as the sun began to rise, both individuals had risen early. Even after a meal and a brief rest, the hour was still quite early. As they passed through a dense forest, when the purple-robed Sea Soul Master finally halted, Hemingway and Purple Pearl were left awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before them. The beauty they beheld was beyond the capacity of words to describe. The shimmering sea, bathed in the gentle rays of the morning sun, reflected a myriad of colors. And nestled within the embrace of the waters was a small island at the center of a circular lagoon. The island rose majestically, approximately 500 meters high, and uniquely. It was enveloped in a soft, golden glow. Though the radiance was not overpowering, it was evident to both that it did not originate from the rising sun, but rather emanated from the island itself. At the pinnacle of the isle stood a structure that resembled a masterpiece carved from white jade, square in shape with a dome. From their vantage point, they could only discern the outermost layer composed of massive white stone pillars, the entire edifice shimmering with a sacred brilliance. "Is this the forbidden ground?" Purple Pearl murmured, unable to contain her awe. Women are often more easily enchanted by the beauty of the world. Hemingway gazed at the breathtaking scenery before him, captivated by its splendor. Though the original text had offered descriptions, mere words could scarcely compare to the vivid experience of witnessing the tangible beauty in person. Moreover, his previous reading had been cursory, leaving him with only a nebulous recollection of many aspects from the original work. Numerous details had faded from memory. Thus, upon encountering such a magnificent sight, he found himself utterly enraptured by the allure of the landscape. The purple-clad Sea Soul Master's eyes were filled with reverence. For this was indeed the sacred ground of our Sea God Island, the Sea God Temple dedicated to the veneration of the Sea God. The sole edifice atop Sea God Mountain. It is the true heart of Sea God Island, often referred to as the island within the island. "Behold," said the master, "before us lies the staircase leading to the island. It is here that you must undergo your trial, comprising a total of 1,001 steps. Only those guardians of Sea God Island who have passed the Sea Goddess assessment at the purple level or above are deemed worthy to ascend the steps and enter the temple for worship. Otherwise, one shall be met with the obstruction of the Sea Goddess light. If you wish to undertake the trial, you may proceed now. I shall await your return here. However, I implore you to maintain silence upon Sea God Mountain, lest you disturb the Sea God." Hemingway and the Purple Pearl followed his. And indeed, before the temple of the Sea God, a series of stone steps extended downward, under the radiant morning sun. The white stone stairs shimmered like a jade ribbon gracefully draped over the Sea God Mountain. Exchanging glances, the two shared a smile, ready to embark on their journey. When the purple-robed Sea Soul Master suddenly seemed to recall something and hastily interjected, "Esteemed guests, during the trials, should circumstances prove unfavorable, do not feel compelled to persist. As long as you swiftly retreat from the sacred mountain, no harm will befall you. The light of the Sea God is likely the only endeavor in your forthcoming trials that does not pose any real danger. Therefore, there is no need for excessive trepidation." Hemingway smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude for the guidance. "However, you need not wait for us here. We are uncertain how long this endeavor will last. And you must have other commitments, I presume?" The purple-clad Sea Soul Master hesitated momentarily but replied, "It is of no concern. You need not worry about me. In truth, being granted the opportunity by Lord Poseidon to undergo the trial of divine light is a privilege. Only the black-level assessments include this provision, without Lord Poseidon's permission. Even those of us who have passed the trials cannot enter the forbidden areas." Upon hearing these words, Hemingway refrained from further conversation. Swiftly cradling the Purple Pearl in his arms, with a powerful flap of his luminous white wings, which radiated sacred light, he soared into the sky. Enveloped in a cocoon of brilliance, heading directly towards the circular sea. The circular sea spanned approximately 200 meters in width, with gentle waves that belied its name. For it resembled more of a circular lake, albeit filled with seawater. It remained a mystery how one might access the island within. It likely required some form of specialized soul technique. As Hemingway flew across the surface of the circular sea, cradling the Purple Pearl, he suddenly noticed a soft glow emanating from his body the moment he crossed the boundary of the circular sea. The light surrounding the Purple Pearl was a vivid red, while his own aura shimmered in a delicate golden hue, identical to the radiant glow that stabilized during the final moments of the trial. Hemingway paused, instinctively recalling the plot of the original work, though the passage of time had rendered many details elusive, coupled with the hasty comprehension he had engaged in. There were only a few significant narrative points that lingered in his memory, while the less consequential aspects had faded entirely. He could vaguely remember the radiant aura enveloping the two of them, which appeared to hold great significance in traversing the circular sea, yet the specifics eluded him. However, he reasoned that it was of little consequence, as it likely wasn't anything of great importance. Otherwise, it would not have slipped his mind. Thus, with the violet pearl cradled in his arms, he fluttered his snow-white wings a mere few times and successfully navigated the 200-meter expanse of the circular sea. Reaching the opposite shore, gently placing the obedient violet pearl, who resembled a small kitten, down, he noted her slight frown of discontent, as if reproaching him for not flying a little longer. Hemingway paid no heed to her fleeting emotions, directing his gaze forward. The steps leading to the mountain of Poseidon lay mere meters ahead of them. Even now, an unsettling sense of unreality lingered in his heart. How was it possible for him to attain the trials of Poseidon? Had he, in a manner of speaking, preemptively seized the trials, thus usurping the protagonist's fate? It seemed evident that in this world, Tang San was devoid of any protagonist halo. Perhaps, since his arrival in this realm, a butterfly effect had transpired, rendering Tang San no longer the central figure of the narrative. The notion of navigating this world with effortless ease, as if guided by divine providence, had become an impossibility. In this realm, I am the protagonist. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl walked side by side, gradually making their way to the foot of Poseidon's mountain. Immediately, they were enveloped by an atmosphere of solemnity and grandeur, as if a unique energy weighed heavily upon them, instilling a profound sense of gravity in their hearts. They moved forward. Hemingway's response was but a single word. In the next moment, the two leapt forward, racing towards the staircase. Bang, bang. Yet, almost simultaneously, two muffled thuds echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that just as Hemingway and the Purple Pearl reached the steps, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, rebounding violently, and even being hurled back over 10 meters. Fortunately, their initial momentum had not been excessively forceful. Rather, it was the lack of any mental preparation that caught them off guard, resulting in their somewhat disheveled state. What on earth is happening? Once they managed to regain their balance, the Purple Pearl, wincing in pain, rubbed her forehead and discreetly nudged her bosom with her elbow to alleviate the discomfort caused by the impact. Noticing that he was oblivious to her actions, she breathed a sigh of relief and, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, "Why does it feel as if we've collided with an elastic wall?" Hemingway remained silent, oblivious to her subtle movements. He furrowed his brow, gazing at what appeared to be an empty space before him. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his right hand. Instantly, invisible water molecules in the air began to coalesce rapidly, forming a small orb of water. Ever since he had undergone the 9 trials of the sea god, and after experiencing the baptism of those mysterious energies, his mermaid spirit had undergone a remarkable transformation. Particularly, his mastery and manipulation of water had become second nature. The ability to gather moisture from the air was something he could never have achieved before. Now, it felt as instinctive as breathing. He could even manipulate water and command the sea without the need to invoke his spirit form, Bai Xing. This illustrates just how perfectly the mermaid princess Bai Xing aligns with the position of the sea god. It is no wonder that the sea god, upon detecting his potential, eagerly bestowed upon him the 9 trials. With such exceptional qualifications, there is no one more suited for the role of the sea god than he. Go. Hemingway hurled the water balloon diagonally upwards, and it shot forth like a cannonball. Instantly, a peculiar scene unfolded. A faint glimmer of golden light flickered, and the water balloon, propelled like a projectile, momentarily paused before rebounding with lightning speed, even swifter than when he had casually tossed it moments before. Hemingway casually swatted the water ball that rebounded towards him, dispersing it back into vapor. His mind was already enlightened. It appeared that from the position of the staircase, the true domain of the sea god's light began to envelop the surroundings. Although he had perused the original novel of Douluo continent, he found the author's prose rather lackluster. Thus, his reading was more of a quantum endeavor, glancing briefly and acquiring a vague understanding of the plot. When he encountered tedious chapters, he often skipped ahead entirely. Hence, he was genuinely unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding this staircase and could only deduce based on the present situation. It seemed that the sea god's light functioned as an imperious shield, capable of rebounding any physical or energy-based assaults. Moreover, it did not merely reflect indiscriminately, but specifically targeted the attacker. Otherwise, the water ball he had thrown would have rebounded diagonally upwards. Analyzing the existing conditions, he concluded that while ascending the staircase, one must refrain from employing any skills, otherwise they would immediately face backlash. Hemingway articulated his analysis. Upon hearing this, the nearby Purple Pearl could not help but exclaim, "This trial is utterly perverse. With both physical and energy attacks being reflected, how are we to ascend?" Hemingway remarked that one should ascend step by step while enduring the pressure of rebounding forces. If one's strength falters, they will be immediately repelled. Although the skills of attack may prove ineffective, he believed that defensive and enhancement abilities could still be employed. With that, he took the initiative and stepped forward, prompting the hesitant Purple Pearl to follow in his wake. The two returned to the foot of the staircase, with Hemingway being the first to ascend. He slowly raised his right leg and stepped onto the first step. As soon as his leg crossed the threshold of the stairs, He was met with a formidable resistance that forcefully impeded his progress. This challenge resembled gravity, yet it was far less daunting. Feeling this resistance, Hemingway, seasoned by the trials of gravity, did not even summon his soul power. He merely exerted his thigh muscles and firmly placed his foot on the step, thereby lifting his body onto the first level. Once he stood atop the step, an overwhelming pressure engulfed him, compressing his form as if he were pressing his fingers into a balloon, which would naturally resist his intrusion. Simultaneously, a golden mist enveloped him, and Hemingway could distinctly sense his stamina depleting rapidly. Bracing himself against the pressure, he took his second step. As anticipated, the pressure intensified upon reaching the second step, increasing by approximately 10% compared to the first. With a slight furrow in his elongated brows, Hemingway quickened his pace, advancing 8 steps in succession until he reached the 10th step. At that moment, the sensations became even more pronounced. The pressure surged like a tidal wave. Based on his own condition, he performed a rudimentary calculation of his soul power and realized that to maintain his footing on the 10th step would require the utmost effort from a level 40 soul master. It was utterly staggering, considering there were over 1,000 steps to ascend. Hemingway could not resist the urge to glance back, only to see Zhejian Pearl stepping onto the 5th step. A phantom of a 9-headed serpent materialized around her as she exerted herself to ascend the 6th step. It was evident that she had unleashed her soul power, significantly enhancing her physical capabilities in her determined pursuit of him. Turning his gaze forward once more, Hemingway pressed onward. This time, he ascended to the 30th step in one breath. He finally felt a hint of strain, yet he remained resilient. After all, the rigors of gravitational training were incomparable to this pressure. Such training engaged every cell in his body, enveloped by the weight of gravity, rendering it profoundly comprehensive and endowing him with a physique that far surpassed ordinary expectations. He inhaled deeply. Hemingway summoned his strength and advanced once more, ascending a total of 8 steps. Upon reaching the 38th step, he finally encountered the limits of his physical endurance. Beads of sweat began to appear at his pristine temples, and his stamina was depleting at an alarming rate. It was evident that he had reached the pinnacle of what his physical prowess alone could achieve. Henceforth, Hemingway would need to harness his soul power to augment his physical capabilities. Otherwise, he would be unable to progress any further. Chapter 69. The Fiery Spirit. As the soul power surged within him, he felt the oppressive weight around him suddenly lift. Glancing back, he beheld Zhejian Pearl laboring at the 20th step. Drenched in fragrant sweat, her breath coming in quick, labored gasps as she struggled to ascend to the 21st step. This stark contrast illuminated the vast disparity in their physical capabilities. Zhejian Pearl, with her martial spirit enhancing her physical attributes and her soul power alleviating the burden, had barely reached the 20th step. In contrast, Hemingway, relying solely on his physical prowess without the aid of soul power, had ascended to the 38th step. This highlighted the extraordinary nature of his physique. Observing Zhejian Pearl's unwavering resolve and her continued efforts inspired him further. Hemingway turned his head and once again launched himself towards the higher steps. The 40th step, the 45th step, the 50th step, the 56th step. Upon reaching the 59th step, he found himself unable to move once more. This time, without a moment's hesitation, he activated his martial soul. A colossal mermaid phantom flickered into existence before merging with his very being. Instantly, his previously taut body relaxed. The infusion of martial spirit significantly enhanced his physical prowess once again. He pressed onward towards the higher steps. The 60th step, the 66th step, the 72nd step, wherever he tread. Watermarks began to appear on the ground, formed from his sweat, while the golden mist enveloping him thickened noticeably. At this juncture, Hemingway's pace slowed considerably. He clenched his jaw, his muscles taut, with veins bulging beneath his fair skin. Each step became increasingly arduous, as though he were dragging a great mountain behind him in his ascent. 79 steps. 80 steps. Just as Hemingway was about to set foot on the 81st step, a thunderous sound erupted from the steps below. With great effort, he turned his head to glance back. It was revealed that the purple pearl, upon reaching the 30th step, had finally succumbed to exhaustion, her inner soul force depleted. Under immense pressure, she was propelled backwards like a cannonball. Splash! The purple pearl plunged into the circular sea, landing nearly several dozen meters from the shore, demonstrating the tremendous pressure she had endured. At that very moment, due to this distraction, Hemingway's already strained body could no longer withstand the burden. He was abruptly lifted off the ground, much like the purple pearl, propelled by the golden mist. Splash! The sound of his fall was far greater than that of the former. At this moment, Both Hemingway and the purple pearl floated in the circular sea, nearly devoid of strength to move. Fortunately, as both were sea spirit masters, even in their state of weakness, they were not at risk of drowning. However, this was not a time for rest. Hemingway gathered his spirit, commanding the surrounding waters with sheer will. The surface of the sea began to undulate, and soon, tendrils of water, as if possessed of their own volition, enveloped the two individuals and pulled them toward the shore. Upon reaching the land, Hemingway had regained a modicum of strength. Thus, he propped himself up and gradually assumed a meditative posture. Casting a glance at the still form of purple pearl, resembling a lifeless fish, he remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Did you not vow to keep pace with me? Then hasten to join me in cultivation." With that, he disregarded her and closed his eyes, entering a state of deep concentration. Pressure serves as the finest catalyst for cultivation. After 6 years on the desolate island, enduring the relentless weight upon his body, he discovered that his efficiency in practice surged remarkably after such exertion. Even though he dedicated only a fraction of his daily routine to cultivating his soul power, primarily focusing on physical training, he ascended to the 39th rank, nearing the 40th level within those brief 6 years. When he faced the formidable pressure of the sea god's light while ascending the ladder, Hemingway recognized that the immense strain it imposed was indeed the optimal catalyst for his cultivation. Engaging in practice while depleted of soul power under such tremendous pressure yielded significant benefits. Thus, he immediately entered a state of cultivation, determined not to squander a single moment. Strengthening himself had become his utmost obsession. Now liberated from that overwhelming pressure, Hemingway felt an ethereal lightness, as if he were floating. Without the oppressive force of the sea god's light, his body seemed to unfurl completely, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. This sensation bore resemblance to his gravity training. Yet in terms of physical enhancement, it was far less effective. However, the distinction lay in the fact that while the sea god's light exerted pressure on their bodies, it also subtly imparted a fraction of its power, nurturing their physical forms and enhancing their innate qualities. In this regard, the sea god's light undeniably surpassed the effects of gravity training. As Hemingway emerged from his meditative state, he felt an overwhelming surge of soul power yearning to be unleashed. An indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. The garments that had previously soaked in the sea were now dry. Although he could not ascertain how much time had passed during his recuperation, opposite him, Purple Pearl sat cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture, silently restoring her expended energy. Evidently, his prior words had resonated with her. He sensed he had broken through to the 40th level, acknowledging the abundance of soul power within. Hemingway could not resist clenching his fist in anticipation. However, he refrained from hastily seeking a soul ring, for he was currently undergoing a divine trial. Upon successfully completing the first test, he would be granted a divine soul ring. Unlike ordinary soul rings, a divine soul ring could reach the maximum limit he could currently bear. Hemingway estimated that should he accept the divine soul ring at this juncture, it would likely be around 30 to 40,000 years in age. Yet, this was far from sufficient for his ambitions. He aspired for more. He resolved to enhance his physical capabilities during this period, ensuring that once he passed the first trial and obtained the divine soul ring, he would be capable of withstanding a greater age. Hemingway rose to his feet, engaging in a brief stretch that invigorated his muscles, which, though taut, retained their elasticity. The sensation of weakness dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of strength. This feeling was not foreign to him after 6 years on a deserted island. He had experienced similar sensations each time he adapted to gravity, only to have it intensified once more. This indicated a genuine enhancement in his physical condition. It seemed that the light of the sea god indeed possessed its own unique qualities. Hemingway gazed ahead at the seemingly endless staircase, a burgeoning desire igniting a fierce determination in his eyes. The first challenge lay in the form of 666 steps, and it appeared that this place would afford him ample time for cultivation. Contemplating this, excitement radiated unabashedly from his gaze. Indeed, his journey to Poseidon Island was fortuitous. Chapter 70. Why am I not? Moments later, the violet pearl slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of crystalline light flashing, rendering her gaze as enchanting and translucent as amethyst. How do you feel? Hemingway inquired as he observed her awakening from her meditation. Well, it seems significantly better than my usual training, the violet pearl replied, her tone tinged with delight as she attuned herself to her body's condition. Moreover, I have broken through to level 40. That is entirely expected. After the evolution of your martial soul, reaching level 39 placed you on the cusp of a breakthrough. Now, under pressure, your potential has been unleashed, making your ascension to level 40 perfectly natural. Hemingway nodded and remarked, although the light of the sea god brings immense pressure, the longer one perseveres under such strain, the greater the benefits for the soul master. Under tremendous, yet non-lethal pressure, there are significant advantages to the enhancement of soul power. Your martial soul, despite having evolved into a supreme entity, is hindered by your initially inadequate foundation. However, the light of the sea god presents an opportunity for you to rectify this deficiency. Objectively speaking, the original configuration of the purple pearl's soul rings and the various aspects of the martial soul are far from subpar. At the age of 18, possessing a soul power of 38, and with an optimal soul ring configuration, she is indeed quite exceptional by ordinary standards. Regrettably, once her martial soul transformed from an ordinary sea serpent into the top-tier 9-headed serpent, the previously commendable foundation, when paired with an elite configuration, could only be deemed lacking. Fortunately, having now received the divine examination, as long as she diligently trains during the forthcoming trials, she can reclaim her foundation. As Hemingway reflected on the indistinct narrative unfolding in his mind, he articulated his analysis. The light of the sea god presents an immense pressure upon us, capable of significantly draining our spiritual energy. Under such strain, our cultivation speed may yield disproportionately favorable results, while simultaneously enhancing our physical resilience. In my view, this passage into another realm, marked by the light of the sea god as the first trial, is not intended to torment us, but rather to provide an opportunity for the augmentation of our own strength. Only by harnessing the light's assistance to elevate our capabilities throughout this year can we hope to surmount the subsequent trials. Thus, we must not only refrain from prematurely completing this challenge, but also extend the duration of our endeavor until the final day, thereby maximizing the benefits bestowed upon us by the light of the sea god. Upon concluding his thoughts, the purple pearl fell into deep contemplation, increasingly convinced of the soundness of his reasoning. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, and unbeknownst to them, the enchanting red figure reappeared, this time at the very steps leading to the sea god's temple. The sea god Douluo Poseidon descended gracefully, her noble visage radiating admiration, the applause emanating from her delicate hands, as fair as spring onions. At that moment, she gazed at Hemingway with profound appreciation. Truly remarkable. He was indeed the chosen one of the sea god's ninth test. To grasp the true mystery of the sea god's light so swiftly was no small feat, and it justified the high-level trials bestowed upon them by the sea god. Upon hearing the commendation from the strongest being on Sea God Island, Zhejian Pearl instantly recognized that Hemingway's conjecture was entirely accurate, and a flicker of reverence for him ignited within her heart. Her gaze towards him bore a hint of enchantment, as she felt unworthy of the elder's praise. Hemingway, noticing the arrival of the esteemed figure, felt a tinge of unease, yet maintained a composed exterior, stating, "The implications of the trials have been exceedingly clear. With careful contemplation, anyone could arrive at the correct conclusion." Poseidon observed his humble demeanor, and her impression of the youth grew increasingly favorable. So young, she had initially expected him to be impetuous, yet he proved unexpectedly composed. With such admirable temperament, it was no wonder the sea god had chosen him. Nodding gently, she remarked, "Only you can aid yourselves. This will be my sole hint to you. Of course, had you not already surmised, I would not affirm your guess. Each subsequent trial will be more arduous than the last. You must exert greater effort to have any hope of success. Thank you, esteemed elder. However, may I trouble you with a request?" Hemingway hesitated momentarily before addressing Poseidon. "Speak freely. As long as it does not pertain to the trials you must endure, I shall do my utmost to accommodate your request," Poseidon replied, her gaze sparkling. Hemingway remained unfazed, yet Zhejian Pearl was struck for the first time by the realization that such regal presence could indeed be a source of pressure. To her, the sea god Douluo seemed no different from the ocean itself, both equally unfathomable and profound. Hemingway remarked, "I hope you can arrange for us to have some food and water. It would be preferable to have an ample supply of water, as you can see." While speaking, he gestured towards himself and then towards the violet pearl. The attire of both individuals at that moment could only be described as pitifully ragged. The island of Poseidon enjoyed a perennial spring, starkly contrasting with the outside world. As they ascended the steps through the light of Poseidon, their garments became thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Although they possessed spare clothing, without sufficient fresh water for bathing and laundry, it would not be long before an unpleasant odor became apparent. If we had an adequate supply of food and clean water, we could remain here to continue our cultivation, ensuring that we do not squander this precious year. Poseidon gazed at the white-haired youth with some astonishment and inquired, "Do you two intend to stay here indefinitely?" Hemingway took it upon himself to advocate for the purple pearl, nodding as he remarked, Every minute and every second of this year holds immense significance for us. Esteemed elder, I kindly ask for your support. Poseidon offered a slight smile and replied, very well. I shall instruct my people to make the necessary preparations for you. Ah. And by the way, the seawater in this circular expanse is notably low in salinity and remarkably pure, making it perfectly suitable for cleansing your bodies. Hemingway was somewhat taken aback by the revelation, as it spared him considerable effort. Although he had developed the ability to conjure water from thin air, and could even extract salt from seawater to create pure freshwater, performing such tasks daily could be rather cumbersome. Thus, he preferred to conserve his energies whenever possible. At that moment, Poseidon's gaze shifted from Hemingway to the nearby Purple Pearl. My visit is primarily for her, he stated. Purple Pearl was momentarily stunned, her surprise evident as she asked, for me? A wave of unease washed over her, fearing she might have inadvertently violated some sacred taboo of the sea god's realm, warranting her expulsion. Do not fret, child, Poseidon chuckled gently. What I bring you is an opportunity. Please, take a seat. Sensing her apprehension, he offered a reassuring smile. Upon hearing this, Purple Pearl hesitated for a moment and glanced at Hemingway inquiringly. He recalled the original narrative and, suspecting what was to come, nodded in encouragement for her to comply. After she settled into a meditative posture, Poseidon slowly raised his right hand, turning his wrist to reveal a golden orb resting in his palm. This orb appeared to be sculpted from the most exquisite golden crystal, flawless and translucent. Remarkably, within this orb, a soft golden mist ebbed and flowed, reminiscent of the golden haze that enveloped Hemingway and his companions during their encounter with the sea god's divine pressure. In a flash of golden light, the orb soared upwards, hovering above Purple Pearl's head. With a deft flick of his finger, Poseidon released a gentle sound, and the orb shattered above her. Instantly, a rich golden mist cascaded down, enveloping Purple Pearl's form. At that moment, Poseidon's voice resonated. Any aspirant who has undertaken the sea god's trials and achieved a rank of black or higher upon reaching their first bottleneck is granted a singular opportunity to receive a divine soul ring. There is no need to hunt soul beasts. The divine soul ring will endow you with the skills you most require, along with the highest possible rank of soul ring you can withstand. Each individual has but one chance. Little one, focus intently. Endure the baptism of the divine soul ring with all your might to reap the greatest benefits. Divine soul ring? The simplicity of the phrase caused Hemingway's expression to momentarily falter, internally exclaiming that something was amiss. Isn't it only through trials that one can obtain a divine soul ring? Moreover, I am already at level 40. Why have I not received a divine soul ring? Could it be that due to my undertaking of the sea god's ninth trial, my path differs from others? Must I complete the trial to obtain the divine soul ring? Confounded, Hemingway could only cast a questioning glance at Poseidon, voicing his doubts. Elder, was it not said that upon reaching a bottleneck after a black level trial, one would be granted a divine soul ring? Why then do I lack one? Listening to his inquiry, Poseidon clarified, your trial is unique, thus it does not fall within this category. You must complete your trial to receive the divine soul ring. Very well, it is indeed due to the sea god's ninth trial, Hemingway conceded. Hemingway understood, though he was uncertain whether the original author, Tang San, shared his sentiments. Nonetheless, he felt an undeniable envy. He gazed at the figure of the delicate Purple Pearl, who, with her eyes closed, was fervently absorbing the divine soul ring. He pondered how many years of soul ring she might acquire this time. Would it be a millennium or perhaps a myriad of years? The golden mist, imbued with an ethereal hue, gradually enveloped the curves of her form, while circles of luminescence began to manifest around her being. Through the shimmering golden veil, Hemingway could discern the expression of anguish that played upon Purple Pearl's face. It was evident that the experience of absorbing a soul ring far beyond her level was profoundly uncomfortable. As time progressed, her slender frame began to tremble increasingly, a layer of unhealthy crimson surfacing upon her fair, smooth skin, suggesting the intensity of the torment she endured. Chapter 71, The True Abnormality. With a sudden hum, a deep azure radiance erupted from Purple Pearl, and an enormous phantom of a nine-headed serpent materialized, coiling around her. The 9 elongated serpent heads reared back and roared towards the heavens, accompanied by the silent howls of the 9-headed serpent spirit. The pain etched upon Purple Pearl's visage began to ease, indicating that the manifestation of the serpent spirit had alleviated the discomfort caused by her excessive absorption of the soul ring. Hemingway, feeling a sense of relief, observed the situation of the Purple Pearl, while Poseidon, beside him, was also captivated by the unfolding events, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. It was evident that she had discerned the extraordinary qualities of the Hydra martial soul. After a period of time, the golden radiance enveloping the purple pearl underwent a transformations, morphing into concentric circles of black halos surrounding her form. Hemingway could distinctly sense the immense soul power permeating the air around her. Each infusion of soul power induced subtle changes in the purple pearl's physique, rendering her skin increasingly fair and luminous, her figure more graceful. Clearly, this soul power was nurturing and refining her body remarkably well, even silently compensating for her innate deficiencies, enabling her foundational capabilities to match the supreme Hydra martial soul. At that moment, the anguish that once marred the purple pearl's delicate features had dissipated, her serene expression standing in stark contrast to the beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. Ultimately, the swirling black luminescence coalesced into a massive black ring, gradually contracting towards her body, while her original 3 soul rings radiated a resplendent brilliance. The final moment had arrived. A roar erupted, akin to the bellow of a dragon. As the colossal Hydra phantom encircling the purple pearl seemed to solidify, almost transforming into a tangible entity. Clad in deep blue scales, its elongated, serpentine form exuded terrifying explosive power and boundless potential. The 9 heads of the colossal serpent lifted in unison, letting out a resounding cry toward the heavens. An aura of terror and savagery, reminiscent of ancient primordial forces, surged forth in a frenzied expansion. Even Poseidon, witnessing the formidable presence of the Hydra, felt a ripple of surprise in her azure gaze, clearly taken aback by this unexpected transformation. No wonder the red level assessment had been attained. Hemingway's gaze sharpened as he discerned that the divine soul ring not only bestowed a soul ring upon Zenzu, but also seemed to harbor some unique energy. Perhaps the so-called divine power. It was precisely this extraordinary energy that enabled her to unlock the potential of the Hydra martial soul. Following a resonant, dragon-like roar, the Hydra, which appeared almost corporeal in its skyward wail, gradually settled into tranquility. It seemed to have vented its long-repressed nature, its massive form slowly becoming ethereal before ultimately transforming into a beam of blue light that returned to Zizenza's body. At that very moment, Zizenza suddenly opened her eyes. A dazzling array of vibrant, kaleidoscopic light erupted forth, rendering her eyes as beautiful as a rainbow, glistening like crystal glass, imbued with an inexplicable sanctity and nobility. 4 rings of light, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, silently materialized around her, emanating powerful waves of energy. A 10,000-year soul ring, and at least one that exceeded 15,000 years. Hemingway sensed the fluctuations emanating from her 4th black soul ring and made a judgment based on his own circumstances. Remarkable. To absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring, it seems the sea goddess discerning I was indeed accurate. Poseidon, observing the 4th black soul ring of Zizenzu, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Even at her age, her 4th soul ring was merely 1,000 years, which she later augmented through divine trials. The radiant, rainbow-like brilliance in Zizenza's eyes gradually converged, returning to her original purple hue. Subsequently, an uncontrollable excitement surged forth from her eyes as she rose to face Poseidon, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your support. There is no need for thanks. This is a reward you earned through your own strength," Poseidon replied, shaking her head, refusing to take credit. With her purpose achieved, she did not linger, turning away and stepping gracefully towards the sea goddess temple. Her footsteps seemed to tread upon clouds, her body ascending in harmony with a melodious voice that resonated from every corner. "When you complete your first trial, I shall return." In a flash of light and shadow, Poseidon's figure vanished without a trace. Zizenzu, puzzled, raised her head, staring blankly in the direction Poseidon had disappeared, murmuring, "Why did the senior leave in such haste? It feels rather strange." Meanwhile, Hemingway understood the reason for her swift departure. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed a murderous intent emanating from Poseidon. Though it was subtly directed at him, it was undeniably intensifying over time. If she lingered much longer, even Zizenza might perceive that malevolence. As for why Poseidon harbored such intent towards him, Hemingway was well aware. During the final divine trial for the sea goddess inheritance, a specific condition must be met. It required her, the high priestess of Sea God Island, to sacrifice her life to assist him, the sea goddess heir, in inheriting the sea goddess position. Naturally, anyone facing life-threatening circumstances would develop animosity towards the instigator of their peril. Such a reaction is entirely normal. Yet, Hemingway remained unperturbed, for Poseidon could not directly harm him. At most, she could create obstacles within the confines of the divine trial rules to hinder his progress. It was impossible for her to act in a way that would prevent him from completing the trial. What is the age of your soul ring? What soul skill have you obtained? Hemingway turned to Zizinzu and inquired. Speaking of this, Zizinzu became animated, eagerly exclaiming, "My fourth soul ring is actually 15,000 years old. It is astonishing, as only the fifth soul ring is supposed to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This divine-given soul ring is truly wondrous. It is not the divine-given soul ring that is extraordinary, but rather your physical prowess that allows you to absorb a soul ring of 15,000 years, Hemingway explained. The so-called optimal soul ring configuration is not an unbreakable rule, as long as your body can withstand it and your martial soul possesses a high quality. You may naturally absorb higher-aged soul rings, much like myself. As he spoke, 3 soul rings appeared around him, 2 purple and 1 black. Zizinzu's joyful demeanor suddenly stiffened, her high spirits plummeting. It dawned on her that the man before her had 2,000-year soul rings, and he had absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring for his third. Compared to this true prodigy, her fourth soul ring of merely 10,000 years seemed utterly insignificant. Chapter 72. Too much of a straight man. In fact, for soul masters to absorb soul rings, the key to acquiring higher-age soul rings lies in their physical quality and the quality of their martial soul. As long as a soul master possesses these 2 fundamental conditions, breaking free from the constraints of the optimal soul ring configuration to absorb exceedingly high-aged soul rings becomes quite simple. Ultimately, it boils down to innate talent. The so-called optimal soul ring configuration applies only to ordinary individuals. Thus, Zizinzu's ability to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring did not surprise Hemingway. After all, her martial soul had long ceased to be the original sea serpent and had been transformed into the Hydra martial soul. This unexpectedly birthed martial soul undoubtedly belonged to the realm of true top-tier martial souls. It is comparable to the Haotian hammer and angel martial souls. Your martial soul's potential has been genuinely awakened by the power of the divine-given soul ring. Your soul skills should have undergone some changes, correct? Hemingway speculated based on what he had observed earlier. Focus and sense if there are any changes in the soul skills of your first 3 soul rings. Changes? That seems unlikely, Zizinzu replied, puzzled, for generally speaking, once soul skills are acquired from soul rings, they remain fixed and do not change. Despite her skepticism, she gently closed her eyes and began to sense her 4 soul rings, attempting to communicate with them. Soon, she noticed a faint glow emanating from her 4 soul rings, as if signaling an impending activation. Moments later, when Zizinzu reopened her eyes, she was utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the prescient Hemingway, finding it hard to believe. My first 3 soul skills have indeed undergone a transformation. Good heavens, how is this possible? It is not surprising. Soul skills have never been immutable. As long as certain conditions are met, even fixed soul skills can change. Hemingway, observing her incredulous expression, recalled the descriptions from the original text and explained, after all, the formation of soul skills is fundamentally related to the soul beasts that produce the soul rings, the age of the rings, and the characteristics of the soul master's martial soul. Therefore, when these 3 aspects undergo changes, the soul skills will naturally be influenced. Logically, once your sea serpent martial soul evolved into the Hydra, your first 3 soul skills should have transformed accordingly. It was perplexing that your skills remained unchanged. Perhaps the potential of your Hydra martial soul had not been fully awakened? I sensed something was amiss when your soul skills showed no alteration at that time. Hemingway recalled how, when she absorbed the divine-given soul ring, her Hydra martial soul emanated a palpable, fearsome aura. From that moment, he felt as if the Hydra had truly awakened. Previously, the Hydra seemed to be in slumber, merely a lifeless serpent acting on instinct. However, the power of the sea god within the divine-given soul ring had genuinely roused the dormant Hydra. It could be said that Zizinzu's strength now was incomparable to her former self. Come now, unleash your soul skills upon me. Hemingway beckoned to the violet pearl with an air of intrigue, exclaiming, "Allow me to witness the transformation you have undergone." Observing his nonchalant demeanor, as if he regarded her with indifference, the violet pearl could not help but feel a surge of frustration, although she was acutely aware of her inferiority to him. His patronizing attitude towards her, akin to that of an adult addressing a child, was undeniably infuriating. "Very well, prepare to be astonished," she huffed, resolutely determined to demonstrate her worth. With a flick of her wrist, the ethereal image of 9 colossal serpents flickered around her before merging seamlessly with her being. The 4 soul rings that had previously hovered motionless around her began to rotate gracefully, reminiscent of hula hoops. The first soul ring, glowing brilliantly with a vibrant yellow hue, illuminated her presence as a captivating crimson light flashed across her enchanting violet eyes. Bewitching eyes, she declared, her voice resonating with confidence. Hemingway felt an elusive surge of spiritual power approaching him, compelling the dominant forces within him, both his formidable spirit and soul energy, to instinctively retaliate and dispel this mental intrusion. Fortunately, he recalled that this was merely an experiment of soul techniques, and thus he restrained himself, abstaining from any resistance. Once he completely relinquished his defiance, he found his vision blurred, and the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously, as though he had entered an enigmatic labyrinth. Rather than succumbing to panic, he attentively attuned himself to his condition and contemplatively remarked, "Ah, a soul technique of mental illusion. It ensnares one in a realm of illusion without a sound, far surpassing the original ability that merely rendered the mind blank for a fleeting moment. However, its flaw lies in the fact that with sufficient mental strength and unwavering willpower, one can resist or even shatter the illusion outright." Break. Hemingway's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the illusions in his eyes shattered with a resounding crash. Zhejian Pearl observed that Hemingway's momentary bewilderment lasted only a few seconds before he regained his composure, a tinge of disappointment creeping into her heart. Was the chasm between them truly so vast? Although her level surpassed his at present, had he not willingly succumbed to the illusion, she would have been ensnared within it herself. It was likely that she would have faced a backlash from her own soul skills, leaving her mentally wounded. Humph. Let us do this again. With a soft snort, Zhejian Pearl summoned her second soul skill, the yellow soul ring around her shimmering brightly. Serpent's shadow. In a swift motion, her figure flickered, and she appeared to split into numerous phantoms, all converging towards Hemingway from every direction. As these indistinguishable illusions surged toward him, Hemingway nodded and remarked, "Ah, a skill of agility. Not only does it enhance speed, but it also conjures many phantoms to bewilder the foe. However, to a soul master with keen perception, distinguishing the real from the illusion is rather evident." With that, he reached out and grasped a slender, pale wrist with lightning speed, completely disregarding the swirling phantoms around him. As the myriad illusions collided with him, they burst and vanished like fragile bubbles. When all the phantoms had dissipated, Zhejian Pearl's flustered expression, as he held her wrist, came into view. Her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she exclaimed, "How long do you intend to hold on? Release me at once." Hemingway chuckled, then released her wrist. Observing her retreating a few steps, he smiled and said, "Come on then." How infuriating it was to see her behaving like a child unaware of the game. Zhejian felt her dignity as a mature woman had been insulted. Why couldn't this man relent just a bit? After all, she was a girl. Must he take it so seriously? Was it so difficult to feign being caught in her trap? This fellow was truly the epitome of a straight man. Chapter 73. Hemingway's irritation grew. Zhejian's cheeks puffed in anger as she shot a fierce glare at the smirking white-haired youth, unleashing her third soul skill, with the third purple soul ring glowing brilliantly around her. The third soul skill, Shadow Serpent's Hand. Hiss. Hiss. Zhejian reached out, and suddenly, several vividly colored giant pythons erupted from her sleeve. Accompanied by their hissing sounds, these serpents appeared out of thin air, lunging towards Hemingway with lightning speed. Their fierce demeanor made the pythons come alive, their gaping mouths revealing venomous fangs gleaming with an eerie blue light, indicating their deadly poison. Oh. Upon witnessing this soul skill, Hemingway's interest was piqued. It bore a striking resemblance to a technique used by a villain in a certain anime from his past life, even sharing the same name. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. As Hemingway watched the pythons dart towards him, he made no attempt to evade. He simply stood his ground. "Be careful. The snakes are venomous," Zhejian urgently warned him. She attempted to retract her soul skill, but alas, the unleashed serpents could not be called back. She could only helplessly observe as the vibrant pythons, with their mouths full of venomous fangs, lunged towards her beloved. The pythons quickly coiled around Hemingway, ensnaring his limbs like ropes, restricting his movements. With their mouths agape, they viciously attempted to bite him. Crunch. To her astonishment, as they bit down, the pythons emitted a sound akin to that of a hard object shattering. It turned out their fearsome fangs had been shattered upon impact. In contrast, Hemingway, aside from a few bite marks on his clothing, had not suffered a scratch on his fair skin. Quite interesting, under unexpected circumstances. This could very well determine the outcome of their contest. Hemingway nodded, remaining calm even as the serpents entwined him. In truth, from the very beginning, he had already employed one of his 6 techniques, iron block, rendering his body as hard as iron, impervious to blades and bullets. The mere fangs of the pythons could not pierce his iron-like frame. Bang! Hemingway's body trembled as an invisible force surged forth, effortlessly severing the serpents that coiled around him. Remarkably, no blood or any other bodily fluid spilled forth. These serpents were mere manifestations of soul skills, devoid of flesh and blood. Thus, upon being shattered, they naturally reverted to energy and dissipated into the ether. Proceed. Let me witness the nature of your fourth soul skill, he stated. Having easily liberated himself from the constricting serpents, he turned to Zhejian Pearl and remarked, after all, this is a soul skill acquired from a divine soul ring. Logically, it should surpass these previous 3 skills significantly. Indeed, Zhejian Pearl responded, her demeanor brightening at the mention of her fourth soul skill. Clearly proud and eager to showcase it. Fourth soul skill, Serpent Doppelganger. In an instant, the fourth Black Thousand-Year soul ring surrounding Zhejian Pearl radiated brilliant light. Subsequently, beams of luminescence erupted around her, coalescing into various forms of large serpents. The largest of these creatures stretched over 20 meters in length, with girth akin to that of a water barrel, while the smallest resembled mere earthworms, insignificant yet cunningly deceptive. Serpent Doppelganger, as the name implies. These serpents can be considered my extensions, governed by my will. Zhejian Pearl explained, her visage paling momentarily after summoning such a multitude of serpent doppelgangers, indicating a considerable drain on her energy. This soul skill allows me to conjure serpent doppelgangers. Their form, size, and quantity depend on my own condition. Currently, summoning these dozen or so doppelgangers has completely exhausted my soul power, rendering me unable to employ any other soul skills. Are they merely extensions of your will? It cannot be that simple, Hemingway inquired with a frown, while he acknowledged the skill's merit, deeming it quite commendable for an ordinary martial soul. He felt it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Hydra, appearing somewhat rudimentary. Of course, it is not merely that simple, Zhejian Pearl replied, effortlessly retrieving a dagger from her storage soul guide. With determination, she swiftly drew it across her fair arm, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed profusely. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback. Why did she suddenly draw a knife and inflict a wound upon herself? What was the purpose of this act? Self-harm? Did it not cause her pain? However, the expression on Zizenzu's face betrayed no sign of anguish. In fact, it was soon apparent to Hemingway that the gaping wound on her arm, which had bled profusely, had miraculously vanished, simultaneously among the multitude of summoned serpent manifestations. One of the snakes dissipated with a resounding pop. Hemingway, upon reaching this point, seemed to grasp something and, with a hint of astonishment, remarked, "Could it be that these serpent avatars can share your burdens?" "Indeed," replied the purple pearl, a confident smile adorning her face. "When my body sustains injury, I can elect to transfer that damage to the serpent avatar. In other words, unless I am struck down before I have the chance to react or all of my serpent avatars are vanquished, I shall remain unharmed, regardless of the severity of the wounds I endure." Remarkable. This is an exceedingly practical soul skill. Hemingway nodded in admiration. To possess such a soul skill at the fourth soul ring can only be attributed to a divine soul ring. Should you embark on a quest to hunt soul beasts yourself, even if the time requirements are met, it would be exceedingly difficult to manifest such a rare soul skill. Observing the purple pearl's acquisition of a divine soul ring and the practical skill it bestowed, Hemingway could not help but feel a twinge of envy. While his anticipation for the divine soul ring he would receive upon completing the first trial grew ever stronger. However, he soon realized that his mermaid martial soul was indeed unique. Regardless of the type of soul ring attached, it would not give rise to any soul skills. It would merely enhance his own abilities and amplify the power of the tricolor overbearing aura. Although this path is purely attribute-based, its destructive potential is destined to surpass that of an ordinary soul master, which is why he could defeat a soul sage as a soul master. Yet, the flaws were apparent. His flexibility and adaptability could not compete with those soul masters who wielded a plethora of peculiar soul skills. Indeed, how enviable it all seemed. Hemingway candidly acknowledged his envy, recognizing that although the mermaid princess's martial soul was indeed formidable, one of the most exceptional types, it nevertheless exhibited a certain monotony in its soul skills. The pursuit of ultimate power often results in an overwhelming singularity, suggesting that with every gain, there is inevitably a corresponding loss. Hemingway let out a sigh, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Wait a moment. Although an additional soul ring does not possess soul skills, does that mean I cannot create my own soul skills? Furthermore, if one were to argue, the 6 styles of the Navy could indeed be classified as a form of self-created soul skill. Is it truly the case that the mermaid spirit, aside from summoning sea soul beasts, holds no other value? I think not. Perhaps I can endeavor to develop alternative techniques based on the inherent characteristics of the mermaid spirit. For instance, the innate water manipulation ability of the mermaid spirit possesses significant potential for development. All this time, my exploration of this spirit has been rather superficial. Hemingway suddenly realized that perhaps he had underestimated the mermaid's martial spirit all along, failing to unlock the boundless potential inherent within it. Chapter 74. A Year of Hardship. In the following period of time, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl did not opt to relentlessly assault the light of the sea god each day, seeking to ascend to loftier heights. Instead, they chose to patiently harness the light of the sea god for their cultivation, rather than hastily climbing to greater tiers. Hemingway discovered that cultivating within the light of the sea god allowed him to endure external pressures at all times. As a result, the flow of his soul power operated at a velocity surpassing his usual self-induced pace. This pressure undoubtedly served as an excellent catalyst, if harnessed wisely. It could significantly accelerate the speed of their soul power cultivation. Thus, upon making this realization, Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl commenced their daily meditations within the light of the sea god, starting from the first tier. Once the pressure of the first tier was no longer sufficient for their cultivation needs, they progressed to the second and third tiers, striving towards higher levels. A month later, under the pressure of the light of the sea god, Zhejian Pearl ascended to level 42, while Hemingway remained at level 40. However, he was not anxious. Despite lacking a soul ring and being unable to surpass level 40, the cultivation of soul power was cumulative and not wasted. When he finally acquired a soul ring, the accumulated soul power would erupt in a single surge, potentially allowing him to ascend 4 or 5 levels, or even higher. Furthermore, the light of the sea god not only accelerated the cultivation speed, but also contributed to physical enhancement, fortifying his physique while expediting the cultivation of soul power. Such a remarkable environment was rare to find. Now, he needed only to devote himself to rigorous training within the light of the sea god for the duration of a year, honing his physical form and solidifying his foundation of soul power. When the time came to obtain the divine soul ring after a year, the potential longevity of the soul rings he could absorb would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. Possessing a soul ring of considerable longevity would undeniably amplify his strength and foundational abilities across the board. In the grand scheme, enduring this year would prove to be the most prudent choice. Consequently, Hemingway observed as Zhejian Pearl's soul power soared, level 43, 44, 45, until a year later. When Zhejian Pearl reached level 48, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, at the foot of the sea god mountain. A boy with white hair and blue eyes stood shoulder to shoulder with a girl possessing purple hair and purple eyes, both gazing quietly at the staircase leading to the sea god temple, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Today marked the final day of the first challenge in their trial by the sea god. In truth, over 2 months prior, they could have attempted the first challenge. But due to the rarity of this cultivation sanctum, they had reluctantly postponed their decision until the deadline approached, ultimately deciding to face the challenge and embrace the next trial. A year had passed, and both Hemingway and Purple Pearl had undergone significant transformations. The boy had grown more handsome and masculine, while the girl had become fairer and more enchanting. In terms of appearance, they had undoubtedly ascended to a higher echelon compared to a year ago. The adage that one's spirit reflects in their countenance was evident, showcasing the immense benefits they had reaped from a year of cultivation under the sea god's illumination. The two were under considerable pressure, having diligently trained until now, resulting in remarkable advancements in their physical strength, soul power, and perseverance. Shall you go first? Hemingway turned to Purple Pearl with a smile. Or shall I? I'll go. Purple Pearl replied with a smile, stepping forward onto the familiar steps. A wave of pressure, trivial in comparison to her current capabilities, washed over her, yet she did not falter, ascending effortlessly step by step. Before long, she reached the first 50 steps with hardly any exertion, having acclimated her body to these levels throughout the year, able to cultivate here for an entire day. The pressure of these steps no longer posed an obstacle. However, upon surpassing the 50th step, her pace noticeably slowed. Her body tensed, and each step became less effortless. After climbing an additional 20 steps, she could no longer endure, and her soul power surged within her, enhancing her physical capabilities, allowing her to move more nimbly onwards. Purple Pearl understood that her true test had only just begun. The next 10 steps, from 70 to 80, did not hinder her either. The amplification of her soul power was sufficient to withstand the pressure. Yet, as she reached the 81st step, her progress abruptly halted. Here, climbing became significantly more arduous. Each step forward caused her body to sway slightly. Nevertheless, her strides remained steady until the 90th step, where an overwhelming pressure, coupled with the ethereal light surrounding her, caused her to sweat profusely. The simple amplification of her soul power had brought her to her limits. Watching from below, Hemingway's expression turned grave. He was confident she would succeed, yet witnessing her struggle filled him with concern, fearing unforeseen circumstances. On the staircase, after the 90th step, Purple Pearl's ascent was no longer as graceful. She moved slowly but resolutely, her breath becoming labored, beads of sweat trickling down her fair forehead. With each step, 92, 93, 94, her pace continued to diminish. Finally, upon reaching the 99th step, just before the 100th, she felt she had reached her limit. A brilliant light ignited in her beautiful eyes. A phantom of a nine-headed serpent, reminiscent of a fierce beast, materialized and swiftly merged with her, imbuing her with boundless strength. Her previously sluggish pace transformed into a light and effortless leap to the 100th step. At the foot of the mountain, upon witnessing her summon her martial spirit, Hemingway's demeanor grew even more serious, for he knew the critical moment had arrived. After reaching the 100th step, the pressure would escalate dramatically. Though only 33 steps remained, those 33 would prove more challenging than the preceding 100 combined. Observing the graceful figure above as she struggled onward, Hemingway silently counted the steps in his heart. 101, 102, 103, 112, 113, 120, 126, 130. Upon reaching the 131st step, Purple Pearl paused once more, this time for a longer duration than before. Breathing heavily, her figure rose and fell, her thin garments soaked with sweat. Yet no one was present to appreciate this beautiful sight. After resting for a while and regaining sufficient strength, Purple Pearl bit her lip. Her soul power circulating throughout her body, vibrant colors radiating from her eyes. A deep blue light began to emanate from her, signaling that she had fully unleashed the power of her martial spirit. With renewed determination, Purple Pearl ascended to the 131st step. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure akin to a landslide engulfed her, nearly causing her to lose her footing. However, with the support of her martial spirit, she managed to stabilize her wavering body. Defying the immense pressure, she resolutely took a second step, 132. The sound of her bones creaking under the strain echoed painfully. Purple Pearl struggled to breathe, her skin beading with blood, illustrating the tremendous weight she bore. But victory was within reach. She could not abandon her efforts now. Move, body. Her beautiful eyes shone with radiant colors, the echoes of a serpentine roar resonating in her ears. A surge of power seemed to infuse her from the ether. Despite her body being numb, she tremulously took the final step, 133. With a silent roar as she finally crossed the last step, the pressure that had enveloped her surged away like a receding tide, leaving her feeling as though she might soar into the sky. The golden mist obscuring her vision dissipated like melting ice and snow, replaced by an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Simultaneously, she heard a delicate chime in her ears. A red seven-pointed star pattern on her forehead released a crimson energy, coalescing before her into a red square light curtain. In the next moment, with another soft chime, the red light curtain shattered, transforming into countless specks of red that reintegrated into her brow, imparting an enlightening sensation. She felt her rapidly depleting soul power surge with renewed vigor from within. A unique voice resonated in the depths of her mind. Red level 7 trial, first trial, transcend. See Goddess light, passed. Soul power increased by 1 level. From 48 to 49, Purple Pearl ascended directly to the 49th level. With just one more level to reach, she would obtain her 5th soul ring. Remarkably, she was only 19 years old, having achieved an impressive leap of 8 or 9 levels within a year, clearly indicating the remarkable benefits of the sea goddess light in cultivation. Of course, her rapid progression was also significantly attributed to the prowess of her nine-headed serpent martial spirit, which played an indispensable role. Had it not been for this extraordinary martial soul that significantly enhanced her innate quality, even with the light of the sea god, it would have been utterly impossible for her to ascend 8 or 9 levels of soul power within a year. Lacking the requisite talent, she was destined to struggle under the pressure of the sea god's light, and conversely, the ability to elevate oneself through such pressure is contingent upon one's innate aptitude. Not everyone can harness pressure for advancement, for otherwise, could not anyone achieve divinity? If one's talent is insufficient, no amount of effort can lead to success. Had the Purple Pearl possessed merely the unremarkable sea serpent martial soul, than over the course of a year. It would have been a Herculean feat to reach even the 50th level, let alone transcend to the 130th level. The impact of innate talent on an individual is profoundly significant. It can be said to determine the course of one's life. In this world, many achievements cannot be realized through sheer perseverance alone. To attain success, mere determination is insufficient. Talent and fortune are indispensable elements. In fact, in certain respects, these two attributes may even outweigh perseverance in their importance. Now witnessing the purple pearl finally ascend to the 130th level, she sits in meditation upon the steps, stabilizing the sudden surge of soul power within her. Hemingway could not help but feel a twinge of envy. A divinely bestowed soul ring, he had waited an entire year for this moment. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Hemingway took a deep breath and then began to ascend the steps, his pace unwavering as he traversed the first, second, and third levels without the slightest pause. For one who could cultivate for an entire day on the 300 steps, the initial 300 posed no challenge whatsoever. He climbed steadily, soon reaching the 133rd step, where he noticed the purple pearl still in meditation. Choosing not to disturb her, he continued his ascent. He passed the 156th, 188th, 200th, 268th, and 299th steps, ultimately arriving at the 300th step. Hemingway effortlessly ascended the 300 steps, his demeanor relaxed and graceful, a stark contrast to the almost breathless state of Zhejian Pearl, who struggled with just over 100 steps. As previously mentioned, although the mermaid soul had lost its capricious and varied soul abilities, it compensated with a terrifying enhancement to his physical attributes and overall capabilities. Each additional soul ring, while not granting new soul skills, provided a permanent augmentation to his attributes and physical prowess. It can be said that he was a naturally gifted pure attribute soul master, whose qualities far surpassed those of his peers. The sacrifice of diverse soul skills resulted in a singular yet potent enhancement, enabling him to triumph over the strong despite his weaknesses and to challenge opponents beyond his level. If he were to lose to Zhejian Pearl under such circumstances, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. After overcoming the 300 steps, Hemingway finally felt a hint of pressure. However, it was insufficient to slow his pace even slightly. At most, what once required a modest effort now demanded 2 or even 3 times the exertion. For the moment, he could still endure. The 400 steps awaited. Hemingway finally felt an immense pressure, yet he still refrained from utilizing his soul power. Relying solely on the strength of his physical form to persevere through the arduous 500 steps, the sheer burden on his corporeal body had reached its limits. And compelled by necessity, he began to harness his soul power to enhance and augment his physique. As the soul energy coursed through his entire being, all the pressure dissipated completely. He continued his ascent. The higher he climbed, the more formidable the pressure became. Upon reaching the 600th step, even with the augmentation of his physical attributes through soul power, he found himself unable to withstand it any longer. Each 100 steps represented a significant hurdle, with the pressure exceeding previous levels manifold. Thus, confronted with the final 66 steps, Hemingway resolutely summoned the manifestation of his martial soul. A colossal illusion of a beautiful mermaid materialized, merging into his being. Instantly, it felt as though boundless strength surged through every part of him. The pressure diminished drastically. Hemingway understood that the final 66 steps posed the greatest challenge for him, far exceeding the preceding 600. However, after enduring a year of hardship, he felt no fear. He took a step forward, crossing the 601st step. Boom. The new work will be available on the 1st of next month. In the coming days, I shall endeavor to accumulate more drafts, hoping to achieve a remarkable number of updates on that day. I will rely on the support of my esteemed readers, as a new book cannot thrive without your backing. The initial subscriptions hold immense significance for any book, and I express my heartfelt gratitude in advance. Chapter 76, The Heart of Poseidon, a combined chapter. Boom. As his foot landed on the 601st step, Hemingway felt as if a great mountain had suddenly descended upon him. His expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that the pressure after the 600 steps would far exceed his expectations. In hindsight, he realized he had underestimated this ascent. Completing the first trial was far from the simplicity he had envisioned. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to confront the challenge ahead. Hemingway, under immense pressure, took a second step, only to feel as though yet another mountain had descended upon him. His body shuddered, and he nearly lost his footing. How infuriating! How could I falter here? Trembling all over, Hemingway gritted his teeth and bore the ever-increasing weight, a surge of determination swelling within his chest. Blood vessels gradually surfaced in his azure eyes. Resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike. Bearing the weight of the world, he took another step upwards. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. The pressure intensified with every advance. His skin tightened, grotesque veins protruding, his bones creaking, and droplets of blood began to seep from his pores, indicating that his body was nearing its breaking point. 36 steps, 37 steps, 38 steps. With each step he ascended, his body became drenched in blood, transforming him into a figure of crimson. Yet he paid it no heed. Allowing the pressure to envelop him, his focus unwaveringly fixed ahead. 42 steps, 43 steps, 50 steps. Suddenly, his engorged skin burst, tiny fissures erupting like a fountain, gushing forth brilliant red blood. Just as it seemed he would succumb to his own blood, a dazzling golden light surged forth, enveloping him entirely, rendering him as if he were a golden deity. With the enhancement of the armed color, Hemingway felt the weight lessen, yet he continued his ascent, resolute and unwavering, even as his soul power was rapidly consumed to maintain the armed state. 53 steps, 54 steps, 60 steps. Only 6 steps remained, yet to him they loomed like an insurmountable chasm, blocking the path ahead. Hemingway suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and a surge of dark crimson ripples erupted forth. Radiating from his diminutive form, the waves expanded in all directions, instantly enveloping the entirety of Poseidon Island. The ground trembled violently as the island itself seemed to resonate with his power. Those of lesser strength immediately succumbed, rolling their eyes and falling into unconsciousness, while even the more formidable individuals found themselves gasping for breath, dizzy and weak, stripped of their capacity to resist. The symphony of chirping insects, singing birds, and crashing waves faded into silence. In that fleeting moment, Poseidon Island transformed into an eerie stillness, shrouded in an oppressive quiet. Within the temple of the sea god, Posey was often secretly observing the two men. When the ominous crimson ripple surged forth, she was struck with a profound terror. Her countenance paling as an overwhelming celestial majesty enveloped her, reminiscent of the sea god himself in attendance. In a moment of dazed reverie, a towering figure seemed to materialize before her. He sat upon a throne, surveying all of existence with an indescribable aura of reverence and innate nobility. In that instant, Posey's mind was wholly consumed by this figure, as if the emptiness she had harbored for years was filled, while the other shadow that had long taken residence in her heart began to fade, becoming a mere indistinct silhouette, as if it might vanish at any moment. After what felt like an eternity, when she finally emerged from her near-blank state of mind, she disregarded everything else. With a graceful turn of her enchanting form, she flew forth, arriving outside the sea god's temple. On the lengthy staircase below, a figure radiating an unparalleled presence caught her eye. Though bloodied and in a disheveled state, his sea blue eyes shone with a calmness that belied the chaos around him. As if sensing Posey's arrival, he slightly lifted his head, and their gazes met, his blood-streaked, profound eyes colliding with her oceanic, exquisite ones. In that moment of eye contact, Posey's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn. A sensation of unprecedented shyness and exhilaration flooded her chest. This feeling was foreign to her, even in her past encounters with Tang San, which were more akin to mere admiration for an exceptional man than anything profound. It was hardly a matter of love that could drive one to madness. That would be an exaggeration. Having lived on Sea God Island since childhood, Posey ascended to the position of High Priestess after completing the Sea God's supreme tests. In a mere few decades, she reached the pinnacle of soul power at level 99, almost akin to a demigod. Meanwhile, on the mainland, 2 other unparalleled Douluos emerged, Dauluo, known as the Invincible in the sky, and Tang San, hailed as the Invincible on the ground. They came to Sea God Island initially seeking trouble, but upon encountering Posey's astonishing beauty, they were utterly captivated. Thus began their fervent pursuit of her affections. However, Posey harbored no favorable impressions of these unwelcome suitors, prompting her to ask them to leave Sea God Island. Yet, as the 2 remaining paragons of the Douluo realm, they were not easily deterred. When words failed to dissuade them, a conflict ensued among the 3 most formidable Douluos of the age. Ultimately, Posey, leveraging her advantage in the ocean, managed to narrowly defeat both men, albeit sustaining significant injuries in the process. Following their defeat, Dauluo and Tang San showed no intention of departing. Instead, they stubbornly lingered on Sea God Island. Given their power, even Posey recognized that engaging in a life-and-death struggle would yield no favorable outcome for her. Reluctantly, she allowed them to remain on the island. During this time, Dauluo and Tang San shifted their approach, employing various methods to court Posey, ultimately stirring feelings within her sheltered heart. Among the two, her affections gravitated towards the more exceptional Tang San, despite Posey being several decades old. Her time spent in isolation on Sea God Island rendered her psychological age akin to that of a youthful maiden. Conversely, Tang San, seasoned by decades of experience and even a grandchild, was an entirely different league. Furthermore, as the most powerful Douluo of his time, Tang San held a lofty status, which only amplified Posey's sense of loneliness and her yearning for romantic affection. Yet, in her capacity as the High Priestess of Sea God Island, she felt that no one was worthy of her. Bound by her status, no man dared to express his feelings towards her. Thus, despite her age, she had never received a confession of love. As fate would have it, Tang San, one of the 3 legendary Douluos, arrived at Sea God Island. In terms of status and strength, he was indeed worthy of her. Thus, with hope for love blossoming in her heart, Posey found it hard to resist his advances. However, she was also aware of Dauluo's pursuit, complicating matters. Posey, still possessing a youthful innocence and modesty, hesitated to openly declare her affections. Having held the position of High Priestess for so long, she found it difficult to express herself candidly like a young girl. Consequently, she opted for a more subtle approach to convey her eventual choice to both men. Posey proclaimed that whoever could reach the 100th level would win her heart. However, this statement was a clear rejection of Douluo, as he, like her, relied on divine blessings to attain the peak of Douluo, rendering the possibility of becoming a god unattainable. Among the 3 legendary Douluos, only Tang San, who had cultivated his powers without reliance on divine heritage, possessed the potential to ascend to the 100th level. Thus, unbeknownst to Posey, Tang San misinterpreted her subtle dismissal as a genuine challenge, turning away with a declaration that he would not return without achieving godhood. Posey was left in a state of bemusement. Yet her modesty in the presence of Douluo compelled her to watch him depart from Sea God Island. From that moment forth, she awaited Tang San's return as a deity, a wait that stretched over several decades. Decades passed, and even the deepest feelings may wane with the passage of time. Moreover, Posey's affection for Tang San was not of the unwavering, eternal kind. Their time together had been merely a few fleeting months, devoid of any significant shared experiences. With Douluo as an ever-present third wheel, they had not even held hands, and their mutual attraction was limited to a few flirtatious exchanges. It was unrealistic to expect that such brief encounters could ignite a flame of everlasting love. Posey's feelings for Tang San, in truth, were more a compromise born out of a lack of better options, as reality left her with only 2 worthy suitors, Tang San and Douluo. She had simply chosen the better of 2. Had Tang San understood her true intentions at the time, accepted her feelings, and stayed on Sea God Island, their relationship might have blossomed into genuine love. However, his departure for decades, coupled with the absence of a definitive commitment, caused even the most fervent emotions to cool with the passage of time. Now, what remained of Posey's feelings for Tang San was merely an empty shell, devoid of substance. It was no wonder that when the formidable presence of the imposing figure emerged, he effortlessly etched his mark upon her heart. Nevertheless, it would be unfair to label Posey as capricious. Her relationship with Tang San had merely been one of mutual attraction, lacking any formal declaration. In theory, Posey is indeed free, possessing the right to love others. Had Posey and Tang San already established their relationship, it would be utterly impossible for Hemingway to leave a lasting impression on her heart. Once a relationship is formally established, it serves as a bond that, even across great distances, ensures that their feelings will not wane with the passage of time. On the contrary, these emotions would only deepen, ultimately evolving into a profound love through the alchemy of time. It can only be said that Posey and Tang San are fated to be connected yet remain apart. Any affection that can be easily erased is certainly not true love. Hemingway was utterly unaware that he had merely unleashed his conqueror's haki, showcasing his masculine vigor, thus leaving an indelible impression on Poseidon. This magnificent sea god, possessing unparalleled grace, began to harbor a unique sentiment towards him. By now, he had successfully ascended to the 666th step, having resisted the pressure emanating from the divine light of the sea god through the release of his conqueror's haki. At this moment, the overwhelming pressure that had once surged towards him receded like the tide after he stepped onto this level. In its place was an ethereal sense of ease. Suddenly, he felt a complex gaze directed at him. Raising his head, he met the gaze of a pair of eyes as beautiful as the ocean, stirring an inexplicable restlessness within his heart. For within those enchanting eyes, he seemed to perceive something extraordinary, a resemblance to the gaze of the purple pearl that had once looked upon him. Could it be that his charm had grown so formidable that even this centenarian sea god was moved? How could that possibly be? It must be an illusion. Hemingway withdrew his gaze, shaking his head inwardly. He admonished himself sternly. Oh, Hemingway, have you forgotten the three great illusions of life? Do you truly believe you are the protagonist? Even if you were the main character, do you think a woman would inevitably fall in love with you? What does your handsome appearance matter? Do you assume all women are so shallow as to be merely enamored by looks? Cease your daydreams. The pressing concern now is to diligently enhance your strength, for vengeance is the rightful path. After this internal discourse, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears, transcendence, triple. Divine light of the sea god, trial passed. With unwavering will and soaring spirit, you have astonishingly succeeded. Upon the conclusion of the first trial, the affinity with the sea god increased by 5%, bringing the total to 5%. Following this proclamation, an enigmatic golden light flickered at the center of Hemingway's brow. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, nearly eliciting a groan from his lips. This sensation, while not exquisite, infused him with newfound strength. As if awakening every function within him, the body, once battered and oppressed by the divine light of the sea god, began to heal rapidly. The pain that had rendered him numb was restored to awareness, and everything around him came into sharp focus. The golden radiance enveloping Hemingway persisted for a full half-hour. When the sky reverted to darkness, all his wounds had vanished, and even his soul energy had been restored to its zenith. The luminous trident emblazoned on his forehead gradually faded, reverting to its brand-like form. Chapter 77. The Significance of Foundations. Congratulations on completing the first trial. Poseidon approached Hemingway with measured steps, her flawless visage adorned with a subtle smile, reminiscent of the solemn and sacred high priestess of the sea god island. However, in her gaze directed at him, there lingered an imperceptible shift. Save for herself, no one discerned the internal turmoil she experienced at that moment. Yet, more arduous trials lay ahead. In addition to an increase in affinity, the Lord of the Sea graciously bestowed upon you a divine soul ring. Upon your absorption of this soul ring, the second trial will commence, with a time limit of 1 year. As she spoke, Poseidon raised a delicate hand and cast forth a golden orb, which descended directly onto the trident upon his brow. With a crack, the golden orb shattered, releasing a dense golden mist that enveloped Hemingway, obscuring his form entirely. Only the trident imprint on his forehead continued to radiate with brilliance, remaining strikingly evident. As the golden orb disintegrated, Hemingway immediately settled into a meditative position, steadying his mind to embrace the challenge posed by this divine soul ring in his optimal state. Having previously contemplated his objectives during the last trial with the purple pearl, he resolved to diligently enhance himself over the course of the year, solidifying his foundations in order to attain a soul ring of exceedingly high age. Though acquiring a soul ring would not yield new soul skills, it would significantly augment his innate qualities. The greater the age of the soul ring, the more substantial the enhancement. This would fortify his inherent capabilities. Being stuck at level 40 for an entire year is undeniably disadvantageous for ordinary soul masters, given their limited talents. Youth is particularly crucial, the younger one is, the more easily they can achieve breakthroughs. Conversely, as age increases, talents inevitably decline. Thus, for these ordinary soul masters, each time they reach a level where they can acquire a soul ring, they are eager to absorb it and upgrade. Hardly anyone considers waiting, sacrificing time to reinforce their foundations, for they cannot afford to delay or expend such resources. Yet for Hemingway, this was of little consequence. His talent aside, he was merely 13 years old and had already reached level 40. Others, even the original protagonist Tang San, at his age barely managed to break through to level 30. Earning a reputation for his extraordinary gifts, it is evident that his cultivation speed far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Therefore, Hemingway was never anxious about cultivating his soul power. He had the luxury of time. Moreover, had he chosen to abandon physical training and solidifying his foundations in favor of merely pursuing breakthroughs in soul power levels during his early years on the deserted island, he could have easily achieved the status of a soul sage by now. This is not an exaggeration. His talent, bolstered by the soul upgrade card, was indeed remarkable. However, such a singular focus on elevating soul power would render his foundational skills exceedingly fragile, to speak of challenging opponents above his rank. Like defeating a soul sage as a newly emerged soul master, would likely result in combat prowess inferior even to that of an ordinary talented soul master. Such a superficial attainment of soul power is not what he desired. Furthermore, an excessive pursuit of soul power at the expense of foundational skills leads not only to diminished combat effectiveness but also signifies that rapid advancements in soul power lacking sufficient time for consolidation, result in an unsteady foundation. The higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to surpass greater levels. It is akin to attempting to construct a 100-story building without a solid foundation. It may collapse before reaching even halfway. This underscores the importance of a solid foundation, determining the heights of one's eventual achievements. Under the trial of the sea god's light over the past year, Hemingway sensed that his foundational soul power was more robust than ever before. His bodily potential and various qualities had significantly improved. Indeed, he had reaped abundant rewards, with combat prowess only increasing. At this moment, he was poised to reap the fruits of his year-long efforts. How many years of soul ring could he acquire through this divine soul ring? Within the golden mist emanating from the divine soul ring, he discerned faint golden threads beginning to encircle his body, pressing against him relentlessly. If it were others, they might not feel much. But the once-tested Purple Pearl was astounded to realize that Hemingway's starting point for the divine soul ring trial was, in fact, her own endpoint when she acquired her fourth soul ring. At that time, she had exerted herself to the utmost, only to witness the emergence of such golden threads. Ultimately, she had obtained a soul ring equivalent to that of a 15,000-year soul beast. If Hemingway's starting point was here, what then was his endpoint? Enveloped in golden mist, Hemingway's expression remained calm. As the golden threads manifested, he instinctively unleashed his armed color haki. A layer of golden light enveloped him, transforming him into a golden figure in an instant. This action was undoubtedly purposeful. The armed color would enhance all aspects of his physical attributes. By releasing his full power from the outset, he would not need to gradually unleash it under the pressure of the divine soul ring, which would otherwise lead to greater soul power consumption and increased physical strain during the trial's early stages. By unleashing his complete capabilities from the start, the trial's starting point would be elevated, allowing him to confront the challenge from a higher vantage point, inevitably shortening the overall duration of the trial. The time spent enduring pain would likewise diminish. Indeed, once he enveloped himself in armed color, the golden mist surrounding him underwent a transformation. Previously, nearly 1/10 of the golden light had morphed into threads. Now, the mist vanished entirely, replaced by swirling circles of golden threads, weaving around his form in a continuous dance. Accompanying the movement of these golden threads, subtle fluctuations appeared on Hemingway's face, indicating that the process of absorbing the soul ring was far from comfortable. On the contrary, it was excruciating, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After all, such tribulations are the necessary price of becoming stronger. With the support of the armed color enveloping him, Hemingway resisted layer upon layer of pressure emanating from the divine soul ring, relying on his physical prowess. Time passed, minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. A fine layer of sweat adorned Hemingway's forehead, astonishing the nearby Jinjin, for these beads of perspiration appeared to be golden. It was unclear whether they were merely illuminated by golden light or if they were truly droplets of gold. At that moment, the golden energy surrounding Hemingway began to transform. Strands of golden threads coalesced into concentric rings of golden halos, each consisting of 9. These halos initially expanded around Hemingway's body before retracting and striking him with tremendous force. In a perpetual cycle, with each impact of the golden halos against Hemingway's form, his golden body trembled, and beads of sweat multiplied upon his brow. Chapter 78. The Soul Merges with the World. As time progressed, vivid crimson droplets began to seep from beneath Hemingway's golden skin. Unlike the earlier fine beads of blood, this fresh blood flowed incessantly from within him, staining his garments and the ground beneath him a deep red. Blood even coursed from his 7 orifices. Hemingway's body swayed violently, on the verge of toppling at any moment. Yet, his resolve remained unyielding. As long as his faith persisted, the divine trial of the soul ring would not cease. Poseidon, with her brow furrowed, raised her hand at least 3 times, only to lower it again each time. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, the most loyal and formidable servant of the sea god, she had not experienced such hesitation in over 50 years. As the guide of this divine soul ring, she was acutely aware of Hemingway's precarious physical condition, deeply sensing the fragility of his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Each time she felt he could endure no more and wished to intervene, she discovered that the unparalleled tenacity of the youth seemed to emanate a unique power, compelling his body to persist. Thus, he faced yet another moment of imminent collapse, only to endure once more. Even Poseidon, a pinnacle among soul masters, now found it incomprehensible what force sustained the white-haired boy before her. Indeed, he was among those chosen by the sea god. Only those personally selected by the sea god could possess such unwavering fortitude. Poseidon mused that not even her own resilience matched Hemingway's, despite her years. Tenacity and perseverance are the greatest secrets to success. Finally, when Poseidon could no longer restrain herself and prepared to halt the Divine Soul Ring's trial for the fourth time, a sudden eruption of blood burst forth from Hemingway sat cross-legged, utterly still, as if he had been transformed into an ancient fossil. At that moment, the golden aura that enveloped him had dissipated, leaving him drenched in crimson, resembling a blood-red statue. The entire sea god mountain had returned to tranquility. Time passed quietly. In this position, Hemingway remained motionless for a full 365 days. During this period, he did not stir. And the vibrant red blood on his body had turned a deep purple-black, forming a hardened crust upon his skin. Were it not for the faint yet steady rhythm of his heartbeat, one might have presumed him a mere statue, as suggested by Poseidon's parting words. 365 days, an entire year without movement. Finally, on this day, the sound of shattering broke the silence, awakening the nearby Zhejian Pearl from her meditation. Cracks began to appear in the hardened crust on Hemingway's body, the source of the shattering sound. A graceful figure soared into the air at that moment. Zhejian Pearl could no longer focus on her training. After a year of agonizing waiting, the person she had been longing for finally stirred. The cracks multiplied, and gradually, the purple-black crust began to flake away, revealing skin beneath that appeared as delicate and smooth as jade. To Zhejian Pearl's astonishment, even Hemingway's hair shed along with the crust, as it had become congealed with it. A soft hum escaped his lips, and the closed eyes of Hemingway gradually illuminated with golden light, the brilliance becoming increasingly pronounced. This dazzling radiance spread outward, as if each golden beam was purging the impurities clinging to him, cleansing the world around. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and the remaining filth on Hemingway's body was expelled, unveiling his nearly flawless physique. The effulgent golden light enveloped him, transforming him into a new sun that obscured the brightness of the sun above. Zhejian Pearl instinctively squinted, retreating slightly in response to the blinding light and the intense waves of energy. Amidst the resplendent glow reminiscent of a descending sun, the figure seated on the ground slowly rose, extending his powerful arms outward, unleashing an explosion of boundless golden light. A clear, dragon-like roar echoed through the skies, resonating throughout the sea god island. At this moment, Hemingway, now fully awakened, felt an unparalleled exhilaration coursing through him, a refreshing sensation emanating from every pore. He needed no eyes to perceive his surroundings. The scenery from all directions materialized in three-dimensional clarity in his mind, as if his connection to the ocean's essence had transcended the confines of water. Every blade of grass, every tree, and all living things around him pulsated with life, breathing in the natural energies of the world in a manner imperceptible to ordinary beings. This experience was nothing short of sublime. He had never felt so intimately connected to the essence of the world and the natural order. Undoubtedly, Hemingway's mastery over observation had reached a threshold where he could begin to hear the voices of all things. At this moment, Hemingway sensed a surge of soul power within him, undergoing a qualitative transformation. If it had once been a thin mist, it now flowed like a liquid stream. Like quicksilver, it coursed through his veins, and with this newfound soul power, his techniques and physical capabilities were undoubtedly amplified beyond his previous limits. Almost instinctively, Hemingway activated his mermaid martial spirit, and with its release, four soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, enveloping him in a majestic aura of purple, black, and red. The four soul rings exuded an overwhelming pressure, radiating an astonishing presence. 100,000-year soul ring. Gazing at the sanguine soul ring, Hemingway felt a profound sense of satisfaction at his transformative journey. He realized that the year of relentless training and the agonizing pain endured during the acquisition of the divine soul ring had not been in vain. This blood-red soul ring, positioned fourth, was the ultimate reward. Zhejian Pearl, witnessing Hemingway's fourth soul ring representing a 100,000-year level, could no longer maintain her smile, rendered speechless. Despite having acclimatized to his extraordinary talents, the sight of that blood-red ring left her momentarily dizzy. It was a coveted treasure for every soul master, the 100,000-year soul ring. The most astonishing aspect was that he had absorbed it with only his fourth soul ring, leaving those who lacked even the optimal soul ring configurations in despair. After reveling in his 100,000-year soul ring, Hemingway turned his attention to his own state, realizing he was completely unclothed. Unfazed, he casually retrieved clothing from his ring and inquired, "How long was I in meditation?" In his perception, his slumber had not lasted long. Zhejian Pearl approached him, stifling laughter at his hairless appearance, and remarked, "A full 365 days. You really can sleep. You absorbed a soul ring and slept for an entire year. If I hadn't seen you still breathing, I would have thought you were dead." "What? A year? I was in meditation for a whole year." Hemingway was astounded, incredulity etched across his face. "You must be joking. Did I truly meditate for an entire year?" Zhejian Pearl nodded affirmatively, her voice tinged with annoyance. "Do you think I would jest about such matters? I can discern when to joke and when not to. You truly slept for a year." Upon receiving her confirmation, Hemingway felt bewildered. It seemed to him that after the intense pain, a wave of warmth coursed through him, gradually dissipating, leading to his awakening, a straightforward process. Yet, this simple occurrence had resulted in a year of meditation. In contrast, the original character, Tang San, had only meditated for 100 days while absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. How could there be such a vast difference between them? By this reckoning, it had already been 2 years since he arrived at Sea God Island. Yet half of that time had been spent in meditation. Wasn't that a tremendous waste? Noticing the regret on Hemingway's face, Zhejian Pearl scolded, "What kind of expression is that? You spent a year to gain a 100,000-year soul ring and are still dissatisfied? This is a treasure coveted by countless people. If it were me, I would gladly trade 10 years for it." "Don't be ungrateful." Hemingway pondered her words. The benefits of acquiring the 100,000-year soul ring were undeniably immense. He felt as though he had transformed into a being entirely different from his former self. And he was certain that there were even more hidden advantages yet to be discovered. Thus, it seemed he had not suffered in vain. After all, he was only 14 years old, still quite young, having reached a level unattainable by ordinary individuals even in a lifetime. Why rush to advance further? Strengthening his foundation now would surely pave the way for greater heights in the future. At this moment, Zhejian Pearl curiously inquired, "Generally, such a leap in soul ring absorption leads to a significant enhancement in soul power, right? With your current soul power at level 40, absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring, typically reserved for the pinnacle of soul Douluo, should result in a significant surge in your soul power. What is your current level of soul power?" Upon hearing this, Hemingway quietly assessed himself and then remarked, "I possess a soul power of level 45. Level 45? How could a 100,000-year soul ring only elevate you by 5 levels? Zizinzu exclaimed in astonishment. "I am not mistaken." Hemingway shook his head and remarked, "The energy bestowed by this century-old soul ring has primarily been devoted to mending my body and unlocking my potential. Only a small fraction of this energy has been allocated to enhancing my soul power, yet to achieve an elevation of 5 levels is quite commendable. Moreover, the quality of my soul power at this moment is incomparably superior to what it once was. If my original soul power resembled a thin mist, it is now transformed into a dense liquid. Even a titled Douluo, when considering the quality of soul power alone, would likely find it difficult to match mine. As the quality of my soul power improves, the potency of my soul skills intensifies, and their durability increases as well. For instance, a skill that originally required 10 points of soul power can now be executed with just 1 point. Furthermore, with the enhanced quality of soul power, future breakthroughs to higher levels will become significantly easier. This illustrates the immense benefits that a century-old soul ring has conferred upon me. And what about you? During my year of slumber, have you faced any new trials?" Hemingway suddenly inquired of Zhejian Pearl. "No," Zhejian Pearl replied, shaking her head. "It seems my trials are intertwined with yours. Even if there were challenges to face, they would be undertaken together. Is that so?" Hemingway nodded knowingly, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, the sky above darkened abruptly. The marks on their foreheads glowed simultaneously. The heavens were shrouded in dense clouds, and the mountain of the sea god appeared to be on the verge of a tempest. On the now darkened sacred mountain, the ethereal light of the sea god became strikingly apparent. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, the circular sea began to seethe violently. Waves surged, and layers of peculiar energy fluctuated intensely within the circular sea. In the distance, 7 beams of golden light tore through the sky, converging once more. This time, their point of convergence was directly above the sea god's temple. Chapter 80, a preliminary attempt. The encompassing golden light gathered in an instant. A fleeting moment that vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. Yet, as the golden radiance dissipated, Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple discovered that a golden veil now enveloped the surface of the circular sea. This luminous barrier hovered merely 10 meters above the water, reminiscent of the moment they first arrived at the sea witch's sacred pillar, seemingly thwarting the onslaught of the waves. The golden light extended to the very edge of the circular sea. Simultaneously, A fresh layer of illumination manifested in the minds of Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple. Their second trial had officially commenced. After absorbing the sudden influx of information, the Pearl of Purple opened her eyes and stated, "The second trial, breakthrough, circular blockade. The condition for passing the trial is to breach the blockade over the circular sea and reach the opposite shore without slaying a single sea spirit beast." Hemingway's expression was somewhat peculiar as he remarked, "My trial, much like yours, involves breaching the blockade of the circular sea without slaying a single soul beast, ultimately reaching the opposite shore." He gazed at the details of this second trial, finding it remarkably simplistic, almost as if it were a gift bestowed upon him. It seemed the sea god was unaware of his innate ability to command the soul beasts, a talent inherited from the sea king, White Star. At that moment, a sudden rumble emanated from Hemingway's stomach, prompting him to rub his belly. He realized he was indeed feeling quite hungry. After a year of subsisting solely on energy, his body was now yearning for sustenance as he awakened. Zhejian Pearl, somewhat exasperated, commented, "The food sent this morning is over there. Since you are hungry, you should eat first. As for the trial, we can discuss it later." "Very well," he replied. Hemingway nodded and followed him to their usual dining spot. A handmade stone table was adorned with a sumptuous array of seafood. Giant king crabs, delectable lobster meat, caviar paired with dark bread, complemented by the island's unique vegetables and fruits, made Hemingway's stomach rumble with anticipation. Eagerly, he settled at the stone table and seized a king crab to indulge in. After a hearty feast, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Hemingway began to inquire about the past year of the Purple Pearl and discovered that, due to the absence of a second trial, she had remained close to her vicinity, spending her days in cultivation. However, following the completion of the first trial, without the divine light of the sea god to assist her, her pace of advancement in cultivation over the year was far from comparable to her previous progress. She had only just reached the 50-level mark, indicating an ascent of merely 2 levels in a year. While this may not be considered slow, especially given that higher levels inherently entail greater difficulty and advancement, it is noteworthy that she had actually attained the 50-level threshold half a year prior. The allure of the divine soul ring she had received, coupled with the observation of Hemingway's remarkable acquisition of a 100,000-year soul ring after a year's effort, led her to resolve, much like Hemingway, to temporarily refrain from seeking additional soul rings and instead focus on solidifying her foundational soul power through continued cultivation. She contemplated whether, upon passing the second trial, she might be rewarded with another divine soul ring, one that would be perfectly suited to her and allow her to reach her utmost limits. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl arrived at this place, gazing upon the circular sea ahead. He remarked, "Allow me to descend first and test the waters. If my instincts are correct, we should traverse this challenge with ease." With those words, Hemingway propelled himself forward, launching into the circular sea with the force of a cannonball. Soaring towards the ocean. Boom. Just as Hemingway's form broke free from the shore, barely 5 meters above land, the entire circular sea erupted in a tempestuous frenzy. The already turbulent waves surged violently, crashing against the golden barrier 10 meters above the sea's surface. Strangely, the rising waters did not spill beyond the confines of the circular sea. They neither inundated the ground outside nor ascended the sacred Mount Oceanus. In that fleeting moment, Hemingway's body was entirely enveloped by the ocean's embrace. From the shore, Zazinza beheld a fantastical realm of deep azure waters. Unable to quell the tension, she clenched her fists and gazed anxiously at the circular sea. As the water engulfed him instantaneously, Hemingway became acutely aware of an underlying issue. Immersed in the sea, he sensed a peculiar energy within the water that hindered his movements and accelerated the depletion of his soul power. Even the innate ability bestowed upon him by his martial soul to sense the ocean was severely restricted, reducing his range of perception from a vast expanse of 1,000 miles to a mere 5 meters around him. The oppression was overwhelming. Dark currents relentlessly assailed Hemingway's form, and coupled with the potent buoyancy of the water, his stability faltered. Fortunately, his martial soul was that of a mermaid, a creature of the sea, making his entry into this vast ocean akin to returning home, devoid of any discomfort. At this very moment, submerged in the seawater, Hemingway could distinctly discern the uniqueness of the water in the circular sea. Besides the constraining energy, the water's resistance was remarkably pronounced. Most crucially, an enigmatic force impeded his ability to manipulate the sea, thwarting his initial intention to harness the water to propel himself ashore. It was only logical. Given that this was a trial, how could Poseidon allow him to proceed so effortlessly? If he were to succeed without challenge, what would that say about the deity's reputation? Just then, an array of arrow-shaped fish, each possessing a unique form, emerged unexpectedly, their numbers overwhelming, surrounding him from every direction. These arrowfish moved through the water with astonishing speed, and within the blink of an eye, a circle of over 100 fish encircled Hemingway. Their bodies aglow with bluish-purple luminescence. The intense fluctuations of soul power wove through the water, creating an intricate net that sealed off all avenues for his advance or retreat. Hemingway faced the sudden encirclement with unwavering composure, despite the discomfort of the aquatic environment that contrasted starkly with his usual grace and freedom. Nevertheless, his martial spirit was that of the Sea King, White Star. A mere handful of insignificant fish could be commanded at will to turn upon one another, even assisting him in traversing the circular sea. Yet, such actions would lack the thrill. This trial was inherently a process of validating his own strength. To directly manipulate these marine spirit beasts would be utterly against the spirit of the challenge. Hemingway intended to first test whether he could overcome this challenge relying solely on his own strength. Should he falter, he would reconsider his options. Directly controlling the soul beast would be a last resort, a measure taken only when all else fails. As Chapter 81, Entering the Sea, unfolds, while Hemingway pondered his predicament, the arrow-shaped fish began their charge, surging at him with relentless fervor. In an instant, hundreds of these soul beasts surged forth like a myriad of arrows. Imbued with soul energy, aimed squarely at him. Their intent was clear. They would not relent until they pierced his very being. On the shore, the attentive purple pearl observed with clarity as these fish transformed into the same bluish-purple hue that had enveloped them moments prior. They glimmered like streams of light, dazzling in their brilliance. Meanwhile, Hemingway found himself encircled by the open sea, devoid of any cover to evade such a multitude of attackers. Yet, evasion was unnecessary. Ever since he had acquired the 100,000-year soul ring, his physical prowess had reached a level that could only be described as terrifying. These arrow-shaped fish appeared to be of merely 1,000-year soul beast caliber. Despite their numbers, they posed no significant threat to Hemingway's life. However, the assessment imposed a crucial constraint. He was forbidden from harming any of the soul beasts within the circular sea during the trial. This presented a conundrum. If he could eliminate them, it would surely simplify matters. Nevertheless, judging by the speed of their assault, even without launching a counterattack, allowing them to collide with him would inevitably result in disaster. Their attacks were akin to suicidal charges, as if they sought to provoke an incident. With the prohibition against killing and no means of evasion, what options were left for Hemingway? Fortunately, despite the influence of this peculiar environment on his water manipulation abilities, he found it relatively effortless to confront these reckless attackers. A glimmer ignited within his cerulean eyes as he summoned his mastery over the sea to its utmost potential. Instantly, the water around him surged violently. From the shore, Purple Pearl could distinctly see the water contorting around Hemingway's form, as the invisible force within the waves hurled the charging fish away in all directions. Their speed and attack was swiftly outmatched by the force that scattered them, as the water propelled them far and wide. However, the assault of the arrow-shaped fish was only just beginning. After being dispersed, they quickly regrouped within the circular sea, launching a renewed charge at Hemingway. This time, they did not strike simultaneously. Rather, they displayed remarkable coordination, dividing into 10 groups to execute a nearly seamless wave of attacks. As the first group surged forward, the second immediately followed, each group exhibiting a ferocity and speed that intensified with each wave. The water churned with distorted halos of light. In response to the altered tactics of the arrow-shaped fish, Hemingway maintained an expression of calm indifference, floating serenely within the ocean. He remained motionless as the surrounding water instinctively formed shockwaves, repelling the oncoming soul beasts. With each wave of force he exerted, he expertly calibrated the intensity, ensuring that the fish were neither thrust too close nor harmed, while still utilizing the surges to propel them away harmlessly. As time progresses, Hemingway has grown somewhat impatient with the relentless onslaught of the arrowfish. After a period of experimentation, he has developed a vague understanding of the limits of these creatures' resilience, ensuring that he does not exert excessive force that might inadvertently lead to their demise. It is now time to eliminate these lesser fish. Thus, when the arrowfish, the aquatic spirit, once again surged towards him, the waters of the circular sea roiled anew, generating shockwaves. Instantly, the approaching arrowfish were jolted as if struck by lightning, leaping into the air in convulsions and trembling, rendered incapacitated and faint from the shock. The force was perfectly calibrated. Having approximately gauged the endurance of the arrowfish, Hemingway deftly commanded the water to create shockwaves, effortlessly neutralizing this wave of attacks. Over 100 arrowfish were rendered unconscious, with nearly half of them incapacitated. The remaining fish, deterred from launching further assaults, could only feign bravado, darting anxiously around him in the surrounding waters, attempting to disrupt his movements. With the arrowfish repelled, Hemingway was finally able to delve deeper. At this moment, he had only traversed about 20 meters into the circular sea, with the opposite shore still a considerable distance away. He proceeded to navigate slowly through the water, remaining vigilant as he observed his surroundings. The banks of the circular sea were merely 200 meters apart, and he had now covered a tenth of that distance, leaving 180 meters to the opposite shore. 180 meters. A mere blink of an eye on land. However, despite having vanquished the arrowfish, this remaining distance was evidently not so easily crossed. Were it not for the interference affecting his oceanic sensing ability, which now enveloped only a 5-meter radius, he would not need to exercise such caution. The limitations of the sea provide no opportunities for shortcuts for those who seek to pass the test. Success can only be achieved through sheer strength. Just as Hemingway cautiously advanced, he suddenly sensed a peculiar wave of energy surrounding him, akin to a resonance of sound. Where could sound emanate from within the ocean? In the next moment, Hemingway realized he was in peril. The arrow-shaped fish, the sea spirit beasts that had previously encircled him, though hesitant to attack, were now scattering in haste, demonstrating their loyalty by carrying away their day's companions. In an instant, the waters around Hemingway became tranquil. Yet a suffocating pressure enveloped his entire being. A massive shadow approached from the distance, and before Hemingway could discern its form, an irresistible force surged through the water. He barely had time to cover his chest with his armament color before being swept away by the surging current. With a splash, Hemingway broke through the surface, hurtling towards the peak of the sea god mountain. Though the radiance of the sea god no longer imposed pressure on those who had passed the first trial, the sacred mission of protecting the sea god mountain persisted. Hemingway felt a sudden weakness envelop him, as if he had sunk into a mound of cotton. In the next moment, he found himself seemingly embedded in the radiance of the sea god, gently sliding down the mountainside. Even at this juncture, Hemingway could distinctly sense the tumult of his blood, an indescribable discomfort coursing through him, as if every meridian had suffered a violent jolt. The injury was not severe. He felt akin to the arrow-shaped fish from before, which he had propelled away with a shockwave of condensed seawater, now being similarly cast aside by an unexpected force. Overcome with fatigue, Hemingway hastily summoned his soul power to circulate throughout his body, and gradually, the feeling of weakness began to dissipate. Chapter 82. What is there to fear? He had failed. Hemingway had not anticipated that what he believed to be a certain and facile challenge would prove far more arduous than he had envisioned. Yet, what vexed him most was the inability to discern what had thrust him from the circular sea. When struck by the undercurrents, the vast ocean around him, which he could sense within a 5-meter radius, became chaotic, leaving him unable to perceive the nature of his assailant. The only certainty was that it had to be a sea soul beast. Perhaps he could simply cheat his way through by controlling the sea soul beast? This dismal thought suddenly arose in Hemingway's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it, setting aside the issue of whether the sea god would acknowledge such deceit. The essence of the sea god's trial had never been to ensnare them. Rather, it aimed to empower them through adversity. This second trial, traversing the circular sea, forbade any harm to the sea soul beasts. At first glance, this seemed to offer no assistance in enhancing their soul power. However, it served to hone their combat instincts and teach them how to navigate battles in harsh environments. If they could successfully pass this trial, it was certain that their combat abilities would witness substantial growth, yielding significant rewards. "Are you all right, Hemingway?" Zhu Jinju, upon seeing him washed ashore, hurried over, extending her delicate hand to assist him up. "I'm fine," Hemingway replied, shaking his head. It was the first time he had heard her call his name, and he felt a slight awkwardness within. Yet, considering their current relationship, which, though not explicitly defined, was at least beyond mere friendship, it seemed quite normal to address one another by name. With this thought in mind, he tentatively attempted to call her name, albeit clumsily. "Jinju." She responded softly. In the heat of the moment, she had called out his name, but now, as realization dawned upon her, Zhu Jinju felt a tinge of awkwardness. Hearing him utter her name only deepened her shyness. "He called my name," she thought, a figurative cue version of herself cheering within. As a delicate blush spread across her flawless complexion, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. In that instant, the atmosphere between them grew sweetly suffocating. For the inexperienced Hemingway, who had never been in love, this excessively sugary ambience rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. He hastily shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, what struck me just now? Did you see what it was?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, the slightly ambiguous atmosphere was shattered. Zhu Xinzhu, emerging from her bashfulness, quickly replied, "Ah, yes. I saw it clearly. What was it?" Hemingway inquired. Zhu Xinzhu began to recollect. "I observed closely. Aside from the arrow-shaped fish that initially attacked you, there was only one other type of sea soul beast that appeared, which was the one that ultimately struck you. It was a white shark, measuring approximately 25 meters in length. Despite its massive size, it exhibited remarkable agility and speed. From the moment it appeared to its disappearance, it was merely a matter of a few blinks. I had just caught sight of it when you were already propelled out by the blue light it emitted, which agitated the water. Then it turned and departed." Hemingway felt a surge of understanding wash over him. He speculated, "From your description, that white shark we encountered must be the fabled, soul-devouring great white." He was astonished to discover the existence of such a creature within this circular sea. At that moment, a hint of bitterness graced the delicate features of Zhejian Pearl as she replied, "It is not merely the soul-devouring great white. Do you recall what I once mentioned? Beyond the waters surrounding Sea God Island, there resides a guardian, a 10,000-year-old soul-devouring great white, measuring approximately 20 meters in length. The shark that just attacked us was undoubtedly longer than that. The very fact that it could effortlessly launch you from the water, rendering you defenseless, speaks volumes about its true identity." Upon hearing this, Hemingway, whose mind had been momentarily dazed, suddenly regained clarity. A glimmer of insight flickered in his azure eyes as he solemnly stated, "Could it be that the creature that just assaulted me was indeed the king of the soul-devouring great whites, the 10,000-year-old guardian of Sea God Island? But how could it possibly venture into this circular sea?" Zhejian Pearl conjectured. Sea God Island contains several inland seas, and these bodies of water are not devoid of salinity. One can surmise that these waters may very well originate from the vast ocean beyond. Thus, it is conceivable that there exists a passage connecting these inland seas to the outer ocean beneath Sea God Island. If that is the case, it becomes clear why the king of the soul-devouring great whites would appear here. Our assessment must have drawn it to this circular sea, impeding our ability to complete our mission. However, it seems that the power it exhibited during its attack was not intended to harm us, but merely to obstruct our passage across the sea. Hemingway nodded, stating, "It appears that this is indeed the case. Only such an explanation makes sense. 100,000-year soul beast. The sea god truly holds us in high regard. In the second assessment, we are to confront the trial of 100,000-year soul beast." A faint bitterness surfaced on Zhejian Pearl's face as she helplessly remarked, "I hope that the soul demon great white shark does not launch a lethal attack against us. Otherwise, traversing the circular sea, we stand no chance of emerging unscathed." Observing her anxious demeanor, Hemingway smiled reassuringly, saying, "There is no need for such pessimism. While the trial we face is indeed formidable, it is unlikely that we would confront a 100,000-year soul beast in the second assessment. Although the difficulty is considerable, it must still bear certain limitations. The condition for passing the assessment is merely to breach the blockade of the circular sea and reach the opposite shore, not to vanquish the 100,000-year soul demon great white shark. Since it did not strike me earlier, we can reasonably deduce that its task is to obstruct rather than to annihilate. Thus, our chances of passing the trial are quite substantial. Perhaps, this also serves as an excellent opportunity to enhance our combat capabilities." Upon hearing his words, Zhejian Pearl was momentarily incredulous, exclaiming, "Enhance our combat capabilities? You cannot be suggesting that we fight that soul demon great white shark? Engage in battle with a 100,000-year soul beast? With just the two of us, both of whom are only soul masters of the 40th to 50th rank?" Hemingway chuckled softly and retorted, "What could possibly be wrong with that? Faced with a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years in the vast constraints of the ocean, the pressure we endure is undoubtedly immense. The most remarkable aspect is that this ancient soul beast will not truly harm us. What could be a more ideal training partner? Battling in such an environment not only enhances our affinity with the sea, but also significantly improves our practical combat abilities within it. This indeed represents the finest method of cultivation available to us for the foreseeable future." Upon hearing Hemingway's explanation, Purple Pearl suddenly realized, in this light, the sea god's assessment is not merely a trial. It also offers participants an invaluable opportunity for cultivation. While the challenges we face are formidable, they simultaneously provide us with the best means of training. The first trial, the light of the sea god, hones our soul power, while the second trial, breaking through the circular blockade, likely serves to strengthen our combat prowess, particularly in the resistance-filled ocean. Seeing her comprehension, Hemingway laughed heartily, saying, "Now that you understand, let us proceed. This time, we shall dive into the sea together and see whether the soul-devouring great white shark will indeed pose a threat to us." Generally speaking, a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years is more formidable than an ordinary tidal Douluo, roughly equivalent to a level 95 tidal Douluo. Yet, just as there are geniuses and ordinary individuals among humans, some 100,000-year soul beasts are considerably weaker than their kin, while others are significantly stronger. Strength is not something that can be neatly categorized by rank. Otherwise, the phenomenon of challenging higher levels would not exist. The soul-devouring great white shark, residing in the circular ocean, undoubtedly belongs to the more powerful category of 100,000-year soul beasts. The ocean differs from the forest, and the forest, various plants provide cover, allowing weaker soul beasts to evade stronger ones. In contrast, the ocean offers little concealment, save for specific soul beasts that dwell in the depths. Thus, the survival of the fittest principle is even more pronounced among oceanic soul beasts than their terrestrial counterparts. Achieving a 100,000-year cultivation level in the ocean is inherently far more challenging than attaining the same in the forest, resulting in a greater strength. The second plunge into the sea lasted merely a few seconds. Boom. Two figures burst forth from the water, careening back to the shore in disarray. This time, Hemingway felt a significantly greater impact than before upon entering the ocean and seeing the massive white figure. It seemed as though all the surrounding water had become an extension of the body of the soul-devouring great white shark king. Immersed in the water, he and Purple Pearl found themselves within the realm of the Shark King, and before they could mount any resistance, the force of the water had already expelled them from the circular ocean. However, the Shark King had merely flicked its tail in the water, and as it sent them flying, it appeared to grin in their direction, as if mocking them. This caused Hemingway's lips to twitch. Had it not been for the sea god's influence on his water manipulation abilities and the hindrance it posed to his strength, he would have shown that little shark who truly reigns supreme in the water. Speaking of which, my capacity to control oceanic soul beasts should now extend to commanding 100,000-year soul beasts, should it not? And here lies a perfect specimen before me. Why not test the limits of my power? After being effortlessly thrust out of the water for the second time, this thought surged within Hemingway. This time, I shall descend into the depths alone. Hemingway turned to the equally drenched and disheveled Purple Pearl, saying, "I have conceived a strategy to deal with it. Allow me to test its efficacy. This great white shark is exceedingly arrogant. It must be taught a lesson." "A strategy?" Purple Pearl inquired, somewhat perplexed. "But that is a soul beast of 100,000 years. In the water, it reigns supreme. What can you possibly do?" Hemingway offered no explanation. He merely propelled himself upward with a swift push of his legs, plunging back into the water. With a resounding splash, a massive white figure swiftly emerged before him. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance, arriving right in front of Hemingway. Then, with a familiar force, it collided against his chest. In an instant, the great white shark entered the 5-meter range of Hemingway's oceanic sensitivity, confined within a sphere that extended only 5 meters around him. This distance was negligible for the shark, capable of traversing it in mere moments, which explained how it could strike him before he had the chance to react. However, this time, Hemingway was prepared. He diligently summoned his water manipulation abilities, which had been significantly affected, to counter the incoming shark, which resembled a projectile hurtling towards him. Though the effect was minimal, it did succeed in slightly diminishing the shark's speed, allowing him a moment to react. Now is the time. A fleeting brilliance flickered in Hemingway's eyes as the dominion of the sea soul beast, derived from the Sea King, White Star, activated its power. In an instant, the ferocious assault of the demonic great white shark came to an abrupt halt. In its enormous eyes, a glimmer of confusion appeared, swiftly followed by an expression of terror. Subsequently, its massive form began to writhe in reluctant defiance, as if struggling against an unseen force for control over its very being. In Hemingway's crystalline blue eyes, veins gradually began to surface, a testament to the frenzied depletion of his mental energy. He sensed that the psychic force emanating from the monstrous soul great white shark was far more formidable than any oceanic spirit beast he had ever encountered before. Cursed be the fates! This monstrous soul great white shark was no ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. It was vastly superior to any typical creature of that age. A grave miscalculation. Hemingway exerted every ounce of his ability to command oceanic spirit beasts, pouring his mental energy into the endeavor without reservation, seeking to seize control of this aquatic entity's body and dominate its very soul. As he observed, The shark's struggles grew increasingly feeble, and the terror in its eyes was gradually supplanted by a haze of confusion as it approached the brink of being subjugated by Hemingway. Suddenly, an unusual ripple surged through the surrounding waters. Hemingway could only perceive the peculiar force that had always suppressed him surging dramatically in that moment, even overwhelming his mental faculties. A silent hum resonated. The once still body of the ethereal great white shark jolted violently, regaining its freedom, and once more, the familiar shockwave surged forth. Hemingway emerged from the water, soaring through the air before crashing down onto the shore. Thud! This impact was far more severe than any previous ones. He felt as if his very insides were shaken, his body on the verge of disassembling. Coughing lightly, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. "Hemingway, are you all right?" exclaimed the nearby Pearl of Purple, rushing over to support him. "I'm fine, merely a bit shaken," he replied, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not gravely harmed. Given his current physical condition, this minor injury would heal swiftly, leaving no lingering damage. This time, he had let his guard down, failing to anticipate the meticulous nature of the sea god's trials. Perhaps the sea god was constantly vigilant, patching any vulnerabilities as soon as they arose. He was certain that the strange force he encountered was not inherent, but rather an interruption, thwarting his attempt to control the magical great white shark. Indeed, taking shortcuts was not as simple as he had hoped. Hemingway mused silently, though he had never intended to seek an easy way out. Chapter 84. The existential doubts of Poseidon. As he reflected on the rigor of the trial, a sudden sense of foreboding surged within him. Hemingway instinctively shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a massive, pristine white figure erupted from the depths, magnifying in the eyes of the two. It was none other than the colossal king of the abyss, the great white shark. Both Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple were momentarily stunned, never having anticipated that this creature would leap from the water in pursuit of them. How vengeful it seemed. The great white shark surged forth from the ocean, soaring into the air, its sleek, perfect form illuminated by a dazzling gray-blue radiance. Strangely, within this luminous display, its body rapidly diminished until it transformed into a tall, graceful young woman. Hemingway and Purple Pearl were left utterly astonished, their minds nearly unable to comprehend the scene before them. The girl, transformed from the formidable soul of the great white shark, appeared quite youthful, standing at an impressive height of approximately 1.80 meters. In an ordinary girl, such stature might seem awkward, yet her physique exuded an exquisite perfection, clad in a white leather-like attire that accentuated her flawless form. The enchanting curves of her silhouette radiated an alluring charm. Her long, gray-blue hair cascaded down her back, reaching the ground with an ethereal grace. Her eyes mirrored the same gray-blue hue, and her fair skin shimmered with a subtle, translucent glow, while her high-bridged nose and strikingly chiseled features lent her an air of distinctive elegance, rather than harshness, evoking a captivating, exotic allure. Observing her, Purple Pearl felt an instinctive sense of foreboding, for the mesmerizing beauty of such an extraordinary foreign maiden possessed a formidable power over men. Glancing instinctively at her beloved beside her, she was taken aback to find Hemingway's expression was not as she had anticipated. Instead of being entranced, he appeared grave and vigilant, as though facing a formidable adversary. The reason for Hemingway's expression lies in the unmistakable hostility and blatant murderous intent emanating from the woman. A transformation of the soul-eating great white shark, who clearly conveyed her malevolent intentions. One must ponder. Who would not be vigilant when confronted by a formidable adversary intent on one's demise? As the soul-eating great white shark took human form and descended to the ground, her captivating eyes fixated on Hemingway, a peculiar gray-blue radiance flickering within her irises, seemingly assessing his condition. Suddenly, a surge of fierce killing intent erupted from her gray-blue gaze, her cold stare piercing through Hemingway's own with the sharpness of a blade. Instinctively, he summoned his mental strength, returning her glare. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. Yet, despite this, Hemingway couldn't suppress a muffled groan, retreating 3 steps before finally regaining his balance. His heart filled with trepidation. It is crucial to note that his mental prowess had reached considerable heights, yet the mental force of the girl before him, a manifestation of the soul-eating great white shark, resonated within him like the vastness of the ocean, brimming with formidable aggression. Despicable human, attempting to enslave me. You shall perish. The voice of the soul-eating great white shark maiden sounded somewhat stiff, as if she had not spoken in ages. No sooner had she finished her words than her form surged forward, trailing a phantom gray-blue silhouette behind her, almost instantaneously arriving before Hemingway. The alarm bells rang loudly in Hemingway's mind. He had never anticipated that his earlier intention to manipulate her behavior would incite the panic and murderous intent of this monstrous great white shark. Yet, upon reflection, such a reaction is entirely understandable. Anyone would feel a profound unease knowing that someone could exert control over their very body. It is only natural to wish to eliminate such a threat in its infancy. To seek my demise, they would find it far from effortless. Hemingway's eyes narrowed, and the long-suppressed power within him erupted with tremendous force. In an instant, a wave of crimson ripples surged forth from his being. The girl transformed into the demon soul great white shark, caught in close proximity to the onslaught of these blood-red waves, felt her pupils involuntarily constrict, and a shiver ran through her, as if she were facing divine wrath in the very presence of a sea god. An indescribable terror surged from her heart, swiftly overwhelming her senses. How outrageous! Hemingway's eyes widened, and an even more overwhelming aura surged forth. In that moment, his figure began to ascend infinitely in the eyes of the demon soul great white shark girl. Instantly, everything within her line of sight was consumed by this singular presence. The unparalleled nobility and grandeur, the indescribable vastness and profundity, deeply resonated within her soul. The once furious and bloodthirsty demon soul great white shark girl suddenly fell into a stupor, and then, to her own astonishment, she knelt upon the ground. Her fiery rage completely replaced by awe and reverence. This scene was utterly shocking. She seemed to be in the presence of an exalted monarch. Prostrating herself like a devoted subject, trembling with excitement, completely shedding her previous fierce demeanor. At that moment, even the circular sea had fallen silent. The impact was not limited to the demon soul great white shark king, but affected the entirety of Sea God Island. All those of lesser power had succumbed to unconsciousness, while even the slightly stronger among them turned pale, breathing heavily, as if paralyzed by fear. This included even the titled Douluo. In the sea god temple atop Sea God Mountain, Poseidon pressed her left hand against her ample bosom, feeling her heart racing violently, and a faint blush crept onto her delicate face. Her ocean-like bright eyes seemed ready to overflow with tears, as the figure that had occupied her heart for decades had faded to a mere shadow. In its place stood a domineering, cold, white-haired youth. Why was this so? He was still just a child. Poseidon released her grip on the scepter, her hands covering her flushed face like a blooming flower, fully aware of the shift in her emotions, yet reluctant to accept it. After all, aside from the matter of Tang San, the age gap between them was simply too vast. By age, she could easily be Hemingway's great-grandmother. Yet, she found herself inexplicably attracted to this boy, a century her junior, which led Poseidon to question herself for the first time, feeling a deep-seated self-loathing. Could it be that I am truly the kind of woman who flits about, drawn to the allure of youth? It's not unusual for Poseidon to harbor such feelings towards Hemingway. After all, emotions know no age. And she was not truly in love with him. She was merely captivated by his presence, enticed by his physique. However, this does not imply that Poseidon was frivolous. Rather, it is human nature to be drawn to exceptional individuals of the opposite sex. This phenomenon is akin to men of any age, whether young, middle-aged, or elderly, being irresistibly attracted to youthful and beautiful women. Chapter 85. The True Master of the Ocean. Although Poseidon had lived for over a century, her mindset did not reflect her age. Most of her life had been spent on Sea God Island, devoid of the trials of the mortal world. And with her perpetually youthful physique, her mentality mirrored that of an 18-year-old girl. It is entirely natural for her to be attracted to the handsome and accomplished Hemingway. As for her feelings for Tang San, please, let us not kid ourselves. After waiting on Sea God Island for so many years, Poseidon had long lost the passion of her youth regarding him. What remained was merely a sense of duty and the regret of a love that had fizzled out. To claim it was love would be a stretch. Therefore, if Hemingway were to recognize this and seize the opportunity, he might indeed win her heart. Once their relationship was established, it would become a reality, and even if Tang San were to return as a deity, it would be futile, as Poseidon would have already made her choice, firmly resolved not to waver again. Of course, if Tang San were to arrive before Hemingway could act, and promptly express his feelings to Poseidon, it would not be too late. She would undoubtedly accept without hesitation, casting aside any feelings she had for Hemingway. After all, she had clung to her feelings for Tang San for decades, which had become an obsession. Yet, with Hemingway's presence, whether Tang San could arrive at Sea God Island in time, as in the original narrative, remains uncertain. Thus, the outcome of this emotional entanglement has already plunged into ambiguity. At the edge of the circular sea, Hemingway gazed calmly at the demon-souled great white shark girl kneeling before him, his azure eyes as tranquil as water. He regarded her quietly, akin to a sovereign looking down upon a wayward subject. Meanwhile, the purple pearl beside him stared in disbelief at this spectacle, her mind swirling in confusion, unable to comprehend why this 10,000-year soul beast, who had just been shouting threats, was now prostrating and admitting fault. The purple pearl conceded that Hemingway exuded an undeniable aura of authority. His cold visage, indifferent eyes, and the domineering grace of his noble demeanor were strikingly captivating. Yet, even so, how could this compel a formidable 10,000-year soul beast to kneel? Was her knee so weak? Or did soul beasts possess such a lack of integrity, unable to resist the allure of a handsome figure? Just as the purple pearl entertained various malicious thoughts about the demon-souled great white shark girl, she lifted her head slightly, her expression filled with fervor as she exclaimed, "I was wrong, noble king. Please forgive my blasphemy. I shall never dare to do so again." "King? Surely, you mistake me for someone else. I am not your king," Hemingway replied, puzzled, wondering when he had become her monarch. While it was true that his martial soul, the White Star, held the title of Sea King in another realm, that designation did not apply here. How had he suddenly been dubbed a king? Could it be due to his status as the heir of the sea god? "I cannot be mistaken," the demon-souled great white shark girl insisted, her fervor intensifying as she proclaimed, "You are the king of all sea soul beasts, the true master of the ocean." From the overwhelming presence Hemingway had just exhibited, she sensed an innate nobility, a regal aura that was unmatched. He radiated the essence of a born leader, as though she were destined to be governed by him. He was the true master of the sea. It is essential to note that even the sea god could not command sea soul beasts as Hemingway did. The sea god, despite having unified the ocean and consolidating the beliefs of its creatures to ascend to divinity, could only intimidate the soul beasts into submission using divine power. He could not possess the inherent dominion that Hemingway seemed to wield over all sea soul beasts. This was not mere brute force, it was an authority, a power bestowed at birth. Otherwise, Hemingway would not have been able to frighten the million-year deep-sea demon whale king into retreat so effortlessly. Although the psychological impact of the sea god played a role, it was Hemingway's innate authority that was the key factor in the deep-sea demon whale king's withdrawal. "But as you can see, I am human, not a sea soul beast," Hemingway remarked, observing the fervent demeanor of the demon-souled great white shark girl with perplexity. He pointed to himself and asked, "Do you truly believe a human could be your king?" Upon the utterance of these words, the fervent spirit of the great white shark maiden found her thoughts momentarily tempered. She pondered the validity of the assertion presented to her. How could a mere human possibly ascend to the throne of the soul beasts? Yet, the innate authority that penetrated the very essence of her being, that inherent nobility, was undeniably authentic. Every soul beast could perceive it, the unmistakable aura that belonged solely to a leader, to a king. Could it be that you were a hybrid of a soul beast and a human? The great white shark maiden speculated tentatively. "No, I am a true human." Hemingway dismissed her conjecture. He had never doubted his identity as a human, nor had he ever contemplated forsaking it. Moreover, what advantage could there possibly be in being the king of a sea spirit beast? Observing his resolute demeanor, the girl of the magic soul great white shark found herself somewhat bewildered. What was truly happening? How could a mere human exude the aura of a king? Was it conceivable that sea spirit beasts were inherently meant to be governed by humans? No, that was utterly implausible. Shaking her head vigorously, she rejected that absurd notion, pondering instead that there might be another explanation. This youth before her might not be entirely human. Perhaps he possessed the bloodline of a sea spirit beast, though he remained unaware of it. The more she contemplated, the more plausible this seemed, for otherwise, how could one explain the regal presence emanating from a human? And why would he hold dominion over the sea spirit beasts? Thus, it appeared she had misjudged the situation. Suppressing her doubts, the girl of the magic soul great white shark rose and respectfully addressed the two, saying, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for my earlier rashness. To make amends, I shall inform you that I will only obstruct your passage through the circular sea, but I will not truly attack you. My strength in the water far surpasses that on land. Do your utmost. I shall take my leave now." With that, the girl of the magic soul great white shark turned to depart towards the circular sea, her form gradually illuminated with radiance. "Wait a moment," Hemingway suddenly spoke up. The radiant spirit of the great white shark maiden paused for a moment, turned her head, and inquired, "What is it?" As a side note, there would be more updates later. Today promised 10. The adventure on Sea God Island was nearing its conclusion, and the journey to encounter enchanting maidens was imminent. In Chapter 86, titled Jealousy Arises, upon seeing the great white shark maiden indeed halt, Hemingway remarked, "It is nothing, merely a question I ponder. You clearly still retain the form of a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet how is it that you can transform into a human?" "Ah, that?" The great white shark maiden gestured toward her own exquisite form, which, from a human perspective, could be deemed remarkably beautiful. She smiled and explained, "It is quite simple. Have you not heard of mermaids? When our aquatic soul beast reach 10,000 years of cultivation, upon arriving on land, our strength diminishes by 30%. Yet we simultaneously assume human form. Of course, there is a time constraint. If we remain out of the water for over an hour, our bodies will gradually weaken, and we may even perish. Among 10,000-year soul beasts, we are somewhat of an exception. I lack the courage to cultivate a human form. Besides, I must guard Sea God Island. I must take my leave now. Oh, by the way, you may call me Xiaobai. Lord Sea God used to call me Xiaobai Bai." After uttering this, the great white shark maiden playfully winked at Hemingway, as if teasing him, before turning away, leaping gracefully, and in an instant, she vanished into the circular sea, transforming back into her original form, disappearing deep beneath the waves. "Xibai? And Xibai Bai? Quite fitting for a fool," he mused. The name seemed perfectly appropriate. Zhejian Pearl, observing her last playful wink directed at Hemingway, felt a pang of jealousy. Cursing inwardly, she thought another flirtatious vixen was trying to entice the man she had set her sights on. "All right, no need to be so jealous," Hemingway said with a hint of exasperation as he reached out to pat her head, sensing that she had become increasingly possessive lately. "Who is jealous?" Zhejian Pearl exclaimed, her eyes wide as though her secret had been exposed. In a flustered manner, she retorted, "I merely believe that great shark-esque behavior is rather unrefined. Not befitting a virtuous woman. It has nothing to do with her flirting with you." "Hey, you just admitted it yourself." Hemingway found himself in a bemused state, pondering if this was what they referred to as being tsundere. Nevertheless, the purple pearl was rather endearing, and he held no aversion towards her. The notion of a girl being jealous over him was likely something no man would perceive as unreasonable. Girls possess the privilege of being capricious, and men ought to exhibit a degree of tolerance. It is unmanly to be overly calculating. Indeed, you are correct. Hemingway spoke in a tone reminiscent of one soothing a headstrong sister, despite the fact that the purple pearl was several years his senior. Their interactions consistently placed him in a position of leadership. The purple pearl, too, unconsciously overlooked the reality of their age difference. It was as it should be. With a huff of indignation, the purple pearl ultimately calmed down under his persistent reassurances. "Very well, let us proceed to face the next challenge." Hemingway's hand continued to caress her head, gently stroking her silky purple locks. He turned to gaze at the circular sea and remarked, "The resistance of the seawater is considerable, imbued with an enigmatic energy. It exerts a certain pressure upon us. As we strive to overcome the obstructions posed by the soul beast led by the formidable great white shark, our combat prowess in the ocean will undoubtedly enhance. Even Little White has acknowledged that it will not truly assail us. In this context, do you not consider her our finest sparring partner? Let us not dwell on how to overcome obstacles just yet. Instead, let us hone our underwater combat skills under her tutelage, which will surely lead to significant advancements in our fighting abilities." "Indeed, I shall heed your counsel," she replied, seemingly at ease under his large hand, her eyes narrowing in delight, reminiscent of a contented cat being groomed by its caretaker. From that day forth, the once quiet circular sea, which had guarded the sea god mountain for countless years, erupted with activity. Each day was filled with tumultuous waves, periodically bursting forth with brilliant flashes of light, as whirlpools emerged and swirled within the agitated waters. Hemingway and the purple pearl are both intrinsically linked to the realm of soul masters. Thus their prowess and aquatic skills is beyond question. Swimming and breath-holding are mere fundamentals for them. Consequently, they frolic in the circular sea for an extended period, persevering until their soul energy is utterly depleted, at which point they ascend to the shore to recuperate and restore their vitality. As for the king of the magic soul great white shark, Little White, it indeed does not engage in direct confrontation with them, merely obstructing their passage through the circular sea. Hence, Hemingway and the purple pearl face no reservations in overcoming the challenges ahead. If they cannot be vanquished, they might as well revel in the experience. As a soul beast thriving in the ocean, Little White's true strength can only be fully realized within the depths of the sea. 100,000-year-old soul beast in the ocean is a formidable entity to behold. Hemingway estimated that even 6 or 7 titled Douluo would struggle against her in the vast ocean, for she was inherently a creature of the sea, possessing the advantage of her domain. No matter how adept a soul master might be in water, they are still human, and cannot be compared to the sea spirit beasts that have thrived in the ocean their entire lives. Thus, each encounter left Hemingway and Z-Pearl battered and bruised. Even though she showed some restraint, the nature of combat ensured that injuries were inevitable. Consequently, despite Xiaobai's efforts to hold back, the two were consistently left with wounds after each clash. Through their incessant battles in the ocean, they discerned that their adversaries were not merely the sea spirit beasts, but the entire circular sea itself. Under Xiaobai's command, every droplet of seawater appeared to conspire against them, repelling them. Although Hemingway felt a sense of loyalty to his queen, Xiaobai would never relent. For her, she was the examiner for their second trial, a role bestowed upon her by the sea god. Despite her immense strength, she dared not exhibit favoritism. Moreover, this trial was beneficial for their growth, rendering leniency entirely unnecessary. As days turned into weeks, Hemingway and Z-Pearl were relentlessly tormented by Xiaobai in the circular sea, gradually forging a bond through their shared trials. This was not an inclination toward masochism, but rather a camaraderie that blossomed amid adversity, akin to the relationship between a ruthless drill instructor and their cadet. Before they knew it, the deadline for the trial was approaching. On this day, Hemingway and Z-Pearl stood quietly at the foot of the sea god mountain, gazing out at the churning circular sea, which seemed to beckon them. Through the cerulean waters, they could clearly see, amidst the expanse of over 200 meters, the colossal magic soul great white shark, Xiaobai, leading nearly 1,000 sea spirit beasts, all quietly observing them. Almost a year had passed, and by now, they had spent nearly 3 years on Sea God Island. Z-Pearl was now 21, while Hemingway had reached the age of 15. In this past year, Hemingway's hair had grown back, flowing elegantly as a cascade of white. His demeanor had matured significantly, and his physique had nearly reached full development. Soul masters inherently develop faster than ordinary individuals, and he now appeared akin to a young man in his 20s. Z-Pearl, on the other hand, retained the appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old girl, though her beauty had only intensified with her cultivation. During this year, Hemingway's soul power had risen to level 50. The continuous battles in the circular sea not only honed their will and bodies, but also fortified the foundation of their soul power. However, Z-Pearl had not yet acquired a soul ring, thus her level remained stagnant at 50, though Hemingway had gradually caught up to her. This was of little concern. Once she obtained her soul ring, her strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. After all, each battle in the circular sea had left her utterly exhausted, depleting her soul power completely. As previously mentioned, training under such extreme fatigue yields far greater results than in a normal state. One can only imagine the potential spike in her soul power level upon acquiring her soul ring after a year of accumulation, further solidifying her foundation. Even if she could not match Hemingway, her capabilities would surpass the expectations of ordinary individuals. Today marked the moment for the two to officially confront the second trial. Hemingway and the Pearl stood at the water's edge. He turned to the woman beside him and inquired with a smile, "Are you ready?" "Indeed. I've been prepared for quite some time," she replied with a smile of her own. Over the course of the year navigating the circular sea, they had cultivated a profound rapport. "Then let us commence." With Hemingway's words, their martial souls were unleashed almost simultaneously, followed by the manifestation of their powers. For them, traversing over 200 meters in the sea posed no challenge. However, the adversaries they faced were far from trivial. Though the circular sea appeared narrow, this very confinement limited their maneuverability. Confronted by hundreds of variously ranked sea spirit beasts, their path was nearly entirely obstructed. The greatest obstacle to their completion of this second trial naturally came from the formidable magic soul great white shark, Little White. Without overcoming Little White, they could not reach the opposite shore. Although she would not attack them with full force, she would undoubtedly do everything in her power to thwart their efforts in passing the assessment. Under her dominion, the sea spirit beasts in the circular sea acted in unison. Through a year of rigorous training, both had come to a painful realization of this fact through their scarred bodies. In the depths of the circular sea, Little White had long since prepared herself. As Hemingway and the Pearl emanated an indomitable spirit, she understood that today's battle would not be as simple as before. These two were genuinely intent on challenging the second trial she guarded. "Let us go." Hemingway uttered a low growl, swiftly encircling the slender waist of the violet Pearl and lifting her high. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from their bodies. A dazzling light that rivaled the sun in its intensity, rendering it impossible to discern the events unfolding within. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted as the light expanded dramatically, revealing a colossal white tiger with magnificent wings bellowing towards the heavens. Was this the fusion of martial spirits? Astonishingly, he possessed two martial spirits. Within the depths of the circular sea, the small white creature was momentarily taken aback. Throughout the past year, the duo had never revealed their ability to execute a martial spirit fusion technique, evidently saving it for this very moment to catch her off guard. Habitually, she had assumed they would plunge directly into the sea as usual, engaging in a frontal battle with her and the other sea spirit beasts to seek an opportunity to break through. However, she never anticipated that they would dispense with any preamble and immediately unleash their martial spirit fusion technique. With a swift motion, the wings of the white tiger unfurled like swan feathers, its massive form transformed into a white streak, darting toward the circular sea with lightning speed. The waters were the domain of the sea spirit beasts, and even with their superior swimming skills, they could not hope to rival true sea spirit beasts. Furthermore, being immersed in the sea was undeniably to their disadvantage. Thus, it was clear that they had previously conspired to execute their martial spirit fusion technique to soar through the air. By the time the king of the magic soul great white shark, the small white creature, grasped the situation, the duo, transformed into the winged white tiger, had already penetrated over 80 meters into the circular sea. Moreover, since all the sea spirit beasts had strategically positioned themselves in the water, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. A burst of white light emanated from the white tiger, forming an oval halo that enveloped them, while the leading edge of the white light coalesced into a conical shape, further accelerating their forward momentum. Simultaneously, a fierce killing intent erupted from the depths of the white tiger's blood-red eyes, causing the nearby sea spirit beasts to hesitate in terror, too frightened to draw near. With a mighty flap of its wings, the white tiger ascended to a position of 100 meters. Having traversed more than half of the circular sea, the small white creature felt a surge of anger, thinking to herself how cunning they were to employ such a tactic to clear the challenge. Suddenly, the circular sea trembled violently. In her fury, the small white creature unleashed a ripple of azure energy from her forehead, pursuing the winged white tiger. Concurrently, the blue-gray radiance emanating from her intensified, causing the waters of the circular sea to coalesce as if solidified. Not only the white tiger, targeted by her, but even the other sea spirit beasts found themselves immobilized by the constricting waters. This was the evolved skill of the 10,000-year sea spirit beast, the small white creature. Known as solidification, the blue ripples emitted from her head were not merely a domain ability, but also a form of special mental attack, dubbed the despair wave. Once ensnared, enemies caught within the despair wave would find themselves unable to move, their soul techniques temporarily sealed, akin to fish on a chopping block, left at her mercy. As she unleashed this formidable skill, the small white creature surged forward, almost instantaneously closing the distance to the winged white tiger. While the sudden solidification of the waters did indeed slow the tiger's flight, it did not halt it entirely as she had anticipated. Long ago, Hemingway had discovered that his white tiger martial spirit possessed a unique characteristic of encompassing all things. In essence, his white tiger could merge with any form of martial spirit, amplifying its own power exponentially, while also utilizing the abilities of the fused martial spirit, even generating an enhanced version of that ability. Thus, when the small white creature charged forward with the despair wave, the white tiger abruptly turned its head, a divine light igniting in its blood-red eyes. Two beams of dazzling light surged forth to meet the ascending small white creature, piercing through the very center of the despair wave and striking directly at her forehead. Initially, the small white creature dismissed the radiant divine light, confident in her formidable 10,000-year soul beast physique, believing she had no need to heed such attacks. However, she quickly realized something was amiss, for the peculiar light appeared impervious to the refractive properties of the water. As it drew nearer, she could distinctly feel her once keen perception of the entire circular sea dulling. A mental attack? Or perhaps a highly concentrated form of mental assault. Before the small white creature could react, the dazzling divine light struck her directly, and an astonishing sight unfolded. Starting from her head, a layer of earthen gray stone suddenly enveloped her, rapidly spreading until she was entirely encased, transforming into a massive stone resembling a great white shark. This was one of the abilities of the Violet Pearl's nine-headed serpent martial spirit, petrification. In the current state of martial spirit fusion, The white tiger could effortlessly wield the nine-headed serpent's abilities, even surpassing their original potency. Indeed, in a sudden and unexpected strike, they successfully petrified the 10,000-year magic soul great white shark. Seizing this opportunity, the white tiger's wings flared dramatically, propelling its immense form into a flash of white light as it bolted toward the finish line. In a mere 3 seconds, the petrified magic soul great white shark broke free from its stony confines, the stone shattering into fragments. Yet, it was already too late. The white tiger had vanished from the waters. Looking up, the small white creature spotted two figures supporting each other on the distant shore. Deflated, she realized they had successfully passed the second trial. On the beach, the Violet Pearl and Hemingway leaned on one another, both feeling utterly drained. While the martial spirit fusion technique was undeniably powerful, its toll was equally staggering, particularly the final petrification beam, which had nearly drained their soul power. Fortunately, they had triumphed at the last moment. Finally, they had cleared the challenge. The Violet Pearl exhaled deeply, her expression a mix of exhilaration and relief. After nearly a year of effort, it had culminated in this moment. Indeed, the rewards were substantial, Hemingway mused. Just then, the surface of the sea erupted with waves. With a splash, the small white creature's large head broke the surface, the shimmering veil over the sea gradually dissipating, a clear sign that the duo had passed their assessment. With large eyes fixed on the two exhilarated figures on the beach, the small white creature remarked, somewhat resigned, "Congratulations on clearing the challenge." Hemingway and the Purple Pearl exchanged a knowing smile, then simultaneously bent down at a right angle towards the little white figure in the circular sea. "Thank you, Little White." Throughout this nearly year-long period, referred to as a trial, Little White had effectively been their constant companion in their cultivation. Without Little White, their coordination and combat skills in the water could never have evolved so swiftly. For them, Little White was both a mentor and a friend. Thus, their heartfelt gratitude towards Little White for the assistance over the past year was genuine. Little White stared blankly at the two humans before her, a novel emotion coursing through her heart, one she had never experienced before. This feeling was profoundly unfamiliar, leaving her somewhat at a loss for how to respond, ultimately leading her to turn away and submerge back into the sea. "I must leave. The trials that await you will not be easy. Take care." Little White's voice echoed across the surface of the water, while her form had already disappeared deep into the circular sea, twisting her body and vanishing like an arrow. As they watched Little White depart, both Hemingway and Purple Pearl felt a sense of melancholy wash over them. At that moment, two beams of light simultaneously illuminated from their foreheads. From Hemingway's forehead shone the imprint of his golden trident, projecting the second light curtain of the sea god's 9 trials, which instantly shattered and merged into his being as luminous particles. From Purple Pearl's forehead emerged a crimson light curtain, also the second light curtain. By combining their abilities, they unleashed even greater power, breaking through the defenses of the 10,000-year demon soul great white shark king. The second trial of the sea god was passed, increasing their affinity by 10%, bringing the total affinity to 15%. Each received a divine soul ring as a reward, accompanied by the voice of the sea god. Suddenly, a graceful figure clad in red appeared before them. It was the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. Upon her arrival, she wasted no time. With a swift motion, she tossed 2 golden orbs of light that gently floated toward the two. Hemingway and Purple Pearl sat cross-legged on the beach, closing their eyes to silently receive the divine soul ring. A gentle golden light enveloped them, and Hemingway felt his consumed soul power rapidly replenishing, while his mental clarity sharpened significantly, flowing more freely than before. It was evident that his mental strength had undergone a remarkable enhancement. With the experience of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, Hemingway found that his physique allowed him to absorb another with greater ease than during his initial attempt, even dedicating an entire year to solidify his gains. After 5 months, Hemingway slowly opened his eyes while 5 soul rings around him illuminated one by one. Purple, purple, black, red, red. You have finally awakened. As he regained consciousness, Purple Pearl leaned in closer, visibly relieved, and remarked, "I was worried that absorbing the soul ring would put you in a deep slumber for another year. How long was I in meditation?" Hemingway instinctively inquired. 5 months. Purple Pearl replied. 5 months. It seems I am still too weak. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken me so long to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, Hemingway reflected, a hint of melancholy in his tone. He had anticipated that his prior experience would make the absorption process significantly easier this time. Yet, The reality was that it took him a full 5 months, clearly indicating that his physical capabilities still fell short of the requirements for effortlessly absorbing such a powerful soul ring. And you? How long did you absorb your soul ring? And what level is your soul power? Hemingway asked Purple Pearl. I absorbed a 60,000-year soul ring. My soul power has reached level 57. Purple Pearl replied, her expression radiating satisfaction. She was in no way disheartened by the comparison to Hemingway's 100,000-year soul ring. It is important to note that 60,000 years is still a formidable achievement, albeit not on par with 100,000. However, the soul skill she acquired was exceptionally powerful, almost divine in nature. Her fifth soul skill, shedding skin and rebirth, had the effect of self-healing, usable only once per day. Upon activation, she would be enveloped in a serpent's skin, akin to a snake shedding its skin. When she emerged from this protective layer, her body could recover from even the gravest injuries, whether it be the loss of limbs or vital organs, restoring her to her original state. Such a skill effectively granted her an additional life. Chapter 89, The Peculiar Trial. Shortly after Hemingway awoke, the subject of the third trial manifested in both their minds. Title Body Refinement? What does that mean? Purple Pearl inquired, perplexed after absorbing the information. Hemingway remarked, it appears that the content of our third examination is once again the same. I too have undergone the tide body refinement. But unlike the first examination's traversal and the light of the sea god, mine is a dual tide body refinement. Soon, you shall comprehend the essence of the tide body refinement. Follow me. The serene voice echoed in the ears of the two, and before they knew it, the resplendent and noble sea god Douluo, Poseidon, adorned in crimson, had materialized beside them. As she gazed upon the pair, her attention particularly settled on the increasingly composed and refined Hemingway, intensifying the complex emotions swirling within her heart. Having spoken, Poseidon turned and began to stride in the opposite direction of Sea God Mountain. Though her pace appeared unhurried, each step was taken with effortless grace. However, once Hemingway and Zazinza regained their senses, they had to exert themselves fully to keep up with her. Truly, she was deserving of the title of Limit Douluo. Her strength was evident even in the minutiae, Hemingway mused. Poseidon's journey extended for a full 2 hours, despite her cultivation allowing her to deliberately moderate her speed. The distance covered in that time was substantial. They traversed through woods, scaled hills, and encountered other inland seas within Sea God Island. Closely following Poseidon and nearly passing through all the diverse terrains of the island, suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated ahead, though they had yet to see its source. The booming sound surged like thunder rolling across the sky, growing increasingly deafening. Poseidon ascended into the air, her form soaring freely, as she flew towards a towering peak that loomed hundreds of meters high. This mountain, entirely composed of rock, bore no vegetation and was enveloped in darkness. For Hemingway and Zazinzu, the height of several hundred meters posed no challenge, and they soon propelled themselves to the summit. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both were profoundly awestruck. Before them lay a valley that recessed into Sea God Island, bordered by an endless expanse of ocean. The valley extended from the shore inward, approximately several hundred meters deep, with the same black rock beneath their feet, which felt as unyielding as steel. Yet, it was not these features that elicited their astonishment. While the vast ocean was indeed majestic, they had encountered it before. What truly captivated them was the breathtaking spectacle of tumultuous waves crashing within the valley. For reasons unknown, the tranquil waters outside Sea God Island transformed into frenzied surges upon entering this valley, with the highest waves reaching heights of 100 meters, crashing heavily against the rocks beneath them, producing the thunderous sounds they had heard. The grand and magnificent force of nature instilled within them a sense of insignificance. Compared to the ocean, they felt exceedingly small. This is the location of your third examination, Poseidon declared, known as the Abyss of Raging Waves. One of the wonders of Sea God Island. Even a fearsome soul beast like the great white shark would never venture here. This is one of the rare places in the ocean where soul beasts have vanished. Do you understand why this recessed valley exists? Poseidon inquired leisurely. Zazinza gazed at the scene ahead, hesitating as she replied, could it not have been carved out by the waves? Poseidon calmly responded, you are correct. This valley was indeed formed in such a manner. Through continuous impact, the rocks have been compressed. Should you have the opportunity, you may test the rocks here. They are not only as hard as fine steel due to prolonged battering, but also possess an extraordinary density, with weights comparable to that of silver for the same volume. Hemingway inquired, what, then, is our task? Just as he spoke, Poseidon slowly raised her hands, and in an instant, a circle of azure light burst forth from her. revealing 9 distinct soul rings. Astonishingly, the first 8 rings were black, with only the final one being red. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow materialized behind Poseidon, though neither could discern its form. The aura of authority and the legends surrounding Poseidon made it clear the martial spirit of this sea god Douluo was none other than the sea god herself. Given her unwavering loyalty to the sea god and her role as the divine envoy on Earth, how could she possess a second martial spirit? The blue light radiated without imposing any pressure. Its gentle appearance belied the absence of any soul power fluctuations, suggesting that at her level, the use of soul skills had transcended mere combat significance. The azure luminescence enveloped the valley, swiftly dispersing into every nook and cranny. It was then that an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The once tumultuous valley, rife with raging waves, suddenly fell into an eerie calm. As if those towering waves had been forcefully subdued by the seemingly innocuous blue light, driven back to the ocean's surface by Poseidon's sheer will. In a remarkable display of strength, she stood resilient against nature, gaining absolute dominance. Although it was Hemingway and Pearl's first encounter with Poseidon's prowess, they were granted a profound understanding of the pinnacle of a 99th level Douluo. If the typical titled Douluo exhibited formidable strength, the might of the pinnacle Douluo transcended mere human capability. At this level, one wielded a fragment of the world's elemental power. The blue light intensified, and standing beside Poseidon, Hemingway observed a fierce blue gleam flash in her eyes. Following this, 2 gray pillars began to rise from the previously subdued sea surface. They ascended rapidly, each topped with a smaller horizontal pillar, merging seamlessly to create a form reminiscent of a cross. Upon this cross were 5 gray rings. Before them, the 2 massive pillars, each with a diameter of approximately 1 meter, had already soared to 50 meters, lifted by the inexplicable energy released by Poseidon. "This is the site of your 3rd examination," she announced. "I shall remain here to accompany you throughout the assessment. Should you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to call for help." The red level 7th examinees must endure 5 hours atop these silver pillars daily, for a duration of 1 year. Then, Poseidon's gaze shifted to Hemingway as she continued. "As for you, the sea god's 9th examinee, you must endure 12 hours, no less and no more. This trial is particularly unique for you, as there is no restriction on the completion time. Theoretically, you may take 10 years or even a century to pass this challenge. There is no specific standard for completion. When the sea god deems you worthy, your trial will be considered complete. No time limits, no specific standards for passing." Hemingway was taken aback. Why was this challenge so peculiar? Could it be that Tang San's trials in the original story were similarly unique? Surely, each individual's trial could not be so radically different. Chapter 90, The Culling of Tides. After listening to Poseidon's explanation, Hemingway and Pearl finally comprehended the essence of this 3rd examination. They were to endure the relentless onslaught of waves upon the 2 silver pillars, a process known as the culling of tides. However, Hemingway's trial differed from Pearl's. Not only was he required to endure for a longer duration, but he also faced no time constraints, with the completion criteria solely determined by the sea god. Hemingway felt that the time he would need to overcome this challenge might be significantly longer than he had anticipated. Yet, he was not disheartened, after all. It was merely a trial. "Let it begin now," he declared. "Pearl, do not force yourself. If it becomes too arduous, just speak up." He initially addressed the violet Pearl with gentle words before turning to Poseidon, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder." Poseidon remained silent, her deep azure eyes revealing no trace of disturbance. However, witnessing Hemingway's tenderness towards her, while referring to himself as the elder, stirred a tinge of envy within her heart. Before long, azure light manifested in 2 streams, enveloping the bodies of the 2 individuals. In the blink of an eye, amidst the flickering luminosity, they felt a lightness as they gracefully descended, each landing upon a column of dark silver. A silver glow illuminated the gray column, and Hemingway felt a tightening around his body as he was firmly affixed to the cruciform position on the column. The 5 silver rings above him secured him at the neck, waist, ankles, and wrists, binding him tightly to the column. The violet Pearl found herself in a similar predicament. They resembled prisoners enduring a grim fate. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly misconstrue the situation. As Poseidon withdrew her hands, the azure light gradually faded, and an inexplicable pressure began to permeate the hearts of the 2. Reflecting upon the earlier tumultuous waves, a sense of tension lingered, with Poseidon's energy no longer restraining them. The sea below began to churn violently, 50 meters may have seemed a considerable height, yet with the surging waves, the water was rapidly ascending towards them. The sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore resonated through the air. Before long, a colossal wave surged forward, rising to the height of the two individuals. In a thunderous roar, imbued with tremendous force, the wave struck them. Yet, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl soon realized that the impact was not as overwhelming as they had anticipated. Although the wave was powerful and left them momentarily breathless, it was ultimately bearable. Secured by the weighty silver rings, they had no fear of being swept away by the water. The silver pillars remained steadfast against the onslaught of the waves. Could it be that this third trial was simpler than the previous two? However, their puzzlement lasted only briefly before their expression shifted. Indeed, the initial wave's impact was not particularly strong, but they were confronted with an unceasing barrage. Before the first wave had fully receded, the second wave was already upon them. Positioned near the rocky shore, the wave surged to nearly 100 meters in height before crashing down with immense force. Initially, the sensation was not too overwhelming. Yet, as the onslaught continued, they were compelled to summon their soul power to withstand it. The relentless impacts began to render their bodies numb, not painful, but a pervasive numbness that coursed through their veins, flesh, and bones. The tumultuous waves felt as if a powerful soul master were relentlessly unleashing energy-based attacks upon them, each collision enveloping their entire beings. In a short span, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl endured hundreds, if not thousands, of wave strikes. The numbness gradually morphed into pain, and their internal soul power waned, leaving them unable to resist any longer. They could only endure the violent onslaught. Among the two, Hemingway fared the best, his robust physique allowing him to endure far longer than the Purple Pearl. Were it not for the training from the previous trials and the divine blessing of the soul rings, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness from the wave's relentless assault. Nevertheless, even her perseverance was becoming increasingly strained, her body aching and numb, a suffering that was indescribable. Fortunately, she suddenly recalled one of the 9 abilities bestowed by her Hydra martial spirit that could aid her in this dire situation: rapid regeneration. This ability allowed her body to heal from any injury swiftly, making it perfectly suited for her current predicament. It could rapidly restore her from fatigue and damage. However, this regeneration had its limits. If she suffered the loss of limbs or organs, the ability would be ineffective. Yet, her 5th soul skill evidently stemmed from this capability, granting her a semblance of rebirth. For now, she did not require her 5th soul skill, merely activating rapid regeneration sufficed. Upon invoking this ability, the intense numbness that had rendered her nearly insensate began to dissipate, and she felt herself recovering swiftly. Yet, as the waves continued to batter her, the cycle of damage and recovery ensued relentlessly. The rapid regeneration ability could draw energy from food consumed or directly deplete her soul power. After employing it numerous times, a wave of hunger surged through her. Despite having felt satiated just moments before, it felt as though she had not eaten in days. This overwhelming hunger began to diminish the efficacy of her regeneration. Left with no choice, the Purple Pearl resorted to relying on the dwindling remnants of her soul power. Time quietly slipped by. For Hemingway and the Purple Pearl, the 2 silver pillars resembled the iron molds used in casting, their bodies akin to molten metal being forged. While the ceaseless waves acted as the hammer of creation, despite the agony, they could indeed sense their strength gradually burgeoning. High Priestess Poseidon sat cross-legged atop the summit, her spine erect, a vision of graceful poise as she observed the pair. Her gaze, when it settled upon Hemingway, was laced with tenderness as she beheld his tormented countenance. Yet, when her attention shifted to Pearl, a glint of schadenfreude flickered within her eyes, as if relishing a rival's discomfiture, a sentiment she knew to be unbecoming, yet found herself powerless to suppress. Her gaze was inexorably drawn to the white-haired youth lashed to the stone pillar, his garments clinging to his skin, revealing the sculpted contours of his physique, stirring within her a nascent disquiet, as if an invisible force were binding her to him. Chapter 91. The zenith of aptitude thus concluded the inaugural day of the 3rd trial. Pearl, in her initial attempt, endured a mere 3 hours before succumbing to the relentless onslaught. Hemingway, too, reached his limit after a valiant 8 hours. Upon being rescued by Poseidon, both collapsed, utterly spent. The ensuing agony, akin to 1,000 needles piercing their flesh, proved excruciating, lasting for an agonizing span of hours, only abating as their vitality returned and they resumed their cultivation. This ordeal served as a stark reminder that this seemingly facile trial surpassed the combined tribulations of the first and second. While the first trial assessed spiritual power, and the second honed maritime combat prowess. The third served to temper their very corporeal forms. Invariably, each trial incorporated an assessment of fortitude, yet the sheer magnitude of the third trial instilled within them a newfound appreciation for its severity, regardless of the suffering endured. Perseverance remained paramount, for it is through hardship that one ascends to greatness. Subsequently, Hemingway and Pearl embarked upon a period of unrelenting torment, enduring the ceaseless battering of the waves, leaving them prostrate, their bodies unresponsive. Yet, the benefits were palpable, as their endurance steadily increased. After numerous iterations, they finally met the stipulated duration for the trial. As time elapsed, a month later, they observed that their very respiration synchronized with the ebb and flow of the waves, their bodies growing increasingly resilient. This phenomenon intensified over the course of 3 months, until they discovered that the initial impact of the waves no longer elicited pain, but rather a sensation of invigoration, an indescribable euphoria. While this sensation gradually yielded to the familiar agony as the trial progressed, the tangible augmentation of their physical strength spurred them onward. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Only by enduring such trials could one hope to attain true strength. Poseidon maintained her vigil atop the summit, providing succor as needed. Though she never ventured forth to make announcements, sumptuous, nutrient-rich meals were delivered daily for their sustenance. As the third month drew to a close, a remarkable occurrence transpired. During a moment of casual movement, they were astonished to discover that their fists now carried a sonorous resonance, akin to the roar of a tsunami. Their bodies seemed to have transformed into living waves. Their spiritual power augmented, yet the overall increase in strength transcended mere spiritual amplification. Their physical prowess had increased exponentially, synergizing with their spiritual power to unleash attacks of unparalleled potency. Furthermore, they discerned that their bodies, having endured the constant battering of the waves, had instinctively mastered the art of force dissipation. These transformations were undoubtedly bestowed upon them by the turbulent waters, granting them a taste of the rewards that awaited them. Emboldened by this newfound advantage, Pearl proactively extended her training sessions in the waves, determined to close the gap between herself and Hemingway. Time inexorably marched onward. A year after their arrival, Pearl could withstand the relentless assault of the waves for 12 hours each day, essentially enduring the trial around the clock, resting for a few hours before resuming her training. Her progress was undeniable, her spiritual power soaring from level 57 to level 60 in a mere year of training. Her third trial was complete. Third trial completed, exceeding expectations, remarkable fortitude. A divine bestowed spirit ring is hereby awarded. The majestic voice of Poseidon echoed within her mind. Swiftly, Poseidon descended, casting a golden orb in her direction. Pearl immediately assumed a meditative posture, preparing to receive the divine bestowed spirit ring. 3 hours later, Pearl successfully absorbed the divine bestowed spirit ring, and with a mere thought, 6 spirit rings materialized around her. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. The 6th ring, though predominantly black, exhibited a faint crimson hue, indicating that it was approaching the power of a 100,000-year spirit ring. Elated, Pearl felt herself drawing ever closer to him. Now at level 63, and barely past her 20th year, her future as a titled Douluo was all but assured, a level her father had yearned for his entire life. Having completed her third trial, Pearl no longer accompanied Hemingway in the waves. Not because Poseidon forbade it, but because her physical attributes had reached their zenith, the pinnacle of her current potential. Further exposure to the waves would yield no additional progress. To ascend further, she would need to seek alternative methods. As the waves had exhausted their ability to aid her advancement, this did not imply that her physical prowess surpassed Hemingway's, but rather that she had attained the limits of her innate aptitude. The waves, however, continued to benefit Hemingway, their relentless assault still capable of unlocking his latent potential. It was no wonder that Poseidon had imposed no time limit on this trial. A mere year would scarcely suffice. Hemingway, now intimately acquainted with the Silver Pillar, found himself no longer in need of Poseidon's assistance. With sheer strength, he was capable of momentarily subduing the tumultuous waves to maintain his position. The silver ring enveloped his body and limbs as he inhaled deeply, feeling the first colossal wave crash against him, amidst the thunderous roar. A refreshing sensation surged through his entire being, a most exquisite comfort. The soul power within him, having transformed into a liquid state, began to circulate autonomously in harmony with the crashing waves. His skin, muscles, meridians, and even bones responded with subtle undulations to the rhythmic assault of the sea. As his body resonated with the waves, Hemingway felt as though he had completely merged with the ocean's currents. He found that he could sense the process of dissipating force without the need for soul techniques or the protection of soul power. It was akin to a tremendous force bearing down upon him, yet his entire being vibrated in unison with this incoming power, thereby significantly mitigating the impact he endured. This natural response of his body was akin to a skill bestowed by the waves. Not only did it aid him against the ocean's onslaught, but it would also serve him well against other forms of energetic attacks. Chapter 92, The Essence of Water. 10th update. Enduring the relentless assault of the waves each day undoubtedly further strained Hemingway's latent potential, compelling him to engage in rigorous soul power cultivation even when not directly confronted by the crashing surf, in order to expedite the recovery of his battered body. Soul power was no longer a mere energy residing within him. Under the relentless pounding of the waves, it became integrated with his meridians, flesh, and marrow. This method of body refinement was undeniably formidable. Without immense willpower and a certain degree of strength, one could scarcely endure it. Yet, those who persevered would reap tremendous benefits for their bodies. Having absorbed the essence of 100,000-year soul ring, his soul power had reached the 53rd level. After a year of refining his physique in the tides, he had only ascended to the 55th level, a mere 2 levels in the span of a year. While this may seem slow, the reality was quite the opposite. Firstly, as one advances in soul power cultivation, the ascent becomes increasingly arduous. Secondly, the quality of his soul power had nearly reached a liquid state, far surpassing that of an ordinary 50-level soul master, which naturally required more time for progression. However, this higher quality meant that when wielded, his soul power would exert a far greater potency than that of his peers, and it would also prove more enduring. It was a trade-off, indeed. Boom, boom. The colossal waves relentlessly battered Hemingway's body without respite. As he experienced the rhythmic ebb and flow of his soul power in response to each wave's caress, an epiphany gradually dawned upon him. He felt as though he was no longer merely human but rather an integral part of the furious waves, a fragment of the very cosmos itself. Hemingway gently closed his eyes, completely enveloped in the exquisite sensation. The overwhelming impact of the crashing waves faded away, and he felt as though he had transformed into the very waves themselves, his senses heightened manifold. He could perceive the movement of every droplet of water surging towards him, as if it were intricately woven into the fabric of his consciousness. What is water? A question suddenly surged forth in his mind. Hemingway realized that although he could manipulate water, his understanding of its essence remained superficial and shallow, merely grasping the surface without comprehending the depths beneath. Water, the source of life for all beings, is it truly that simple? This question led him into a peculiar state, gradually expanding his consciousness outward as he engaged with the sea, meticulously observing the undulations and transformations of the water. The ocean's responsive abilities silently awakened within him. And soon, his perception transcended 1,000 miles of sea, slowly extending and expanding outward. The scenery before him transformed repeatedly, no longer confined to the Isle of Poseidon, but seemingly enveloping the entire ocean. To his eyes, the sea revealed a spectrum of colors, soft azure, profound black, and crystalline clear blue. Even the slightest variation among these hues did not escape Hemingway's senses. Without the need for sight, he had begun to perceive every subtle change upon the water's surface. His very essence gradually melded with the waves, intertwining with the vastness of the ocean. An overwhelming and profound aura enveloped him. The once meditative purple pearl was startled awake, gazing in astonishment at Hemingway, who radiated an infinite and boundless energy. Even Poseidon, seated cross-legged upon the rocks, could not help but be moved. Rising gracefully to regard the youth bound to the stone pillar, his eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. What had transpired? Poseidon glanced at him with concern, murmuring to himself, unable to fathom the transformation that had overtaken Hemingway. At that moment, the previously tumultuous waves, which raged with fury, suddenly fell into an unanticipated calm. Yet, the orchestrator of this serene shift, Hemingway, remained unaware. His spirit had plunged into a peculiar state, as if his soul had detached from his body, wandering freely in this aquatic realm. In a fleeting thought, wherever water flows, the world is accessible. Hemingway observed the myriad transformations, characteristics, and attributes of water. He discovered that what appears to be a simple substance is, in fact, infinitely variable, intricately intertwined with all living beings, and even influences the workings of the world. No form of life can exist without water. To master water is to possess the very essence of life itself, endowed with the power to command all that exists. Water, formless and ever-changing, is a testament to the dynamic nature of existence. Hemingway was enraptured by this aquatic realm, merging with the vast ocean. Perceiving the myriad transformations of water from a grand perspective, its solid, liquid, and gaseous states. Depending on the environment, water manifests as clouds, rain, dew, mist, frost, snow, ice, hail, and water vapor. The essence of water influences every facet of existence. Nothing can escape its reach. In the absence of water, this world would descend into desolation. Water is, indeed, the wellspring of all life. In this moment, Hemingway seems to transcend time, witnessing the distant past of the planet's formation. In those primordial days, the earth lay barren, devoid of both animals and plants, until the advent of water, which gradually coalesced into vast oceans. Within these boundless waters, the most rudimentary forms of life, algae and bacteria, came into existence. As time flowed inexorably onward, these organisms evolved and proliferated. After eons, the species within the ocean became increasingly diverse, with some daring to leave the sea and venture onto land. Hemingway's spirit seemed to merge with the vast ocean, glimpsing but a fragment of the ancient maritime memories. And through this, he observed the intricate tapestry of life's evolution and transformation. He was deeply moved by the marvels of existence and captivated by the grandeur of nature. Truly grasping a fragment of the essence of water, time became an elusive concept. When Hemingway awoke from this extraordinary state, although his eyes remained closed, his corporeal senses returned. The thunderous roar of the waves once again filled his ears, and the surf began to crash before him. Yet for Hemingway, the experience was profoundly altered. As the waves surged toward him, they instinctively veered away from his form, never touching him, evidently having gleaned a hint of water's essence through that earlier mystical state. The furious waves before him could no longer inflict any harm. As he slowly opened his eyes, Hemingway's gaze erupted with a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, radiant and resplendent. At that moment, the world before him transformed. Everything assumed a remarkable depth, infused with an inexplicable vitality and spirit. This newfound understanding held immense significance for Hemingway. The year-long onslaught of waves had not been endured in vain. The close encounters with the ocean's embrace elevated his connection with it, allowing him, by serendipity, to grasp a sliver of water's profundity. From that point onward, his methods of attack would transcend mere physical confrontation or sheer dominance. The omnipresent water would become his ally, enabling him to employ a myriad of transformative techniques. Surpassing expectations, he comprehended the will of the sea and the essence of water. The third trial of tidal body refinement was completed with exceptional results, increasing his affinity with the sea god by 15%, bringing the total affinity to 30%. The voice of the sea god resonated within his mind, heralding the reward of an extended duration for the third soul ring. Hemingway felt an enigmatic force surging within him, manifesting 5 ethereal soul rings of purple, black, and red around his being. Among them, the third black soul ring suddenly deepened in hue, exuding an increasingly potent aura. Originally a mere 10,000-year soul ring, it had now ascended to an astonishing 30,000-year level due to the rewards from the third examination. Its power had significantly amplified in every aspect compared to its original state. In Chapter 93, The Harmony of Strength and Gentleness. The melodious clangor of the 5 silver rings adorning Hemingway's form resonated as they activated simultaneously. The surrounding waters surged forth, yet they did not dampen his attire. Instead, they gently enveloped his body, tenderly guiding him toward the shore. Upon arrival, he noticed the inexplicable excitement in Purple Pearl's gaze as she looked at him. As he reached the shore, she immediately embraced him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. "What is the matter?" Noticing her unusual emotional state, Hemingway gently patted her back, expressing his concern. However, Purple Pearl merely buried her face against his robust chest, her arms clinging tightly to his waist, remaining silent. Feeling helpless, Hemingway turned his attention to Poseidon, inquiring, "Senior, what seems to be the issue with Pearl?" Observing the young man, who remained oblivious to the dramatic transformation in his appearance and demeanor, Poseidon, though astonished and perplexed, allowed a faint smile to grace her features as she replied, "Do you have any idea how long you have been atop the silver pillar?" 3 or 4 days, perhaps, Hemingway responded, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He quickly asked, "Senior, have I truly been up there for an extended period?" "Over a year and a half," Poseidon smiled, revealing an astonishing figure from her crimson lips. "What? Surely, I must have misheard. A year and a half." Hemingway was astounded, bound to the pillar of sunken silver, subjected to the relentless assault of the waves for a year and a half. Could there be a more harrowing situation? Endlessly battered by the ocean's fury for such an extended period, The mere fact that he was still alive seemed miraculous. And during this time, had he not needed sustenance or water? A cascade of questions left Hemingway grappling with the incomprehensible nature of his predicament. He couldn't shake the feeling that these two individuals were perhaps playing a jest upon him. Yet, in that extraordinary state, the tumultuous waves transformed under his influence, becoming as calm as a windless sea. Thus, he was not truly besieged by the waves day and night. Observing his incredulous expression, Poseidon patiently elucidated. As for the matter of nourishment, during your sojourn in that peculiar state, the seawater enveloped your body, enabling it to draw energy from the ocean, sustaining your life for a year and a half. Hemingway found himself at a loss for words, having undergone a profound realization over the span of a year and a half. By this calculation, nearly 6 years had elapsed since his arrival on Poseidon's island. While I may be unaware of the events that transpired during that year and a half, the transformation in your appearance and demeanor is a clear testament to your closer connection with the sea god. Poseidon's gaze held a blend of astonishment and admiration. My appearance? Hemingway felt a twinge of uncertainty. Had his appearance undergone some transformation? Eager to glimpse his own visage, he gently nudged the shoulder of the woman named Purple Pearl, signaling her to release him. Though reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced and withdrew her embrace. Yet, her gaze remained moist and lingering, as if fearing that a mere moment apart would lead to his disappearance. After Purple Pearl relinquished her hold and stepped back from his embrace, as Hemingway's thoughts stirred, the moisture in the air coalesced before him, swiftly forming a mirror of water, allowing him to observe the changes in his appearance with startling clarity. Is this truly me? Gazing at the reflection in the water mirror, Hemingway found himself almost unrecognizable. The figure that emerged was that of a youth, around 18 or 19. Tall and athletic, not excessively muscular nor frail like a reed, but rather possessing a harmonious physique that exuded an inexplicable beauty. His long, silky hair, as pure as freshly fallen snow, cascaded down like a smooth waterfall, reaching his knees. Most intriguingly, the ends of his flowing white locks gradually transitioned into a delicate shade of aquamarine, nearly a third of his hair adopting this ethereal hue, imbuing it with a vibrant vitality. This gradient did not appear jarring. Rather, it was a natural harmony, as if this enchanting quality was its destined state, radiating a dreamlike allure. However, the most profound transformation lay in his facial features. His once sharp, deep-set azure eyes softened, their crystalline brilliance now harmoniously complementing the white and blue of his hair. Furthermore, the angularity of his facial structure had softened. The previously dominating expression transformed into one of gentleness and tranquility, embodying a sense of boundless compassion akin to the vastness of the sea, coupled with an inexplicable charm. Now, Hemingway had transformed from a rugged figure exuding an air of dominance to an exquisite being, radiating warmth and a nurturing essence. He speculated that perhaps this metamorphosis stemmed from his understanding of the true nature of water, its inherent gentleness influencing his physical and spiritual essence. Grateful that he had not become a mere imitation of femininity, he found solace in the fact that this refined, gentle demeanor was still acceptable. Yet, the thought of transforming into a figure with a distinctly feminine visage was utterly intolerable to him. Just then, a novel luminescence enveloped Hemingway's mind. As the voice of the sea god resonated within, the fourth trial, the apex battle against the shark whale, assist the soul of the great white shark in annihilating the malevolent Orca clan. Upon absorbing the newly revealed information, Hemingway turned to the Purple Pearl and inquired, "My trial involves aiding the soul of the great white shark in eradicating the malevolent Orca clan. What is your trial?" "Let me see," the Purple Pearl replied, closing her eyes momentarily to consult the insights in her mind. Upon reopening her eyes, she stated, "Mine is the same. I too must assist the soul of the great white shark in vanquishing the malevolent Orca horde. The previous 3 tasks were designed to hone our skills. It appears this task serves as a testament to our training," Hemingway speculated. "Since this task involves assisting the soul of the great white shark, I surmise that the so-called malevolent Orca clan must be the arch-enemies of our ally, Little White. It seems this fourth trial presents us with an opportunity to repay Little White." The more he pondered, the more he felt he had grasped the essence of the fourth trial. "What shall we do? Shall we seek out Little White immediately?" the Purple Pearl asked. "No need for haste. This task does not impose a time limit, meaning we can complete it at our leisure," Hemingway replied, shaking his head. After all, he had only just awakened from a year and a half of slumber. Why should he rush to fulfill a task? Was he in a hurry to be reborn? Chapter 94. Returning to Simplicity. Following the receipt of the information regarding the fourth trial, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl chose not to rush into their task. Instead, They decided to take a moment to rest. After all, Hemingway had just awakened from a year and a half of introspection, during which the purple pearl had steadfastly waited by his side. Now that he had just revived, it was only fitting that they spend some time reminiscing. Besides, the fourth trial did not stipulate a completion timeline, so there was no need for undue urgency. Moreover, since their arrival on Sea God Island, they had been diligently engaged in the divine trials without taking the time to explore the island's breathtaking vistas. This was the perfect opportunity to immerse themselves in the local culture and scenery of Sea God Island. Striking a balance between work and leisure is indeed the proper course. Together, they set off, returning to the Mermaid City. Upon their arrival, they found that the sea sorceress was absent, likely still stationed at the sacred pillar of the mermaids. However, the sea soul master in purple greeted them warmly, and their original accommodations had been preserved, with daily upkeep provided. After a day of rest, the purple pearl eagerly took Hemingway on a leisurely stroll through Mermaid City, sampling local delicacies and exchanging items from her soul guide with the locals. The sea spirit masters on Ocean God Island are exceptionally simple and straightforward, making communication effortlessly seamless, particularly when they behold the marks upon the foreheads of the two individuals. They exhibit profound respect. Thus, after indulging in merriment and revelry for over a month, Hemingway and the purple pearl, having pondered and rested sufficiently, finally resolved to venture into the fourth challenge. However, the quest to locate Xiaobai posed a dilemma. Fortunately, after consulting the sea witch, they received a valuable suggestion. They could explore the waters at the periphery of Sea God Island, as Xiaobai typically does not stray far from its shores. The words of the sea witch served as a reminder to Hemingway, awakening in him the realization that locating Little White should indeed be a relatively simple endeavor, provided he employed the correct approach. Thus, Hemingway and the purple pearl swiftly made their way to the outermost edge of the island. Upon stepping onto the soft silver sands and gazing out at the vast ocean, the purple pearl inquired, "How shall we find Little White? Should we plunge into the depths of the sea? What if she is not there, and her subordinates fail to recognize us, launching an attack instead?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hemingway approached the shore, gently placing his hand into the undulating sea. In an instant, the ocean's sensing ability silently expanded, its influence predominantly enveloping the waters surrounding this island of the sea god. Yet, he failed to catch even a glimpse of a great white shark. Were they out in search of sustenance? This thought crossed Hemingway's mind as he once again extended the range of the ocean's sensing ability, centered around the island. Soon, on the opposite side of the isle, he discovered the trace of the formidable soul of the great white shark. Amidst a gathering of great whites, he spotted the familiar figure of Little White. At that moment, Little White stood still, resembling a shepherd watching over his flock, while the others of his kin scattered in pursuit of food to satiate their hunger. Little White. Hemingway endeavored to engage in conversation with her. Suddenly, the seemingly indifferent Xiaobai jolted, instantly alert, as a brilliant blue light erupted fiercely around her. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Xiaobai's large head darted left and right, the dazzling blue radiance enveloping her, exuding the terrifying pressure of a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years, unabashedly surging across the surrounding waters. "It is I." A flicker of thought crossed Hemingway's mind, and suddenly, before the gaze of the magical soul great white shark, a point of blue light materialized. This blue light coalesced and ultimately formed a figure. "Little White, have you forgotten me so quickly after just over 2 years?" The white-haired youth, manifested from the sea itself, smiled at the king of magical soul great white sharks, exuding an aura as vast and profound as the ocean, as if he were a part of the sea itself. "Is that you, Hemingway?" Little White gazed at the figure before her, incredulous. "How did you transform into this?" "I merely experienced a minor breakthrough during these 2 years, entering a completely new realm," Hemingway replied with a smile, his demeanor gentle as he began to emanate an oceanic depth, soothing both her and the emotions of the surrounding magical soul great white sharks. "This is more than just a new realm. It's as if you have become an entirely different person," Little White's heart exclaimed. She observed that despite the slight change in hair color and the softened contours of his visage, Hemingway radiated an aura that was starkly different from the one she had known. She found herself at a loss for words. If the Hemingway of the past was a figure brimming with unrestrained dominance, a king who perpetually showcased his authority to all, then the present version seemed to have shed all pretenses, smoothing out every edge, returning to a state of purity. He had deeply reigned in all his brilliance. What could have transpired over these past 2 years? What could transform a man once so resplendent into this tranquil being? I have come to you with a purpose. Hemingway smiled and said, come to this coastline. I shall await you there. Upon uttering these words, a wave of information silently surged into Xiaobai's mind, guiding her to the place where she would find him. Then, with a resounding splash, Hemingway, formed of water, dissolved back into the surrounding sea. At the edge of Poseidon's island, Hemingway opened his eyes, withdrew his hand from the sea, and slowly made his way back to the shore. He gazed at Purple Pearl and said, I have already found Little White. We shall wait here. She will arrive shortly. Purple Pearl nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After approximately 10 minutes, the previously tranquil waters surrounding them began to stir with a subtle turbulence. On the surface of the sea, after a brief period of time, the once turbulent waters began to simmer, revealing a series of triangular white dorsal fins emerging from the depths. The agitated ocean gradually returned to a state of tranquility, as dozens of formidable great white sharks surfaced, showcasing their imposing spines. Among them, the largest figure, known as Little White, surfaced prominently. A familiar silhouette came into view for the two observers. The massive head of the shark broke through the surface, casting a gaze of uncertainty towards Hemingway on the shore. Encountering the real figure was far more vivid than the earlier manifestation that had gathered within the ocean. An aura of peace, akin to the vast and profound sea, emanated unreservedly from this white-haired youth. Little White. Upon encountering the principal figure, Hemingway immediately smiled and, with a hint of jest, exclaimed, or should I refer to you as Little White? Chapter 95. At last, the time to showcase greatness has arrived. Little White, not in the best of moods, retorted, is that how you address me? That is a title bestowed upon me by the sea god. You mere mortals cannot call me that. What do you seek? On the shore, the Purple Pearl remarked, Little White, surely you are not feigning ignorance. Do you not realize that our fourth trial pertains to you? Upon hearing the mention of the fourth trial, Little White's expression grew markedly serious as she countered, have you both prepared yourselves? With that, Little White leaped from the water, transforming into human form and landing gracefully before the two. Hemingway once said, since you have come to seek me, you must be mentally prepared. We intend to accomplish this task sooner rather than later. Xiaobai furrowed her brow slightly, her figure reflecting a gray-blue glow under the sunlight. The malevolent orcas are not easily dealt with. They are far from being as agreeable as I am and are among the most ferocious creatures of the sea. Aside from the deep-sea demon whale king, which can instill a certain level of intimidation, these brutes reign unchecked in the ocean. Beside her, Zhejian Pearl inquired curiously, to what extent are these malevolent orcas truly formidable? Our mission must be fulfilled. I presume the rogues you speak of are not on amicable terms with your clan of the Great White Sharks, are they? Indeed, they are far from amicable. Xiaobai replied through gritted teeth, my brother perished at the jaws of the malevolent Orca King. If I had the means, I would have obliterated that blight upon the ocean long ago. Among our sea spirit beasts, there exists a hierarchy. Overall, we, the Great White Sharks, alongside the deep-sea demon whales and the malevolent orcas, belong to the pinnacle of the ocean's food chain. However, there is a discernible disparity among the three of us. The deep-sea demon whale is undoubtedly the most powerful, yet their numbers are exceedingly sparse, and they tend to live in solitude. Most importantly, deep-sea demon whales are notoriously lethargic, generally lying in wait with their gaping mouths, hoping for food to come to them. Aside from the deep-sea demon whales, the most formidable are the malevolent orcas. Although I am reluctant to concede this, those tarnishers of the sea are indeed somewhat stronger than us. At this point, a strong loathing flickered in Xiaobai's eyes. The malevolent orcas are an exceedingly bloodthirsty breed of sea spirit beast. Even the deep-sea demon whale king is hesitant to provoke them lightly. They are social creatures, and with virtually no natural enemies, their numbers are quite substantial. These defilers of the ocean roam unabashedly, engaging in relentless slaughter even when not in need of food, mercilessly tearing apart any creature they encounter. Every sea spirit beast harbors a deep-seated hatred for them, yet, due to their formidable strength, none dare challenge them. Not far from our location lies a pod of malevolent orcas. They are our sworn adversaries. Almost every few decades or centuries, our two clans engage in a holy war. Observing Xiaobai's evident trepidation towards the malevolent orcas, Zhejian Pearl could not restrain herself from asking, did you lose? Xiaobai, with a reluctant nod, acknowledged. Each time we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Were it not for their fear of approaching Sea God Island and inciting the wrath of the sea god, our clan might have ceased to exist long ago. Hemingway remarked, since we must confront them, Little White, do elucidate the particulars of the malevolent orca. Little White responded. An adult malevolent orca measures between 20 to 25 meters in length, possessing a robust physique, sharp teeth, and formidable skills. One malevolent orca is capable of matching two of our adult kin in combat. These ferocious creatures never leave a survivor once they gain the upper hand. They are determined to rend their adversaries to pieces. The total population of malevolent orcas is approximately 300, with around 200 being adults, akin to our own numbers. The only solace we may find is that their reproductive capacity is inferior to ours. Otherwise, their numbers would be even more daunting. It can be said that if led by a malevolent orca king, their clan would possess the qualifications to challenge the deep-sea demon whale king. However, such an endeavor could also provoke their extinction, which is why they have always refrained from encroaching upon the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple exchanged glances, and then he spoke. So, you mean to say that our fourth trial requires us to assist you in exterminating this malevolent orca faction? Which essentially means we must endure half of the onslaught from these wicked orcas. Xiaobai scoffed derisively and replied, "What, are you afraid? If you are daunted, you need not participate." Afraid? In the vastness of the ocean, I have never feared anyone. Hemingway shook his head in amusement, contemplating that if it were a terrestrial spirit beast, he might be at a loss. However, against a sea spirit beast, he could only chuckle. It seemed that this time, the Sea King, Baixing, would truly be able to exhibit his prowess. Xiaobai's expression turned unexpectedly grave. "I am not concerned with your courage or strength. My only worry is for my kin. After decades of recuperation, my clan has finally achieved this current standing. Should you lack the capability to vanquish the malevolent orca horde, my kin would pay with their lives." Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, both Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple fell into silence, particularly Hemingway, as the matter of Xiaobai's kin's lives finally prompted him to abandon his earlier nonchalance. After a while, Hemingway spoke earnestly. "Xiaobai, I cannot assure you that your kin will remain unscathed. However, I can promise you this. Should this endeavor fail, we will certainly perish before you. Please trust me. We do not take our lives lightly. Though you are the examiner of our second trial, you should understand that we regard you as a friend. Your kin are likewise our friends. All I can say is that we shall exert every effort to minimize the casualties among your people. If you are truly unwilling to partake in this battle, then please guide us to the location. We shall face it alone." Xiaobai fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Hemingway. "Can we truly refrain from going? This is not merely your trial. It is also a mission bestowed upon us by the sea god. To annihilate the malevolent orca faction and restore peace to our home, the ocean, as servants of the sea god, we are duty-bound. Since you claim to be prepared, let us embark." As he spoke, Xiaobai turned toward the sea, opening his mouth to emit a peculiar hum. Initially, the sound was faint, but as time progressed, it grew increasingly grand, eventually overpowering the roar of the ocean waves. Before the god of the sea island, the waters began to boil, and a series of lithe white figures emerged, revealing their triangular dorsal fins upon the surface, arranged in a precise formation. An astonishing spectacle of 200 soul-devouring great white sharks lined up. Each of these formidable creatures exceeded 15 meters in length, exuding powerful waves of energy. Beneath the shimmering surface of the sea, they resembled a well-organized battalion. Chapter 96, Incomprehensible. After summoning all the soul-devouring great white sharks, the voice of the young one ceased. Turning once more to Hemingway, "I understand that what you are about to endure is the 9 trials of the sea god. Otherwise, such a formidable challenge would not present itself before you. Before we embark, I have a request that I hope you will honor." Hemingway stated without hesitation, "Speak. I shall never decline as long as it is within my capabilities. This is a pledge befitting a born monarch of the seas, a future deity of the ocean." Xiaobai's gaze softened slightly, yet within her eyes lingered a profound sense of solemnity. "If I am unable to return from this venture, I implore you to look after the hundreds of juvenile abyssal great white sharks that belong to my kin in these waters. Will you do this for me?" Hemingway felt a jolt, not due to Xiaobai's conditions, but rather because her tone bore the weight of a solemn entrustment. Clearly, she harbored doubts about the impending battle. "Xiaobai, do not succumb to despair. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious and return alive, not just us, but you and your kin as well. The juvenile spirit sharks are awaiting your protection." Seeing this, Zhejian Pearl felt a pang of compassion and quickly reassured her. "Moreover, Hemingway is exceptionally formidable. Since he has vowed to safeguard you, you can trust that he will ensure your safety. Please believe in us." Xiaobai paused, observing Zhejian Pearl, who appeared almost like an enamored admirer. Perhaps influenced by her unwavering conviction, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. She murmured to herself, "Perhaps the situation is not as dire as I envisioned. The sea god has not forsaken his followers. Perhaps we truly need not perish. As she stood in a daze, Hemingway could not resist approaching her. Gently stroking her head and playfully tousling her hair, akin to petting a cat, the sensation was surprisingly delightful. After a few vigorous strokes, he remarked, "It seems you harbor a fear of that malevolent Orca king. Aren't you typically quite proud? As a spirit beast of 100,000 years. You are not necessarily inferior to him. Have a little more confidence." "Ridiculous. Who would fear that scoundrel?" Xiaobai snapped back to reality, feeling the comforting touch on her head. Gazing into his gentle blue eyes, she unexpectedly felt a surge of affection. Yet, she fiercely shook her head, dislodging his hand. "Let us depart." With that, she leapt into the sea, transforming into her true form. Hemingway and Purple Pearl promptly followed suit, leaping into action under the guidance of Little White. Each landing atop the backs of two exceptionally colossal, soul-devouring, great white sharks. With Little White leading the charge, they surged forward with remarkable speed. 200 soul-devouring great white sharks trailing closely behind, carrying Hemingway and Purple Pearl directly into the depths of the ocean. Hemingway stood gracefully atop the back of a soul-devouring great white shark, confident in his current prowess. Though the shark's back was exceedingly smooth, he was far from at risk of falling. Similarly, Zhejian Pearl, being a soul master herself, maintained her balance without difficulty atop the spirit beast. As they ventured into the vast ocean, they truly experienced the dominance of the soul-devouring great white shark in its natural habitat, riding the waves with astonishing speed. They surpassed any vessel imaginable. The howling sea breeze sliced through their bodies like a blade, while the surrounding waters transformed into a blue halo, swirling past them in a mesmerizing dance. This exhilarating and perilous sensation was a true testament to the shark's formidable strength. In the confines of the circular sea, the little shark had been unable to demonstrate its true capabilities due to the limited expanse of water. However, their current discovery heightened the vigilance of both Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl. The formidable soul-devouring great white shark exhibited a certain trepidation towards their intended target, the Abyssal Orca, indicating the formidable challenge that lay ahead in their fourth trial. As the shark propelled forward, Hemingway remained engaged, utilizing the shark as a means of transportation, allowing him to focus entirely on devising strategies. Undoubtedly, the Abyssal Orcapod was exceptionally powerful, likely exceeding the strength of the soul-devouring great white shark by more than double. In a direct confrontation, they would stand no chance against the elite soul beast of the ocean, numbering in the hundreds. The little shark was clearly no match for the Orca King, and the overall strength of the soul-devouring great white shark paled in comparison to the Orcapod. Even with their assistance, in a head-on clash, even if they were to emerge victorious, the losses inflicted upon the shark pod would be catastrophic, an outcome Hemingway wished to avoid. The sorrowful gaze of the little shark remained etched in his mind. Faced with such a dilemma, it was imperative to consider alternative strategies. Perhaps they could employ the powers of the Sea King, White Star, to incite the Abyssal Orcas to turn against one another? Hemingway appears rather unreliable. Managing such a multitude of sea spirit beasts at once likely exceeds his mental fortitude. One must hope he does not succumb to a psychological breakdown. What if he were to implement a decapitation strategy and directly control the Abyssal Orca King? Last time, even Xiaobai was nearly ensnared by him. Had it not been for the divine intervention of the sea god at the critical moment, they would have undoubtedly triumphed in the second trial. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, the Abyssal Orca King, while potentially stronger than Xiaobai, cannot be vastly superior. Hemingway believed it prudent to make an attempt. Even if he could not exert control over the malevolent Orca King, at the very least, he could create a certain degree of disturbance, thereby affording Xiaobai an opportunity. The waters inhabited by the sinister Orcapod were not nearby. However, with the extraordinary swiftness of the soul-wraith great white shark, they reached their destination in merely 2 hours. At Hemingway's behest, Xiaobai commanded his kin to halt for a respite when they were still 50 miles from their objective. Then, with a mere thought, Hemingway watched as the surrounding water began to churn violently, gradually giving rise to a delicate mist that ultimately crystallized into ice. An immense expanse of ice, suitable for footing, materialized before them. Hemingway gracefully leapt onto the ice, closely followed by Zhejian, who, upon landing on the surface, curiously tested it with her foot, discovering its remarkable solidity. Instantly filled with astonishment, she gazed at him and inquired, "How did you accomplish this? I recall that you lack any ice-related abilities, do you not?" "It's quite simple." Hemingway chuckled, gazing at the curious eyes of the little white creature that had also leapt up, and explained to the two women, "Water is an ever-changing, omnipresent entity. What we refer to as ice is merely one of its forms. once one comprehends the process by which water solidifies into ice. Transforming water into ice becomes a remarkably simple endeavor. Zhejian Pearl and the little white creature found themselves perplexed, understanding each word he uttered, yet struggling to grasp the overall meaning. Ice is ice, and water is water. How could the two be conflated? Could you please say something we can comprehend? Chapter 97. The focus is quite peculiar. Observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the two women, Hemingway refrained from providing further clarification. To elucidate the underlying principles would involve a plethora of complexities that could not be succinctly conveyed. Therefore, he shifted his approach. Little White, I have a method that might minimize our losses. Would you be willing to give it a try? Upon hearing this, the little white creature's eyes sparkled with excitement. Momentarily setting aside the issue of transforming water into ice, and eagerly inquired, what method? What is it? I must inform you that the malevolent orcas possess a wave detection technique. Any creature with energy within a 10-mile radius cannot escape their detection and will face devastating repercussions. If you think some minor tricks could work against them, it would be wise to abandon that notion. If they were so easily dealt with, we would have eliminated them long ago. Hemingway shook his head and remarked, do you recall the last time during the second phase when I attempted to manage your predicament? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, can you truly control the malevolent orca? Hemingway remarked, my soul's essence is exceptionally unique. I am uncertain of its origin, yet I possess a remarkable ability that enables me to command the oceanic spirit beasts. I can exert control over any creature of the sea. However, should their strength surpass mine by a significant margin, my powers would be rendered ineffective. How could such an unreasonable ability exist? Zizinzu interjected after listening intently. To control oceanic spirit beasts means you would be invincible upon the seas. Even if you cannot dominate those of overwhelming strength, commanding a multitude of spirit beasts could compensate for their prowess with sheer numbers, allowing you to achieve supremacy on the ocean. Yet, it is not as simple as it appears. Hemingway shook his head and elucidated, first and foremost, the control of oceanic soul beasts is inherently linked to my own strength. I am unable to command soul beasts that far exceed my capabilities. My previous attempt to control the creature known as Little White ended in failure. Furthermore, there are limitations to the number of beasts I can manage. It is not an infinite quantity. The extent of my control hinges upon the strength of my mental fortitude, as well as the prowess of the soul beasts I endeavor to command. Were I capable of disregarding quantity, summoning as many soul beasts as I wished, would I not be aware of the adage that a multitude of ants can indeed bring down an elephant? Additionally, the summoning of oceanic soul beasts is constrained by distance. Should they lie beyond my sensory range, I would be unable to call upon them. This implies that if there are no soul beasts within my sensory scope, then this ability becomes utterly futile. If I could overlook distance, enveloping the entire sea with my awareness, I would not have been cornered by you all upon my departure from the island. I could have summoned a legion of soul beasts from thousands of miles away, and you would have long since become their meal. He spoke with a hint of annoyance, recalling the moment he was besieged by pirates upon setting sail, a memory that still ignited his ire. What do you mean by that? Little White, having calmed from the shock of his ability to control soul beasts, inquired about his intentions. I intend to attempt to control the malevolent orcapod here, to see if I can incite them to turn upon each other. It would be even more advantageous if I could directly control the malevolent orca king, Hemingway replied. Of course, even if I cannot exert control over the king, I can at least create chaos within the pod, significantly diminishing their overall strength. At that point, we could charge in together, greatly increasing our odds of success. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and try it. Little White urged eagerly after hearing his words. Zizi, with her sparkling purple eyes, watched him curiously, eager to see his next actions. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the two women, Hemingway felt a twinge of bashfulness, for he was about to reveal a side of himself that he had long been reluctant to display in front of others. Although in that state his power was formidable, as a man, he could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment, even though such manifestations were not uncommon in this world. And there were even more eccentric martial souls. The cognitive understanding did little to assuage his sensory discomfort. The thought of revealing that aspect of himself before the two women filled him with an inexplicable sense of shame. Well, embracing the notion that whether he extended his neck or withdrew it, he would still face the same fate, Hemingway gritted his teeth and leaped into the water with fervor. In the blink of an eye, he sank to the ocean floor. Zizi and Little White stood upon the icy surface. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the spot where he had disappeared beneath the waves, wondering what his intentions were. Buzz! A silent hum suddenly resonated from the depths of the sea. In an instant, the ocean floor erupted with a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. Simultaneously, the multitude of magical great white sharks submerged in the surrounding waters began to stir restlessly. Suddenly, a multitude of bubbles erupted on the surface of the sea. Following this, a dazzling light pierced through the water. Within this radiance, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the depths. Standing upon the ice, the two women, Heaven Dou and Bai, could not help but gawk, their crimson lips widening in astonishment as the enormous being took form. Ultimately, when the magnificent creature fully surfaced, an inexplicable silence enveloped the surroundings. Immense. The first impression it imparted was one of sheer size. Beautiful. Next came the exquisite allure, an innate, ethereal beauty that transcended the mundane. With flowing pink hair styled in an elegant celestial bun, the upper body resembled that of a regal human woman, boasting an extraordinarily ample bosom, while the lower half transformed into a shimmering fishtail of pink and white hues. This was the true form of the White Star, a manifestation of martial spirit. Only in this state could Hemingway truly unleash his full potential. The towering mermaid, several dozen meters tall, gazed down at Heaven Dou and Bai, who were utterly spellbound, a glimmer of resignation flickering in her enchanting azure eyes. He had anticipated their reaction. A creature of White Star's magnitude was unparalleled in this world. No wonder the two women were left in awe. How magnificent! Heaven Dou was the first to regain her composure, marveling at the mermaid's impressive stature. She glanced down at her own figure, which, while not insignificant, suddenly felt inadequate in comparison. It was impossible to compete. The sheer scale of the mermaid dwarfed her entirely. No matter how much one might develop, it could never reach such an exaggerated extent. Hemingway, observing her fixation on such an aspect, found himself at a loss for words. Why was it that women always seemed to focus on such peculiar details? Shouldn't the attention be directed elsewhere? What was there to compare between herself and a mermaid? Moreover, this mermaid was a transformation of his own. As a man, did she truly believe he would be concerned about such physical attributes? Chapter 98. The Queen Leading Her Troops. Ah! A clear and melodious voice escaped Hemingway's lips as he shook his head. He then extended his enormous, delicate hand towards Heaven Dou. Despite her striking beauty, it could not conceal the preposterous size of White Star. Standing several dozen meters tall, Heaven Dou felt as though she were merely a Barbie doll in the grasp of the colossal mermaid. Yet, instead of panic, Heaven Dou exhibited curiosity, examining her surroundings, poking and prodding at various elements. Hemingway was rendered speechless by her antics. Was it really necessary? With a gentle flick of her finger, comparable to the size of Heaven Dou's head, he playfully tapped her forehead before setting her back onto the ice. Hemingway decided it was time to begin his endeavor. Closing his beautiful blue eyes, he submerged the mermaid's tail in the ocean, allowing the sea's sensing abilities to silently extend in all directions. In an instant, through the ocean's resonance, Hemingway perceived the ominous presence of a pod of malevolent orcas situated a distance of 20 miles away. Their size was astonishing, nearly double that of the formidable great white shark, with robust physiques that lacked the streamlined elegance of their counterparts, yet exuded an aura of raw power. Cloaked in a deep grayish-black hue, their massive heads occasionally revealed fearsome, sword-like teeth when they opened their mouths. The orca's crimson eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, dominating the surrounding waters, which were devoid of any other marine life. This stark absence underscored their tyrannical supremacy. The pod was estimated to comprise around 200 to 300 individuals, predominantly mature specimens. In the heart of the group floated an exceptionally large creature, exceeding 30 meters in length. Its grayish skin shimmered with a subtle metallic luster, unmistakably identifying it as the Orca King. These malevolent orcas roamed within a territory of several thousand square meters, making it clear that no other sea creatures dared to encroach upon their domain. It appeared that they had feasted sufficiently, as several floated motionless, seemingly resting. Hemingway sensed the formidable mental prowess emanating from the Orca King, a force imbued with brutality and ferocity that he realized was beyond his control. Even an attempt to exert dominance would likely result in failure, as the king would inevitably break free. He resolved instead to manipulate a few lesser members of the pod into a frenzy of infighting. With his decision made, he concentrated and silently seized control of approximately 50 adult orcas, the majority at a power level of around 10,000 years, with a few reaching 2,000 or 3,000 years. This marked the limit of his current dominion over the sea spirits, and so the slaughter commenced. Upon receiving Hemingway's command, the controlled orcas spared their razor-sharp teeth and viciously attacked their nearest companions, targeting vital areas. Many were swiftly dispatched by their suddenly frenzied allies. The unexpected chaos plunged the entire pod into disarray, staining the waters with their blood and amplifying the tension in the sea. The Orcas, already known for their bloodthirstiness, seemed to have their savage instincts awakened by the scent of blood. The energy fluctuations within the water became tumultuous as the pod began its internal carnage. It was only when a deep roar reverberated through the ocean's waves that the Orcas abruptly ceased their violent actions. Hemingway felt the tenuous grip on his 50 controlled Orcas, realizing they were perilously close to breaking free from his influence. This revelation led him to conclude that managing such a number was indeed too ambitious. Nevertheless, he resolved to act swiftly and decisively. Hemingway intensified his control, and the once stagnant demonic Orcas resumed their fierce combat. Observing the sudden frenzy of his kin as they began to turn against one another, the demonic Orca King's crimson eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. In an instant, his colossal form sprang into action, unleashing a surge of invisible energy. Boom! In a heartbeat, it enveloped all the demonic Orcas, halting their internecine slaughter. Yet, it was not long before the 50 controlled Orcas launched another assault on their companions. Roar! Witnessing his subordinates' defiance, an enraged bellow erupted from the demonic Orca King, sending reverberations that shook the vast ocean for thousands of square meters. Similar roars echoed from other demonic Orcas. In that moment, a powerful wave of energy nearly sealed off the surrounding waters, rendering the sea viscous as if it were gelatinous, while intense psychic vibrations penetrated the depths of the ocean. Hemingway could sense that his connection with the 50 malevolent Orcas was waning. These beasts were breaking free from his control. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Hemingway was also stirred by a surge of righteous anger, a powerful aura emanating from him and resonating with the sea, descending upon the domain of the malevolent Orca horde. With a thunderous boom, it was as though a torpedo had been cast into the depths. Several weaker Orcas trembled violently, flipping onto their backs and succumbing to the shock, meeting a grim fate. In an instant, the once formidable group of nearly 300 Orcas was reduced to just over 200, and even those remaining appeared gravely affected. Their swaying forms indicated that merely remaining conscious was a Herculean struggle. In such dire circumstances, the combat efficacy of these Orcas had evidently plummeted. Among the Orca assembly, only the Orca King exhibited minimal effects, retaining peak fighting capacity. Yet, even in this state, it quaked with trepidation at the oncoming force of Hemingway's overwhelming presence. It was time. Observing the scene through the ocean's depths, Hemingway realized the Orcas were in disarray. It was the moment for the soul-devouring great white shark to make its entrance. With eyes wide open, Hemingway gazed down at the eagerly watching Purple Pearl and Stabai, declaring, "It is done. Let us proceed swiftly together." Without delay, the colossal mermaid led the charge into the water, propelling herself toward the Orca horde. On the ice surface, Purple Pearl and Xiaobai were momentarily stunned before quickly regaining their composure. One transformed into a 9-headed serpent and plunged into the sea, while the other leaped in, reverting to her original form. Thus, a magnificent spectacle unfolded in the ocean. A massive mermaid led the way, her beautiful tail undulating gracefully, cutting through the water with exhilarating speed. Following closely was a serpentine figure, the 9-headed sea serpent, alongside a 20-meter-long soul-devouring great white shark, with a throng of exhausted sharks trailing behind. The grand procession resembled a queen leading her legion into battle. Chapter 99, The Sovereign's Presence. Under the guidance of the mermaid, the multitude of soul-devouring great white sharks surged forth, their speed unmatched, akin to 200 whitewater arrows hurtling towards the Orca horde. As they approached within 10 miles of the Orcas, the Orca King finally sensed their presence. A mental probe collided with the psychic waves emitted by Xiaobai, transforming its initial fear into a raging fury. Rallying his remaining kin, he charged forth with ferocity. A torrent of water erupted from behind the Orca King, its voice booming in a gravelly roar. "So it is you meddling in the shadows?" Xiaobai replied with pride, "Indeed, it is us. Do you remember the words I spoke when you took my brother's life? Today, you shall pay your blood debt. You wretched creatures who defile the ocean. We stand as representatives of the sea god to bring about your destruction." "The sea god? He has long faded from existence," the Orca King scoffed. "You dare to challenge me, you foolish little fish? I will ensure that you meet the same fate as your brother." At the mention of her brother, Xiaobai's eyes turned crimson with rage, and with a fierce roar, she surged forward with her kin. Meanwhile, Hemingway, embodying the colossal mermaid, remained in place, refraining from joining the charge. Given the prior impact of his overwhelming presence, the remaining Orcas were significantly weakened. granting Xiaobai's side an absolute advantage. Thus, he resolved to observe the unfolding events, prepared to intervene should the situation take a turn for the worse. Boom. The two dominant factions of the ocean clashed fiercely. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. The soul-devouring great white shark had endured oppression from the malevolent orcas for countless years. And at this moment, it unleashed a staggering 120% of its combat prowess. In contrast, while the malevolent orcas could still exhibit formidable strength in an instant, they were clearly in a diminished state due to the previous intimidation from Hemingway's overpowering presence, rendering them incapable of showcasing their true potential. As the two forces collided, the entire expanse of the sea was instantly stained crimson with blood. Racial conflicts have always been a matter of life and death, just as the soul-devouring great white shark had been biding its time for an opportunity. The malevolent orcas had also longed to find a chance to eliminate these formidable sea spirits that threatened their dominance. Ultimately, the disparity in strength proved to be too great. If this continued, the soul-devouring great white shark would suffer grievously. Hemingway furrowed his brow, observing the fierce battle between the two sides. Although it appeared that the soul-devouring great white shark held the upper hand, it was evident that if the conflict persisted until the end, even a victory would come at a heavy cost. Alas, Hemingway's gaze sharpened, and suddenly a crimson ripple began to surge outward from his entire being. In an instant,